Section 0 of the Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete, by Mark Twain. Foreword and Mark Twain, a Biographical Summary. Foreword. Nowhere is the human being more truly revealed than in his letters. Not in literary letters, prepared with care and the thought of possible publication, but in those letters wrought out of the press of circumstances, and with no idea of print in mind. A collection of such documents, written by one whose life has become of interest to mankind at large, has a value quite aside from literature, in that it reflects in some degree at least the soul of the writer. The letters of Mark Twain are peculiarly of the revealing sort. He was a man of few restraints and of no affectations. In his correspondence, as in his talk, he spoke what was in his mind, untrammeled by literary conventions. Necessarily, such a collection does not constitute a detailed life story, but is supplementary to it. An extended biography of Mark Twain has already been published. His letters are here gathered for those who wish to pursue the subject somewhat more exhaustively from the strictly personal side. Selections from this correspondence were used in the biography mentioned. Most of these are here reprinted in the belief that an owner of the letters will wish the collection to be reasonably complete. Mark Twain, a Biographical Summary. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, for nearly half a century known and celebrated as Mark Twain, was born in Florida, Missouri, on November 30, 1835. He was one of the foremost American philosophers of his day. He was the world's most famous humorist of any day. During the later years of his life, he ranked not only as America's chief man of letters, but likewise as her best known and best loved citizen. The beginnings of that life were sufficiently unpromising. The family was a good one, of old Virginia and Kentucky stock, but its circumstances were reduced, its environment meager and disheartening. The father, John Marshall Clemens, a lawyer by profession, a merchant by vocation, had brought his household to Florida from Jamestown, Tennessee, somewhat after the manner of Judge Hawkins as pictured in The Gilded Age. Florida was a small town then, a mere village of 21 houses located on Salt River. But Judge Clemens, as he was usually called, optimistic and speculative in his temperament, believed in its future. Salt River would be made navigable. Florida would become a metropolis. He established a small business there and located his family in the humble frame cottage where, 5 months later, was born a baby boy to whom they gave the name of Samuel, a family name, and added Langhorne after an old Virginia friend of his father. The child was puny and did not make a very sturdy fight for life. Still, he weathered along, season after season, and survived 2 stronger children, Margaret and Benjamin. By 1839 Judge Clemens had lost faith in Florida. He removed his family to Hannibal, and in this Mississippi River town the little lad whom the world was to know as Mark Twain spent his early life. In Tom Sawyer we have a picture of the Hannibal of those days and the atmosphere of his boyhood there. His schooling was brief and of a desultory kind. It ended one day in 1847, when his father died and it became necessary that each one should help somewhat in the domestic crisis. His brother Orion, 10 years his senior, was already a printer by trade. Pamela, his sister, also considerably older, had acquired music and now took a few pupils. The little boy Sam, at 12, was apprenticed to a printer named Ament. His wages consisted of his board and clothes. "More board than clothes," as he once remarked to the writer. He remained with Ament until his brother Orion bought out a small paper in Hannibal in 1850. The paper, in time, was moved into a part of the Clemens home, and the two brothers ran it, the younger setting most of the type. A still younger brother, Henry, entered the office as an apprentice. The Hannibal Journal was no great paper from the beginning, and it did not improve with time. Still, it managed to survive. Country papers nearly always manage to survive, year after year, bringing in some sort of return. It was on this paper that young Sam Clemens began his writings. Burlesque, as a rule, of local characters and conditions, usually published in his brother's absence, generally resulting in trouble on his return. Yet they made the paper sell, and if Orion had but realized his brother's talent, he might have turned it into capital even then. In 1853, he was not yet 18, Sam Clemens grew tired of his limitations and pined for the wider horizon of the world. He gave out to his family that he was going to St. Louis, but he kept on to New York, where a World's Fair was then going on. In New York he found employment at his trade, and during the hot months of 1853 worked in a printing office in Cliff Street. By and by he went to Philadelphia, where he worked a brief time, made a trip to Washington, and presently set out for the West again, after an absence of more than a year. Orion, meanwhile, had established himself at Muscatine, Iowa, but soon after removed to Keokuk, where the brothers were once more together, still following their trade. Young Sam Clemens remained in Keokuk until the winter of 1856-57, when he caught a touch of the South American fever then prevalent, and decided to go to Brazil. He left Keokuk for Cincinnati, worked that winter in a printing office there, and in April took the little steamer Paul Jones for New Orleans, where he expected to find a South American vessel. In Life on the Mississippi we have his story of how he met Horace Bixby and decided to become a pilot instead of a South American adventurer, jauntily setting himself the stupendous task of learning the 1,200 miles of the Mississippi River between St. Louis and New Orleans, of knowing it as exactly and as unfailingly, even in the dark, as one knows the way to his own features. It seems incredible to those who knew Mark Twain in his later years, dreamy, unpractical, and indifferent to details, that he could have acquired so vast a store of minute facts as were required by that task. Yet within 18 months he had become not only a pilot, but one of the best and most careful pilots on the river, entrusted with some of the largest and most valuable steamers. He continued in that profession for 2½ years longer, and during that time met with no disaster that cost his owners a single dollar for damage. Then the war broke out. South Carolina seceded in December 1860, and other states followed. Clemens was in New Orleans in January 1861 when Louisiana seceded, and his boat was put into the Confederate service and sent up the Red River. His occupation gone, he took steamer for the North, the last one before the blockade closed. A blank cartridge was fired at them from Jefferson Barracks when they reached St. Louis, but they did not understand the signal and kept on. Presently a shell carried away part of the pilot house and considerably disturbed its inmates. They realized then that war had really begun. In those days Clemens's sympathies were with the South. He hurried up to Hannibal and enlisted with a company of young fellows who were recruiting with the avowed purpose of throwing off the yoke of the invader. They were ready for the field presently, and set out in good order, a sort of nondescript cavalry detachment mounted on animals more picturesque than beautiful. Still, it was a resolute band, and might have done very well, only it rained a good deal, which made soldiering disagreeable and hard. Lieutenant Clemens resigned at the end of 2 weeks and decided to go to Nevada with Orion, who was a Union abolitionist and had received an appointment from Lincoln as Secretary of the new Territory. In Roughing It, Mark Twain gives us the story of the overland journey made by the two brothers, and a picture of experiences at the other end, true in aspect, even if here and there elaborated in detail. He was Orion's private secretary, but there was no private secretary work to do, and no salary attached to the position. The incumbent presently went to mining, adding that to his other trades. He became a professional miner, but not a rich one. He was at Aurora, California, in the Esmeralda district, skimping along with not much to eat and less to wear, when he was summoned by Joe Goodman, owner and editor of the Virginia City Enterprise, to come up and take the local editorship of that paper. He had been contributing sketches to it now and then under the pen name of Josh, and Goodman, a man of fine literary instincts, recognized a talent full of possibilities. This was in the late summer of 1862. Clemens walked 130 miles over very bad roads to take the job, and arrived wayworn and travel-stained. He began on a salary of $25 a week, picking up news items here and there and contributing occasional sketches, burlesques, hoaxes, and the like. When the legislature convened at Carson City he was sent down to report it, and then, for the first time, began signing his articles Mark Twain, a river term used in making soundings recalled from his piloting days. The name presently became known up and down the Pacific coast. His articles were copied and commented upon. He was recognized as one of the foremost among a little coterie of overland writers, two of whom, Mark Twain and Bret Harte, were soon to acquire a world-wide fame. He left Carson City one day after becoming involved in a duel, the result of an editorial squib written in Goodman's absence, and went across the Sierras to San Francisco. The duel turned out farcically enough, but the Nevada law, which regarded even a challenge or its acceptance as a felony, was an inducement to his departure. Furthermore, he had already aspired to a wider field of literary effort. He attached himself to the Morning Call, and wrote occasionally for one or two literary papers, the Golden Era and the Californian, prospering well enough during the better part of the year. Bret Harte and the rest of the little Pacific Slope group were also on the staff of these papers, and for a time at least the new school of American humor mustered in San Francisco. The connection with the Call was not congenial. In due course it came to a natural end, and Mark Twain arranged to do a daily San Francisco letter for his old paper, the Enterprise. The Enterprise letters stirred up trouble. They criticized the police of San Francisco so severely that the officials found means of making the writer's life there difficult and comfortless. With Jim Gillis, brother of a printer of whom he was fond and who had been the indirect cause of his troubles, he went up into Calaveras County to a cabin on Jackass Hill. Jim Gillis, a lovable, picturesque character, the truthful James of Bret Harte, owned mining claims. Mark Twain decided to spend his vacation in pocket mining, and soon added that science to his store of knowledge. It was a halcyon, happy 3 months that he lingered there, but did not make his fortune. He only laid the cornerstone. They tried their fortune at Angel's Camp, a place well known to readers of Bret Harte, but it rained pretty steadily, and they put in most of their time huddled around the single stove of the dingy Hotel of Angels, telling yarns. Among the stories was one told by a dreary narrator named Ben Coon. It was about a frog that had been trained to jump, but failed to win a wager because the owner of a rival frog had surreptitiously loaded him with shot. The story had been circulated among the camps, but Mark Twain had never heard it until then. The tale and the tiresome fashion of its telling amused him. He made notes to remember it. Their stay in Angel's Camp came presently to an end. One day, when the mining partners were following the specks of gold that led to a pocket somewhere up the hill, a chill, dreary rain set in. Jim, as usual, was washing, and Clemens was carrying water. The color became better and better as they ascended, and Gillis, possessed with the mining passion, would have gone on regardless of the rain. Clemens, however, protested and declared that each pail of water was his last. Finally he said in his deliberate drawl, "Jim, I won't carry any more water. This work is too disagreeable." let's go to the house and wait till it clears up." Gillis had just taken out a pan of earth. "Bring one more pail, Sam," he pleaded. "I won't do it, Jim, not a drop, not if I knew there was $1,000,000 in that pan." They left the pan standing there and went back to Angel's Camp. The rain continued, and they returned to Jackass Hill without visiting their claim again. Meantime, the rain had washed away the top of the pan of earth left standing on the slope above Angel's, and exposed a handful of nuggets pure gold. Two strangers came along and, observing it, had sat down to wait until the 30-day claim notice posted by Jim Gillis should expire. They did not mind the rain, not with that gold in sight, and the minute the 30 days were up they followed the lead a few pans further, and took out, some say $10,000, some say $20,000. It was a good pocket. Mark Twain missed it by one pail of water. Still, it is just as well, perhaps, when one remembers the jumping frog. Matters having quieted down in San Francisco, he returned and took up his work again. Artemus Ward, whom he had met in Virginia City, wrote him for something to use in his, Ward's, new book. Clemens sent the frog story, but he had been dilatory in preparing it, and when it reached New York, Carleton, the publisher, had Ward's book about ready for the press. It did not seem worth while to Carleton to include the frog story, and handed it over to Henry Clapp, editor of the Saturday Press, a perishing sheet, saying, "Here, Clapp, here's something you can use." The story appeared in the Saturday Press of November 18, 1865. According to the accounts of that time, it set all New York in a roar, which annoyed rather than gratified its author. He had thought very little of it, indeed, yet had been wondering why some of his more highly regarded work had not found fuller recognition. But the Jumping Frog did not die. Papers printed it and reprinted it, and it was translated into foreign tongues. The name of Mark Twain became known as the author of that sketch, and the two were permanently associated from the day of its publication. Such fame as it brought did not yield heavy financial return. Its author continued to win a more or less precarious livelihood doing miscellaneous work until March, 1866, when he was employed by the Sacramento Union to contribute a series of letters from the Sandwich Islands. They were notable letters, widely read and freely copied, and the sojourn there was a generally fortunate one. It was during his stay in the islands that the survivors of the wrecked vessel, the Hornet, came in, after long privation at sea. Clemens was sick at the time, but Anson Burlingame, who was in Honolulu on the way to China, had him carried in a cot to the hospital, where he could interview the surviving sailors and take down their story. It proved a great beat for the Union, and added considerably to its author's prestige. On his return to San Francisco he contributed an article on the Hornet disaster to Harper's Magazine, and looked forward to its publication as a beginning of a real career. But alas, when it appeared the printer and the proofreader had somehow converted Mark Twain into Mark Swain, and his dreams perished. Undecided as to his plans, he was one day advised by a friend to deliver a lecture. He was already known as an entertaining talker, and his adviser judged his possibilities well. In Roughing It we find the story of that first lecture and its success. He followed it with other lectures up and down the coast. He had added one more profession to his intellectual stock in trade. Mark Twain, now provided with money, decided to pay a visit to his people. He set out for the East in December 1866 via Panama, arriving in New York in January. A few days later he was with his mother, then living with his sister in St. Louis. A little later he lectured in Keokuk and in Hannibal, his old home. It was about this time that the first great Mediterranean steamship excursion began to be exploited. No such ocean picnic had ever been planned before, and it created a good deal of interest east and west. Mark Twain heard of it and wanted to go. He wrote to friends on the Alta California of San Francisco, and the publishers of that paper had sufficient faith to advance the money for his passage, on the understanding that he was to contribute frequent letters at $20 apiece. It was a liberal offer, as rates went in those days, and a godsend in the fullest sense of the word to Mark Twain. Clemens now hurried to New York in order to be there in good season for the sailing date, which was in June. In New York he met Frank Fuller, whom he had known as Territorial Governor of Utah, an energetic and enthusiastic admirer of the Western humorist. Fuller immediately proposed that Clemens give a lecture in order to establish his reputation on the Atlantic coast. Clemens demurred, but Fuller insisted and engaged Cooper Union for the occasion. Not many tickets were sold. Fuller, however, always ready for an emergency, sent out a flood of complimentaries to the school teachers of New York and adjacent territory, and the house was crammed. It turned out to be a notable event. Mark Twain was at his best that night. The audience laughed until, as some of them declared when the lecture was over, they were too weak to leave their seats. His success as a lecturer was assured. The Quaker City was the steamer selected for the Great Oriental Tour. It sailed as advertised June 8, 1867, and was absent 5 months, during which Mark Twain contributed regularly to the Alta California, and wrote several letters for the New York Tribune. They were read and copied everywhere. They preached a new gospel in travel literature, a gospel of seeing with an overflowing honesty, a gospel of sincerity in according praise to whatever he considered genuine and ridicule to the things believed to be shams. It was a gospel that Mark Twain continued to preach during his whole career. It became, in fact, his chief literary message to the world, a world ready for that message. He returned to find himself famous. Publishers were ready with plans for collecting the letters in book form. The American Publishing Company of Hartford proposed a volume, elaborately illustrated, to be sold by subscription. He agreed with them as to terms, and went to Washington to prepare copy. But he could not work quietly there, and presently was back in San Francisco putting his book together, lecturing occasionally, always to crowded houses. He returned in August, 1868, with the manuscript of The Innocents Abroad, and that winter, while his book was being manufactured, lectured throughout the East and Middle West, making his headquarters in Hartford and in Elmira, New York. He had an especial reason for going to Elmira. On the Quaker City he had met a young man by the name of Charles Langdon, and one day, in the Bay of Smyrna, had seen a miniature of the boy's sister, Olivia Langdon, then a girl of about 22. He fell in love with that picture, and still more deeply in love with the original when he met her in New York on his return. The Langdon home was in Elmira, and it was for this reason that as time passed he frequently sojourned there. When the proofs of The Innocents Abroad were sent him, he took them along, and he and sweet Livy Langdon read them together. What he lacked in those days in literary delicacy she detected, and together they pruned it away. She became his editor that winter, a position which she held until her death. The book was published in July, 1869, and its success was immediate and abundant. On his wedding day, February 2, 1870, Clemens received a check from his publishers for more than $4,000, royalty accumulated during the 3 months preceding. The sales soon amounted to more than 50,000 copies, and had increased to very nearly 100,000 at the end of the first 3 years. It was a book of travel, its lowest price $3.50. Even with our increased reading population, no such sale is found for a book of that description today. And The Innocents Abroad holds its place, still outsells every other book in its particular field. This in 1917. D.W. Mark Twain now decided to settle down. He had bought an interest in the Express, of Buffalo, New York, and took up his residence in that city in a house presented to the young couple by Mr. Langdon. It did not prove a fortunate beginning. Sickness, death, and trouble of many kinds put a blight on the happiness of their first married year, and gave them a distaste for the home in which they had made such a promising start. A baby boy, Langdon Clemens, came along in November, but he was never a strong child. By the end of the following year the Clemenses had arranged for a residence in Hartford, temporary at first, later made permanent. It was in Hartford that little Langdon died, in 1872. Clemens, meanwhile, had sold out his interest in the Express, severed his connection with the Galaxy, a magazine for which he was doing a department each month, and had written a second book for the American Publishing Company, Roughing It, published in 1872. In August of the same year he made a trip to London to get material for a book on England, but was too much sought after, too continuously feted, to do any work. He went alone, but in November returned with the purpose of taking Mrs. Clemens and the new baby Susie to England the following spring. They sailed in April, 1873, and spent a good portion of the year in England and Scotland. They returned to America in November, and Clemens hurried back to London alone to deliver a notable series of lectures under the management of George Dolby, formerly managing agent for Charles Dickens. For 2 months Mark Twain lectured steadily to London audiences, the big Hanover Square rooms always filled. He returned to his family in January, 1874. Meantime a home was being built for them in Hartford, and in the autumn of 1874 they took up residence in it, a happy residence, continued through 17 years, well-nigh perfect years. Their summers they spent in Elmira, on Quarry Farm, a beautiful hilltop, the home of Mrs. Clemens's sister. It was in Elmira that much of Mark Twain's literary work was done. He had a special study there, some distance from the house, where he loved to work out his fancies and put them into visible form. It was not so easy to work at Hartford. There was too much going on. The Clemens home was a sort of general headquarters for literary folk, near and far, and for distinguished foreign visitors of every sort. Howells and Aldrich used it as their halfway station between Boston and New York, and every foreign notable who visited America made a pilgrimage to Hartford to see Mark Twain. Some even went as far as Elmira, among them Rudyard Kipling, who recorded his visit in a chapter of his American Notes. Kipling declared he had come all the way from India to see Mark Twain. Hartford had its own literary group. Mrs. Harriet Beecher Stowe lived near the Clemens home, also Charles Dudley Warner. The Clemens and Warner families were constantly associated, and The Gilded Age, published in 1873, resulted from the friendship of Warner and Mark Twain. The character of Colonel Sellers in that book has become immortal, and it is a character that only Mark Twain could create, for though drawn from his mother's cousin James Lambton, it embodies, and in no very exaggerated degree, characteristics that were his own. The tendency to make millions was always imminent. Temptation was always hard to resist. Money-making schemes are continually being placed before men of means and prominence, and Mark Twain, to the day of his death, found such schemes fatally attractive. It was because of the Sellers characteristics in him that he invested in a typesetting machine which cost him nearly $200,000 and helped to wreck his fortunes by and by. It was because of this characteristic that he invested in numberless schemes of lesser importance, but no less disastrous in the end. His one successful commercial venture was his association with Charles L. Webster in the publication of the Grant Memoirs, of which enough copies were sold to pay a royalty of more than $400,000 to Grant's widow, the largest royalty ever paid from any single publication. It saved the Grant family from poverty. Yet even this triumph was a misfortune to Mark Twain, for it led to scores of less profitable book ventures and eventual disaster. Meanwhile he had written and published a number of books. Tom Sawyer, The Prince and the Pauper, Life on the Mississippi, Huckleberry Finn, and A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court were among the volumes that had entertained the world and inspired it with admiration and love for their author. In 1878-79 he had taken his family to Europe, where they spent their time in traveling over the continent. It was during this period that he was joined by his intimate friend, the Reverend Joseph H. Twichell, of Hartford, and the two made a journey, the story of which is told in A Tramp Abroad. In 1891 the Hartford house was again closed, this time indefinitely, and the family, now 5 in number, took up residence in Berlin. The typesetting machine and the unfortunate publishing venture were drawing heavily on the family finances at this period, and the cost of the Hartford establishment was too great to be maintained. During the next 3 years he was distracted by the financial struggle which ended in April, 1894, with the failure of Charles L. Webster & Company. Mark Twain now found himself bankrupt and nearly $100,000 in debt. It had been a losing fight, with this bitter ending always in view. Yet during this period of hard, hopeless effort he had written a large portion of the book which of all his works will perhaps survive the longest, his tender and beautiful story of Joan of Arc. All his life Joan had been his favorite character in the world's history, and during those trying months and years of the early '90s, in Berlin, in Florence, in Paris, he was conceiving and putting his picture of that gentle girl warrior into perfect literary form. It was published in Harper's Magazine anonymously because, as he said, it would not have been received seriously had it appeared over his own name. The authorship was presently recognized. Exquisitely, reverently, as the story was told, it had in it the touch of quaint and gentle humor which could only have been given to it by Mark Twain. It was only now and then that Mark Twain lectured during these years. He had made a reading tour with George W. Cable during the winter of 1884–85, but he abominated the platform, and often vowed he would never appear before an audience again. Yet in 1895, when he was 60 years old, he decided to rebuild his fortunes by making a reading tour around the world. It was not required of him to pay his debts in full. The creditors were willing to accept 50% of the liabilities, and had agreed to a settlement on that basis. But this did not satisfy Mrs. Clemens, and it did not satisfy him. They decided to pay dollar for dollar. They sailed for America, and in July, 1895, set out from Elmira on the long trail across land and sea. Mrs. Clemens and Clara Clemens joined this pilgrimage, Susie and Jean Clemens remaining at Elmira with their aunt. Looking out of the car windows, the travelers saw Susie waving them an adieu. It was a picture they would long remember. The reading tour was one of triumph. High prices and crowded houses prevailed everywhere. The author-reader visited Australia, New Zealand, India, Ceylon, South Africa, arriving in England at last with the money and material which would pay off the heavy burden of debt and make him once more free before the world. And in that hour of triumph came the heavy blow. Susie Clemens, never very strong, had been struck down. The first cable announced her illness. The mother and Clara sailed at once. Before they were halfway across the ocean, a second cable announced that Susie was dead. The father had to meet and endure the heartbreak alone. He could not reach America in time for the burial. He remained in England and was joined there by the sorrowing family. They passed that winter in London, where he worked at the story of his travels, following the equator, the proofs of which he read the next summer in Switzerland. The returns from it and from his reading venture wiped away Mark Twain's indebtedness and made him free. He could go back to America, as he said, able to look any man in the face again. Yet he did not go immediately. He could live more economically abroad, and economy was still necessary. The family spent 2 winters in Vienna, and their apartments there constituted a veritable court where the world's notables gathered. Another winter in England followed, and then, in the latter part of 1900, they went home, that is, to America. Mrs. Clemens never could bring herself to return to Hartford, and never saw their home there again. Mark Twain's return to America was in the nature of a national event. Wherever he appeared, throngs turned out to bid him welcome. Mighty banquets were planned in his honor. In a house at 14 West 10th Street, and in a beautiful place at Riverdale, on the Hudson, most of the next 3 years were passed. Then Mrs. Clemens' health failed, and in the autumn of 1903 the family went to Florence for her benefit. There, on the 5th of June, 1904, she died. They brought her back and laid her beside Susie at Elmira. That winter the family took up residence at 21 Fifth Avenue, New York, and remained there until the completion of Stormfield at Redding, Connecticut, in 1908. In his later life Mark Twain was accorded high academic honors. Already in 1888 he had received from Yale College the degree of Master of Arts, and the same college made him a Doctor of Literature in 1901. A year later the University of his own state at Columbia, Missouri, conferred the same degree, and then in 1907 came the crowning honor when venerable Oxford tendered him the doctor's robe. "I don't know why they should give me a degree like that," he said, quaintly. "I never doctored any literature. I wouldn't know how." He had thought never to cross the ocean again, but he declared he would travel to Mars and back, if necessary, to get that Oxford degree. He appreciated its full meaning: recognition by the world's foremost institution of learning of the achievements of one who had no learning of the institutionary kind. He sailed in June, and his sojourn in England was marked by a continuous ovation. His hotel was besieged by callers. 2 secretaries were busy nearly 20 hours a day attending to visitors and mail. When he appeared on the street his name went echoing in every direction, and the multitudes gathered. On the day when he rose, in his scarlet robe and black mortar-board, to receive his degree (he must have made a splendid picture in that dress, with his crown of silver hair), the vast assembly went wild. What a triumph, indeed, for the little Missouri printer boy! It was the climax of a great career. Mark Twain's work was always of a kind to make people talk; always important, even when it was mere humor. Yet it was seldom that. There was always wisdom under it, and purpose, and these things gave it dynamic force and enduring life. Some of his aphorisms, so quaint in form as to invite laughter, are yet fairly startling in their purport. His paraphrase, "When in doubt, tell the truth," is of this sort: "Frankness is a jewel. Only the young can afford it," he once said to the writer, apropos of a little girl's remark. His daily speech was full of such things. The secret of his great charm was his great humanity and the gentle quaintness and sincerity of his utterance. His work did not cease when the pressing need of money came to an end. He was full of ideas, and likely to begin a new article or story at any time. He wrote and published a number of notable sketches, articles, stories, even books, during these later years, among them that marvelous short story, "The Man That Corrupted Hadleyburg." In that story, as in most of his later work, he proved to the world that he was much more than a humorist, that he was, in fact, a great teacher, moralist, philosopher, the greatest, perhaps, of his age. His life at Stormfield (he had never seen the place until the day of his arrival, June 18, 1908) was a peaceful and serene old age. Not that he was really old; he never was that. His step, his manner, his point of view, were all and always young. He was fond of children, and frequently had them about him. He delighted in games, especially in billiards, and in building the house at Stormfield the billiard room was first considered. He had a genuine passion for the sport; without it his afternoon was not complete. His mornings he was likely to pass in bed smoking. He was always smoking, and attending to his correspondence and reading. History and the sciences interested him, and his bed was strewn with biographies and stories of astronomical and geological research. The vastness of distances and periods always impressed him. He had no head for figures, but he would labor for hours over scientific calculations, trying to compass them and to grasp their gigantic import. I remember once finding him highly elated over the fact that he had figured out for himself the length in hours and minutes of a light year. He showed me the pages covered with figures, and was more proud of them than if they had been the pages of an immortal story. Then we played billiards, but even his favorite game could not make him altogether forget his splendid achievement. It was on the day before Christmas, 1909, that heavy bereavement once more came into the life of Mark Twain. His daughter Jean, long subject to epileptic attacks, was seized with a convulsion while in her bath, and died before assistance reached her. He was dazed by the suddenness of the blow. His philosophy sustained him. He was glad, deeply glad, for the beautiful girl that had been released. "I never greatly envied anybody but the dead," he said, when he had looked at her. "I always envy the dead." The coveted estate of silence, time's only absolute gift, it was the one benefaction he had ever considered worth while. Yet the years were not unkindly to Mark Twain. They brought him sorrow, but they brought him likewise the capacity and opportunity for large enjoyment, and at the last they laid upon him a kind of benediction. Naturally impatient, he grew always more gentle, more generous, more tractable and considerate as the seasons passed. His final days may be said to have been spent in the tranquil light of a summer afternoon. His own end followed by a few months that of his daughter. There were already indications that his heart was seriously affected, and soon after Jean's death he sought the warm climate of Bermuda. But his malady made rapid progress, and in April he returned to Stormfield. He died there just a week later, April 21, 1910. Any attempt to designate Mark Twain's place in the world's literary history would be presumptuous now, yet I cannot help thinking that he will maintain his supremacy in the century that produced him. I think so because, of all the writers of that 100 years, his work was the most human, his utterances went most surely to the mark. In the long analysis of the ages it is the truth that counts, and he never approximated, never compromised, but pronounced those absolute verities to which every human being of whatever rank must instantly respond. His understanding of subjective human nature, the vast unwritten life within, was simply amazing. Such knowledge he acquired at the fountainhead, that is, from himself. He recognized in himself an extreme example of the human being with all the attributes of power and of weakness, and he made his exposition complete. The world will long miss Mark Twain. His example and his teaching will be neither ignored nor forgotten. Genius defies the laws of perspective and looms larger as it recedes. The memory of Mark Twain remains to us a living and intimate presence that today, even more than in life, constitutes a stately moral bulwark reared against hypocrisy and superstition, a mighty national menace to shame. End of Section 0. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 1 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Mark Twain's Letters. Volume 1. Chapter 1. Early Letters, 1853. New York and Philadelphia. We have no record of Mark Twain's earliest letters. Very likely they were soiled pencil notes, written to some school sweetheart, to Becky Thatcher perhaps, and tossed across at lucky moments, or otherwise with happy or disastrous results. One of those smudgy, much-folded school notes of the Tom Sawyer period would be priceless today, and somewhere among forgotten keepsakes it may exist, but we shall not be likely to find it. No letter of his boyhood, no scrap of his earlier writing, has come to light except his penciled name, Sam Clemens, laboriously inscribed on the inside of a small worn purse that once held his meager, almost non-existent wealth. He became a printer's apprentice at 12, but as he received no salary, the need of a purse could not have been urgent. He must have carried it pretty steadily, however, from its appearance. as a kind of symbol of hope, maybe, a token of that Sellers optimism which dominated his early life and was never entirely subdued. No other writing of any kind has been preserved from Sam Clemens' boyhood, none from that period of his youth when he had served his apprenticeship and was a capable printer on his brother's paper, a contributor to it when occasion served. Letters and manuscripts of those days have vanished. Even his contributions in printed form are unobtainable. It is not believed that a single number of Orion Clemens' paper, the Hannibal Journal, exists today. It was not until he was 17 years old that Sam Clemens wrote a letter, any portion of which has survived. He was no longer in Hannibal. Orion's unprosperous enterprise did not satisfy him. His wish to earn money and to see the world had carried him first to St. Louis, where his sister Pamela was living, then to New York City, where a World's Fair in a Crystal Palace was in progress. The letter tells of a visit to this great exhibition. It is not complete, and the fragment bears no date, but it was written during the summer of 1853. Fragment of a letter from Sam L. Clemens to his sister Pamela Moffett in St. Louis, summer of 1853. From the gallery, second floor, you have a glorious sight. The flags of the different countries represented, the lofty dome, glittering jewelry, gaudy tapestry, etc., with the busy crowd passing to and fro. 'Tis a perfect fairy palace, beautiful beyond description. The machinery department is on the main floor, but I cannot enumerate any of it, on account of the lateness of the hour, past 8 o'clock. It would take more than a week to examine everything on exhibition, and as I was only in a little over 2 hours tonight, I only glanced at about one-third of the articles, and having a poor memory, I have enumerated scarcely any of even the principal objects. The visitors to the palace average 6,000 daily, double the population of Hannibal. The price of admission being 50 cents, they take in about $3,000. The Leighton Observatory, height about 280 feet, is near the palace. From it you can obtain a grand view of the city and the country round. The Croton Aqueduct, to supply the city with water, is the greatest wonder yet. Immense sewers are laid across the bed of the Hudson River and pass through the country to Westchester County, where a whole river is turned from its course and brought to New York. From the reservoir in the city to the Westchester County reservoir the distance is 38 miles, and if necessary they could supply every family in New York with 100 barrels of water per day. I am very sorry to learn that Henry has been sick. He ought to go to the country and take exercise, for he is not half so healthy as Ma thinks he is. If he had my walking to do, he would be another boy entirely. 4 times every day I walk a little over 1 mile, and working hard all day and walking 4 miles is exercise. I am used to it now, though, and it is no trouble. Where is it Orion's going to? Tell Ma my promises are faithfully kept, and if I have my health I will take her to Kentucky in the spring. I shall save money for this. Tell Jim and all the rest of them to write and give me all the news. I am sorry to hear such bad news from Will and Captain Bowen. I shall write to Will soon. The Chatham Square post office and the Broadway office too are out of my way, and I always go to the general post office, so you must write the direction of my letters plain: New York City, New York, without giving the street or anything of the kind, or they may go to some of the other offices. It has just struck 2 a.m. and I always get up at 6 and am at work at 7. You ask me where I spend my evenings. Where would you suppose, with a free printer's library containing more than 4,000 volumes within a quarter of a mile of me, and nobody at home to talk to? I shall write to Ella soon. Write soon. Truly your brother, SAM. P.S. I have written this by a light so dim that you nor Ma could not read by it. He was lodging in a mechanic's cheap boarding house in Duane Street, and we may imagine the bareness of his room, the feeble poverty of his lamp. Tell Ma my promises are faithfully kept. It was the day when he had left Hannibal. His mother, Jane Clemens, a resolute, wiry woman of 49, had put together his few belongings. Then, holding up a little Testament, "I want you to take hold of the end of this, Sam," she said, "and make me a promise. I want you to repeat after me these words: 'I do solemnly swear that I will not throw a card or drink a drop of liquor while I am gone.'" It was this oath, repeated after her, that he was keeping faithfully. The Will Bowen mentioned is a former playmate, one of Tom Sawyer's outlaw band. He had gone on the river to learn piloting with an elder brother, the captain. What the bad news was is no longer remembered, but it could not have been very serious, for the Bowen boys remained on the river for many years. Ella was Samuel Clemens's cousin and one-time sweetheart, Ella Creel. Jim was Jim Wolfe, an apprentice in Orion's office, and the hero of an adventure which long after Mark Twain wrote under the title of Jim Wolfe and the Cats. There is scarcely a hint of the future Mark Twain in this early letter. It is the letter of a boy of 17 who is beginning to take himself rather seriously, who, finding himself for the first time far from home and equal to his own responsibilities, is willing to carry the responsibility of others. Henry, his brother, 3 years younger, had been left in the printing office with Orion, who, after a long, profitless fight, is planning to remove from Hannibal. The young traveler is concerned as to the family outlook, and will furnish advice if invited. He feels the approach of prosperity, and will take his mother on a long coveted trip to her old home in the spring. His evenings? Where should he spend them with a free library of 4,000 volumes close by? It is distinctly a youthful letter, a bit pretentious and wanting in the spontaneity and humor of a later time. It invites comment, now, chiefly because it is the first surviving document in the long human story. He was working in the printing office of John A. Gray and Green, on Cliff Street, and remained there through the summer. He must have written more than once during this period, but the next existing letter, also to Sister Pamela, was written in October. It is perhaps a shade more natural in tone than the earlier example, and there is a hint of Mark Twain in the first paragraph. To Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis, New York, October, Saturday, '53. My dear sister, I have not written to any of the family for some time, from the fact, firstly, that I didn't know where they were, and secondly, because I have been fooling myself with the idea that I was going to leave New York every day for the last 2 weeks. I have taken a liking to the abominable place, and every time I get ready to leave I put it off a day or so, from some unaccountable cause. It is as hard on my conscience to leave New York as it was easy to leave Hannibal. I think I shall get off Tuesday, though. Edwin Forrest has been playing, for the last 16 days, at the Broadway Theater, but I never went to see him till last night. The play was The Gladiator. I did not like parts of it much, but other portions were really splendid. In the latter part of the last act, where the gladiator, Forrest, dies at his brother's feet, in all the fierce pleasure of gratified revenge, the man's whole soul seems absorbed in the part he is playing, and it is really startling to see him. I am sorry I did not see him play Damon and Pythias, the former character being his greatest. He appears in Philadelphia on Monday night. I have not received a letter from home lately, but got a journal the other day, in which I see the office has been sold. I suppose Ma, Orion, and Henry are in St. Louis now. If Orion has no other project in his head, he ought to take the contract for getting out some weekly paper, if he cannot get a foremanship. Now for such a paper as the Presbyterian, containing about 60,000 M's type measurement, he could get $20 or $25 per week, and he and Henry could easily do the work. Nothing to do but set the type and make up the forms. If my letters do not come often, you need not bother yourself about me, for if you have a brother nearly 18 years of age, who is not able to take care of himself a few miles from home, such a brother is not worth one's thoughts. And if I don't manage to take care of number one, be assured you will never know it. I am not afraid, however. I shall ask favors from no one, and endeavor to be, and shall be, as independent as a wood sawyer's clerk. I never saw such a place for military companies as New York. Go on the street when you will, you are sure to meet a company in full uniform, with all the usual appendages of drums, fifes, etc. I saw a large company of soldiers of 1812 the other day, with a 76 veteran scattered here and there in the ranks. And as I passed through one of the parks lately, I came upon a company of boys on parade. Their uniforms were neat, and their muskets about half the common size. Some of them were not more than 7 or 8 years of age, but had evidently been well drilled. Passage to Albany, 160 miles, on the finest steamers that ply the Hudson, is now 25 cents. Cheap enough, but is generally cheaper than that in the summer. I want you to write as soon as I tell you where to direct your letter. I would let you know now if I knew myself. I may perhaps be here a week longer, but I cannot tell. When you write, tell me the whereabouts of the family. My love to Mr. Moffett and Ella. Tell Ella I intend to write to her soon, whether she wants me to or not. Truly your brother, Samuel L. Clemens. He was in Philadelphia when he wrote the next letter that has come down to us, and apparently satisfied with the change. It is a letter to Orion Clemens, who had disposed of his paper, but evidently was still in Hannibal. An extended description of a trip to Fairmount Park is omitted because of its length, its chief interest being the tendency it shows to descriptive writing, the field in which he would make his first great fame. There is, however, no hint of humor, and only a mild suggestion of the author of The Innocents Abroad in this early attempt. The letter as here given is otherwise complete, the omissions being indicated. To Orion Clemens, in Hannibal: Philadelphia, Pa., October 26, 1853. MY DEAR BROTHER, It was at least 2 weeks before I left New York that I received my last letter from home, and since then not a word have I heard from any of you. And now, since I think of it, it wasn't a letter, either, but the last number of the Daily Journal, saying that that paper was sold, and I very naturally supposed from that the family had disbanded and taken up winter quarters in St. Louis. Therefore I have been writing to Pamela till I have tired of it, and have received no answer. I have been writing for the last 2 or 3 weeks to send Ma some money, but devil take me if I knew where she was, and so the money has slipped out of my pocket somehow or other. But I have $1 left, and a good deal owing to me, which will be paid next Monday. I shall enclose the $1 in this letter, and you can hand it to her. I know it's a small amount, but then it will buy her a handkerchief, and at the same time serve as a specimen of the kind of stuff we are paid with in Philadelphia, for you see it's against the law in Pennsylvania to keep or pass a bill of less denomination than $5. I have only seen 2 or 3 bank bills since I have been in the State. On Monday the hands are paid off in sparkling gold, fresh from the mint, so your dreams are not troubled with the fear of having doubtful money in your pocket. I am subbing at the Enquirer office. One man has engaged me to work for him every Sunday till the 1st of next April, when I shall return home to take Ma to Kentucky. And another has engaged my services for the 24th of next month, and if I want it, I can get subbing every night of the week. I go to work at 7 o'clock in the evening, and work till 3 o'clock the next morning. I can go to the theatre and stay till 12 o'clock, and then go to the office and get work from that till 3 the next morning, when I go to bed and sleep till 11 o'clock, then get up and loaf the rest of the day. The type is mostly agate and minion, with some bourgeois, and when one gets a good agate take, agate, minion, etc., sizes a type, take, a piece of work. Type measurement is by ems, meaning the width of the letter M. He is sure to make money. I made $2.50 last Sunday, and was laughed at by all the hands, the poorest of whom sets 11,000 on Sunday. And if I don't set 10,000 at least next Sunday, I'll give them leave to laugh as much as they want to. Out of the 22 compositors in this office, 12 at least set 15,000 on Sunday. Unlike New York, I like this Philadelphia amazingly, and the people in it. There's only one thing that gets my dander up, and that is the hands are always encouraging me, telling me it's no use to get discouraged, no use to be downhearted, for there's more work here than you can do. Downhearted! The devil! I have not had a particle of such a feeling since I left Hannibal, more than 4 months ago. I fancy they'll have to wait some time till they see me downhearted or afraid of starving while I have strength to work and am in a city of 400,000 inhabitants. When I was in Hannibal, before I had scarcely stepped out of the town limits, nothing could have convinced me that I would starve as soon as I got a little way from home. The grave of Franklin is in Christ Church Yard, corner of 5th and Arch Streets. They keep the gates locked, and one can only see the flat slab that lies over his remains and that of his wife, but you cannot see the inscription distinctly enough to read it. The inscription, I believe, reads thus: Benjamin and Deborah Franklin. I counted 27 cannons, 6-pounders, planted in the edge of the sidewalk in Water Street the other day. They are driven into the ground about a foot from the mouth end upwards. A ball is driven fast into the mouth of each, to exclude the water. They look like so many posts. They were put there during the war. I have also seen them planted in this manner round the old churches in New York. There is one fine custom observed in Philadelphia. A gentleman is always expected to hand up a lady's money for her. Yesterday I sat in the front end of the bus, directly under the driver's box. A lady sat opposite me. She handed me her money, which was right. But, Lord, a St. Louis lady would think herself ruined if she should be so familiar with a stranger. In St. Louis a man will sit in the front end of the stage and see a lady stagger from the far end to pay her fare. The Philadelphia bus drivers cannot cheat. In the front of the stage is a thing like an office clock, with figures from 0 to 40 marked on its face. When the stage starts, the hand of the clock is turned toward the 0. When you get in and pay your fare, the driver strikes a bell, and the hand moves to the figure 1, that is, 1 fare and paid for, and there is your receipt, as good as if you had it in your pocket. When a passenger pays his fare, and the driver does not strike the bell immediately, he is greeted, "Strike that bell, will you?" I must close now. I intend visiting the Navy Yard, Mint, etc., before I write again. You must write often. You see I have nothing to write interesting to you, while you can write nothing that will not interest me. Don't say my letters are not long enough. Tell Jim Wolfe to write. Tell all the boys where I am, and to write. Jim Robinson particularly. I wrote to him from New York. Tell me all that is going on in Hannibal. Truly your brother, Sam. Those were primitive times. Imagine a passenger in these easy-going days calling to a driver or conductor to strike that bell. H-L is his abbreviation for Hannibal. He had first used it in a title of a poem which a few years before, during one of Orion's absences, he had published in the paper. To Marry in Hannibal was too long to set as a display head in single column. The poem had no great merit, but under the abbreviated title it could hardly fail to invite notice. It was one of several things he did to liven up the circulation during a brief period of his authority. The doubtful money he mentions was the paper issued by private banks, Wildcat, as it was called. He had been paid with it in New York and found it usually at a discount, sometimes even worthless. Wages and money were both better in Philadelphia, but the fund for his mother's trip to Kentucky apparently did not grow very rapidly. The next letter, written a month later, is also to Orion Clemens, who had now moved to Muscatine, Iowa, and established there a new paper with an old title, The Journal. To Orion Clemens, in Muscatine, Iowa: Philadelphia, November 28, 1853. My dear brother, I received your letter today. I think Ma ought to spend the winter in St. Louis. I don't believe in that climate. It's too cold for her. The Printers' Annual Ball and Supper came off the other night. The proceeds amounted to about $1,000. The printers, as well as other people, are endeavoring to raise money to erect a monument to Franklin, but there are so many abominable foreigners here, and among printers too, who hate everything American, that I am very certain as much money for such a purpose could be raised in St. Louis as in Philadelphia. I was in Franklin's old office this morning, the North American, formerly Philadelphia Gazette, and there was at least one foreigner for every American at work there. How many subscribers has the Journal got? What does the job work pay? And what does the whole concern pay? I will try to write for the paper occasionally, but I fear my letters will be very uninteresting, for this incessant night work dulls one's ideas amazingly. From some cause I cannot set type nearly so fast as when I was at home. Sunday is a long day, and while others set 12 and 15,000 yesterday, I only set 10,000. However, I will shake this laziness off soon, I reckon. How do you like Free Soil? I would like amazingly to see a good old fashioned negro. My love to all. Truly your brother Sam. We may believe that it never occurred to the young printer, looking up landmarks of Ben Franklin, that time would show points of resemblance between the great Franklin's career and his own. Yet these seem now rather striking. Like Franklin, he had been taken out of school very young and put at the printer's trade. Like Franklin, he had worked in his brother's office, and had written for the paper. Like him, too, he had left quietly for New York and Philadelphia to work at the trade of printing, and in time Samuel Clemens, like Benjamin Franklin, would become a world figure, many-sided, human, and of incredible popularity. The boy Sam Clemens may have had such dreams, but we find no trace of them. There is but one more letter of this early period. Young Clemens spent some time in Washington, but if he wrote from there his letters have disappeared. The last letter is from Philadelphia, and seems to reflect homesickness. The novelty of absence and travel was wearing thin. To Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Philadelphia, December 5, '53. My dear sister, I have already written 2 letters within the last 2 hours, and you will excuse me if this is not lengthy. If I had the money I would come to St. Louis now, while the river is open, but within the last 2 or 3 weeks I have spent about $30 for clothing, so I suppose I shall remain where I am. I only want to return to avoid night work, which is injuring my eyes. I have received 1 or 2 letters from home, but they are not written as they should be, and I know no more about what is going on there than the man in the moon. One only has to leave home to learn how to write an interesting letter to an absent friend when he gets back. I suppose you board at Mrs. Hunter's yet, and that, I think, is somewhere in Olive Street above Fifth. Philadelphia is one of the healthiest places in the Union. I wanted to spend this winter in a warm climate, but it is too late now. I don't like our present prospect for cold weather at all. Truly your brother Sam. But he did not return to the West for another half year. The letters he wrote during that period have not survived. It was late in the summer of 1854 when he finally started for St. Louis. He sat up for 3 days and nights in a smoking car to make the journey, and arrived exhausted. The river packet was leaving in a few hours for Muscatine, Iowa, where his mother and his 2 brothers were now located. He paid his sister a brief visit and caught the boat. Worn out, he dropped into his berth and slept the 36 hours of the journey. It was early when he arrived, too early to arouse the family. In the office of the little hotel where he waited for daylight, he found a small book. It contained portraits of the English rulers, with the brief facts of their reigns. Young Clemens entertained himself by learning this information by heart. He had a fine memory for such things, and in an hour or two had the printed data perfectly and permanently committed. This incidentally acquired knowledge proved of immense value to him. It was his groundwork for all English history. End of Section 1. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 2 of the Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 1, Chapter 2. Letters, 1856 61. Keokuk and the River. End of piloting. There comes a period now of nearly 4 years when Samuel Clemens was either a poor correspondent or his letters have not been preserved. Only 2 from this time have survived, happily of intimate biographical importance. Young Clemens had not remained in Muscatine. His brother had no inducements to offer, and he presently returned to St. Louis, where he worked as a compositor on the Evening News until the following spring, rooming with a young man named Burrow, a journeyman chairmaker with a taste for the English classics. Orion Clemens, meantime, on a trip to Keokuk, had casually married there, and a little later removed his office to that city. He did not move the paper. Perhaps it did not seem worth while, and in Keokuk he confined himself to commercial printing. The Ben Franklin book and job office started with fair prospects. Henry Clemens and a boy named Dick Hingham were the assistants, and somewhat later, when brother Sam came up from St. Louis on a visit, an offer of $5 a week and board induced him to remain. Later, when it became increasingly difficult to pay the $5, Orion took his brother into partnership, which perhaps relieved the financial stress, though the office methods would seem to have left something to be desired. It is about at this point that the first of the 2 letters mentioned was written. The writer addressed it to his mother and sister, Jane Clemens, having by this time taken up her home with her daughter, Mrs. Moffett. To Mrs. Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Keokuk, Iowa, June 10th, 1856. My dear mother and sister, I have nothing to write. Everything is going on well. The directory is coming on finely. I have to work on it occasionally, which I don't like a particle. I don't like to work at too many things at once. They take Henry and Dick away from me, too. Before we commenced the directory, I could tell before breakfast just how much work could be done during the day, and manage accordingly. But now they throw all my plans into disorder by taking my hands away from their work. I have nothing to do with the book. If I did, I would have the two book hands do more work than they do, or else I would drop it. It is not a mere supposition that they do not work fast enough. I know it. For yesterday the two book hands were at work all day, Henry and Dick all the afternoon, on the advertisements, and they set up 5 pages and a half. And I set up 2 pages and a quarter of the same matter after supper, night before last, and I don't work fast on such things. They are either excessively slow motioned or very lazy. I am not getting along well with the job work. I can't work blindly, without system. I gave Dick a job yesterday which I calculated he would set in 2 hours, and I could work off in 3, and therefore just finish it by supper time. But he was transferred to the directory, and the job promised this morning remains untouched. Through all the great pressure of job work lately, I never before failed in a promise of the kind. Your son, Sam. Excuse brevity this in my 3rd letter tonight. Samuel Clemens was never celebrated for his patience. We may imagine that the disorder of the office tried his nerves. He seems on the whole, however, to have been rather happy in Keokuk. There were plenty of young people there, and he was a favorite among them. But he had grown dissatisfied, and when one day, some weeks later, there fell into his hands an account of the riches of the newly explored regions of the upper Amazon, he promptly decided to find his fortune at the headwaters of the great South American river. The second letter reports this momentous decision. It was written to Henry Clemens, who was temporarily absent, probably in Hannibal. To Henry Clemens, Keokuk, August 5th, '56. My dear brother, Ward and I held a long consultation Sunday morning, and the result was that we two have determined to start to Brazil, if possible, in 6 weeks from now, in order to look carefully into matters there and report to Dr. Martin in time for him to follow on the 1st of March. We propose going via New York. Now, between you and I and the fence, you must say nothing about this to Orion, for he thinks that Ward is to go clear through alone, and that I am to stop at New York or New Orleans until he reports. But that don't suit me. My confidence in human nature does not extend quite that far. I won't depend upon Ward's judgment, or anybody's else. I want to see with my own eyes, and form my own opinion. But you know what Orion is. When he gets a notion into his head, and more especially if it is an erroneous one, the devil can't get it out again. So I know better than to combat his arguments long, but apparently yielded, inwardly determined to go clear through. Ma knows my determination, but even she counsels me to keep it from Orion. She says I can treat him as I did her when I started to St. Louis and went to New York. I can start to New York and go to South America. Although Orion talks grandly about furnishing me with $50 or $100 in 6 weeks, I could not depend upon him for $10. So I have feelers out in several directions, and have already asked for $100 from one source. Keep it to yourself. I will lay on my oars for a while and see how the wind sets, when I may probably try to get more. Mrs. Creel is a great friend of mine, and has some influence with Ma and Orion, though I reckon they would not acknowledge it. I am going up there tomorrow, to press her into my service. I shall take care that Ma and Orion are plentifully supplied with South American books. They have Herndon's report now. Ward and the doctor and myself will hold a grand consultation tonight at the office. We have agreed that no more shall be admitted into our company. I believe the guards went down to Quincy today to escort our first locomotive home. Write soon. Your brother, Sam. Readers familiar with the life of Mark Twain know that none of the would-be adventurers found their way to the Amazon. His two associates gave up the plan, probably for lack of means. Young Clemens himself found a $50 bill one bleak November day blowing along the streets of Keokuk, and after duly advertising his find without result, set out for the Amazon by way of Cincinnati and New Orleans. "I advertised the find and left for the Amazon the same day," he once declared, a statement which we may take with a literary discount. He remained in Cincinnati that winter, 1856 57, working at his trade. No letters have been preserved from that time except two that were sent to a Keokuk weekly, the Saturday Post, and as these were written for publication, and are rather a poor attempt at burlesque humor, their chief feature being a pretended illiteracy, they would seem to bear no relation to this collection. He roomed that winter with a rugged, self-educated Scotchman, a mechanic, but a man of books and philosophies, who left an impress on Mark Twain's mental life. In April he took up once more the journey toward South America, but presently forgot the Amazon altogether in the new career that opened to him. All through his boyhood and youth Samuel Clemens had wanted to be a pilot. Now came the long-deferred opportunity. On the little Cincinnati steamer, the Paul Jones, there was a pilot named Horace Bixby. Young Clemens, idling in the pilot-house one morning, seized with the old ambition, and laid siege to Bixby to teach him the river. The terms finally agreed upon specified a fee to Bixby of $500, 100 down, the balance when the pupil had completed the course and was earning money. But all this has been told in full elsewhere, and is only summarized here because the letters fail to complete the story. Bixby soon made some trips up the Missouri River, and in his absence turned his apprentice, or cub, over to other pilots, such being the river custom. Young Clemens, in love with the life and a favorite with his superiors, had a happy time until he came under a pilot named Brown. Brown was illiterate and tyrannical, and from the beginning of their association pilot and apprentice disliked each other cordially. It is at this point that the letters begin once more, the first having been written when young Clemens, now 22 years old, had been on the river nearly a year. Life with Brown, of course, was not all sorrow, and in this letter we find some of the fierce joy of adventure which in those days Samuel Clemens loved. To Orion Clemens and wife, in Keokuk, Iowa. St. Louis, March 9th, 1858. Dear Brother and Sister, I must take advantage of the opportunity now presented to write you, but I shall necessarily be dull, as I feel uncommonly stupid. We have had a hard trip this time. Left St. Louis 3 weeks ago on the Pennsylvania. The weather was very cold, and the ice running densely. We got 15 miles below town, landed the boat, and then one pilot. Second mate and 4 deckhands took the sounding boat and shoved out in the ice to hunt the channel. They failed to find it, and the ice drifted them ashore. The pilot left the men with the boat and walked back to us, a mile and a half. Then the other pilot and myself, with a larger crew of men, started out and met with the same fate. We drifted ashore just below the other boat. Then the fun commenced. We made fast a line 20 fathoms long to the bow of the yawl, and put the men, both crews, to it like horses on the shore. Brown, the pilot, stood in the bow with an oar to keep her head out, and I took the tiller. We would start the men, and all would go well till the yawl would bring up on a heavy cake of ice, and then the men would drop like so many 10 pins, while Brown assumed the horizontal in the bottom of the boat. After an hour's hard work we got back, with ice half an inch thick on the oars. Sent back and warped up the other yawl, and then George, the first mentioned pilot, and myself took a double crew of fresh men and tried it again. This time we found the channel in less than half an hour, and landed on an island till the Pennsylvania came along and took us off. The next day was colder still. I was out in the yawl twice, and then we got through, but the infernal steamboat came near running over us. We went 10 miles further, landed, and George and I cleared out again. Found the channel first trial, but got caught in a gorge and drifted helplessly down the river. The ocean spray came along and started into the ice after us, but although she didn't succeed in her kind intention of taking us aboard, her waves washed us out, and that was all we wanted. We landed on an island, built a big fire, and waited for the boat. She started and ran aground. It commenced raining and sleeting, and a very interesting time we had on that barren sandbar for the next 4 hours, when the boat got off and took us aboard. The next day was terribly cold. We sounded Hat Island, warped up around the bar, and sounded again. But in order to understand our situation, you will have to read Dr. Kane. It would have been impossible to get back to the boat, but the Maria Denning was aground at the head of the island. They hailed us. We ran alongside, and they hoisted us in and thawed us out. We had then been out in the yawl from 4 o'clock in the morning till half past 9 without being near a fire. There was a thick coating of ice over men, yawl, ropes, and everything else, and we looked like rock candy statuary. We got to St. Louis this morning, after an absence of 3 weeks. That boat generally makes the trip in 2. Henry was doing little or nothing here, and I sent him to our clerk to work his way for a trip, by measuring wood piles, counting coal boxes, and other clerkly duties, which he performed satisfactorily. He may go down with us again, for I expect he likes our bill of fare better than that of his boarding house. I got your letter at Memphis as I went down. That is the best place to write me at. The post office here is always out of my route, somehow or other. Remember the direction: S.L.C., steamer Pennsylvania, care Duval and Algeo, wharf boat, Memphis. I cannot correspond with a paper, because when one is learning the river he is not allowed to do or think about anything else. I am glad to see you in such high spirits about the land, and I hope you will remain so, if you never get richer. I seldom venture to think about our landed wealth, for hope deferred maketh the heart sick. I did intend to answer your letter, but I am too lazy and too sleepy now. We have had a rough time during the last 24 hours working through the ice between Cairo and St. Louis, and I have had but little rest. I got here too late to see the funeral of the 10 victims by the burning of the Pacific Hotel in 7th Street. Ma says there were 10 hearses, with the fire companies, their engines in mourning, firemen in uniform, the various benevolent societies in uniform and mourning, and a multitude of citizens and strangers forming altogether a procession of 30,000 persons. One steam fire engine was drawn by 4 white horses, with crape festoons on their heads. Well, I am, just about, asleep. Your brother, Sam. Among other things, we gather from this letter that Orion Clemens had faith in his brother as a newspaper correspondent, though the 2 contributions from Cincinnati, already mentioned, were not promising. Furthermore, we get an intimation of Orion's unfailing confidence in the future of the land, that is to say, the great tract of land in eastern Tennessee, which, in an earlier day, his father had bought as a heritage for his children. It is the same Tennessee land that had millions in it for Colonel Sellers, the land that would become, as Orion Clemens long afterward phrased it, the worry of 3 generations. The Dr. Kane of this letter is, of course, Dr. Elijah Kent Kane, the American Arctic explorer. Any book of exploration always appealed to Mark Twain, and in those days Cain was a favorite. The paragraph concerning Henry and his employment on the Pennsylvania begins the story of a tragedy. The story has been fully told elsewhere. Mark Twain, a biography by same author, and need only be sketched briefly here. Henry, a gentle, faithful boy, shared with his brother the enmity of the pilot Brown. Some 2 months following the date of the foregoing letter, on a down trip of the Pennsylvania, an unprovoked attack made by Brown upon the boy brought his brother Sam to the rescue. Brown received a good pummeling at the hands of the future humorist, who, though upheld by the captain, decided to quit the Pennsylvania at New Orleans and to come up the river by another boat. The Brown episode has no special bearing on the main tragedy, though now in retrospect it seems closely related to it. Samuel Clemens, coming up the river on the A.T. Lacey, 2 days behind the Pennsylvania, heard a voice shout as they approached the Greenville, Mississippi landing. "The Pennsylvania is blown up just below Memphis, at Ship Island. 150 lives lost." It was a true report. At 6 o'clock of a warm mid-June morning, while loading wood 60 miles below Memphis, the Pennsylvania's boilers had exploded with fearful results. Henry Clemens was among the injured. He was still alive when his brother reached Memphis on the Lacey, but died a few days later. Samuel Clemens had idolized the boy and regarded himself responsible for his death. The letter that follows shows that he was overwrought by the scenes about him and the strain of watching. Yet the anguish of it is none the less real. To Mrs. Orion Clemens: Memphis, Tennessee, Friday, June 18, 1858. Dear Sister Mollie, long before this reaches you, my poor Henry, my darling, my pride, my glory, my all, will have finished his blameless career, and the light of my life will have gone out in utter darkness. O God, this is hard to bear. Hardened, hopeless, I, lost, lost, lost and ruined sinner as I am, I, even I, have humbled myself to the ground, and prayed as never man prayed before, that the great God might let this cup pass from me, that he would strike me to the earth, but spare my brother, that he would pour out the fullness of his just wrath upon my wicked head, but have mercy, mercy, mercy upon that unoffending boy. The horrors of 3 days have swept over me. They have blasted my youth and left me an old man before my time. Mollie, there are gray hairs in my head tonight. For 48 hours I labored at the bedside of my poor burned and bruised but uncomplaining brother, and then the star of my hope went out and left me in the gloom of despair. Men take me by the hand and congratulate me, and call me lucky because I was not on the Pennsylvania when she blew up. May God forgive them, for they know not what they say. Mollie, you do not understand why I was not on that boat. I will tell you. I left St. Louis on her, but on the way down Mr. Brown, the pilot that was killed by the explosion, poor fellow, quarreled with Henry without cause while I was steering. Henry started out of the pilot house. Brown jumped up and collared him, turned him halfway around and struck him in the face, and him nearly 6 feet high struck my little brother. I was wild from that moment. I left the boat to steer herself and avenge the insult, and the captain said I was right, that he would discharge Brown in New Orleans if he could get another pilot, and would do it in St. Louis anyhow. Of course both of us could not return to St. Louis on the same boat. No pilot could be found, and the captain sent me to the A.T. Lacey, with orders to her captain to bring me to St. Louis. Had another pilot been found, poor Brown would have been the lucky man. I was on the Pennsylvania 5 minutes before she left New Orleans, and I must tell you the truth, Mollie, 300 human beings perished by that fearful disaster. Henry was asleep, was blown up, then fell back on the hot boilers, and I suppose that rubbish fell on him, for he is injured internally. He got into the water and swam to shore, and got into the flatboat with the other survivors. Henry had returned once to the Pennsylvania to render assistance to the passengers. Later he had somehow made his way to the flatboat. He had nothing on but his wet shirt, and he lay there burning up with a southern sun and freezing in the wind till the Kate Frisbee came along. His wounds were not dressed till he got to Memphis 15 hours after the explosion. He was senseless and motionless for 12 hours after that. But may God bless Memphis, the noblest city on the face of the earth. She has done her duty by these poor afflicted creatures, especially Henry, for he has had 5, 10, 15, 20 times the care and attention that any one else has had. Dr. Peyton, the best physician in Memphis (he is exactly like the portraits of Webster), sat by him for 36 hours. There are 32 scalded men in that room, and you would know Dr. Peyton better than I can describe him, if you could follow him around and hear each man murmur as he passes, "May the God of heaven bless you, doctor." The ladies have done well, too. Our second mate, a handsome, noble-hearted young fellow, will die. Yesterday a beautiful girl of 15 stooped timidly down by his side and handed him a pretty bouquet. The poor suffering boy's eyes kindled, his lips quivered out a gentle "God bless you, miss," and he burst into tears. He made them write her name on a card for him, that he might not forget it. Pray for me, Mollie, and pray for my poor sinless brother. Your unfortunate brother, Samuel L. Clemens. P. S. I got here 2 days after Henry. It is said that Mark Twain never really recovered from the tragedy of his brother's death, that it was responsible for the serious, pathetic look that the face of the world's greatest laugh-maker always wore in repose. He went back to the river, and in September of the same year, after an apprenticeship of less than 18 months, received his license as a St. Louis and New Orleans pilot, and was accepted by his old chief, Bixby, as full partner on an important boat. In Life on the Mississippi, Mark Twain makes the period of his study from 2 to 2½ years, but this is merely an attempt to magnify his dullness. He was, in fact, an apt pupil, and a pilot of very high class. Clemens was now suddenly lifted to a position of importance. The Mississippi River pilot of those days was a person of distinction, earning a salary then regarded as princely. Certainly $250 a month was large for a boy of 23. At once, of course, he became the head of the Clemens family. His brother Orion was 10 years older, but he had not the gift of success. By common consent, the younger brother assumed permanently the position of family counselor and financier. We expect him to feel the importance of his new position, and he is too human to disappoint us. Incidentally, we notice an improvement in his English. He no longer writes "between you and I." Fragment of a letter to Orion Clemens, written at St. Louis in 1859. I am not talking nonsense. Now I am in earnest. I want you to keep your troubles and your plans out of the reach of meddlers, until the latter are consummated, so that in case you fail, no one will know it but yourself. Above all things, between you and me, never tell Ma any of your troubles. She never slept a wink the night your last letter came, and she looks distressed yet. Write only cheerful news to her. You know that she will not be satisfied so long as she thinks anything is going on that she is ignorant of, and she makes a little fuss about it when her suspicions are awakened. but that makes no difference. I know that it is better that she be kept in the dark concerning all things of an unpleasant nature. She upbraids me occasionally for giving her only the bright side of my affairs, but unfortunately for her she has to put up with it, for I know that troubles that I curse a while and forget would disturb her slumbers for some time. Parenthesis number 2, possibly because she is deprived of the soothing consolation of swearing. Tell her the good news and me the bad. Putting all things together, I begin to think I am rather lucky than otherwise, a notion which I was slow to take up. The other night I was about to round to for a storm, but concluded that I could find a smoother bank somewhere. I landed 5 miles below. The storm came, passed away, and did not injure us. Coming up, day before yesterday, I looked at the spot I first chose, and half the trees on the bank were torn to shreds. We couldn't have lived 5 minutes in such a tornado. And I am also lucky in having a berth, while all the young pilots are idle. This is the luckiest circumstance that ever befell me. Not on account of the wages, for that is a secondary consideration, but from the fact that the city of Memphis is the largest boat in the trade, and the hardest to pilot, and consequently I can get a reputation on her, which is a thing I never could accomplish on a transient boat. I can bank in the neighborhood of $100 a month on her, and that will satisfy me for the present, principally because the other youngsters are sucking their fingers. Bless me, what a pleasure there is in revenge, and what vast respect prosperity commands. Why, 6 months ago I could enter the rooms and receive only a customary fraternal greeting. But now they say, "Why, how are you, old fellow? When did you get in?" And the young pilots who used to tell me, patronizingly, that I could never learn the river, cannot keep from showing a little of their chagrin at seeing me so far ahead of them. Permit me to blow my horn, for I derive a living pleasure from these things, and I must confess that when I go to pay my dues I rather like to let the rascals get a glimpse of $100 bill peeping out from amongst notes of smaller dimensions, whose face I do not exhibit. You will despise this egotism, but I tell you there is a stern joy in it. Pilots did not remain long on one boat as a rule. Just why, it is not so easy to understand. Perhaps they liked the experience of change. Perhaps both captain and pilot liked the pursuit of the ideal. In the light-hearted letter that follows, written to a friend of the family, formerly of Hannibal, we get something of the uncertainty of the pilot's engagements. To Mrs. Elizabeth W. Smith, in Jackson, Cape Girardeau County, Missouri. St. Louis, October 31, probably 1859. Dear Aunt Betsy, Ma has not written you because she did not know when I would get started down the river again. You see, Aunt Betsy, I made but one trip on the packet after you left, and then concluded to remain at home a while. I have just discovered this morning that I am to go to New Orleans on the Colonel Chambers. Fine light draft, swift running passenger steamer, all modern accommodations and improvements, through with dispatch, for freight or passage apply on board, or to, but I have forgotten the agent's name, however. It makes no difference, and as I was saying, or had intended to say, Aunt Betsy, probably, if you are ready to come up, you had better take the Ben Lewis, the best boat in the packet line. She will be at Cape Girardeau at noon on Saturday, day after tomorrow, and will reach here at breakfast time Sunday. If Mr. Hamilton is chief clerk, very well, I am slightly acquainted with him. And if Messrs. Carter Gray and Dean somebody, I have forgotten his other name, are in the pilot house, very well again, I am acquainted with them. Just tell Mr. Gray, Aunt Betsy, that I wish him to place himself at your command. All the family are well, except myself. I am in a bad way again. Disease. Love in its most malignant form. Hopes are entertained of my recovery, however. At the dinner table, excellent symptom, I am still as terrible as an army with banners. Aunt Betsy, the wickedness of this world. But I haven't time to moralize this morning. Good bye, Sam Clemens. As we do not hear of this attack again, the recovery was probably prompt. His letters are not frequent enough for us to keep track of his boats, but we know that he was associated with Bixby from time to time, and now and again with one of the Bowen boys, his old Hannibal schoolmates. He was reveling in the river life, the ease and distinction and romance of it. No other life would ever suit him as well. He was at the age to enjoy just what it brought him, at the airy, golden, overweening age of youth. To Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa: St. Louis, March, 1860. My dear brother, your last has just come to hand. It reminds me strongly of Tom Hood's letters to his family, which I have been reading lately. But yours only remind me of his, for although there is a striking likeness, your humor is much finer than his, and far better expressed. Tom Hood's wit, in his letters, has a savor of labor about it which is very disagreeable. Your letter is good. That portion of it wherein the Old Sow figures is the very best thing I have seen lately. Its quiet style resembles Goldsmith's Citizen of the World and Don Quixote, which are my beau ideals of fine writing. You have paid the preacher. Well, that is good also. What a man wants with religion in these breadless times surpasses my comprehension. Pamela and I have just returned from a visit to the most wonderfully beautiful painting which this city has ever seen. Church's Heart of the Andes, which represents a lovely valley with its rich vegetation in all the bloom and glory of a tropical summer, dotted with birds and flowers of all colors and shades of color, and sunny slopes and shady corners and twilight groves and cool cascades, all grandly set off with a majestic mountain in the background, with its gleaming summit clothed in everlasting ice and snow. I have seen it several times, but it is always a new picture, totally new. You seem to see nothing the second time which you saw the first. We took the opera glass and examined its beauties minutely, for the naked eye cannot discern the little wayside flowers and soft shadows and patches of sunshine and half-hidden bunches of grass and jets of water which form some of its most enchanting features. There's no slurring of perspective effect about it. The most distant, the minutest object in it has a marked and distinct personality, so that you may count the very leaves on the trees. When you first see the tame, ordinary looking picture, your first impulse is to turn your back upon it, and say, "Humbug!" But your third visit will find your brain gasping and straining with futile efforts to take all the wonder in, and appreciate it in its fullness, and understand how such a miracle could have been conceived and executed by human brain and human hands. You will never get tired of looking at the picture, but your reflections, your efforts to grasp an intelligible something, you hardly know what, will grow so painful that you will have to go away from the thing in order to obtain relief. You may find relief, but you cannot banish the picture. It remains with you still. It is in my mind now, and the smallest feature could not be removed without my detecting it. So much for the Heart of the Andes. Ma was delighted with her trip, but she was disgusted with the girls for allowing me to embrace and kiss them, and she was horrified at the schottische as performed by Miss Castle and myself. She was perfectly willing for me to dance until 12 o'clock at the imminent peril of my going to sleep on the after watch, but then she would top off with a very inconsistent sermon on dancing in general, ending with a terrific broadside aimed at that heresy of heresies, the schottische. I took Ma and the girls in a carriage, round that portion of New Orleans where the finest gardens and residences are to be seen, and although it was a blazing hot dusty day, they seemed hugely delighted. To use an expression which is commonly ignored in polite society, they were hell bent on stealing some of the luscious looking oranges from branches which overhung the fences, but I restrained them. They were not aware before that shrubbery could be made to take any queer shape which a skillful gardener might choose to twist it into, so they found not only beauty but novelty in their visit. We went out to Lake Pontchartrain in the cars. Your brother, Sam Clemens. We have not before heard of Miss Castle, who appears to have been one of the girls who accompanied Jane Clemens on the trip which her son gave her to New Orleans, but we may guess that the other was his cousin and good comrade Ella Creel. One wishes that he might have left us a more extended account of that long ago river journey, a fuller glimpse of a golden age that has vanished as completely as the days of Washington. We may smile at the natural youthful desire to air his reading and his art appreciation, and we may find his opinions not without interest. We may even commend them in part. Perhaps we no longer count the leaves on Church's trees, but Goldsmith and Cervantes still deserve the place assigned them. He does not tell us what boat he was on at this time, but later in the year he was with Bixby again, on the Alonzo Child. We get a bit of the pilot in port in his next. To Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa: Alonzo Child, New Orleans, September 28, 1860. Dear Brother, I just received yours and Molly's letter yesterday. They had been here 2 weeks, forwarded from St. Louis. We got here yesterday. We'll leave at noon today. Of course, I've had no time in 24 hours to do anything. Therefore, I'll answer after we are under way again. Yesterday I had many things to do, but Bixby and I got with the pilots of 2 other boats and went off dissipating on a $10 dinner at a French restaurant. Breathe it not unto Ma. Where we ate sheephead, fish with mushrooms, shrimps and oysters, birds, coffee with brandy burnt in it, etc., etc. Ate, drank and smoked from 2 p.m. until 5 o'clock, and then the day was too far gone to do anything. Please find enclosed and acknowledge receipt of $20. In haste, Sam L. Clemens. It should be said, perhaps, that when he became pilot, Jane Clemens had released her son from his pledge in the matter of cards and liquor. This license did not upset him, however. He cared very little for either of these dissipations. His one great indulgence was tobacco, a matter upon which he was presently to receive some grave counsel. He reports it in his next letter, a sufficiently interesting document. The clairvoyant of this visit was Madame Caprell, famous in her day. Clemens had been urged to consult her, and one idle afternoon concluded to make the experiment. The letter reporting the matter to his brother is fragmentary, and is the last remaining to us of the piloting period. Fragment of a letter to Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa, New Orleans, February 6, 1862. She's a very pleasant little lady, rather pretty, about 28, say 5 feet 2 and 1/4, would weigh 116, has black eyes and hair, is polite and intelligent, used good language, and talks much faster than I do. She invited me into the little back parlor, closed the door, and we were alone. We sat down facing each other, then she asked my age. Then she put her hands before her eyes a moment, and commenced talking as if she had a good deal to say and not much time to say it in. Something after this style: "Yours is a watery planet. You gain your livelihood on the water. But you should have been a lawyer. There is where your talents lie. You might have distinguished yourself as an orator, or as an editor. You have written a great deal. You write well, but you are rather out of practice. No matter. You will be in practice some day. You have a superb constitution, and as excellent health as any man in the world. You have great powers of endurance. In your profession, your strength holds out against the longest sieges, without flagging. Still, the upper part of your lungs, the top of them, is slightly affected. You must take care of yourself. You do not drink, but you use entirely too much tobacco, and you must stop it. Mind, not moderate, but stop the use of it totally. Then I can almost promise you 86, when you will surely die. Otherwise, look out for 28, 31, 34, 47, and 65. Be careful, for you are not of a long-lived race, that is on your father's side. You are the only healthy member of your family, and the only one in it who has anything like the certainty of attaining to a great age. So stop using tobacco, and be careful of yourself. In some respects you take after your father, but you are much more like your mother, who belongs to the long-lived, energetic side of the house. You never brought all your energies to bear upon any subject but what you accomplished it. For instance, you are self-made, self-educated. Which proves nothing. Don't interrupt. When you sought your present occupation, you found 1,000 obstacles in the way, obstacles unknown, not even suspected by any save you and me, since you keep such matters to yourself. But you fought your way, and hid the long struggle under a mask of cheerfulness, which saved your friends anxiety on your account. To do all this requires all the qualities I have named. You flatter well, madam. Don't interrupt. Up to within a short time, you had always lived from hand to mouth. Now you are in easy circumstances, for which you need give credit to no one but yourself. The turning point in your life occurred in 1840, 7, 8, which was a death perhaps, and this threw you upon the world and made you what you are. It was always intended that you should make yourself. Therefore it was well that this calamity occurred as early as it did. You will never die of water, although your career upon it in the future seems well sprinkled with misfortune. You will continue upon the water for some time yet. You will not retire, finally, until 10 years from now. What is your brother's age? 35, and a lawyer, and in pursuit of an office? Well, he stands a better chance than the other two, and he may get it. He is too visionary, is always flying off on a new hobby. This will never do. Tell him I said so. He is a good lawyer, a very good lawyer, and a fine speaker, is very popular and much respected, and makes many friends, but although he retains their friendship, he loses their confidence by displaying his instability of character. The land he has now will be very valuable after a while. Say 50 years hence, or thereabouts, madam? No, less time, but never mind the land. That is a secondary consideration. Let him drop that for the present, and devote himself to his business and politics with all his might, for he must hold offices under the government. After a while you will possess a good deal of property, Retire at the end of 10 years, after which your pursuits will be literary. Try the law. You will certainly succeed. I am done now. If you have any questions to ask them freely, and if it be in my power, I will answer without reserve. Without reserve. I asked a few questions of minor importance, paid her $2, and left, under the decided impression that going to the fortune teller's was just as good as going to the opera, and the cost scarcely a trifle more. Ergo, I will disguise myself and go again one of these days, when other amusements fail. Now isn't she the devil? That is to say, isn't she a right smart little woman? When you want money, let Ma know, and she will send it. She and Pamela are always fussing about change, so I sent them 120 quarters yesterday. Fiddler's change enough to last till I get back, I reckon. Sam. It is not so difficult to credit Madame Caprell with clairvoyant powers when one has read the letters of Samuel Clemens up to this point. If we may judge by those that have survived, her prophecy of literary distinction for him was hardly warranted by anything she could have known of his past performance. These letters of his youth have a value today only because they were written by the man who later was to become Mark Twain. The squibs and skits which he sometimes contributed to the New Orleans papers were bright, perhaps, and pleasing to his pilot associates, but they were without literary value. He was 25 years old. More than one author has achieved reputation at that age. Mark Twain was of slower growth. At that age he had not even developed a definite literary ambition. Whatever the basis of Madame Caprell's prophecy, we must admit that she was a good guesser on several matters, a right smart little woman, as Clemens himself phrased it. She overlooked one item, however, the proximity of the Civil War. Perhaps it was too close at hand for second sight. A little more than 2 months after the Caprell letter was written, Fort Sumter was fired upon. Mark Twain had made his last trip as a pilot up the river to St. Louis. The nation was plunged into a 4 years' conflict. There are no letters of this immediate period. Young Clemens went to Hannibal, and enlisting in a private company, composed mainly of old schoolmates, went soldiering for 2 rainy, inglorious weeks, by the end of which he had had enough of war, and furthermore had discovered that he was more of a Union abolitionist than a slaveholding secessionist, as he had at first supposed. Convictions were likely to be rather infirm during those early days of the war, and subject to change without notice. Especially was this so in a border state. End of Section 2. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 3 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 1, Part 1 of Chapter 3. Letters, 1861 to 62. On the Frontier. Mining Adventures. Journalistic Beginnings. Clemens went from the battle front to Keokuk, where Orion was preparing to accept the appointment prophesied by Madame Caprell. Orion was a staunch Unionist, and a member of Lincoln's cabinet had offered him the secretaryship of the new territory of Nevada. Orion had accepted, and only needed funds to carry him to his destination. His pilot brother had the funds, and upon being appointed private secretary agreed to pay both passages on the overland stage which would bear them across the Great Plains from St. Joe to Carson City. Mark Twain, in Roughing It, had described that glorious journey and the frontier life that followed it. His letters form a supplement of realism to a tale that is more or less fictitious, though marvelously true in color and background. The first bears no date, but it was written not long after their arrival, August 14, 1861. It is not complete, but there is enough of it to give us a very fair picture of Carson City, a wooden town, its population 2,000 souls. Part of a letter to Mrs. Jane Clemens, in St. Louis, date not given, but September or October, 1861. My dear Mother, I hope you will all come out here some day, but I shan't consent to invite you until we can receive you in style. But I guess we shall be able to do that one of these days. I intend that Pamela shall live on Lake Bigler until she can knock a bull down with her fist, say about 3 months. Tell everything, as it is no better and no worse. Well, Gold Hill sells at $5,000 per foot, cash down. Wildcat isn't worth 10 cents. The country is fabulously rich in gold, silver, copper, lead, coal, iron, quicksilver, marble, granite, chalk, plaster of Paris, gypsum, thieves, murderers, desperadoes, ladies, children, lawyers, Christians, Indians, Chinamen, Spaniards, gamblers, sharpers, coyotes, pronounced coyotes, poets, preachers, and jackass rabbits. I overheard a gentleman say the other day that it was the blankest country under the sun, and that comprehensive conception I fully subscribe to. It never rains here, and the dew never falls, no flowers grow here, and no green thing gladdens the eye. The birds that fly over the land carry their provisions with them. Only the crow and the raven tarry with us. Our city lies in the midst of a desert of the purest, most unadulterated and compromising sand, in which infernal soil nothing but that fag end of vegetable creation, sagebrush, ventures to grow. If you will take a Lilliputian cedar tree for a model, and build a dozen imitations of it with the stiffest article of telegraph wire, set them 1 foot apart and then try to walk through them, you'll understand, provided the floor is covered 12 inches deep with sand, what it is to wander through a sagebrush desert. When crushed, sagebrush emits an odor which isn't exactly magnolia, and equally isn't exactly polecat, but is a sort of compromise between the two. It looks a good deal like greasewood, and is the ugliest plant that was ever conceived of. It is gray in color. On the plains, sagebrush and greasewood grow about twice as large as the common geranium, and in my opinion they are a very good substitute for that useless vegetable. Greasewood is a perfect, most perfect imitation in miniature of a live oak tree, barring the color of it. As to the other fruits and flowers of the country, there ain't any, except pulu, or tula, or whatever they call it, a species of unpoetical willow that grows on the banks of the Carson, a river 20 yards wide, knee deep, and so villainously rapid and crooked that it looks like it had wandered into the country without intending it, and had run about in a bewildered way and got lost, in its hurry to get out again before some thirsty man came along and drank it up. I said we are situated in a flat, sandy desert, true, and surrounded on all sides by such prodigious mountains that when you gaze at them a while and begin to conceive of their grandeur, and next to feel their vastness expanding your soul, and ultimately find yourself growing and swelling and spreading into a giant, I say when this point is reached, you look disdainfully down upon the insignificant village of Carson, and in that instant you are seized with a burning desire to stretch forth your hand, put the city in your pocket, and walk off with it. As to churches, I believe they have got a Catholic one here, but like that one the New York fireman spoke of, I believe they don't run her now. Now, although we are surrounded by sand, the greatest part of the town is built upon what was once a very pretty grassy spot, and the streams of pure water that used to poke about it in rural sloth and solitude now pass through on dusty streets and gladden the hearts of men by reminding them that there is at least something here that hath its prototype among the homes they left behind. And up King's Canyon (please pronounce canyon, after the manner of the natives) there are ranches or farms where they say hay grows, and grass, and beets, and onions, and turnips, and other truck which is suitable for cows, yes, and even Irish potatoes; also cabbage, peas, and beans. The houses are mostly frame, unplastered, but papered inside with flour sacks sewed together, and the handsomer the brand upon the sacks is, the neater the house looks. Occasionally you stumble on a stone house. On account of the dryness of the country, the shingles on the houses warp till they look like short joints of stove pipe split lengthwise. Remainder missing. In this letter is something of the wild freedom of the West, which later would contribute to his fame. The spirit of the frontier of Mark Twain was beginning to stir him. There had been no secretary work for him to do, and no provision for payment. He found his profit in studying human nature and in prospecting native resources. He was not interested in mining, not yet. With a boy named John Kinney he made an excursion to Lake Bigler, now Tahoe, and located a timber claim really of great value. They were supposed to build a fence around it, but they were too full of the enjoyment of camp life to complete it. They put in most of their time wandering through the stately forest or drifting over the transparent lake in a boat left there by lumbermen. They built themselves a brush house, but they did not sleep in it. In Roughing It he writes: "It never occurred to us, for one thing, and besides, it was built to hold the ground, and that was enough. We did not wish to strain it." They were having a glorious time, when their campfire got away from them and burned up their claim. His next letter, of which the beginning is missing, describes the fire. Fragment of a letter to Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett in St. Louis. The level ranks of flame were relieved at intervals by the standard bearers, as we called the tall dead trees wrapped in fire and waving their blazing banners 100 feet in the air. Then we could turn from this scene to the lake and see every branch and leaf and cataract of flame upon its bank perfectly reflected as in a gleaming fiery mirror. The mighty roaring of the conflagration, together with our solitary and somewhat unsafe position, for there was no one within 6 miles of us, rendered the scene very impressive. Occasionally one of us would remove his pipe from his mouth and say, "Superb! Magnificent! Beautiful! But by the Lord God Almighty, if we attempt to sleep in this little patch tonight, we'll never live till morning, for if we don't burn up, we'll certainly suffocate." But he was persuaded to sit up until we felt pretty safe as far as the fire was concerned, and then we turned in, with many misgivings. When we got up in the morning, we found that the fire had burned small pieces of driftwood within 6 feet of our boat, and had made its way to within 4 or 5 steps of us on the south side. We looked like lava men, covered as we were with ashes and begrimed with smoke. We were very black in the face, but we soon washed ourselves white again. John D. Kinney, a Cincinnati boy, and a first-rate fellow, too, who came out with Judge Turner, was my comrade. We stayed at the lake 4 days. I had plenty of fun, for John constantly reminded me of Sam Bowen when we were on our campaign in Missouri. But first and foremost, for Annie's, Molly's, and Pamela's comfort, Be it known that I have never been guilty of profane language since I have been in this Territory, and Kinney hardly ever swears. But sometimes human nature gets the better of him. On the second day we started to go by land to the lower camp, a distance of 3 miles over the mountains, each carrying an axe. I don't think we got lost exactly, but we wandered 4 hours over the steepest, rockiest and most dangerous piece of country in the world. I couldn't keep from laughing at Kinney's distress, so I kept behind so that he could not see me. After he would get over a dangerous place with infinite labor and constant apprehension, he would stop, lean on his axe and look around, then behind, then ahead, and then drop his head and ruminate a while. Then he would draw a long sigh and say, "Well, could any billygoat have scaled that place without breaking his neck?" And I would reply, "No, I don't think he could." "No, you don't think he could," mimicking me. "Why don't you curse the infernal place? You know you want to." "I do, and will curse the thieving country as long as I live." Then we would toil on in silence for a while. Finally I told him, "Well, John, what if we don't find our way out of this today? We'll know all about the country when we get out." "Oh, stuff! I know enough, and too much about the villainous locality already." Finally we reached the camp, but as we brought no provisions with us, the first subject that presented itself to us was how to get back. John swore he wouldn't walk back, so we rolled a drift log apiece into the lake, and set about making paddles, intending to straddle the logs and paddle ourselves back home some time or other. But the lake objected, got stormy, and we had to give it up. So we set out for the only house on this side of the lake, 3 miles from there down the shore. We found the way without any trouble, reached there before sundown, played 3 games of cribbage, borrowed a dugout, and pulled back 6 miles to the upper camp. As we had eaten nothing since sunrise, we did not waste time in cooking our supper or in eating it either. After supper we got out our pipes, built a rousing camp fire in the open air, established a faro bank (an institution of this country) on our huge flat granite dining table, and bet white beans till 1 o'clock, when John went to bed. We were up before the sun the next morning, went out on the lake and caught a fine trout for breakfast. But unfortunately I spoilt part of the breakfast. We had coffee and tea boiling on the fire, in coffee pots, and fearing they might not be strong enough, I added more ground coffee and more tea. But you know mistakes will happen. I put the tea in the coffee pot, and the coffee in the tea pot, and if you imagine that they were not villainous mixtures, just try the effect once. And so Bella is to be married on the 1st of October. Well, I send her and her husband my very best wishes, and I may not be here, but wherever I am on that night, we'll have a rousing camp fire and a jollification in honor of the event. In a day or 2 we shall probably go to the lake and build another cabin and fence, and get everything into satisfactory trim before our trip to Esmeralda about the 1st of November. What has become of Sam Bowen? I would give my last shirt to have him out here. I will make no promises, but I believe if John would give him $1,000 and send him out here, he would not regret it. He might possibly do very well here, but he could do little without capital. Remember me to all my St. Louis and Keokuk friends, and tell Charlie and Hallie Renson that I heard a military band play "What Are the Wild Waves Saying" the other night, and it reminded me very forcibly of them. It brought Ella Creel and Belle across the desert, too, in an instant, for they sang the song in Orion's yard the first time I ever heard it. It was like meeting an old friend. I tell you I could have swallowed that whole band, trombone and all, if such a compliment would have been any gratification to them. Love to the young folks, Sam. The reference in the foregoing letter to Esmeralda has to do with mining plans. He was beginning to be mildly interested, and, with his brother Orion, had acquired "feet" in an Esmeralda camp, probably at a very small price, so small as to hold out no exciting prospect of riches. In his next letter he gives us the size of this claim, which he has visited. His interest, however, still appears to be chiefly in his timber claim on Lake Bigler, Tahoe, though we are never to hear of it again after this letter. To Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Carson City, October 25, 1861. MY DEAR SISTER, I have just finished reading your letter and Ma's of September 8th. How in the world could they have been so long coming? You ask me if I have forgotten my promise to lay a claim for Mr. Moffett. By no means. I have already laid a timber claim on the borders of a lake Bigler, which throws Como in the shade, and if we succeed in getting one Mr. Jones to move his sawmill up there, Mr. Moffett can just consider that claim better than bank stock. Jones says he will move his mill up next spring. In that claim I took up about 2 miles in length by 1 in width, and the names in it are as follows: Sam L. Clemens, William A. Moffett, Thomas Nye, and 3 others. It is situated on Sam Clemens Bay, so named by Captain Nye, and it goes by that name among the inhabitants of that region. I had better stop about the lake, though, for whenever I think of it I want to go there and die, the place is so beautiful. I'll build a country seat there one of these days that will make the devil's mouth water if he ever visits the earth. Jim Lampton will never know whether I laid a claim there for him or not until he comes here himself. We have now got about 1,650 feet of mining ground, and if it proves good Mr. Moffett's name will go in. If not, I can get feet for him in the spring, which will be good. You see, Pamela, the trouble does not consist in getting mining ground, for that is plenty enough, but the money to work it with after you get it is the mischief. When I was in Esmeralda, a young fellow gave me 50 feet in the Black Warrior, an unprospected claim. The other day he wrote me that he had gone down 8 feet on the ledge, and found it 8 feet thick, and pretty good rock, too. He said he could take out rock now if there were a mill to crush it, but the mills are all engaged. There are only 4 of them. So, if I were willing, he would suspend work until spring. I wrote him to let it alone at present, because, you see, in the spring I can go down myself and help him look after it. There will then be 20 mills there. Orion and I have confidence enough in this country to think that if the war will let us alone we can make Mr. Moffett rich without its ever costing him a cent of money or particle of trouble. We shall lay plenty of claims for him, but if they never pay him anything they will never cost him anything. Orion and I are not financiers. Therefore you must persuade Uncle Jim to come out here and help us in that line. I have written to him twice to come. I wrote him today. In both letters I told him not to let you or Ma know that we dealt in such romantic nonsense as brilliant prospects, because I always did hate for anyone to know what my plans or hopes or prospects were, for if I kept people in ignorance in these matters no one could be disappointed but myself if they were not realized. You know, I never told you that I went on the river under a promise to pay Bixby $500 until I had paid the money and cleared my skirts of the possibility of having my judgment criticized. I would not say anything about our prospects now if we were nearer home. But I suppose at this distance you are more anxious than you would be if you saw us every month, and therefore it is hardly fair to keep you in the dark. However, keep these matters to yourselves, and then if we fail, we'll keep the laugh in the family. What we want now is something that will commence paying immediately. We have got a chance to get into a claim where they say a tunnel has been run 150 feet and the lead struck. I got a horse yesterday and went out with the Attorney General and the claim owner, and we tried to go to the claim by a new route and got lost in the mountains. Sunset overtook us before we found the claim. My horse got too lame to carry me, and I got down and drove him ahead of me till within 4 miles of town. Then we sent Rice on ahead. Bunker, whose horse was in good condition, undertook to lead mine, and I followed after him. Darkness shut him out from my view in less than a minute, and within the next minute I lost the road and got to wandering in the sagebrush. I would find the road occasionally, and then lose it again in a minute or so. I got to Carson about 9 o'clock at night, but not by the road I traveled when I left it. The General says my horse did very well for a while, but soon refused to lead. Then he dismounted and had a jolly time driving both horses ahead of him and chasing them here and there through the sagebrush. It does my soul good when I think of it, until he got to town, when both animals deserted him, and he cursed them handsomely and came home alone. Of course the horses went to their stables. Tell Sammy I will lay a claim for him, and he must come out and attend to it. He must get rid of that propensity for tumbling down, though, for when we get fairly started here I don't think we shall have time to pick up those who fall. That is Stoughter's house, I expect, that Cousin Jim has moved into. This is just the country for Cousin Jim to live in. I don't believe it would take him 6 months to make $100,000 here, if he had $3,000 to commence with. I suppose he can't leave his family, though. Tell Mrs. Benson I never intend to be a lawyer. I have been a slave several times in my life, but I'll never be one again. I always intend to be so situated, unless I marry, that I can pull up stakes and clear out whenever I feel like it. We are very thankful to you, Pamela, for the papers you send. We have received half a dozen or more, and, next to letters, they are the most welcome visitors we have. Write oftener, Pamela. Your brother, Sam. The Cousin Jim mentioned in this letter is the original of the character of Colonel Sellers. Whatever Mark Twain's later opinion of Cousin Jim Lambton's financial genius may have been, he seems to have respected it at this time. More than 3 months pass until we have another letter, and in that time the mining fever had become well seated. Mark Twain himself was full of the Sellers optimism, and it was bound to overflow, fortify as he would against it. He met with little enough encouragement. With 3 companions in midwinter, he made a mining excursion to the much exploited Humboldt region, returning empty-handed after a month or 2 of hard experience. This is the trip picturesquely described in chapters 27 through 33 of Roughing It. It is set down historically in Mark Twain, a biography, Harper & Brothers. He mentions the Humboldt in his next letter, but does not confess his failure. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Carson City, February 8, 1862. My dear Mother and Sister, By George, Pamela, I begin to fear that I have invoked a spirit of some kind or other which I will find some difficulty in laying. I wasn't much terrified by your growing inclinations, but when you begin to call presentiments to your aid, I confess that I weaken. Mr. Moffett is right, as I said before, and I am not much afraid of his going wrong. Men are easily dealt with, but when you get the women started, you are in for it, you know. But I have decided on 2 things, viz., any of you, or all of you, may live in California, for that is the Garden of Eden reproduced, but you shall never live in Nevada. And secondly, none of you, save Mr. Moffett, shall ever cross the plains. If you were only going to Pike's Peak, a little matter of 700 miles from St. Joe, you might take the coach, and I wouldn't say a word. But I consider it over 2,000 miles from St. Joe to Carson, and the first 600 or 800 miles is mere 4th of July compared to the balance of the route. But Lord bless you, a man enjoys every foot of it. If you ever come here or to California, it must be by sea. Mr. Moffett must come by overland coach, though, by all means. He would consider it the jolliest little trip he ever took in his life. Either June, July, or August are the proper months to make the journey in. He could not suffer from heat, and 3 or 4 heavy armor blankets would make the cold nights comfortable. If the coach were full of passengers, 2 good blankets would probably be sufficient. If he comes, and brings plenty of money, and fails to invest it to his entire satisfaction, I will prophesy no more. But I will tell you a few things which you wouldn't have found out if I hadn't got myself into this scrape. I expect to return to St. Louis in July, per steamer. I don't say that I will return then, or that I shall be able to do it, but I expect to, you bet. I came down here from Humboldt in order to look after our Esmeralda interests, and my sore-backed horse and the bad roads have prevented me from making the journey. Yesterday one of my old Esmeralda friends, Bob Howland, arrived here, and I've had a talk with him. He owns with me in the Horatio and Derby ledge. He says our tunnel is in 52 feet, and a small stream of water has been struck, which bids fair to become a big thing by the time the ledge is reached, sufficient to supply a mill. Now if you knew anything of the value of water here, you would perceive at a glance that if the water should amount to 50 or 100 inches, we wouldn't care whether school kept or not. If the ledge should prove to be worthless, we'd sell the water for money enough to give us quite a lift. But you see, the ledge will not prove to be worthless. We have located near by a fine site for a mill, and when we strike the ledge, you know, we'll have a mill site, water power, and pay rock all handy. Then we shan't care whether we have capital or not. Mill folks will build us a mill and wait for their pay. If nothing goes wrong, we'll strike the ledge in June, and if we do, I'll be home in July, you know. Pamela, don't you know that undemonstrated human calculations won't do to bet on? Don't you know that I have only talked, as yet, but proved nothing? Don't you know that I have expended money in this country, but have made none myself? Don't you know that I have never held in my hands a gold or silver bar that belonged to me? Don't you know that it's all talk and no cider so far? Don't you know that people who always feel jolly, no matter where they are or what happens to them, who have the organ of hope preposterously developed, who are endowed with an uncongealable sanguine temperament, who never feel concerned about the price of corn, and who cannot, by any possibility, discover any but the bright side of a picture, are very apt to go to extremes, and exaggerate with 40-horse microscopic power? Of course I never tried to raise these suspicions in your mind, but then your knowledge of the fact that some people's poor frail human nature is a sort of crazy institution, anyhow, ought to have suggested them to you. Now if I hadn't thoughtlessly got you into the notion of coming out here, and thereby got myself into a scrape, I wouldn't have given you that highly colored paragraph about the mill, etc., because you know, if that pretty little picture should fail, and wash out, and go the devil generally, it wouldn't cost me the loss of an hour's sleep. But you fellows would be so much distressed on my account as I could possibly be if circumstances beyond my control were to prevent my being present at my own funeral. But, in the bright lexicon of youth, there's no such word as fail, and I'll prove it. And look here, I came near forgetting it. Don't you say a word to me about trains across the plains, because I am down on that arrangement. That sort of thing is played out, you know. The overland coach or the mail steamer is the thing. You want to know something about the route between California and Nevada Territory? Suppose you take my word for it, that it is exceedingly jolly. Or take, for a winter view, J. Ross Brown's picture, in Harper's Monthly, of pack mules tumbling 1,500 feet down the side of a mountain. Why, bless you, there's scenery on that route. You can stand on some of those noble peaks and see Jerusalem and the Holy Land, and you can start a boulder and send it tearing up the earth and crashing over trees down, down, down to the very devil, madam. And you would probably stand up there and look and stare and wonder at the magnificence spread out before you till you starve to death, if let alone. But you should take someone along to keep you moving. Since you want to know, I will inform you that an 8-stamp water mill, put up and ready for business, would cost about $10,000 to $12,000. Then the water to run it with would cost from $1,000 to $30,000, and even more, according to the location. What I mean by that is that water powers in this vicinity are immensely valuable. So, also, in Esmeralda. But Humboldt is a new country, and things don't cost so much there yet. I saw a good water power sold there for $750. But here's the way the thing is managed. A man with a good water power on Carson River will lean his axe up against a tree, provided you find him chopping cordwood at $4 a day, and taking his chalk pipe out of his mouth to afford him an opportunity to answer your questions, will look you coolly in the face and tell you his little property is worth $40,000 or $50,000. But you can easily fix him. You tell him that you'll build a quartz mill on his property, and make him a fourth or a third or half owner in said mill in consideration of the privilege of using said property, and that will bring him to his milk in a jiffy. So he spits on his hands and goes in again with his axe, until the mill is finished, when lo, out pops the quondam wood chopper, arrayed in purple and fine linen, and prepared to deal in bank stock, or bet on the races, or take government loans with an air, as to the amount, of the most don't care or damnedest unconcern that you can conceive of. By George, if I just had $1,000, I'd be all right. Now, there's the Horatio, for instance. There are 5 or 6 shareholders in it, and I know I could buy half of their interests at, say, $20 per foot, now that flour is worth $50 per barrel, and they are pressed for money. But I am hard up myself and can't buy, and in June they'll strike the ledge and then good bye canary. I can't get it for love or money. $20 a foot. Think of it. For ground that is proven to be rich, $20, madam, and we wouldn't part with a foot of our 75 for 5 times the sum. So it will be in Humboldt next summer. The boys will get pushed and sell ground for a song that is worth a fortune. But I am at the helm now. I have convinced Orion that he hasn't business talent enough to carry on a peanut stand, and he has solemnly promised me that he will meddle no more with mining, or other matters not connected with the Secretary's office. So, you see, if mines are to be bought or sold, or tunnels run, or shafts sunk, parties have to come to me, and me only. I'm the firm, you know. How long does it take one of those infernal trains to go through? Well, anywhere between 3 and 5 months. Tell Margaret that if you ever come to live in California, that you can promise her a home for 100 years, and a bully one, but she wouldn't like the country. Some people are malicious enough to think that if the devil was set at liberty and told to confine himself to Nevada Territory, that he would come here and look sadly around a while, and then get homesick and go back to hell again. But I hardly believe it, you know. I am saying, mind you, that Margaret wouldn't like the country, perhaps, nor the devil either, for that matter, or any other man. But I like it. When it rains here, it never lets up till it has done all the raining it has got to do, and after that there's a dry spell, you bet. Why, I have had my whiskers and mustaches so full of alkali dust that you'd have thought I worked in a starch factory and boarded in a flour barrel. Since we have been here there's not been a fire, although the houses are built of wood. They holler fire sometimes, though, but I am always too late to see the smoke before the fire is out, if they ever have any. Now, they raised a yell here in front of the office a moment ago. I put away my papers and locked up everything of value, and changed my boots and pulled off my coat and went and got a bucket of water and came back to see what the matter was, remarking to myself, I guess I'll be on hand this time anyway. But I met a friend on the pavement, and he said, "Where you been? Fire's out half an hour ago." Ma says Axtell was above suspicion, but I have searched through Webster's Unabridged and can't find the word. However, it's of no consequence. I hope he got down safely. I knew Axtell and his wife as well as I know Dan Haynes. Mrs. A. once tried to embarrass me in the presence of company by asking me to name her baby, when she was well aware that I didn't know the sex of that phenomenon. But I told her to call it Francis and spell it to suit herself. That was about 9 years ago, and Axtell had no property and could hardly support his family by his earnings. He was a pious cuss, though, member of Margaret Sexton's church. And Ma says it looks like a man can't hold public office and be honest. Why, certainly not, madam. A man can't hold public office and be honest. Lord bless you, it is a common practice with Orion to go about town stealing little things that happen to be lying around loose. And I don't remember having heard him speak the truth since we have been in Nevada. He even tries to prevail upon me to do these things, Ma, but I wasn't brought up in that way, you know. You showed the public what you could do in that line when you raised me, madam. But then you ought to have raised me first, so that Orion could have had the benefit of my example. Do you know that he stole all the stamps out of an 8-stamp quartz mill one night, and brought them home under his overcoat and hid them in the back room? Yours, etc., Sam. A little later he had headed for the Esmeralda Hills. Sometime in February he was established there in a camp with a young man by the name of Horatio Phillips, Raish. Later he camped with Bob Howland, who, as city marshal of Aurora, became known as the most fearless man in the territory, and still later with Calvin H. Higbie, Cal, to whom Roughing It would one day be dedicated. His own funds were exhausted by this time, and Orion, with his rather slender salary, became the financial partner of the firm. It was a comfortless life there in the Esmeralda camp. Snow covered everything. There was nothing to do, and apparently nothing to report, for there are no letters until April. Then the first one is dated Carson City, where he seems to be making a brief sojourn. It is a rather heavy attempt to be light-hearted. Its playfulness suggests that of a dancing bear. To Mrs. Jane Clemens, in St. Louis: Carson City, April 2, 1862. My dear Mother, yours of March 2nd has just been received. I see I am in for it again, with Annie. But she ought to know that I was always stupid. She used to try to teach me lessons from the Bible, but I never could understand them. Doesn't she remember telling me the story of Moses one Sunday, last spring, and how hard she tried to explain it and simplify it so that I could understand it, but I couldn't? And how she said it was strange that while her ma and her grandma and her uncle Orion could understand anything in the world, I was so dull that I couldn't understand the easiest thing. And doesn't she remember that finally a light broke in upon me, and I said it was all right, that I knew old Moses himself, and that he kept a clothing store in Market Street? And then she went to her ma and said she didn't know what would become of her Uncle Sam, he was too dull to learn anything, ever. And I'm just as dull yet. Now, I have no doubt her letter was spelled right, and was correct in all particulars, but then I had to read it according to my lights, and they being inferior, she ought to overlook the mistakes I make specially, as it is not my fault that I wasn't born with good sense. I am sure she will detect an encouraging ray of intelligence in that last argument. I am waiting here trying to rent a better office for Orion. I've got the refusal after next week of a room on first floor of a fireproof brick rent, $1,800 a year. Don't know yet whether we can get it or not. If it is not rented before the week is up, we can. I was sorry to hear that Dick was killed. I gave him his first lesson in the musket drill. We had half a dozen muskets in our office when it was over Isbel's music rooms. I hope I am wearing the last white shirt that will embellish my person for many a day, for I do hope that I shall be out of Carson long before this reaches you. Love to all. Very respectfully, Sam. The Annie in this letter was his sister Pamela's little daughter. Long years after, she would be the wife of Charles L. Webster, Mark Twain's publishing partner. Dick, the reader may remember as Dick Hingham of the Keokuk printing office. He was killed in charging the works at Fort Donelson. Clemens was back in Esmeralda when the next letter was written, and we began now to get pictures of that cheerless mining camp, and to know something of the alternate hopes and discouragements of the hunt for gold, the miner one day soaring on wings of hope, on the next becoming excited, irritable, profane. The names of new mines appear constantly and vanish almost at a touch, suggesting the fairy-like evanescence of their riches. But a few of the letters here will best speak for themselves. Not all of them are needed. It is perhaps unnecessary to say that there is no intentional humor in these documents. To Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Esmeralda, 13th April, 1862. MY DEAR BROTHER, Wasson got here night before last, from the wars. Tell Lockhart he is not wounded and not killed, is altogether unhurt. He says the whites left their stone fort before he and Lieutenant Noble got there. A large amount of provisions and ammunition which they left behind them fell into the hands of the Indians. They had a pitched battle with the savages some 50 miles from the fort, in which Scott, sheriff, and another man was killed. This was the day before the soldiers came up with them. I mean Noble's men, and those under Colonels Evans and Mayfield, from Los Angeles. Evans assumed the chief command, and next morning the forces were divided into 3 parties and marched against the enemy. Colonel Mayfield was killed, and Sergeant Gillespie. Also Noble's colonel was wounded. The California troops went back home, and Noble remained, to help drive the stock over here, and as Cousin Sally Dillard says, this is all I know about the fight. Work not yet begun on the H and Derby. Haven't seen it yet. It is still in the snow. Shall begin on it within 3 or 4 weeks. Strike the ledge in July. Guess it is good. Worth from $30 to $50 a foot in California. Why didn't you send the live Yankee deed, the very one I wanted? Have made no inquiries about it much. Don't intend to until I get the deed. Send it along by mail. Blank the express. Have to pay 3 times for all express matter. Once in Carson and twice here. I don't expect to take the saddlebags out of the express office. I paid 25 cents for the express deeds. Man named Gebhardt shot here yesterday while trying to defend a claim on Last Chance Hill. Expect he will die. These mills here are not worth a blank, except Clayton's, and it is not in full working trim yet. Send me $40 or $50 by mail immediately. The Redbird is probably good. Can't work on the tunnel on account of snow. The pew I have thrown away. Shan't relocate it. It is nothing but bedrock croppings. Too much work to find the ledge, if there is one. Shan't record the Farnham until I know more about it. Perhaps not at all. Governor under the snow. Douglas and Redbird are both recorded. I have had opportunities to get into several ledges, but refused all but 3. Expect to back out of 2 of them. Stir yourself as much as possible, and lay up $100 or $15,000, subject to my call. I go to work tomorrow, with pick and shovel. Something's got to come, by , before I let go here. Colonel Young says you must rent Kincaid's room by all means. Government would rather pay $150 a month for your office than $75 for General North's. Says you are playing your hand very badly, for either the government's good opinion or anybody's else, in keeping your office in a shanty. Says put Governor Nye in your place and he would have a stylish office, and no objections would ever be made either. When old Colonel Youngs talks this way, I think it is time to get a fine office. I wish you would take that office and fit it up handsomely, so that I can omit telling people that by this time you are handsomely located, when I know it is no such thing. I am living with Ratio Phillips. Send him one of those black portfolios by the stage, and put a couple of pen holders and a dozen steel pens in it. If you should have occasion to dispose of the long desk before I return, don't forget to break open the middle drawer and take out my things. Envelop my black cloth coat in a newspaper and hang it in the back room. Don't buy anything while I'm here, but save up some money for me. Don't send any money home. I shall have your next quarter's salary spent before you get it, I think. I mean to make or break here within the next 2 or 3 months. Yours, Sam. The wars mentioned in the opening paragraph of this letter were incident to the trouble concerning the boundary line between California and Nevada. The trouble continued for some time, with occasional bloodshed. End of Section 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 4 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 1, Part 2 of Chapter 3. The next letter is an exultant one. There were few enough of this sort. We cannot pretend to keep track of the multiplicity of mines and shares which lure the gold hunters, pecking away at the flinty ledges, usually in the snow. It has been necessary to abbreviate this letter, for much of it has lost all importance with the years, and is merely confusing. Hope is still high in the writer's heart, and confidence in his associates still unshaken. Later he was to lose faith in Raish. Whether with justice or not, we cannot know now. To Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Esmeralda, May 11, 1862. My dear brother, to use a French expression, I have got my satisfy at last. 2 years' time will make us capitalists, in spite of anything. Therefore we need fret and fume, and worry and doubt no more, but just lie still and put up with privations for 6 months. Perhaps 3 months will let us out. Then, if government refuses to pay the rent on your new office, we can do it ourselves. We have got to wait 6 weeks anyhow, for a dividend, maybe longer, but that it will come there is no shadow of a doubt. I have got the thing sifted down to a dead moral certainty. I own 1/8 of the new Monitor ledge, Clemens Company, and money can't buy a foot of it, because I know it to contain our fortune. The ledge is 6 feet wide, and one needs no glass to see gold and silver in it. Phillips and I own 1/2 of a segregated claim in the Flyaway discovery, and good interests in 2 extensions on it. We put men to work on our part of the discovery yesterday, and last night they brought us some fine specimens. Rock taken from 10 feet below the surface on the other part of the discovery has yielded $150 to the ton in the mill, and we are at work 300 feet from their shaft. May 12. Yours by the mail received last night. 1,800 feet in the C.T. Rice's company. Well, I am glad you did not accept of the 200 feet. Tell Rice to give it to some poor man. But hereafter, when anybody holds up a glittering prospect before you, just argue in this wise, viz., that if all spare change be devoted to working the Monitor and Flyaway, 12 months or 24 at furthest will find all our earthly wishes satisfied, so far as money is concerned, and the more feet we have, the more anxiety we must bear. Therefore, why not say your prospects? I wait on a sure thing, and a man is less than a man if he can't wait 2 years for a fortune. When you and I came out here we did not expect 63 or 64 to find us rich men, and if that proposition had been made we would have accepted it gladly. Now it is made. Well, I am willing, now that Neary's tunnel or anybody else's tunnel shall succeed. Some of them may beat us a few months, but we shall be on hand in the fullness of time, as sure as fate. I would hate to swap chances with any member of the tribe. In fact, I am so lost to all sense and reason as to be capable of refusing to trade Flyaway, with but 200 feet in the company of 4, foot for that splendid Lady Washington, with its lists of capitalist proprietors and its 35,000 feet of priceless ground. I wouldn't mind being in some of those Clear Creek claims, if I lived in Carson and we could spare the money. But I have struck my tent in Esmeralda, and I care for no mines but those which I can superintend myself. I am a citizen here now, and I'm satisfied, although Raish and I are strapped, and we haven't 3 days' rations in the house. Raish is looking anxiously for money, and so am I. Send me whatever you can spare conveniently. I want it to work the Flyaway with. My fourth of that claim only cost me $50, which isn't paid yet, though, and I suppose I could sell it here in town for 10 times that amount today, but I shall probably hold on to it till the cows come home. I shall work the Monitor and the other claims with my own hands. I prospected of a pound of M yesterday, and Raish reduced it with the blowpipe, and got about 10 or 12 cents in gold and silver, besides the other half of it which we spilt on the floor and didn't get. The specimen came from the croppings, but was a choice one, and showed much free gold to the naked eye. Well, I like the corner upstairs office amazingly provided. It has one fine large front room superbly carpeted for the safe, and a $150 desk, or such a matter, one handsome room amidships, less handsomely gotten up, perhaps, for records and consultations, and one good-sized bedroom, and adjoining it a kitchen, neither of which latter can be entered by anybody but yourself, and finally, when one of the ledgers begins to pay, the whole to be kept in parlor order by 2 likely contrabands at big wages, the same to be free of expense to the government. You want the entire second story, no less room than you would have had in Harris & Company's. Make them fix for you before the 1st of July, for maybe you might want to come out strong on the 4th, you know. No, the post office is all right and kept by a gentleman, but W. F. Express isn't. They charge 25 cents to express a letter from here, but I believe they have quit charging twice for letters that arrive prepaid. The Flyaway specimen I sent you, taken by myself from Decay's shaft, 300 feet from where we are going to sink, cannot be called choice, exactly. Say something above medium, to be on the safe side. But I have seen exceedingly choice chunks from that shaft. My intention at first, in sending the antelope specimen, was that you might see that it resembles the Monitor, but, come to think, a man can tell absolutely nothing about that without seeing both ledges themselves. I tried to break a handsome chunk from a huge piece of my darling Monitor, which we brought from the croppings yesterday, but it all splintered up, and I send you the scraps. I call that choice. Any blank fool would. Don't ask if it has been assayed, for it hasn't. It don't need it. It is amply able to speak for itself. It is 6 feet wide on top, and traversed through and through with veins whose color proclaims their worth. What the devil does a man want with any more feet, when he owns in the Flyaway and the invincible bomb-proof Monitor? If I had anything more to say, I have forgotten what it was, unless, perhaps, that I want a sum of money, anywhere from $20 to $150, as soon as possible. Raish sends regards. He or I one will drop a line to the Age occasionally. I suppose you saw my letters in the Enterprise. Your brother, Sam. P.S. I suppose Pamela never will regain her health, but she could improve it by coming to California, provided the trip didn't kill her. You see, Bixby is on the flagship. He always was the best pilot on the Mississippi, and deserves his position. They have done a reckless thing, though, in putting Sam Bowen on the Swan, for if a bombshell happens to come his way, he will infallibly jump overboard. Send me another package of those envelopes, per Bagley's coat pocket. We see how anxious he was for his brother to make a good official showing. If a niggardly government refused to provide decent quarters, no matter. The miners, with gold pouring in, would themselves pay for a suite superbly carpeted, and all kept in order by 2 likely contrabands, that is to say, negroes. Samuel Clemens in those days believed in expansion and impressive surroundings. His brother, though also mining mad, was rather inclined to be penny-wise in the matter of office luxury. Not a bad idea, as it turned out. Orion, by the way, was acquiring feet on his own account, and, in one instance at least, seems to have won his brother's commendation. The Enterprise letters mentioned we shall presently hear of again. To Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Esmeralda, Sunday, May, 1862. MY DEAR BROTHER, well, if you haven't struck it rich, that is, if the piece of rock you sent me came from a bona fide ledge, and it looks as if it did. If that is a ledge, and you own 200 feet in it, why, it's a big thing, and I have nothing more to say. If you have actually made something by helping to pay somebody's prospecting expenses, it is a wonder of the first magnitude, and deserves to rank as such. If that rock came from a well defined ledge, that particular vein must be at least an inch wide, judging from this specimen, which is fully that thick. When I came in the other evening, hungry and tired and ill natured, and threw down my pick and shovel, Raish gave me your specimen. Said Bagley brought it, and asked me if it was cinnabar. I examined it by waning daylight, and took the specks of fine gold for sulphurets, wrote you I did not think much of it, and posted the letter immediately. But as soon as I looked at it in the broad light of day, I saw my mistake. During the week we have made 3 horns, got a blowpipe, etc., and yesterday, all prepared, we prospected the Mountain House. I broke the specimen in 2 and found it full of fine gold inside. Then we washed out 1/4 of it, and got a noble prospect. This we reduced with the blowpipe, and got about 2 cents, herewith enclosed, in pure gold. As the fragment prospected weighed rather less than an ounce, this would give about $500 to the ton. We were eminently well satisfied. Therefore, hold on to the Mountain House, for it is a big thing. touch it lightly as far as money is concerned, though, for it is well to reserve the code of justice in the matter of quartz ledgers, that is, consider them all, and their owners, guilty of shenanigan until they are proved innocent. P.S. Monday, Ratio and I have bought one half of a segregated claim in the original Flyaway for $100, 50 down. We haven't a cent in the house. We two will work the ledge, and have full control and pay all expenses. If you can spare $100 conveniently, let me have it, or $50 anyhow. Considering that I own 1/4 of this, it is of course more valuable than 1/17 of the Mountain House, although not so rich. There is too much of a sameness in the letters of this period to use all of them. There are always new claims and work done, apparently without system or continuance, hoping to uncover sudden boundless affluence. In the next letter, and the one following it, we get a hint of an episode, or rather of two incidents which he combined into an episode in Roughing It. The story as told in that book is an account of what might have happened, rather than history. There was never really any money in the blind lead of the Wide West claim, except that which was sunk in it by unfortunate investors. Only extracts from these letters are given. The other portions are irrelevant and of slight value. Extract from a letter to Orion Clemens in Carson City, 1862. 2 or 3 of the old Salina Company entered our hole on the Monitor yesterday morning, before our men got there, and took possession, armed with revolvers. And according to the laws of this forever country, nothing but the District Court, and there ain't any, can touch the matter, unless it assumes the shape of an infernal humbug which they call forcible entry and detainer, and in order to bring that about, you must compel the jumpers to use personal violence toward you. We went up and demanded possession, and they refused. Said they were in the hole, armed, and meant to die for it, if necessary. I got in with them, and again demanded possession. They said I might stay in it as long as I pleased, and work, but they would do the same. I asked one of our company to take my place in the hole while I went to consult a lawyer. He did so. The lawyer said it was no go. They must offer some force. Our boys will try to be there first in the morning, in which case they may get possession and keep it. Now you understand the shooting scrape in which Gebhardt was killed the other day. The Clemens Company, all of us, hate to resort to arms in this matter, and it will not be done until it becomes a forced hand. But I think that will be the end of it, nevertheless. The mine relocated in this letter was not the Wide West, but it furnished the proper incident. The only mention of the Wide West is found in a letter written in July. Extract from a letter to Orion Clemens in Carson City, 1862. If I do not forget it, I will send you, per next mail, a pinch of decom (decomposed rock), which I pinched with thumb and finger from Wide West Ledge a while ago. Raish and I have secured 200 out of a 400 foot in it, which perhaps the ledge, I mean, is a spur from the Wide West. Our shaft is about 100 feet from the Wide West shaft. In order to get in, we agreed to sink 30 feet. We have sublet to another man for 50 feet, and we pay for powder and sharpening tools. The Wide West claim was forfeited, but there is no evidence to show that Clemens and his partners were ever, except in fiction, millionaires for 10 days. The background, the local color, and the possibilities are all real enough, but Mark Twain's aim in this, as in most of his other reminiscent writing, was to arrange and adapt his facts to the needs of a good story. The letters of this summer 1862, most of them bear evidence of waning confidence in mining as a source of fortune. The miner has now little faith in his own judgment, and none at all in that of his brother, who was without practical experience. Letter to Orion Clemens, in Carson City. Esmeralda, Thursday. My dear brother, yours of the 17th, per express, just received. Part of it pleased me exceedingly, and part of it didn't. Concerning the letter, for instance, you have promised me that you would leave all mining matters and everything involving an outlay of money in my hands. Sending a man fooling around the country after ledgers, for God's sake, when there are hundreds of feet of them under my nose here, begging for owners, free of charge. I don't want any more feet, and I won't touch another foot. So, you see, Orion, as far as any ledgers of Perry's are concerned, or any other except what I examined first with my own eyes, I freely yield my right to share ownership with you. The balance of your letter, I say, pleases me exceedingly, especially that about the H and D being worth from $30 to $50 in California. It pleases me because if the ledgers prove to be worthless, it will be a pleasant reflection to know that others were beaten worse than ourselves. Raish sold a man 30 feet yesterday at $20 a foot, although I was present at the sale and told the man the ground wasn't worth a blank. He said he had been hankering after a few feet in the H and D for a long time, and he had got them at last, and he couldn't help thinking he had secured a good thing. We went and looked at the ledges, and both of them acknowledged that there was nothing in them but good indications. Yet their owners in the H and D will part with anything else sooner than with feet in these ledges. Well, the work goes slowly, very slowly on, in the tunnel, and we'll strike it some day. But if we strike it rich, I've lost my guess, that's all. I expect that the way it got so high in California was that Rachel's brother over there was offered $750 for 20 feet of it, and he refused. Couldn't go on the hill today. It snowed. It always snows here, I expect. Don't you suppose they have pretty much quit writing at home? When you receive your next quarter year's salary, don't send any of it here until after you have told me you have got it. Remember this, I am afraid of that H and D. They have struck the ledge in the live Yankee tunnel, and I told the president, Mr. Allen, that it wasn't as good as the croppings. He said that was true enough, but they would hang to it until it did prove rich. He is much of a gentleman, that man Allen. And ask Gaslery why the devil he don't send along my commission as deputy sheriff. The fact of my being in California and out of this country wouldn't amount to a blank with me, in the performance of my official duties. I have nothing to report at present, except that I shall find out all I want to know about this locality before I leave it. How do the records pay? Your brother, Sam. In one of the foregoing letters, the one dated May 11, there is a reference to the writer's Enterprise letters. Sometimes during idle days in the camp, the miner had followed old literary impulses and written an occasional burlesque sketch, which he had signed "Josh," and sent to the Territorial Enterprise at Virginia City. One contribution was sent to a Keokuk paper, the Gate City, and a letter written by Mrs. Jane Clemens at the time would indicate that Mark Twain's mother did not always approve of her son's literary efforts. She hopes that he will do better and sometime write something that his kin will be proud of. The rough, vigorous humor of these had attracted some attention, and Orion, pleased with any measure of success that might come to his brother, had allowed the authorship of them to become known. When, in July, the financial situation became desperate, the Esmeralda miner was moved to turn to literature for relief. But we will let him present the situation himself. To Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Esmeralda, July 23, 1862. MY DEAR BROTHER, No, I don't own a foot in the Johnson ledge. I will tell the story some day in a more intelligible manner than Tom has told it. You needn't take the trouble to deny Tom's version, though. I own 25 feet, 1/16 of the first east extension on it, and Johnson himself has contracted to find the ledge for 100 feet. Contract signed yesterday, but as the ledge will be difficult to find, he is allowed 6 months to find it in. An 18th of the Ophir was a fortune to John D. Winters, and the Ophir can't beat the Johnson any. My debts are greater than I thought for. I bought $25 worth of clothing and sent $25 to Higbie, in the cement diggings. I owe about $45 or $50 and have got about $45 in my pocket. But how in the blank I am going to live on something over $100 until October or November is singular. The fact is, I must have something to do, and that shortly, too. Now, write to the Sacramento Union folks, or to Marsh, and tell them I'll write as many letters a week as they want, for $10 a week. My board must be paid. Tell them I have corresponded with the New Orleans Crescent, and other papers, and the Enterprise. California is full of people who have interests here, and it's seldom they hear from this country. I can't write a specimen letter, now at any rate. I'd rather undertake to write a Greek poem. Tell 'em the mail and express leave 3 times a week, and it costs from 25 to 50 cents to send letters by the blasted express. If they want letters from here, who'll run from morning till night collecting materials cheaper? I'll write a short letter twice a week for the present, for the Age, for $5 per week. Now it has been a long time since I couldn't make my own living, and it shall be a long time before I loaf another year. If I get the other 25 feet in the Johnson extension, I shan't care a blank. I'll be willing to curse a while and wait. And if I can't move the bowels of those hills this fall, I will come up and clerk for you until I get money enough to go over the mountains for the winter. Your brother, Sam. The Territorial Enterprise at Virginia City was at this time owned by Joseph T. Goodman, who had bought it on the eve of the great Comstock silver mining boom, and from a struggling, starving sheet had converted it into one of the most important, certainly the most picturesque papers on the coast. The sketches which the Esmeralda miner had written over the name of Josh fitted into it exactly, and when a young man named Barstow, in the business office, urged Goodman to invite Josh to join their staff, the Enterprise owner readily fell in with the idea. Among a lot of mining matters of no special interest, Clemens, July 30th, wrote his brother: Barstow has offered me the post as local reporter for the Enterprise at $25 a week, and I have written him that I will let him know next mail, if possible. In Roughing It we are told that the miner eagerly accepted the proposition to come to Virginia City, but the letters tell a different story. Mark Twain was never one to abandon any undertaking easily. His unwillingness to surrender in a lost cause would cost him more than one fortune in the years to come. A week following the date of the foregoing he was still undecided. To Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Esmeralda, August 7, 1862. MY DEAR BROTHER, Barstow wrote that if I wanted the place I could have it. I wrote him that I guessed I would take it, and asked him how long before I must come up there. I have not heard from him since. Now I shall leave at midnight tonight, alone and on foot, for a walk of 60 or 70 miles through a totally uninhabited country, and it is barely possible that mail facilities may prove infernally slow during the few weeks I expect to spend out there. But do you write Barstow that I have left here for a week or so, and in case he should want me he must write me here, or let me know through you. The contractors say they will strike the Fresno next week. After fooling with those assayers a week, they concluded not to buy Mr. Flower at $50, although they would have given 5 times the sum for it 4 months ago. So I have made out a deed for one half of all Johnny's ground, and acknowledged and left in Judge F. K. Bechtel's hands, and if Judge Turner wants it he must write to Bechtel and pay him his notary fee of $1.50. I would have paid that fee myself, but I want money now, as I leave town tonight. However, if you think it isn't right, you can pay the fee to Judge Turner yourself. Hang to your money now. I may want some when I get back. See that you keep out of debt to anybody. Bully for B. Write him that I would write him myself, but I am to take a walk tonight and haven't time. Tell him to bring his family out with him. He can rely upon what I say, and I say the land has lost its ancient desolate appearance. The rose and the oleander have taken the place of the departed sagebush. A rich black loam, garnished with moss and flowers and the greenest of grass, smiles to heaven from the vanished sand plains. The endless snows have all disappeared, and in their stead, or to repay us for their loss, the mountains rear their billowy heads aloft, crowned with a fadeless and eternal verdure, birds and fountains and trees, tropical bees everywhere. And the poet dreamt of Nevada when he wrote, "And Sharon waves in solemn praise, her silent groves a palm." And today the royal raven listens in a dreamy stupor to the songs of the thrush and the nightingale and the canary, and shudders when the gaudy plumaged birds of the distant South sweep by him to the orange groves of Carson. Tell him he wouldn't recognize the blank country. He should bring his family by all means. I intended to write home, but I haven't done it. Your brother, Sam. In this letter we realized that he had gone into the wilderness to reflect, to get a perspective on the situation. He was a great walker in those days, and sometimes with Higbie, sometimes alone, made long excursions. One such is recorded in Roughing It, the trip to Mono Lake. We have no means of knowing where his 70-mile tour led him now, but it is clear that he still had not reached a decision on his return. Indeed, we gather that he is inclined to keep up the battle among the barren Esmeralda hills. Last mining letter, written to Mrs. Moffett in St. Louis. Esmeralda, California, August 15, 1862. My dear sister, I mailed a letter to you and Ma this morning, but since then I have received yours to Orion and me. Therefore I must answer right away, else I may leave town without doing it at all. What in thunder are pilot's wages to me? Which question, I beg humbly to observe, is of a general nature, and not discharged particularly at you. But it is singular, isn't it, that such a matter should interest Orion, when it is of no earthly consequence to me? I never have once thought of returning home to go on the river again, and I never expect to do any more piloting at any price. My livelihood must be made in this country, and if I have to wait longer than I expected, let it be so. I have no fear of failure. You know I have extravagant hopes, for Orion tells you everything which he ought to keep to himself, but it's his nature to do that sort of thing, and I let him alone. I did think for a while of going home this fall, but when I found that that was and had been the cherished intention and the darling aspiration every year of these old careworn Californians for 12 weary years, I felt a little uncomfortable, but I stole a march on disappointment and said I would not go home this fall. I will spend the winter in San Francisco, if possible. Do not tell any one that I had any idea of piloting again at present, for it is all a mistake. This country suits me, and it shall suit me, whether or no. Dan Twing and I and Dan's dog cabin together, and will continue to do so for a while, until I leave, for the mansion is 10 by 12 with a domestic roof. Yesterday it rained, the first shower for 5 months. Domestic it appears to me, is not waterproof. We went outside to keep from getting wet. Dan makes the bed when it is his turn to do it, and when it is my turn, I don't, you know. The dog is not a good hunter, and he isn't worth shucks to watch, but he scratches up the dirt floor of the cabin, and catches flies, and makes himself generally useful in the way of washing dishes. Dan gets up first in the morning and makes a fire, and I get up last and sit by it while he cooks breakfast. We have a cold lunch at noon, and I cook supper, very much against my will. However, one must have one good meal a day, and if I were to live on Dan's abominable cookery, I should lose my appetite, you know. Dan attended Dr. Chorpening's funeral yesterday, and he felt as though he ought to wear a white shirt, and we had a jolly good time finding such an article. We turned over all our traps, and he found one at last, but I shall always think it was suffering from yellow fever. He also found an old black coat, greasy and wrinkled to that degree that it appeared to have been quilted at some time or other. In this gorgeous costume he attended the funeral, and when he returned, his own dog drove him away from the cabin, not recognizing him. This is true. You would not like to live in a country where flour was $40 a barrel? Very well, then, I suppose you would not like to live here, where flour was $100 a barrel when I first came here, and shortly afterwards it couldn't be had at any price, and for 1 month the people lived on barley, beans and beef, and nothing beside. Oh, no, we didn't luxuriate then. Perhaps not, but we said wise and severe things about the vanity and wickedness of high living. We preached our doctrine and practiced it, which course I respectfully recommend to the clergymen of St. Louis. Where is Beak Jolly, a pilot, and Bixby? Your brother, Sam. End of Section 4. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 5 of The Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 1, Chapter 4. Letters 1863 to 64. Mark Twain. Comstock Journalism. Artemus Ward. There is a long hiatus in the correspondence here. For a space of many months there is but one letter to continue the story. Others were written, of course, but for some reason they have not survived. It was about the end of August, 1862, when the miner finally abandoned the struggle, and with his pack on his shoulders walked the 31 miles over the mountains to Virginia City, arriving dusty, lame, and travel-stained, to claim at last his rightful inheritance. At the Enterprise office he was welcomed, and in a brief time entered into his own. Goodman, the proprietor, himself a man of great ability, had surrounded himself with a group of gay-hearted fellows whose fresh, wild way of writing delighted the Comstock pioneers far more than any sober presentation of mere news. Samuel Clemens fitted exactly into this group. By the end of the year he had become a leader of it. When he asked to be allowed to report the coming Carson legislature, Goodman consented, realizing that while Clemens knew nothing of parliamentary procedure, he would at least make the letters picturesque. It was in the midst of this work that he adopted the name which he was to make famous throughout the world. The story of its adoption has been fully told elsewhere and need not be repeated here. See Mark Twain, a Biography, by the same author, Chapter 40. Mark Twain was first signed to a Carson letter February 2, 1863, and from that time was attached to all of Samuel Clemens' work. The letters had already been widely copied, and the name now which gave them personality quickly obtained vogue. It was attached to himself as well as to the letters. Heretofore he had been called Sam or Clemens. Now he became almost universally Mark Twain and Mark. This early period of Mark Twain's journalism is full of delicious history, but we are permitted here to retell only such of it as will supply connection to the infrequent letters. He wrote home briefly in February, but the letter contained nothing worth preserving. Then, 2 months later, he gives us at least a hint of his employment. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis, Virginia, April 11, 1863. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, It is very late at night, and I am writing in my room, which is not quite as large or as nice as the one I had at home. My board, washing and lodging, cost me $75 a month. I have just received your letter, Ma, from Carson, the one in which you doubt my veracity about the statements I made in a letter to you. That's right. I don't recollect what the statements were, but I suppose they were mining statistics. I have just finished writing up my report for the morning paper, and giving the Unreliable a column of advice about how to conduct himself in church, and now I will tell you a few more lies while my hand is in. For instance, some of the boys made me a present of 50 feet in the East India G and S. M. Company 10 days ago. I was offered $95 a foot for it yesterday, in gold. I refused it. Not because I think the claim is worth a cent, for I don't, but because I had a curiosity to see how high it would go before people find out how worthless it is. Besides, what if one mining claim does fool me? I've got plenty more. I am not in a particular hurry to get rich. I suppose I couldn't well help getting rich here some time or other, whether I wanted to or not. You folks do not believe in Nevada, and I am glad you don't. Just keep on thinking so. I was at the Gould and Curry mine the other day, and they had 2 or 3 tons of choice rock piled up, which was valued at $20,000 a ton. I gathered up a hatful of chunks on account of their beauty as specimens. They don't let everybody supply themselves so liberally. I send Mr. Moffett a little specimen of it for his cabinet. If you don't know what the white stuff on it is, I must inform you that it is purer silver than the minted coin. There is about as much gold in it as there is silver, but it is not visible. I will explain to you some day how to detect it. Pamela, you wouldn't do for a local reporter, because you don't appreciate the interest that attaches to names. An item is of no use unless it speaks of some person, and not then unless that person's name is distinctly mentioned. The most interesting letter one can write to an absent friend is one that treats of persons he has been acquainted with rather than the public events of the day. Now you speak of a young lady who wrote to Holly Benson that she had seen me, and you didn't mention her name. It was just a mere chance that I ever guessed who she was, but I did, finally, though I don't remember her name now. I was introduced to her in San Francisco by Hon. A. B. Paul, and saw her afterwards in Gold Hill. They were a very pleasant lot of girls, she and her sisters. P. S. I have just heard 5 pistol shots down the street. As such things are in my line, I will go and see about it. P. S. No. 2, 5 A.M. The pistol did its work well. One man, a Jackson County Missourian, shot 2 of my friends, police officers, through the heart. Both died within 3 minutes. Murderer's name is John Campbell. The Unreliable of this letter was a rival reporter on whom Mark Twain had conferred this name during the legislative session. His real name was Rice, and he had undertaken to criticize Clemens' reports. The brisk reply that Rice's letters concealed, with a show of parliamentary knowledge, a festering mass of misstatements, the author of whom should be properly termed the Unreliable, fixed that name upon him for life. This burlesque warfare delighted the frontier, and it did not interfere with friendship. Clemens and Rice were constant associates, though continually firing squibs at each other in their respective papers, a form of personal journalism much in vogue on the Comstock. In the next letter we find these two journalistic blades enjoying themselves together in the coast metropolis. This letter is labeled No. 2, meaning probably the second from San Francisco, but No. 1 has disappeared, and even No. 2 is incomplete. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis. No. 2, $20 enclosed. Lick House, San Francisco, June 1, '63. My dear Mother and Sister, The Unreliable and myself are still here, and still enjoying ourselves. I suppose I know at least 1,000 people here, a great many of them citizens of San Francisco, but the majority belonging in Washoe, and when I go down Montgomery Street shaking hands with Tom, Dick and Harry, it is just like being in Main Street in Hannibal and meeting the old familiar faces. I do hate to go back to Washoe. We fag ourselves completely out every day, and go to sleep without rocking every night. We dine out and we lunch out, and we eat, drink, and are happy, as it were. After breakfast I don't often see the hotel again until midnight, or after. I'm going to the Dickens mighty fast. I know a regular village of families here in the house, but I never have time to call on them. Thunder, we'll know a little more about this town before we leave than some of the people who live in it. We take trips across the bay to Oakland, and down to San Leandro and Alameda and those places, and we'll go out to the Willows and Hayes Park and Fort Point and up to Benicia. And yesterday we were invited out on a yachting excursion, and had a sail in the fastest yacht on the Pacific coast. Rice says, "Oh, no, we are not having any fun, Mark. Oh, no, I reckon not. It's somebody else. It's probably the gentleman in the wagon," popular slang phrase. When I invite Rice to the Lick House to dinner, the proprietors send us champagne and claret, and then we do put on the most disgusting airs. Rice says our caliber is too light. We can't stand it to be noticed. I rode down with a gentleman to the Ocean House the other day to see the sea horses, and also to listen to the roar of the surf and watch the ships drifting about here and there and far away at sea. When I stood on the beach and let the surf wet my feet, I recollected doing the same thing on the shores of the Atlantic, and then I had a proper appreciation of the vastness of this country, for I had traveled from ocean to ocean across it. Remainder missing. Not far from Virginia City there are some warm springs that constantly send up jets of steam through fissures in the mountainside. The place was a health resort, and Clemens, always subject to bronchial colds, now and again retired there for a cure. A letter written in the late summer, a gay, youthful document, belongs to one of these periods of convalescence. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis. No. 12, $20 enclosed. Steamboat Springs, August 19, '63. My dear Mother and Sister, Ma, you have given my vanity a deadly thrust. Behold, I am prone to boast of having the widest reputation as a local editor of any man on the Pacific coast, and you gravely come forward and tell me if I work hard and attend closely to my business I may aspire to a place on a big San Francisco daily some day. There's a comment on human vanity for you. Why, blast it, I was under the impression that I could get such a situation as that at any time I asked for it, but I don't want it. No paper in the United States can afford to pay me what my place on the Enterprise is worth. If I were not naturally a lazy, idle, good for nothing vagabond, I could make it pay me $20,000 a year. But I don't suppose I shall ever be any account. I lead an easy life, though, and I don't care a cent whether school keeps or not. Everybody knows me, and I fare like a prince wherever I go, be it on this side of the mountains or the other. And I am proud to say I am the most conceited ass in the territory. You think that picture looks old? Well, I can't help it. In reality, I am not as old as I was when I was 18. I took a desperate cold more than a week ago, and I seduced Wilson, a Missouri boy, a reporter of the Daily Union, from his labors, and we went over to Lake Bigler. But I failed to cure my cold. I found the lake house crowded with the wealth and fashion of Virginia, and I could not resist the temptation to take a hand in all the fun going. Those Virginians, men and women both, are a stirring set, and I found if I went with them on all their external excursions, I should bring the consumption home with me. So I left, day before yesterday, and came back into the territory again. A lot of them had purchased a site for a town on the lake shore, and they gave me a lot. When you come out I'll build you a house on it. The lake seems more supernaturally beautiful now than ever. It is the masterpiece of the creation. The hotel here at the Springs is not so much crowded as usual, and I am having a very comfortable time of it. The hot, white steam puffs up out of fissures in the earth like the jets that come from a steamboat's scape pipes, and it makes a boiling, surging noise like a steamboat, too, hence the name. We put eggs in a handkerchief and dip them in the springs. They soft boil in 2 minutes, and boil as hard as a rock in 4 minutes. These fissures extend more than a quarter of a mile, and the long line of steam columns looks very pretty. A large bathhouse is built over one of the springs, and we go in it and steam ourselves as long as we can stand it, and then come out and take a cold shower bath. You get baths, board and lodging all for $25 a week, cheaper than living in Virginia without baths. Yours affectionately, Mark. It was now the autumn of 1863. Mark Twain was 28 years old. On the coast he had established a reputation as a gaily original newspaper writer. Thus far, however, he had absolutely no literary standing, nor is there any evidence that he had literary ambitions. His work was unformed, uncultivated, all of which seems strange now when we realize that somewhere behind lay the substance of immortality. Rudyard Kipling, at 28, had done his greatest work. Even Joseph Goodman, who had a fine literary perception and a deep knowledge of men, intimately associated with Mark Twain as he was, received at this time no hint of his greater powers. Another man on the staff of the Enterprise, William Wright, who called himself Dan de Quille, a graceful humorist, gave far more promise, Goodman thought, of future distinction. It was Artemus Ward who first suspected the value of Mark Twain's gifts, and urged him to some more important use of them. Artemus, in the course of a transcontinental lecture tour, stopped in Virginia City, and naturally found congenial society on the Enterprise staff. He had intended remaining but a few days, but lingered 3 weeks, a period of continuous celebration, closing only with the holiday season. During one night of final festivities, Ward slipped away and gave a performance on his own account. His letter to Mark Twain from Austin, Nevada, written a day or two later, is most characteristic. Artemus Ward's letter to Mark Twain. Austin, January 1, '64. My dearest love, I arrived here yesterday A.M. at 2 o'clock. It is a wild, untamable place, full of lion-hearted boys. I speak tonight. See small bills. Why did you not go with me and save me that night? I mean the night I left you after that dinner party. I went and got drunker, beating, I may say, Alexander the Great in his most drinkinest days, and I blackened my face at the melodeon, and made a gibbering, idiotic speech. God damn it, I suppose the Union will have it. But let it go. I shall always remember Virginia as a bright spot in my existence, as all others must, or rather cannot be, as it were. Love to Joe, Goodman, and Dan. I shall write soon a powerfully convincing note to my friends of the Mercury. Your notice, by the way, did much good here, as it doubtlessly will elsewhere. The miscreants of the Union will be batted in the snout if they ever dare pollute this rapidly rising city with their loathsome presence. Some of the finest intellects in the world have been blunted by liquor. Do not, sir, do not flatter yourself that you are the only chastely humorous writer on the Pacific slopes. Good-bye, old boy, and God bless you. The matter of which I spoke to you so earnestly shall be just as earnestly attended to, and again with very many warm regards for Joe and Dan, and regards to many of the good friends we met. I am faithfully, gratefully yours, Artemus Ward. The Union which Ward mentions was the rival Virginia. City paper, the Mercury, was the New York Sunday Mercury, to which he had urged Mark Twain to contribute. Ward wrote a second letter after a siege of illness at Salt Lake City. He was a frail creature, and 3 years later in London died of consumption. His genius and encouragement undoubtedly exerted an influence upon Mark Twain. Ward's second letter here follows. Artemus Ward to S. L. Clemens, Salt Lake City, January 21, '64. My dear Mark, I have been dangerously ill for the past 2 weeks here, of congestive fever. Very grave fears were for a time entertained of my recovery, but happily the malady is gone, though leaving me very, very weak. I hope to be able to resume my journey in a week or so. I think I shall speak in the theatre here, which is one of the finest establishments of the kind in America. The saints have been wonderfully kind to me. I could not have been better or more tenderly nursed at home. God bless them. I am still exceedingly weak, can't write any more. Love to Joe and Dan, and all the rest. Write me at St. Louis. Always yours, Artemus Ward. If one could only have Mark Twain's letters in reply to these, but they have vanished and are probably long since dust. A letter which he wrote to his mother assures us that he undertook to follow Ward's advice. He was not ready, however, for serious literary effort. The article sent to the Mercury was distinctly of the Comstock variety. It was accepted, but it apparently made no impression, and he did not follow it up. For one thing, he was just then too busy reporting the legislature at Carson City and responding to social demands. From having been a scarcely considered unit during the early days of his arrival in Carson, Mark Twain had attained a high degree of importance in the little Nevada capital. In the legislature he was a power. As correspondent for the Enterprise he was feared and respected as well as admired. His humor, his satire, and his fearlessness were dreaded weapons. Also, he was of extraordinary popularity. Orion's wife, with her little daughter Jenny, had come out from the States. The governor of Nevada had no household in Carson City and was generally absent. Orion Clemens reigned in his stead, and indeed was usually addressed as Governor Clemens. His home became the social center of the capital, and his brilliant brother its chief ornament. From the roughest of miners of a year before he had become once more almost a dandy in dress, and no occasion was complete without him. When the two houses of the legislature assembled, in January, 1864, a burlesque third house was organized and proposed to hold a session as a church benefit. After very brief consideration it was decided to select Mark Twain to preside at this third house assembly under the title of Governor, and a letter of invitation was addressed to him. His reply to it follows. To S. Pixley and G. A. Sears, Trustees, Carson City, January 23, 1864. Gentlemen, certainly. If the public can find anything in a grave State paper worth paying $1 for, I am willing that they should pay that amount, or any other; and although I am not a very dusty Christian myself, I take an absorbing interest in religious affairs, and would willingly inflict my annual message upon the Church itself if it might derive benefit thereby. You can charge what you please. I promise the public no amusement, but I do promise a reasonable amount of instruction. I am responsible to the Third House only, and I hope to be permitted to make it exceedingly warm for that body, without caring whether the sympathies of the public and the Church be enlisted in their favor and against myself or not. Respectfully, Mark Twain. There is a quality in this letter more suggestive of the later Mark Twain than anything that has preceded it. His Third House address, unfortunately, has not been preserved, but those who heard it regarded it as a classic. It probably abounded in humor of the frontier sort, unsparing ridicule of the governor, the legislature, and individual citizens. It was all taken in good part, of course, and as a recognition of his success he received a gold watch, with the case properly inscribed to "The Governor of the Third House." This was really his first public appearance in a field in which he was destined to achieve very great fame. End of Section 5. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 6 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 1, Chapter 5. Letters 1864 66. San Francisco and Hawaii. Life on the Comstock came to an end for Mark Twain in May, 1864. It was the time of the Flour Sack Sanitary Fund, the story of which he has told in Roughing It. He does not, however, refer to the troubles which this special fund brought upon himself. Coming into the Enterprise office one night, after a gay day of fund celebration, Clemens wrote, for next day's paper, a paragraph intended to be merely playful, but which proved highly offending to certain ladies concerned with the Flour Sack enterprise. No files of the paper exist today, so we cannot judge of the quality of humor that stirred up trouble. The trouble, however, was genuine enough. Virginia's rival paper seized upon the chance to humiliate its enemy, and presently words were passed back and forth until nothing was left to write but a challenge. The story of this duel, which did not come off, has been quite fully told elsewhere, both by Mark Twain and the present writer. But the following letter, a revelation of his inner feelings in the matter of his offense, has never before been published. To Mrs. Cutler, in Carson City, Virginia, May 23, 1864. Mrs. W. K. Cutler. Madam, I address a lady in every sense of the term. Mrs. Clemens has informed me of everything that has occurred in Carson in connection with that unfortunate item of mine about the sanitary funds accruing from the ball. And from what I can understand, you are almost the only lady in your city who has understood the circumstances under which my fault was committed, or who has shown any disposition to be lenient with me. Had the note of the ladies been properly worded, I would have published an ample apology instantly, and possibly I might even have done so anyhow, had that note arrived at any other time, but it came at a moment when I was in the midst of what ought to have been a deadly quarrel with the publishers of the Union, and I could not come out and make public apologies to any one at such a time. It is bad policy to do it even now, as challenges have already passed between myself and a proprietor of the Union, and the matter is still in abeyance. But I suppose I'd better say a word or two to show the ladies that I did not wilfully and maliciously do them wrong. But my chief object, Mrs. Cutler, in writing you this note, and you will pardon the liberty I have taken, was to thank you very kindly and sincerely for the consideration you have shown me in this matter, and for your continued friendship for Mollie while others are disposed to withdraw theirs on account of a fault for which I alone am responsible. Very truly yours, Sam L. Clemens. The matter did not end with the failure of the duel. A very strict law had just been passed, making it a felony even to send or accept a challenge. Clemens, on the whole, rather tired of Virginia City and Carson, thought it a good time to go across the mountains to San Francisco. With Steve Gillis, a printer of whom he was very fond, an inveterate joker who had been more than half responsible for the proposed duel and was to have served as his second, he took the stage one morning, and in due time was in the California metropolis at work on the morning call. Clemens had been several times in San Francisco and loved the place. We have no letter of that summer, the first being dated several months after his arrival. He was still working on the Call when it was written, and contributing literary articles to the Californian, of which Bret Harte, unknown to fame, was editor. Harte had his office just above the rooms of the Call, and he and Clemens were good friends. San Francisco had a real literary group that, for a time at least, centered around the offices of the Golden Era. In a letter that follows, Clemens would seem to have scorned this publication, but he was a frequent contributor to it at one period. Joaquin Miller was of this band of literary pioneers, also Prentice Mulford, Charles Warren Stoddard, Fitzhugh Ludlow, and Orpheus C. Kerr. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: September 25, 1864. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, You can see by my picture that this superb climate agrees with me, and it ought, after living where I was never out of sight of snow peaks 24 hours during 3 years. Here we have neither snow nor cold weather. Fires are never lighted, and yet summer clothes are never worn. You wear spring clothing the year round. Steve Gillis, who has been my comrade for 2 years, and who came down here with me, is to be married, in a week or two, to a very pretty girl worth $130,000 in her own right, and then I shall be alone again until they build a house, which they will do shortly. We have been here only 4 months, yet we have changed our lodgings 5 times, and our hotel twice. We are very comfortably fixed where we are now, and have no fault to find with the rooms or with the people. We are the only lodgers in a well to do private family, with one grown daughter and a piano in the parlor adjoining our room. But I need a change, and must move again. I have taken rooms further down the street. I shall stay in this little quiet street because it is full of gardens and shrubbery, and there are none but dwelling houses in it. I am taking life easy now, and I mean to keep it up for a while. I don't work at night any more. I told the Call folks to pay me $25 a week, and let me work only in daylight. So I get up at 10 every morning, and quit work at 5 or 6 in the afternoon. You ask if I work for greenbacks. Hardly. What do you suppose I could do with greenbacks here? I have engaged to write for the new literary paper, the Californian, same pay I used to receive on the Golden Era, 1 article a week, $50 a month. I quit the Era long ago. It wasn't high-toned enough. The Californian circulates among the highest class of the community, and is the best weekly literary paper in the United States, and I suppose I ought to know. I work as I always did, by fits and starts. I wrote 2 articles last night for the Californian, so that lets me out for 2 weeks. That would be about $75 in greenbacks, wouldn't it? Been down to San Jose (generally pronounced San Jose, emphasis on last syllable) today, 50 miles from here, by railroad. Town of 6,000 inhabitants, buried in flowers and shrubbery. The climate is finer than ours here, because it is not so close to the ocean, and is protected from the winds by the Coast Range. I had an invitation today to go down on an excursion to San Luis Obispo, and from thence to the City of Mexico, to be gone 6 or 8 weeks, or possibly longer, but I could not accept, on account of my contract to act as chief mourner or groomsman at Steve's wedding. I have triumphed. They refused me and other reporters some information at a branch of the coroner's office, Massey's undertaker establishment, a few weeks ago. I published the wickedest article on them I ever wrote in my life, and you can rest assured we got all the information we wanted after that. By the new census, San Francisco has a population of 130,000. They don't count the hordes of Chinamen. Yours affectionately, SAM. I send a picture for Annie and one for Aunt Ella, that is, if she will have it. Relations with the Call ceased before the end of the year, though not in the manner described in Roughing It. Mark Twain loved to make fiction of his mishaps, and to show himself always in a bad light. As a matter of fact, he left the Call with great willingness, and began immediately contributing a daily letter to the Enterprise, which brought him a satisfactory financial return. In the biographical sketch with which this volume opens, and more extendedly elsewhere, has been told the story of the trouble growing out of the Enterprise letters, and of Mark Twain's sojourn with James Gillis in the Tuolumne Hills. Also how, in the frowsy hotel at Angel's Camp, he heard the frog anecdote that would become the cornerstone of his fame. There are no letters of this period, only some notebook entries. It is probable that he did not write home, believing, no doubt, that he had very little to say. For more than a year there is not a line that has survived, yet it had been an important year. The Jumping Frog story, published in New York, had been reprinted East and West, and laughed over in at least 1,000,000 homes. Fame had not come to him, but it was on the way. Yet his outlook seemed not to have been a hopeful one. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: SAN FRANCISCO, January 20, 1866. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, I do not know what to write. My life is so uneventful. I wish I was back there piloting up and down the river again. Verily, all is vanity and little worth, save piloting. To think that after writing many an article a man might be excused for thinking tolerably good, those New York people should single out a villainous backwoods sketch to compliment me on. Jim Smiley and his Jumping Frog, a squib which would never have been written but to please Artemus Ward, and then it reached New York too late to appear in his book. But no matter. His book was a wretchedly poor one, generally speaking, and it could be no credit to either of us to appear between its covers. This paragraph is from the New York correspondence of the San Francisco Alta. Clipping pasted in. Mark Twain's story in the Saturday Press of November 18th, called Jim Smiley and His Jumping Frog, has set all New York in a roar, and he may be said to have made his mark. I have been asked 50 times about it and its author, and the papers are copying it far and near. It is voted the best thing of the day. Cannot the Californian afford to keep Mark all to itself? It should not let him scintillate so widely without first being filtered through the California press. The New York publishing house of Carleton and Company gave the sketch to the Saturday press when they found it was too late for the book. Though I am generally placed at the head of my breed of scribblers in this part of the country, the place properly belongs to Bret Harte, I think, though he denies it, along with the rest. He wants me to club a lot of old sketches together with a lot of his, and publish a book. I wouldn't do it, only he agrees to take all the trouble. But I want to know whether we are going to make anything out of it first. However, he has written to a New York publisher, and if we are offered a bargain that will pay for a month's labor, we will go to work and prepare the volume for the press. Yours affectionately, Sam. Bret Harte and Clemens had by this time quit the Californian, expecting to contribute to Eastern periodicals. Clemens, however, was not yet through with coast journalism. There was much interest just at this time in the Sandwich Islands, and he was selected by the foremost Sacramento paper to spy out the islands and report aspects and conditions there. His letters home were still infrequent, but this was something worth writing. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: San Francisco, March 5th, 1866. MY DEAR MOTHER and SISTER, I start to do Sandwich Islands day after tomorrow. I suppose Annie is geographer enough by this time to find them on the map. In the steamer Ajax. We shall arrive there in about 12 days. My friends seem determined that I shall not lack acquaintances, for I only decided today to go, and they have already sent me letters of introduction to everybody down there worth knowing. I am to remain there a month and ransack the islands, the great cataracts and the volcanoes completely, and write 20 or 30 letters to the Sacramento Union, for which they pay me as much money as I would get if I stayed at home. If I come back here, I expect to start straight across the continent by way of the Columbia River, the Penn d'Oreille Lakes, through Montana and down the Missouri River, only 200 miles of land travel from San Francisco to New Orleans. Good bye for the present. Yours, Sam. His home letters from the islands are numerous enough, everything there being so new and so delightful that he found joy in telling of it. Also, he was still young enough to air his triumphs a little, especially when he has dined with the Grand Chamberlain and is going to visit the King. The languorous life of the islands exactly suited Mark Twain. All his life he remembered them, always planning to return, some day, to stay there until he died. In one of his note books he wrote: "Went with Mr. Dam to his cool, vine-shaded home. No careworn or eager, anxious faces in this land of happy contentment. God, what a contrast with California and the Washoe." And again: "O islands there are on the face of the deep, where the leaves never fade and the skies never weep." The letters tell the story of his sojourn, which stretched itself into nearly 5 months. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Honolulu, Sandwich Islands, April 3, 1866. MY DEAR MOTHER and SISTER, I have been here 2 or 3 weeks, and like the beautiful tropical climate better and better. I have ridden on horseback all over this island, Oahu, in the meantime, and have visited all the ancient battle fields and other places of interest. I have got a lot of human bones which I took from one of these battle fields. I guess I will bring you some of them. I went with the American Minister, and took dinner this evening with the King's Grand Chamberlain, who is related to the royal family, and although darker than a mulatto, he has an excellent English education, and in manners is an accomplished gentleman. The dinner was as ceremonious as any I ever attended in California. 5 regular courses, and 5 kinds of wine, and 1 of brandy. He is to call for me in the morning with his carriage, and we will visit the king at the palace. Both are good masons. The king is a royal arch mason. After dinner tonight they called in the singing girls, and we had some beautiful music, sung in the native tongue. The steamer I came here in sails tomorrow, and as soon as she is gone I shall sail for the other islands of the group and visit the great volcano, the grand wonder of the world. Be gone 2 months. Yours, Sam. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Wailuku Sugar Plantation, Island of Maui, Hawaii, May 4, 1866. My dear Mother and Sister, 11 o'clock at night. This is the infernalest, darkest country when the moon don't shine. I stumbled and fell over my horse's lariat a minute ago and hurt my leg, so I must stay here tonight. I got the same leg hurt last week. I said I hadn't got hold of a spirited horse since I had been on the island, and one of the proprietors loaned me a big vicious colt. He was altogether too spirited. I went to tighten the cinch before mounting him, when he let out with his left leg and kicked me across a 10-acre lot. A native rubbed and doctored me so well that I was able to stand on my feet in half an hour. It was then half after 4, and I had an appointment to go 7 miles and get a girl and take her to a card party at 5. I have been clattering around among the plantations for 3 weeks now, and next week I am going to visit the extinct crater of Mount Haleakala, the largest in the world. It is 10 miles to the foot of the mountain. It rises 10,000 feet above the valley. The crater is 29 miles in circumference and 1,000 feet deep. Seen from the summit, the city of St. Louis would look like a picture in the bottom of it. As soon as I get back from Haleakala, pronounced Hale-eka-la, I will sail for Honolulu again, and thence to the island of Hawaii, pronounced Hawaii, to see the greatest active volcano in the world, that of Kilauea, pronounced Kilauea, and from thence back to San Francisco, and then, doubtless, to the States. I have been on this trip 2 months, and it will probably be 2 more before I get back to California. Yours affectionately, Sam. He was having a glorious time, one of the most happy, carefree adventures of his career. No form of travel or undertaking could discountenance Mark Twain at 30. To Mrs. Orion Clemens, in Carson City: Honolulu, May 22, 1866. MY DEAR SISTER, I have just got back from a sea voyage from the beautiful island of Maui. I have spent 5 weeks there, riding backwards and forwards among the sugar plantations, looking up the splendid scenery, and visiting the lofty crater of Haleakala. It has been a perfect jubilee to me in the way of pleasure. I have not written a single line, and have not once thought of business, or care, or human toil, or trouble, or sorrow, or weariness. Few such months come in a lifetime. I set sail again, a week hence, for the island of Hawaii, to see the great active volcano of Kilauea. I shall not get back here for 4 or 5 weeks, and shall not reach San Francisco before the latter part of July. So it is no use to wait for me to go home. Go on yourselves. If I were in the East now, I could stop the publication of a piratical book which has stolen some of my sketches. It is late. Good bye, Mollie. Your brother, Sam. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Honolulu, Sandwich Islands, June 21, 1866. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, I have just got back from a hard trip through the island of Hawaii, begun on the 26th of May and finished on the 18th of June, only 6 or 7 days at sea, all the balance horseback, and the hardest mountain road in the world. I stayed at the volcano about a week and witnessed the greatest eruption that has occurred for years. I lived well there. They charge $4 a day for board and a dollar or two extra for guides and horses. I had a pretty good time. They didn't charge me anything. I have got back sick, went to bed as soon as I arrived here. Shall not be strong again for several days yet. I rushed too fast. I ought to have taken 5 or 6 weeks on that trip. A week hence I start for the island of Kauai, to be gone 3 weeks, and then I go back to California. The Crown Princess is dead, and thousands of natives cry and wail and dance for the dead around the King's palace all night and every night. They will keep it up for a month, and then she will be buried. Hon. Anson Burlingame, U. S. Minister to China, and General Van Valkenburg, Minister to Japan, with their families and suites, have just arrived here en route. They were going to do me the honor to call on me this morning, and that accounts for my being out of bed now. You know what condition my room is always in when you are not around, so I climbed out of bed and dressed and shaved pretty quick and went up to the residence of the American minister and called on them. Mr. Burlingame told me a good deal about Hon. Jerry Clemens, and that Virginia Clemens who was wounded in a duel. He was in Congress years with both of them. Mr. B. sent for his son to introduce him. Said he could tell that frog story of mine as well as anybody. I told him I was glad to hear it, for I never tried to tell it myself without making a botch of it. At his request I have loaned Mr. Burlingame pretty much everything I ever wrote. I guess he will be an almighty wise man by the time he wades through that lot. If the new United States Minister to the Sandwich Islands, Hon. Edwin McCook, were only here now, so that I could get his views on this new condition of Sandwich Island politics, I would sail for California at once. But he will not arrive for 2 weeks yet, and so I am going to spend that interval on the island of Kauai. I stopped 3 days with Hon. Mr. Coney, Deputy Marshal of the Kingdom at Hilo, Hawaii, last week, and by a funny circumstance he knew everybody that I ever knew in Hannibal and Palmyra. We used to sit up all night talking, and then sleep all day. He lives like a prince. Confound that island, I had a streak of fat and a streak of lean all over it. Got lost several times and had to sleep in huts with the natives, and lived like a dog. Of course I couldn't speak 50 words of the language. Take it altogether, though, it was a mighty hard trip. Yours affectionately, SAM. Burlingame and Van Valkenburg were on their way to their posts, and their coming to the islands just at this time proved a most important circumstance to Mark Twain. We shall come to this presently, in a summary of the newspaper letters written to the Union. June 27th he wrote to his mother and sister a letter only a fragment of which survives, in which he tells of the arrival in Honolulu of the survivors of the ship Hornet, burned on the line, and of his securing the first news report of the lost vessel. Part of a letter to Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis. Honolulu, June 27, 1866. With a gill of water a day to each man. I got the whole story from the third mate and 2 of the sailors. If my account gets to the Sacramento Union first, it will be published first, all over the United States, France, England, Russia, and Germany. All over the world, I may say. You will see it. Mr. Burlingame went with me all the time, and helped me question the men, throwing away invitations to dinner with the princes and foreign dignitaries, and neglecting all sorts of things to accommodate me. You know how I appreciate that kind of thing, especially from such a man who is acknowledged to have no superior in the diplomatic circles of the world, and obtained from China concessions in favor of America which were refused to Sir Frederick Bruce and envoys of France and Russia until procured for them by Burlingame himself, which service was duly acknowledged by those dignitaries. He hunted me up as soon as he came here, and has done me 100 favors since, and says if I will come to China in the first trip of the great mail steamer next January and make his house in Peking my home, he will afford me facilities that few men can have there for seeing and learning. He will give me letters to the chiefs of the great mail steamship company, which will be of service to me in this matter. I expect to do all this, but I expect to go to the States first, and from China to the Paris World's Fair. Don't show this letter. Yours affectionately, Sam. P.S. The Crown Princess of this kingdom will be buried tomorrow with great ceremony. After that I sail in 2 weeks for California. This concludes Mark Twain's personal letters from the islands. Of his descriptive news letters there were about 20, and they were regarded by the readers of the Union as distinctly notable. Rereading those old letters today, it is not altogether easy to understand why. They were set in fine nonpareil type, for one thing, which present-day eyes simply refuse at any price, and the reward, by present-day standards, is not especially tempting. The letters began in the Union with the issue of April the 16th, 1866. The first, of date March 18th, tells of the writer's arrival at Honolulu. The humor in it is not always of a high order. It would hardly pass for humor today at all. That the same man who wrote the Hawaiian letters in 1866 (he was then over 30 years old) could 2 years later have written that marvelous book, The Innocents Abroad, is a phenomenon in literary development. The Hawaiian letters, however, do show the transition stage between the rough elemental humor of the Comstock and the refined and subtle style which flowered in The Innocents Abroad. Certainly Mark Twain's genius was finding itself, and his association with the refined and cultured personality of Anson Burlingame undoubtedly aided in that discovery. Burlingame pointed out his faults to him and directed him to a better way. No more than that was needed at such a time to bring about a transformation. The Sandwich Islands letters, however, must have been precisely adapted to their audience, a little more refined than the log Comstock, a little less subtle than the Atlantic public, and they added materially to his coast prestige. But let us consider a sample extract from the first Sandwich Islands letter. Our little band of passengers were as well and thoughtfully cared for by the friends they left weeping upon the wharf as ever were any similar body of pilgrims. The traveling outfit conferred upon me began with a naval uniform, continued with a case of wine, a small assortment of medicinal liquors and brandy, several boxes of cigars, a bunch of matches, a fine-tooth comb, and a cake of soap, and ended with a pair of socks. N.B. I gave the soap to Brown, who bit into it and then shook his head and said that as a general thing he liked to prospect curious foreign dishes and find out what they were made of, but he couldn't go that, and threw it overboard. It is nearly impossible to imagine humor in this extract, yet it is a fair sample of the entire letter. He improves in his next, at least in description, and gives us a picture of the crater. In this letter, also, he writes well and seriously, in a prophetic strain, of the great trade that is to be established between San Francisco and Hawaii, and argues for a line of steamers between the ports, in order that the islands might be populated by Americans, by which course European trade in that direction could be superseded. But the humor in this letter, such as it is, would scarcely provoke a smile today. As the letters continue, he still urges the fostering of the island trade by the United States, finds himself impressed by the work of the missionaries, who have converted cannibals to Christians, and gives picturesque bits of the life and scenery. Hawaii was then dominated chiefly by French and English, though the American interests were by no means small. Extract from letter No. 4. Captain Fitch said, "There's the king. That's him in the buggy. I know him as far as I can see him." I had never seen a king, and I naturally took out a note book and put him down: tall, slender, dark, full bearded, green frock coat with lapels and collar bordered with gold band an inch wide, plug hat, broad gold band around it. Royal costume looks too much like livery. This man is not as fleshy as I thought he was. I had just got these notes when Captain Fitch discovered that he'd got hold of the wrong king, or rather that he'd got hold of the king's driver, or carriage driver of one of the nobility. The king wasn't present at all. It was a great disappointment to me. I heard afterwards that the comfortable, easy going King Kamehameha V had been sitting on a barrel on the wharf, the day before, fishing. But there was no consolation in that. That did not restore me my lost king. This has something of the flavor of the man we were to know later, the quaint, gentle resignation to disappointment which is one of the finest touches in his humor. Further on he says, "I had not shaved since I left San Francisco. As soon as I got ashore I hunted up a striped pole, and shortly found one. I always had a yearning to be a king. This may never be, I suppose, but at any rate it will always be a satisfaction to me to know that if I am not a king I am the next thing to it. I have been shaved by the king's barber." Honolulu was a place of cats. He saw cats of every shade and variety. He says, "I saw cats, tomcats, Mary Ann cats, bobtail cats, blind cats, one-eyed cats, wall-eyed cats, cross-eyed cats, gray cats, black cats, white cats, yellow cats, striped cats, spotted cats, tame cats, wild cats, singed cats, individual cats, groups of cats, platoons of cats, companies of cats, armies of cats, multitudes of cats, millions of cats, and all of them sleek, fat and lazy, and sound asleep." Which illustrates another characteristic of the humor we were to know later, the humor of grotesque exaggeration, in which he was always strong. He found the islands during his periods of inaction conducive to indolence. "If I were not so fond of looking into the rich mass of green leaves," he says, "that swathe the stately tamarind right before my door, I would idle less and write more, I think." The Union made good use of his letters. Sometimes it printed them on the front page. Evidently they were popular from the beginning. The Union was a fine, handsome paper, beautiful in its minute typography and in its press work, more beautiful than most papers of today, with their machine-set type, their vulgar illustrations, and their chain-lightning presses. A few more extracts. "The only cigars here are those trifling, insipid, tasteless, flavorless things they call Manilas, 10 for 25 cents, and it would take 1,000 of them to be worth half the money. After you have smoked about $35 worth of them in the forenoon, you feel nothing but a desperate yearning to go out somewhere and take a smoke. Captains and ministers form about half the population. The third fourth is composed of Kanakas and mercantile foreigners and their families. The final fourth is made up of high officers of the Hawaiian government, and there are just about enough cats to go round." In No. 6, April the 2nd, he says, "An excursion to Diamond Head and the King's Cocoanut Grove was planned today at 4:30 p.m. the party to consist of half a dozen gentlemen and 3 ladies. They all started at the appointed hour, except myself. Somebody remarked that it was 20 minutes past 5 o'clock, and that woke me up. It was a fortunate circumstance that Captain Phillips was there with his turnout, as he calls his top buggy that Captain Cook brought here in 1778, and a horse that was here when Captain Cook came. This bit has something the savor of his subsequent work, but, as a rule, the humor compares poorly with that which was to come later. In No. 7 he speaks of the natives singing American songs, not always to his comfort. Marching Through Georgia was one of their favorite airs. He says, "If it had been all the same to General Sherman, I wish he had gone around by the way of the Gulf of Mexico, instead of marching through Georgia." Letters Nos. 8, 9, and 10 were not of special importance. In No. 10 he gives some advice to San Francisco as to the treatment of whalers. He says, "If I were going to advise San Francisco as to the best strategy to employ in order to secure the whaling trade, I should say, cripple your facilities for pulling sea captains on any pretense that sailors can trump up, and show the whaler a little more consideration when he is in port." In No. 11, May 24th, he tells of a trip to the Kalihi Valley and through historic points. At one place he looked from a precipice over which old Kamehameha I drove the army of Oahu 3/4 of a century before. The vegetation and glory of the tropics attracted him. In one open spot a vine of a species unknown had taken possession of 2 tall dead stumps, and wound around and about them, and swung out from their tops, and twined their meeting tendrils together into a faultless arch. Man, with all his art, could not improve upon its symmetry. He saw Sam Brannan's palace, the bungalow, built by one Shillaber of San Francisco at a cost of from $30,000 to $40,000. In its day it had outshone its regal neighbor, the Palace of the King, but had fallen to decay after passing into Brannan's hands, and had become a picturesque Theban ruin by the time of Mark Twain's visit. In No. 12, June 20th, written May 23rd, he tells of the Hawaiian legislature, and of his trip to the island of Maui, where, as he says, he never spent so pleasant a month before, or bade any place good-bye so regretfully. In No. 13 he continues the legislature, and gives this picture of Minister Harris: "He is 6 feet high, bony, and rather slender. Long, ungainly arms, stands so straight he leans back a little, has small side whiskers, his head long up and down, he has no command of language or ideas, oratory all show and pretense, a big washing and a small hangout, weak, insipid, and a damn fool in general." In No. 14, June 22nd, published July 16th, he tells of the death and burial ceremonies of the Princess Victoria K.K., and, what was to be of more importance to him, of the arrival of Anson Burlingame, U.S. Minister to China, and General Van Valkenburg, U.S. Minister to Japan. They were to stay 10 or 14 days, he said, but an effort would be made to have them stay over July 4th. Speaking of Burlingame: "Burlingame is a man who could be esteemed, respected, and popular anywhere, no matter whether he was among Christians or cannibals." Then, in the same letter, comes the great incident: "A letter arrived here yesterday, giving a meager account of the arrival, on the island of Hawaii, of 19 poor starving wretches, who had been buffeting a stormy sea in an open boat for 43 days. Their ship, the Hornet, from New York, with a quantity of kerosene on board, had taken fire and burned in latitude 2 degrees north and longitude 35 degrees west. When they had been entirely out of provisions for a day or two, and the cravings of hunger become insufferable, they yielded to the shipwrecked mariner's fearful and awful alternative, and solemnly drew lots to determine who of their number should die to furnish food for his comrades, and then the morning mists lifted and they saw land. They are being cared for at Sanpahoe, not yet corroborated. The Hornet disaster was fully told in his letter of June 27th. The survivors were brought to Honolulu, and with the assistance of the Burlingame party, Clemens, laid up with saddle boils, was carried on a stretcher to the hospital, where, aided by Burlingame, he interviewed the shipwrecked men, securing material for the most important piece of serious writing he had thus far performed. Letter No. 15 to the Union, of date June 25th, occupied the most of the first page in the issue of July 19. It was a detailed account of the sufferings of officers and crew, as given by the third officer and members of the crew. From letter No. 15. In the postscript of a letter which I wrote 2 or 3 days ago, and sent by the ship Live Yankee, I gave you the substance of a letter received here from Hilo by Walker Allen and Company, informing them that a boat containing 15 men in a helpless and starving condition had drifted ashore at Sanpahoe, island of Hawaii, and that they had belonged to the clipper ship Hornet, Captain Mitchell, master; had been afloat since the burning of that vessel, about 100 miles north of the equator, on the 3rd of May, 43 days. The third mate and 10 of the seamen have arrived here, and are now in the hospital. Captain Mitchell, 1 seaman named Antonio Pacine, and 2 passengers, Samuel and Henry Ferguson, of New York City, 18 and 28 years, are still at Hilo, but are expected here within the week. In the captain's modest epitome of the terrible romance you detect the fine old hero through it. It reads like Grant. Here follows the whole terrible narrative, which has since been published in more substantial form, and has been recognized as literature. It occupied 3 1/2 columns on the front page of the Union, and, of course, constituted a great beat for that paper, a fact which they appreciated to the extent of $100 the column upon the writer's return from the islands. In letters Nos. 14 and 15 he gives further particulars of the month of mourning for the princess and funeral ceremonials. He refers to Burlingame, who was still in the islands. The remaining letters are unimportant. The Hawaiian episode in Mark Twain's life was one of those spots that seemed to him always filled with sunlight. From beginning to end it had been a long, luminous dream. In the next letter, written on the homeward bound ship, becalmed under a cloudless sky, we realize the fitting end of the experience. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis. On board ship Smyrniot, at sea, July 30, 1866. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, I write now because I must go hard at work as soon as I get to San Francisco, and then I shall have no time for other things, though truth to say I have nothing now to write which will be calculated to interest you much. We left the Sandwich Islands 8 or 10 days, or 12 days ago, I don't know which. I have been so hard at work until today, at least part of each day, that the time has slipped away almost unnoticed. The first few days we came at a whooping gait, being in the latitude of the northeast trades, but we soon ran out of them. We used them as long as they lasted, hundreds of miles, and came dead straight north until exactly abreast of San Francisco, precisely straight west of the city, in a bee line, but a long bee line, as we were about 2,000 miles at sea. Consequently we are not 100 yards nearer San Francisco than you are. And here we lie becalmed in a glassy sea. We do not move an inch, we throw banana and orange peel overboard, and it lies still on the water by the vessel's side. Sometimes the ocean is as dead level as the Mississippi River, and glitters glassily as if polished, but usually, of course, no matter how calm the weather is, we roll and surge over the grand ground swell. We amuse ourselves tying pieces of tin to the ship's log and sinking them to see how far we can distinguish them under water. 86 feet was the deepest we could see a small piece of tin, but a white plate would show about as far down as the steeple of Dr. Bullard's church would reach, I guess. The sea is very dark and blue here. Ever since we got becalmed 5 days I have been copying the diary of one of the young Fergusons, the 2 boys who starved and suffered with 13 others in an open boat at sea for 43 days, lately after their ship the Hornet was burned on the equator. Both these boys and Captain Mitchell are passengers with us. I am copying the diary to publish in Harper's Magazine, if I have time to fix it up properly when I get to San Francisco. I suppose, from present appearances, light winds and calms, that we shall be 2 or 3 weeks at sea yet, and I hope so. I am in no hurry to go to work. Sunday morning, August 6. This is rather slow. We still drift along, at intervals a spanking breeze, and then drift again, hardly move for half a day, but I enjoy it. We have such snowy moonlight and such gorgeous sunsets, and the ship is so easy, even in a gale she rows very little, compared to other vessels, and in this calm we could dance on deck if we chose. You can walk a crack, so steady is she, very different from the Ajax. My trunk used to get loose in the state room and rip and tear around the place as if it had life in it, and I always had to take my clothes off in bed because I could not stand up and do it. There is a ship in sight, the first object we have seen since we left Honolulu. We are still 1,300 or 1,400 miles from land, and so anything like this that varies the vast solitude of the ocean makes all hands light-hearted and cheerful. We think the ship is the Comet, which left Honolulu several hours before we did. She is about 12 miles away, and so we cannot see her hull, but the sailors think it is the Comet because of some peculiarity about her foretop gallant sails. We have watched her all the forenoon. Afternoon we had preaching on the quarterdeck by Rev. Mr. Rising, of Virginia City, old friend of mine. Spread a flag on the booby hatch, which made a very good pulpit, and then ranged the chairs on either side against the bulwarks. Last Sunday we had the shadow of the mainsail, but today we were on the opposite tack, close hauled, and had the sun. I am leader of the choir on this ship, and a sorry lead it is. I hope they will have a better opinion of our music in heaven than I have down here. If they don't, a thunderbolt will come down and knock the vessel endways. The other ship is the Comet. She is right abreast 3 miles away, sailing on our course, both of us in a dead calm. With the glasses we can see what we take to be men and women on her decks. I am well acquainted with nearly all her passengers, and being so close seems right sociable. Monday, 7, I had just gone to bed a little after midnight when the second mate came and roused up the captain and said the Comet has come round and is standing away on the other tack. I went up immediately, and so did all our passengers, without waiting to dress, men, women, and children. There was a perceptible breeze. Pretty soon the other ship swept down upon us with all her sails set, and made a fine show in the luminous starlight. She passed within 100 yards of us, so we could faintly see persons on our decks. We had 2 minutes' chat with each other through the medium of horse shouting, and then she bore away to windward. In the morning she was only a little black peg standing out of the glassy sea in the distant horizon, an almost invisible mark in the bright sky. Dead calm. So the ships have stood all day long, have not moved 100 yards. August 8. The calm continues. Magnificent weather. The gentlemen have all turned boys. They play boyish games on the poop and quarter deck. For instance, they lay a knife on the fife rail of the mainmast, stand off 3 steps, shut one eye, walk up and strike at it with the forefinger. Seldom hit it. Also, they lay a knife on the deck and walk 7 or 8 steps with eyes closed shut and try to find it. They kneel, place elbows against knees, extend hands in front along the deck, place knife against end of fingers, then clasp hands behind back and bend forward and try to pick up the knife with their teeth and rise up from knees without rolling over or losing their balance. They tie a string to the shrouds, stand with back against it, walk 3 steps, eyes shut, turn around 3 times and go and put finger on the string. Only a military man can do it. If you want to know how perfectly ridiculous a grown man looks performing such absurdities in the presence of ladies, get one to try it. Afternoon. The calm is no more. There are 3 vessels in sight. It is so sociable to have them hovering about us on this broad waste of water. It is sunny and pleasant, but blowing hard. Every rag about the ship is spread to the breeze, and she is speeding over the sea like a bird. There's a large brig right astern of us, with all her canvas set and chasing us at her best. She came up fast while the winds were light, but now it is hard to tell whether she gains or not. We can see the people on the forecastle with the glass. The race is exciting. I am sorry to know that we shall soon have to quit the vessel and go ashore if she keeps up this speed. Friday, August 10. We have breezes and calms alternately. The brig is 2 miles to 3 astern, and just stays there. We sail directly east. This brings the brig, with all her canvas set, almost in the eye of the sun, when it sets beautiful. She looks sharply cut and black as a coal, against a background of fire and in the midst of a sea of blood. San Francisco, August 20. We never saw the comet again till the 13th, in the morning, 3 miles away. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, 25 days out from Honolulu, both ships entered the Golden Gate of San Francisco side by side, and 300 yards apart. There was a gale blowing, and both vessels clapped on every stitch of canvas and swept up through the channel and past the fortresses at a magnificent gait. I have been up to Sacramento and squared accounts with the Union. They paid me a great deal more than they promised me. Yours affectionately, Sam. End of Section 6. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 7 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 1, Chapter 6. Letters, 1866 to 67. The Lecturer. Success on the Coast. In New York. The Great Ocean Excursion. It was August 13th when he reached San Francisco and wrote in his notebook, "Home again. No, not home again. In prison again, and all the wild sense of freedom gone. Cities seem so cramped and so dreary with toil and care and business anxieties. God help me, I wish I were at sea again. The transition from the dreamland of a becalmed sailing vessel to the dull, cheerless realities of his old life and the uncertainties of his future depressed him, filled him with forebodings. At one moment he felt himself on the verge of suicide, the world seemed so little worth while. He wished to make a trip around the world, a project that required money. He contemplated making a book of his island letters and experiences, and the acceptance by Harper's Magazine of the revised version of the Hornet shipwreck story encouraged this thought. Friends urged him to embody in a lecture the picturesque aspect of Hawaiian life. The thought frightened him, but it also appealed to him strongly. He believed he could entertain an audience once he got started on the right track. As governor of the third house at Carson City he had kept the audience in hand. Men in whom he had the utmost confidence insisted that he follow up the lecture idea and engage the largest house in the city for his purpose. The possibility of failure appalled him, but he finally agreed to the plan. In Roughing It, and elsewhere, has been told the story of this venture, the tale of its splendid success. He was no longer concerned, now, as to his immediate future. The lecture field was profitable. His audience laughed and shouted. He was learning the flavor of real success, and exulting in it. With Dennis McCarthy, formerly one of the partners in the enterprise, as manager, he made a tour of California and Nevada. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and others, in St. Louis, Virginia City, November 1, 1866. All the folks affectionate greeting. You know the flush times are past, and it has long been impossible to more than half fill the theater here with any sort of attraction, but they filled it for me night before last, full, dollar all over the house. I was mighty dubious about Carson, but the enclosed call and some telegrams set that all right. I lecture there tomorrow night. They offer a full house and no expense in Dayton. Go there next. Sandy Baldwin says I have made the most sweeping success of any man he knows of. I have lectured in San Francisco, Sacramento, Marysville, Grass Valley, Nevada, You Bet, Red Dog, and Virginia. I am going to talk in Carson, Gold Hill, Silver City, Dayton, Washoe, San Francisco again, and again here if I have time to rehash the lecture. Then I'm bound for New York, lecture on the steamer, maybe. I'll leave toward 1st December, but I'll telegraph you. Love to all. Yours, Mark. His lecture tour continued from October until December, a period of picturesque incident, the story of which has been recorded elsewhere. See Mark Twain, a biography by the same author. It paid him well. He could go home now, without shame. Indeed, from his next letter, full of the boyish elation which always, to his last years, was the complement of his success, we gather that he is going home with special honors, introductions from ministers and the like to distinguished personages of the East. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis, San Francisco, December 4, 1866. My dear folks, I have written to Annie and Sammy and Katie some time ago, also to the balance of you. I called on Rev. Dr. Wadsworth last night with the City College man, but he wasn't at home. I was sorry, because I wanted to make his acquaintance. I am thick as thieves with the Rev. Stebbings, and I am laying for the Rev. Scudder and the Rev. Dr. Stone. I am running on preachers, now, altogether. I find them gay. Stebbings is a regular brick. I am taking letters of introduction to Henry Ward Beecher, Rev. Dr. Ting, and other eminent parsons in the East. Whenever anybody offers me a letter to a preacher now, I snaffle it on the spot. I shall make Rev. Dr. Bellows trot out the fast nags of the cloth for me when I get to New York. Bellows is an able, upright, and eloquent man, a man of imperial intellect and matchless power. He is Christian in the truest sense of the term, and is unquestionably a brick. General Drum has arrived in Philadelphia, and established his headquarters there, as Adjutant General to Major General Meade. Colonel Leonard has received a letter from him in which he offers me a complimentary benefit if I will come there. I am much obliged, really, but I am afraid I shan't lecture much in the States. The China mail steamer is getting ready, and everybody says I am throwing away a fortune in not going in her. I firmly believe it myself. I sail for the States in the opposition steamer of the 5th instant, positively and without reserve. My room is already secured for me, and is the choicest in the ship. I know all the officers. Yours affectionately, Mark. We get no hint of his plans, and perhaps he had none. If his purpose was to lecture in the East, he was in no hurry to begin. Arriving in New York, after an adventurous voyage, he met a number of old Californians, men who believed in him, and urged him to lecture. He also received offers of newspaper engagements, and from Charles Henry Webb, who had published the Californian, which Bret Harte had edited, came the proposal to collect his published sketches, including the Jumping Frog story, in book form. Webb himself was in New York, and offered the sketches to several publishers, including Canton, who had once refused the frog story by omitting it from Artemus Ward's book. It seems curious that Canton should make a second mistake and refuse it again, but publishers were wary in those days, and even the newspaper success of the frog story did not tempt him to venture it as the little tale of a book. Webb finally declared he would publish the book himself, and Clemens, after a few weeks of New York, joined his mother and family in St. Louis, and gave himself up to a considerable period of visiting, lecturing meantime in both Hannibal and Keokuk. Fate had great matters in preparation for him. The Quaker City Mediterranean excursion, the first great ocean picnic, was announced that spring, and Mark Twain realized that it offered a possible opportunity for him to see something of the world. He wrote at once to the proprietors of the Alta California, and proposed that they send him as their correspondent. To his delight, his proposition was accepted, the Alta agreeing to the $1,200 passage money and $20 each for letters. The Quaker City was not to sail until the 8th of June, but the Alta wished some preliminary letters from New York. Furthermore, Webb had the Frog book in press and would issue it May 1st. Clemens therefore returned to New York in April, and now, once more being urged by the Californians to lecture, he did not refuse. Frank Fuller, formerly governor of Utah, took the matter in hand and engaged Cooper Union for the venture. He timed it for May 6th, which would be a few days after the appearance of Webb's book. Clemens was even more frightened at the prospect of this lecture than he had been in San Francisco, and with more reason, for in New York his friends were not many, and competition for public favor was very great. There are 2 letters written May 1st, one to his people and one to Bret Harte in San Francisco, that give us the situation. To Bret Harte, in San Francisco: Westminster Hotel, May 1, 1867. Dear Bret, I take my pen in hand to inform you that I am well, and hope these few lines will find you enjoying the same God's blessing. The book is out, and is handsome. It is full of damnable errors of grammar and deadly inconsistencies of spelling in the frog sketch, because I was away and did not read the proofs. But be a friend and say nothing about these things. When my hurry is over, I will send you an autographed copy to pisen the children with. I am to lecture in Cooper Institute next Monday night. Pray for me. We will sail for the Holy Land June 8. Try to write me. to this hotel, and it will be forwarded to Paris, where we will remain 10 or 15 days. Regards and best wishes to Mrs. Brett and the family. Truly your friend, Mark. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Westminster Hotel, May 1, 1867. Dear folks, don't expect me to write for a while. My hands are full of business on account of my lecture for the 6th instant, and everything looks shady, at least, if not dark. I have got a good agent, but now, after we have hired Cooper Institute and gone to an expense in one way or another of $500, it comes out that I have got to play against Speaker Colfax at Irving Hall, Ristori, and also the double troupe of Japanese jugglers, the latter opening at the Great Academy of Music, and with all this against me, I have taken the largest house in New York, and cannot backwater. Let us slide. If nobody else cares, I don't. I'll send the book soon. I'm awfully hurried now, but not worried. Yours, Sam. The Cooper Union lecture proved a failure and a success. When it became evident to Fuller that the venture was not going to pay, he sent out a flood of complimentaries to the school teachers of New York City and the surrounding districts. No one seems to have declined them. Clemens lectured to a jammed house and acquired much reputation. Lecture proposals came from several directions, but he could not accept them now. He wrote home that he was 18 Alta letters behind, and had refused everything. Thomas Nast, the cartoonist, then in his first fame, proposed a joint tour, Clemens to lecture while he, Nast, would illustrate with lightning sketches. But even this could not be considered now. In a little while he would sail, and the days were overfull. A letter written a week before he sailed is full of the hurry and strain of these last days. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Westminster Hotel, New York, June 1, 1867. Dear folks, I know I ought to write oftener, just got your last, and more fully, but I cannot overcome my repugnance to telling what I am doing, or what I expect to do, or propose to do. Then, what have I left to write about? Manifestly nothing. It isn't any use for me to talk about the voyage, because I can have no faith in that voyage till the ship is under way. How do I know she will ever sail? My passage is paid, and if the ship sails, I sail in her. But I make no calculations, have bought no cigars, no sea-going clothing, have made no preparation whatever, shall not pack my trunk till the morning we sail. Yet my hands are full of what I'm going to do the day before we sail, and what isn't done that day will go undone. All I do know or feel is, that I am wild with impatience to move. Half a dozen times I have wished I had sailed long ago in some ship that wasn't going to keep me chained here to chafe for lagging ages while she got ready to go. Curse the endless delays, they always kill me. They make me neglect every duty, and then I have a conscience that tears me like a wild beast. I wish I never had to stop anywhere a month. I do more mean things, the moment I get a chance to fold my hands and sit down, than ever I can get forgiveness for. Yes, we are to meet at Mr. Beach's next Thursday night, and I suppose we shall have to be gotten up regardless of expense, in swallow-tails, white kids, and everything on reg'ly. I am resigned to Reverend Mr. Hutchinson's or anybody else's supervision. I don't mind it. I am fixed. I have got a splendid, immoral, tobacco-smoking, wine-drinking, godless roommate, who is as good and true and right-minded a man as ever lived, a man whose blameless conduct and example will always be an eloquent sermon to all who shall come within their influence. But send on the professional preachers. There are none I like better to converse with. If they are not narrow-minded and bigoted, they make good companions. I ask them to send the New York Weekly to you, no charge. I'm not going to write for it. Like all other papers that pay one splendidly, it circulates among stupid people, and the canaille. I have made no arrangement with any New York paper. I will see about that Monday or Tuesday. Love to all. Good bye. Yours affectionately, Sam. The immoral roommate whose conduct was to be an eloquent example was Dan Slote, immortalized in The Innocents as Dan, a favorite on the ship and later beloved by countless readers. There is one more letter, written the night before the Quaker City sailed, a letter which, in a sense, marks the close of the first great period of his life, the period of aimless wandering, adventure, youth. Perhaps a paragraph of explanation should precede this letter. Political changes had eliminated Orion in Nevada, and he was now undertaking the practice of law. Bill Stewart was Senator Stewart of Nevada, of whom we shall hear again. The Sandwich Island book, as may be imagined, was made up of his letters to the Sacramento Union. Nothing came of the venture except some chapters in Roughing It, rewritten from the material. Zeb and John Leavenworth were pilots whom he had known on the river. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: New York, June 7th, 1867. Dear folks, I suppose we shall be many a league at sea tomorrow night, and goodness knows I shall be unspeakably glad of it. I haven't got anything to write, else I would write it. I have just written myself clear out in letters to the Alta, and I think they are the stupidest letters that were ever written from New York. Corresponding has been a perfect drag ever since I got to the States. If it continues abroad, I don't know what the Tribune and Alta folks will think. I have withdrawn the Sandwich Island book. It would be useless to publish it in these dull publishing times. As for the Frog book, I don't believe that will ever pay anything worth a cent. I published it simply to advertise myself, not with the hope of making anything out of it. Well, I haven't anything to write, except that I'm tired of staying in one place, that I am in a fever to get away. Read my Alta letters. They contain everything I could possibly write to you. Tell Zeb and John Leavenworth to write me. They can get plenty of gossip from the pilots. An importing house sent 2 cases of exquisite champagne aboard the ship for me today, Veuve Clicquot and Lac d'Or. I and my roommate have set apart every Saturday as a solemn fast day, wherein we will entertain no light matters of frivolous conversation, but only get drunk. That is a joke. His mother and sisters are the best and most homelike people I have yet found in a brownstone front. There is no style about them, except in house and furniture. I wish Orion were going on this voyage, for I believe he could not help but be cheerful and jolly. I often wonder if his law business is going satisfactorily to him. But knowing that the dull season is setting in now, it looked like it had already set in before, I have felt as if I could almost answer the question myself, which is to say, in plain words, I was afraid to ask. I wish I had gone to Washington in the winter instead of going West. I could have gouged an office out of Bill Stewart for him, and that would atone for the loss of my home visit. But I am so worthless that it seems to me I never do anything or accomplish anything that lingers in my mind as a pleasant memory. My mind is stored full of unworthy conduct toward Orion and towards you all, and an accusing conscience gives me peace only in excitement and restless moving from place to place. If I could say I had done one thing for any of you that entitled me to your good opinion, I say nothing of your love, for I am sure of that, no matter how unworthy of it I may make myself. From Orion down you have always given me that, all the days of my life, when God Almighty knows I seldom deserve it. I believe I could go home and stay there, and I know I would care little for the world's praise or blame. There is no satisfaction in the world's praise anyhow, and it is no worth to me save in the way of business. I tried to gather up its compliments to send to you, but the work was distasteful, and I dropped it. You observe that under a cheerful exterior I have got a spirit that is angry with me and gives me freely its contempt. I can get away from that at sea and be tranquil and satisfied, and so with my parting love and benediction for Orion and all of you, I say good bye, and God bless you all, and welcome the wind that wafts a weary soul to the sunny lands of the Mediterranean. Yours forever, Sam. End of Section 7. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 8 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 7. Letters 1867. The Traveler. The Voyage of the Quaker City. Mark Twain, now at sea, was writing many letters, not personal letters, but those unique descriptive relations of travel which would make him his first great fame, those fresh first impressions preserved to us now as chapters of the Innocents Abroad. Yet here and there in the midst of sightseeing and reporting he found time to send a brief line to those at home, merely that they might have a word from his own hand, for he had ordered the papers to which he was to contribute, the Alta and the New York Tribune, sent to them, and these would give the story of his travels. The home letters read like notebook entries. Letters to Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis. Fayal, Azores, June 20th, 1867. Dear folks, we are having a lively time here after a stormy trip. We meant to go to San Miguel, but were driven here by stress of weather. Beautiful climate. Yours affectionately, Sam. Gibraltar, June 30th, 1867. Dear folks, arrived here this morning and am clear worn out with riding and climbing in and over and around this monstrous rock and its fortifications. Summer climate and very pleasant. Yours, Sam. Tangier, Morocco, Africa, July 1, 1867. Dear folks, half a dozen of us came here yesterday from Gibraltar, and some of the company took the other direction, went up through Spain to Paris by rail. We decided that Gibraltar and San Roque were all of Spain that we wanted to see at present, and are glad we came here among the Africans, Moors, Arabs, and Bedouins of the desert. I would not give this experience for all the balance of the trip combined. This is the infernalest hive of infernally costumed barbarians I have ever come across yet. Yours, Sam. At Sea, July 2, 1867. Dear folks, we are far up the intensely blue and ravishingly beautiful Mediterranean, and now we are just passing the island of Minorca. The climate is perfectly lovely, and it is hard to drive anybody to bed, day or night. We remain up the whole night through occasionally, and by this means enjoy the rare sensation of seeing the sun rise. But the sunsets are soft, rich, warm, and superb. We had a ball last night under the awnings of the quarter deck, and the share of it, of 3 of us, was masquerade. We had full, flowing, picturesque Moorish costumes, which we purchased in the bazaars of Tangier. Yours, Sam. Marseilles, France, July 5, 1867. We are here. Start for Paris tomorrow. All well. Had gorgeous 4th of July jollification yesterday at sea. Yours, Sam. The reader may expand these sketchy outlines to his heart's content by following the chapters in The Innocents Abroad, which is very good history, less elaborated than might be supposed. But on the other hand, the next letter adds something of interest to the book, circumstances which a modest author would necessarily omit. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis, Yalta, Russia, August 25, 1867. Dear folks, we have been representing the United States all we knew how today. We went to Sebastopol after we got tired of Constantinople, got your letter there, and one at Naples, and there the Commandant and the whole town came aboard and were as jolly and sociable as old friends. They said the Emperor of Russia was at Yalta, 30 miles or 40 away, and urged us to go there with the ship and visit him, promised us a cordial welcome. They insisted on sending a telegram to the Emperor, and also a courier overland to announce our coming. But we knew that a great English excursion party, and also the Viceroy of Egypt, in his splendid yacht, had been refused an audience within the last fortnight, so we thought it not safe to try it. They said, no difference, the Emperor would hardly visit our ship, because that would be a most extraordinary favor, and one which he uniformly refuses to accord under any circumstances. But he would certainly receive us at his palace. We still declined, but we had to go to Odessa, 250 miles away. And there the Governor General urged us, and sent a telegram to the Emperor, which we hardly expected to be answered, but it was, and promptly. So we sailed back to Yalta. We all went to the palace at noon today, 3 miles, in carriages and on horses sent by the Emperor, and we had a jolly time. Instead of the usual formal audience of 15 minutes, we stayed 4 hours, and were made a good deal more at home than we could have been in a New York drawing room. The whole tribe turned out to receive our party. Emperor, Empress, the oldest daughter, Grand Duchess Marie, a pretty girl of 14, a little Grand Duke, her brother, and a platoon of admirals, princes, peers of the empire, etc. And in a little while an aide de camp arrived with a request from the Grand Duke Michael, the Emperor's brother, that we would visit his palace and breakfast with him. The Emperor also invited us, on behalf of his absent eldest son and heir, aged 22, to visit his palace and consider it a visit to him. They all talk English, and they were all very neatly but very plainly dressed. You all dress a good deal finer than they were dressed. The Emperor and his family threw off all reserve and showed us all over the palace themselves. It is very rich and very elegant, but in no way gaudy. I had been appointed chairman of a committee to draft an address to the Emperor in behalf of the passengers, and as I fully expected, and as they fully intended, I had to write the address myself. I didn't mind it, because I have no modesty, and would as soon write to an emperor as to anybody else, but considering that there were 5 on the committee, I thought they might have contributed 1 paragraph among them anyway. They wanted me to read it to 'em, too, but I declined that honor, not because I hadn't cheek enough, in some despair, but because our consul at Odessa was along, and also the secretary of our legation at St. Petersburg, and of course one of those ought to read it. The Emperor accepted the address. It was his business to do it, and so many others have praised it warmly that I begin to imagine it must be a wonderful sort of document, and herewith send you the original draft of it, to be put into alcohol and preserved forever like a curious reptile. They live right well at the Grand Duke Michael's. Their breakfasts are not gorgeous, but very excellent, and if Michael were to say the word, I would go there and breakfast with him tomorrow. Yours affectionately, SAM. P. S. written across the face of the last page. They had told us it would be polite to invite the Emperor to visit the ship, though he would not be likely to do it. But he didn't give us a chance. He has requested permission to come on board with his family and all his relations tomorrow and take a sail, in case it is calm weather. I can entertain them. My hand is in now, and if you want any more emperors feted in style, trot them out. The next letter is of interest in that it gives us the program and volume of his work. With all the sightseeing, he was averaging a full 4 letters a week, long letters, requiring careful observation and inquiry. How fresh and impressionable and full of vigor he was, even in that fierce southern heat. No one makes the Mediterranean trip in summer today, and the thought of adding constant letter writing to steady travel through southern France, Italy, Greece, and Turkey in blazing midsummer is stupefying, and Syria and Egypt in September. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis, Constantinople, September 1, '67. Dear folks, all well. Do the Altas come regularly? I wish I knew whether my letters reach them or not. Look over the back papers and see. I wrote them as follows: 1 letter from Fayal, in the Azores Islands; 1 from Gibraltar, in Spain; 1 from Tangier, in Africa; 2 from Paris and Marseilles, in France; 1 from Genoa, in Italy; 1 from Milan; 1 from Lake Como; 1 from some little place in Switzerland, have forgotten the name; 4 concerning Lecce, Bergamo, Padua, Verona, battlefield of Marengo, Pistachio, and some other cities in northern Italy; 2 from Venice; 1 about Bologna; 1 from Florence; 1 from Pisa; 1 from Leghorn; 1 from Rome and Civita Vecchia; 2 from Naples; 1 about Pozzuoli, where St. Paul landed, the baths of Nero, and the ruins of Baia, Virgil's tomb, the Elysian fields, the sunken cities, and the spot where Ulysses landed; 1 from Herculaneum and Vesuvius; 1 from Pompeii; 1 from the island of Ischia; 1 concerning the volcano of Stromboli, the city and straits of Messina, the land of Sicily, Scylla and Charybdis, etc.; 1 about the Grecian Archipelago; 1 about a midnight visit to Athens, the Piraeus, and the ruins of the Acropolis; 1 about the Hellespont, the site of ancient Troy, the Sea of Marmora, etc.; 2 about Constantinople, the Golden Horn, and the beauties of the Bosphorus; 1 from Odessa and Sebastopol in Russia, the Black Sea, etc.; 2 from Yalta, Russia, concerning a visit to the Czar; and yesterday I wrote another letter from Constantinople, and 1 today about its neighbor in Asia, Scatter. I am not done with Turkey yet, shall write 2 or 3 more. I have written to the New York Herald 2 letters from Naples, no names signed, and 1 from Constantinople. To the New York Tribune I have written 1 from Fayal, 1 from Civita Vecchia in the Roman States, 2 from Yalta, Russia, and 1 from Constantinople. I have never seen any of these letters in print except the one to the Tribune from Fayal, and that was not worth printing. We sail hence tomorrow, perhaps, and my next letters will be mailed at Smyrna, in Syria. I hope to write from the Sea of Tiberias, Damascus, Jerusalem, Joppa, and possibly other points in the Holy Land. The letters from Egypt, the Nile and Algiers I will look out for myself. I will bring them in my pocket. They take the finest photographs in the world here. I have ordered some. They will be sent to Alexandria, Egypt. You cannot conceive of anything so beautiful as Constantinople viewed from the Golden Horn or the Bosphorus. I think it must be the handsomest city in the world. I will go on deck and look at it for you, directly. I am staying in the ship tonight. I generally stay on shore when we are in port. But yesterday I just ran myself down. Dan Slote, my roommate, is on shore. He remained here while we went up the Black Sea, but it seems he has not got enough of it yet. I thought Dan had got the stateroom pretty full of rubbish at last, but a while ago his dragoman arrived with a brand new ghastly tombstone of the Oriental pattern, with his name handsomely carved and gilded on it, in Turkish characters. That fellow will buy a Circassian slave next. I am tired. We are going on a trip tomorrow. I must to bed. Love to all. Yours, Sam. U.S. Consul's Office, Beirut, Syria, September 11, 1867. Dear Folks, we are here, 8 of us, making a contract with a dragoman to take us to Baalbek, then to Damascus, Nazareth, etc., then to Lake Gennesareth, Sea of Tiberias, then south through all the celebrated scriptural localities to Jerusalem, then to the Dead Sea, the cave of Machpelah, and up to Joppa, where the ship will be. We shall be in the saddle 3 weeks. We have horses, tents, provisions, arms, a dragoman, and 2 other servants, and we pay $5 a day apiece, in gold. Love to all. Yours, Sam. We leave tonight at 2 o'clock in the morning. There appear to be no further home letters written from Syria, and none from Egypt. Perhaps with the desert and the delta the heat at last became too fearful for anything beyond the actual requirements of the day. When he began his next it was October, and the fiercer travel was behind him. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Cigars, Sardinia, October 12, 1867. Dear Folks, we have just dropped anchor before this handsome city, and Algiers, Africa, October 15. They would not let us land at Caghari, on account of cholera. Nothing to write. Malaga, Spain, October 17. The captain and I are ashore here under guard, waiting to know whether they will let the ship anchor or not. Quarantine regulations are very strict here on all vessels coming from Egypt. I am a little anxious because I want to go inland to Granada and see the Alhambra. I can go on down by Seville and Cordova, and be picked up at Cadiz. Later. We cannot anchor, must go on. We shall be at Gibraltar before midnight, and I think I will go horseback, a long days, and thence by rail and diligence to Cadiz. I will not mail this till I see the Gibraltar lights. I begin to think they won't let us in anywhere. 11:30 p.m. Gibraltar. At anchor and all right, but they won't let us land till morning. It is a waste of valuable time. We shall reach New York middle of November. Yours, Sam. Cadiz, October 24, 1867. Dear Folks, we left Gibraltar at noon and rode to Algeciras, 4 hours, thus dodging the quarantine. Took dinner and then rode horseback all night in a swinging trot, and at daylight took a caleche (a wheeled vehicle) and rode 5 hours, then took cars and traveled till 12 at night. That landed us at Seville, and we were over the hard part of our trip, and somewhat tired. Since then we have taken things comparatively easy, drifting around from one town to another and attracting a good deal of attention, for I guess strangers do not wander through Andalusia and the other southern provinces of Spain often. The country is precisely as it was when Don Quixote and Sancho Panza were possible characters. But I see now what the glory of Spain must have been when it was under Moorish domination. No, I will not say that, but then when one is carried away, infatuated, entranced, with the wonders of the Alhambra and the supernatural beauty of the Alcazar, he is apt to overflow with admiration for the splendid intellects that created them. I cannot write now. I am only dropping a line to let you know I am well. The ship will call for us here tomorrow. We may stop at Lisbon, and shall at the Bermudas, and will arrive in New York 10 days after this letter gets there. Sam. This is the last personal letter written during that famous first sea gypsying, and reading it our regret grows that he did not put something of his Spanish excursion into his book. He never returned to Spain, and he never wrote of it. Only the barest mention of 7 beautiful days is found in The Innocents Abroad. End of Section 8. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 9 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Letters 1867 to 68. Washington and San Francisco. The Proposed Book of Travel. A New Lecture. From Mark Twain's home letters we get several important sidelights on this first famous book. We learn, for instance, that it was he who drafted the ship address to the Emperor, the opening lines of which became so wearisome when repeated by the sailors. Furthermore, we learn something of the scope and extent of his newspaper correspondence, which must have kept him furiously busy, done as it was in the midst of superheated and continuous sightseeing. He wrote 53 letters to the Alta California, 6 to the New York Tribune, and at least 2 to the New York Herald, more than 60 all told, of an average length of 3,000 to 4,000 words each. Mark Twain always claimed to be a lazy man, and certainly he was likely to avoid an undertaking not suited to his gifts, but he had energy in abundance for work in his chosen field. To have piled up a correspondence of that size in the time, and under the circumstances already noted, quality considered, may be counted a record in the history of travel letters. They made him famous. Arriving in New York, November 19, 1867, Mark Twain found himself no longer unknown to the metropolis or to any portion of America. Papers East and West had copied his Alta and Tribune letters and carried his name into every corner of the states and territories. He had preached a new gospel in travel literature, the gospel of frankness and sincerity that Americans could understand. Also, his literary powers had awakened at last. His work was no longer trivial, crude, and showy. It was full of dignity, beauty, and power. His humor was finer, worthier. The difference in quality between the Quaker City letters and those written from the Sandwich Islands only a year before can scarcely be measured. He did not remain in New York, but went down to Washington, where he had arranged for a private secretaryship with Senator William M. Stewart, the Bill Stewart mentioned in the preceding chapter, whom he had known in Nevada. Such a position he believed would make but little demand upon his time, and would afford him an insight into Washington life, which he could make valuable in the shape of newspaper correspondence. But fate had other plans for him. He presently received the following letter from Elijah Bliss, Jr., in Hartford. Office of the American Publishing Company, Hartford, Connecticut, November 21, 1867. Samuel L. Clemens, Esquire, Tribune Office, New York. Dear Sir, we take the liberty to address you this in place of a letter which we had recently written and was about to forward to you, not knowing your arrival home was expected so soon. We are desirous of obtaining from you a work of some kind, perhaps compiled from your letters from the East, etc., with such interesting additions as may be proper. We are the publishers of A. D. Richardson's works, and flatter ourselves that we can give an author as favorable terms and do as full justice to his productions as any other house in the country. We are perhaps the oldest subscription house in the country, and have never failed to give a book an immense circulation. We sold about 100,000 copies of Richardson's F. D. and E. Field, Dungeon, and Escape, and are now printing 41,000 of Beyond the Mississippi, and large orders ahead. If you have any thought of writing a book, or could be induced to do so, we should be pleased to see you, and will do so. Will you do us the favor to reply at once, at your earliest convenience? Very truly, etc., E. Bliss, Jr., Secretary. Clemens had already the idea of a book in mind, and welcomed this proposition. To Elijah Bliss, Jr., in Hartford, Washington, December 2, 1867. E. Bliss, Jr., Esquire, Secretary, American Publishing Company. Dear Sir, I only received your favor of November 21st last night, at the rooms of the Tribune Bureau here. It was forwarded from the Tribune office, New York, where it had lain 8 or 10 days. This will be a sufficient apology for the seeming discourtesy of my silence. I wrote 52 letters for the San Francisco Alta, California, during the Quaker City excursion, about half of which number have been printed thus far. The Alta has few exchanges in the East, and I suppose scarcely any of these letters have been copied on this side of the Rocky Mountains. I could weed them of their chief faults of construction and inelegancies of expression, and make a volume that would be more acceptable, in many respects, than any I could now write. When those letters were written my impressions were fresh, but now they have lost that freshness. They were warm then, they are cold now. I could strike out certain letters and write new ones wherewith to supply their places. If you think such a book would suit your purpose, please drop me a line, specifying the size and general style of the volume. When the matter ought to be ready, whether it should have pictures in it or not, and particularly what your terms with me would be, and what amount of money I might possibly make out of it. The latter clause has a degree of importance for me which is almost beyond my own comprehension, but you understand that, of course. I have other propositions for a book, but have doubted the propriety of interfering with good newspaper engagements, except my way as an author could be demonstrated to be plain before me. But I know Richardson, and learned from him some months ago something of an idea of the subscription plan of publishing. If that is your plan invariably, it looks safe. I am on the New York Tribune staff here as an occasioner, among other things, and a note from you addressed to Very truly, etc., Sam L. Clemens, New York Tribune Bureau, Washington, will find me without fail. The exchange of these two letters marked the beginning of one of the most notable publishing connections in American literary history. The book, however, was not begun immediately. Bliss was in poor health, and final arrangements were delayed. It was not until late in January that Clemens went to Hartford and concluded the arrangement. Meantime, fate had disclosed another matter of even greater importance. We get the first hint of it in the following letter, though to him its beginning had been earlier, on a day in the blue harbor of Smyrna, when young Charles Langdon, a fellow passenger on the Quaker City, had shown to Mark Twain a miniature of young Langdon's sister at home. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: 224 F Street, Washington, January 8, 1868. My dear Mother and Sister, And so the old Major has been there, has he? I would like mighty well to see him. I was a sort of benefactor to him once. I helped to snatch him out when he was about to ride into a Mohammedan mosque in that queer old Moorish town of Tangier, in Africa. If he had got in, the Moors would have knocked his venerable old head off for his temerity. I have just arrived from New York. Been there ever since Christmas, staying at the house of Dan Slote, my Quaker City roommate, and having a splendid time. Charlie Langdon, Jack Van Nostrand, Dan and I, all Quaker City Nighthawks, had a blowout at Dan's house, and a lively talk over old times. We went through the Holy Land together, and I just laughed till my sides ached at some of our reminiscences. It was the unholiest gang that ever cavorted through Palestine, but those are the best boys in the world. We needed Moulton badly. I started to make calls New Year's Day, but I anchored for the day at the first house I came to. Charlie Langdon's sister was there, beautiful girl, and Miss Alice Hooker, another beautiful girl, a niece of Henry Ward Beecher's. We sent the old folks home early, with instructions not to send the carriage till midnight, and then I just stayed there and worried the life out of those girls. I'm going to spend a few days with the Langdons in Elmira, New York, as soon as I get time, and a few days with Mrs. Hooker's in Hartford, Connecticut, shortly. Henry Ward Beecher sent for me last Sunday to come over and dine. He lives in Brooklyn, you know, and I went. Harriet Beecher Stowe was there, and Mrs. and Miss Beecher, Mrs. Hooker, and my old Quaker City favorite, Emma Beach. We had a very gay time, if it was Sunday. I expect I told more lies than I have told before in a month. I went back by invitation, after the evening service, and finished the blowout, and then stayed all night at Mr. Beecher's. Henry Ward is a brick. I found out at 10 o'clock last night that I was to lecture tomorrow evening, and so you must be aware that I have been working like sin all night to get a lecture written. I have finished it. I call it Frozen Truth. It is a little top heavy, though, because there is more truth in the title than there is in the lecture. But thunder, I mustn't sit here writing all day, with so much business before me. Good bye, and kind regards to all. Yours affectionately, Sam L. Clemens. Jack Van Nostrand of this letter is Jack of the Innocents. Emma Beach was the daughter of Moses S. Beach of the New York Sun. Later she became the wife of the well-known painter Abbott H. Thayer. We do not hear of Miss Langdon again in the letters of that time, but it was not because she was absent from his thoughts. He had first seen her with her father and brother at the old St. Nicholas Hotel on Lower Broadway, where, soon after the arrival of the Quaker City in New York, he had been invited to dine. Long afterward he said, "It is 40 years ago. From that day to this she has never been out of my mind." From his next letter we learn of the lecture which apparently was delivered in Washington. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: WASHINGTON, January 9, 1868. MY DEAR MOTHER AND SISTER, That infernal lecture is over, thank heaven. It came near being a villainous failure. It was not advertised at all. The manager was taken sick yesterday, and the man who was sent to tell me never got to me till afternoon today. There was the dickens to pay. It was too late to do anything, too late to stop the lecture. I scared up a doorkeeper, and was ready at the proper time, and by pure good luck a tolerably good house assembled, and I was saved. I hardly knew what I was going to talk about, but it went off in splendid style. I was to have preached again Saturday night, but I won't. I can't get along without a manager. I have been in New York ever since Christmas, you know, and now I shall have to work like sin to catch up my correspondence. And I've got to get up that book, too. Cut my letters out of the Altas and send them to me in an envelope. Some here that are not mailed yet I shall have to copy, I suppose. I have got 1,000 things to do, and am not doing any of them. I feel perfectly savage. Good bye. Yours affectionately, Sam. On the whole, matters were going well with him. His next letter is full of his success, overflowing with the boyish radiance which he never quite outgrew. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Hartford, Connecticut, January 24, '68. Dear Mother and Sister, this is a good week for me. I stopped in the Herald office as I came through New York to see the boys on the staff, and young James Gordon Bennett asked me to write twice a week, impersonally, for the Herald, and said if I would I might have full swing and write about anybody and everybody I wanted to. I said I must have the very fullest possible swing, and he said all right. I said it's a contract, and that settled that matter. I'll make it a point to write one letter a week, anyhow. But the best thing that has happened was here. This great American publishing company kept on trying to bargain with me for a book till I thought I would cut the matter short by coming up for a talk. I met Rev. Henry Ward Beecher in Brooklyn, and with his usual whole-souled way of dropping his own work to give other people a lift when he gets a chance, he said, "Now here you are one of the talented men of the age, nobody is going to deny that, but in matters of business I don't suppose you know more than enough to come in when it rains. I'll tell you what to do, and how to do it." And he did. And I listened well, and then came up here and made a splendid contract for a Quaker City book of 500 or 600 large pages, with illustrations, the manuscript to be placed in the publisher's hands by the middle of July. My percentage is to be a fifth more than they have ever paid any author except Horace Greeley. Beecher will be surprised, I guess, when he hears this. But I had my mind made up to one thing. I wasn't going to touch a book unless there was money in it, and a good deal of it. I told them so. I had the misfortune to bust out one author standing. They had his manuscript, with the understanding that they would publish his book if they could not get a book from me. They only publish 2 books at a time, and so my book and Richardson's Life of Grant will fill the bill for next fall and winter. So that manuscript was sent back to its author today. These publishers get off the most tremendous editions of their books you can imagine. I shall write to the Enterprise and Alta every week as usual, I guess, and to the Herald twice a week, occasionally to the Tribune and the magazines. I have a stupid article in the Galaxy, just issued. But I am not going to write to this, that, and the other paper any more. The Chicago Tribune wants letters, but I hope and pray I have charged them so much that they will not close the contract. I am gradually getting out of debt, but these trips to New York do cost like sin. I hope you have cut out and forwarded my printed letters to Washington. Please continue to do so as they arrive. I've had a tip-top time here for a few days, guest of Mr. John Hooker's family, Beecher's relatives, in a general way of Miss Bliss, also, who is head of the publishing firm. Puritans are mighty straight-laced, and they won't let me smoke in the parlor, but the Almighty don't make any better people. Love to all. Good bye. I shall be in New York 3 days, then go on to the capital. Yours affectionately, especially Ma, your Sam. I have to make a speech at the annual Herald dinner on the 6th of May. No formal contract for the book had been made when this letter was written. A verbal agreement between Bliss and Clemens had been reached, to be ratified by an exchange of letters in the near future. Bliss had made 2 propositions, viz., $10,000 cash in hand, or a 5% royalty on the selling price of the book. The cash sum offered looked very large to Mark Twain, and he was sorely tempted to accept it. He had faith, however, in the book, and in Bliss's ability to sell it. He agreed, therefore, to the royalty proposition. "The best business judgment I ever displayed," he often declared in after years. 5% royalty sounds rather small in these days of more liberal contracts, but the American Publishing Company sold its books only by subscription, and the agent's commissions and delivery expenses ate heavily into the profits. Clemens was probably correct in saying that his percentage was larger than had been paid to any previous author except Horace Greeley. The John Hooker mentioned was the husband of Henry Ward Beecher's sister, Isabel. It was easy to understand the Beecher family's robust appreciation of Mark Twain. From the office of Dan Slote, his roommate of the Quaker City, Dan of the Innocents, Clemens wrote his letter that closed the agreement with Bliss. To Elijah Bliss, Jr., in Hartford, office of Slote and Woodman, Blank Book Manufacturers, Numbers 119 through 121 William Street. New York, January 27, 1868. Mr. E. Bliss, Jr., Secretary, American Publishing Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Dear Sir, your favor of January 25th is received, and in reply I will say that I accede to your several propositions, viz., that I furnish to the American Publishing Company, through you, with manuscripts sufficient for a volume of 500 to 600 pages, the subject to be the Quaker City, the voyage, description of places, etc., and also embodying the substance of the letters written by me during that trip, said manuscripts to be ready about the 1st of August next. I to give all the usual and necessary attention in preparing said manuscripts for the press, and in preparation of illustrations, in correction of proofs. No use to be made by me of the material for this work in any way which will conflict with its interest. The book to be sold by the American Publishing Company, by subscription, and for said manuscript and labor on my part, said company to pay me a copyright of 5% upon the subscription price of the book for all copies sold. As further proposed by you, this understanding, herein set forth, shall be considered a binding contract upon all parties concerned, all minor details to be arranged between us hereafter. Very truly yours, Sam L. Clemens. Private and General. I was to have gone to Washington tonight, but have held over a day to attend a dinner given by a lot of newspaper editors and literary scalawags at the Westminster Hotel. Shall go down tomorrow, if I survive the banquet. Yours truly, Sam Clemens. Mark Twain in Washington was in line for political preferment. His wide acquaintance on the Pacific slope, his new fame and growing popularity, his powerful and dreaded pen, all gave him special distinction at the Capitol. From time to time the offer of one office or another tempted him, but he wisely or luckily resisted. In his letters home are presented some of his problems. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis, 224 F Street, Washington, February 6, 1868. My dear Mother and Sister, for 2 months there have been some 50 applications before the government for the postmastership of San Francisco, which is the heaviest concentration of political power on the coast, and consequently is a post which is much coveted. When I found that a personal friend of mine, the chief editor of the Alta, was an applicant, I said I didn't want it. I would not take $10,000 a year out of a friend's pocket. The 2 months have passed. I heard day before yesterday that a new and almost unknown candidate had suddenly turned up on the inside track, and was to be appointed at once. I didn't like that, and went after his case in a fine passion. I hunted up all our senators and representatives, and found that his name was actually to come from the President early in the morning. Then Judge Field said if I wanted the place he could pledge me the President's appointment, and Senator Conness said he would guarantee me the Senate's confirmation. It was a great temptation, but it would render it impossible to fill my book contract, and I had to drop the idea. I have to spend August and September in Hartford, which is in San Francisco. Mr. Conness offers me any choice out of 5 influential California offices. Now, some day or other I shall want an office, and then, just my luck, I can't get it, I suppose. They want to send me abroad, as a consul or minister. I said I didn't want any of the pie. God knows I'm mean enough and lazy enough now without being a foreign consul. Sometime in the course of the present century I think they will create a commissioner of patents, and then I hope to get a berth for Orion. I published 6 or 7 letters in the Tribune while I was gone. Now I cannot get them. I suppose I must have them copied. Love to all, Sam. Orion Clemens was once more a candidate for office. Nevada had become a state, with regularly elected officials, and Orion had somehow missed being chosen. His day of authority had passed, and the law having failed to support him, he was again back at his old occupation, setting type in St. Louis. He was, as ever, full of dreams and inventions that would some day lead to fortune. With the gift of the seller's imagination, inherited by all the family, he lacked the driving power which means achievement. More and more, as the years went by, he would lean upon his brother for moral and physical support. The chances for him in Washington do not appear to have been bright. The political situation under Andrew Johnson was not a happy one. To Orion Clemens, in St. Louis, 224 F Street, Washington, February 21, 1868. My dear brother, I am glad you do not want the clerkship, for that patent office is in such a muddle that there would be no security for the permanency of a place in it. The same remark will apply to all offices here, now, and no doubt will till the close of the present administration. Any man who holds a place here, now, stands prepared at all times to vacate it. You are doing, now, exactly what I wanted you to do a year ago. We chase phantoms half the days of our lives. It is well if we learn wisdom even then, and save the other half. I am in for it. I must go on chasing them until I marry. Then I am done with literature and all other bosh, that is, literature wherewith to please the general public. I shall write to please myself, then. I hope you will set type till you complete that invention, for surely government pap must be nauseating food for a man whom God has enabled to saw wood and be independent. It really seemed to me a falling from grace, the idea of going back to San Francisco, nothing better than a mere postmaster, albeit the public would have thought I came with gilded honors, and in great glory. I only retain correspondence enough, now, to make a living for myself, and have discarded all else, so that I may have time to spare for the book. Drat the thing, I wish it were done, or that I had no other writing to do. This is the place to get a poor opinion of everybody in. There isn't one man in Washington, in civil office, who has the brains of Anson Burlingame, and I suppose if China had not seized and saved his great talents to the world, this government would have discarded him when his time was up. There are more pitiful intellects in this Congress. Oh, Jiminy, there are few of them that I find pleasant enough company to visit. I am most infernally tired of Washington and its attractions. To be busy is a man's only happiness, and I am, otherwise I should die. Yours affectionately, SAM. The secretarial position with Senator Stewart was short-lived. One cannot imagine Mark Twain as anybody's secretary, and doubtless there was little to be gained on either side by the arrangement. They parted without friction, though in later years, when Stewart had become old and irascible, he used to recount a list of grievances and declared that he had been obliged to threaten violence in order to bring Mark to terms. But this was because the author of Roughing It had, in that book, taken liberties with the Senator, to the extent of an anecdote and portrait which, though certainly harmless enough, had for some reason given deep offense. Mark Twain really had no time for secretary work. For one thing, he was associated with John Swinton in supplying a Washington letter to a list of newspapers, and then he was busy collecting his Quaker City letters and preparing the copy for his book. Matters were going well enough when trouble developed from an unexpected quarter. The Alta California had copyrighted the letters and proposed to issue them in book form. There had been no contract which would prevent this, and the correspondence which Clemens undertook with the Alta management led to nothing. He knew that he had powerful friends among the owners, if he could reach them personally, and he presently concluded to return to San Francisco, make what arrangements he could, and finish his book there. It was his fashion to be prompt. In his next letter we find him already on the way. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: At sea, Sunday, March 15, latitude 25, 1868. Dear folks, I have nothing to write except that I am well, that the weather is fearfully hot, that the Henry Chauncey is a magnificent ship, that we have 1,200 passengers on board, that I have 2 staterooms, and so am not crowded, that I have many pleasant friends here, and the people are not so stupid as on the Quaker City, that we had divine service in the main saloon at 10:30 this morning, that we expect to meet the upward bound vessel in latitude 23, and this is why I am writing now. We shall reach Aspinwall Thursday morning at 6 o'clock, and San Francisco less than 2 weeks later. I worry a great deal about being obliged to go without seeing you all, but it could not be helped. Dan Slote, my splendid roommate in the Quaker City, and the noblest man on earth, will call to see you within a month. Make him dine with you, and spend the evening. His house is my home always in New York. Yours affectionately, Sam. The San Francisco trip proved successful. Once on the ground, Clemens had little difficulty in convincing the Alta publishers that they had received full value in the newspaper use of the letters, and that the book rights remained with the author. A letter to Bliss conveys the situation. To Elijah Bliss, Jr., in Hartford, San Francisco, May 5, '68. E. Bliss, Jr., Esquire. Dear Sir, the Alta people, after some hesitation, have given me permission to use my printed letters, and have ceased to think of publishing themselves in book form. I am steadily at work, and shall start East with the completed manuscript about the middle of June. I lectured here, on the trip, the other night, over $1,600 in gold in the house, every seat taken and paid for before night. Yours truly, Mark Twain. But he did not sail in June. His friends persuaded him to cover his lecture circuit of 2 years before, telling the story of his travels. This he did with considerable profit, being everywhere received with great honors. He ended this tour with a second lecture in San Francisco, announced in a droll and characteristic fashion which delighted his Pacific admirers, and ensured him a crowded house. See Mark Twain, A Biography, Chapter 46, and Appendix H. His agreement had been to deliver his manuscript about August 1st. Returning by the Chauncey July 28th, he was 2 days later in Hartford, and had placed the copy for the new book in Bliss's hands. It was by no means a compilation of his newspaper letters. His literary vision was steadily broadening. All of the letters had been radically edited, some had been rewritten, some entirely eliminated. He probably thought very well of the book, an opinion shared by Bliss, but it is unlikely that either of them realized that it was to become a permanent classic and the best-selling book of travel for at least 50 years. End of Section 9. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 10. Of the Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 9. Letters, 1868 to 1870. Courtship, and The Innocents Abroad. The story of Mark Twain's courtship has been fully told in the completer story of his life. It need only be briefly sketched here as a setting for the letters of this period. In his letter of January 8th, we note that he expects to go to Elmira for a few days as soon as he has time. But he did not have time, or perhaps did not receive a pressing invitation until he had returned with his manuscript from California. Then, through young Charles Langdon, his Quaker City shipmate, he was invited to Elmira. The invitation was given for a week, but through a subterfuge, unpremeditated and certainly fair enough in a matter of love, he was enabled to considerably prolong his visit. By the end of his stay he had become really like one of the family, though certainly not yet accepted as such. The fragmentary letter that follows reflects something of his pleasant situation. The Mrs. Fairbanks mentioned in this letter had been something more than a shipmother to Mark Twain. She was a woman of fine literary taste, and Quaker City correspondent for her husband's paper, the Cleveland Herald. She had given Mark Twain sound advice as to his letters, which he had usually read to her, and had in no small degree modified his early natural tendency to exaggeration and outlandish humor. He owed her much, and never failed to pay her tribute. Fragment of a letter to Mrs. Jane Clemens and family in St. Louis. Elmira, New York, August 26, 1868. Dear folks, you see I am progressing, though slowly. I shall be here a week, yet maybe 2, for Charlie Langdon cannot get away until his father's chief business man returns from a journey, and a visit to Mrs. Fairbanks at Cleveland would lose half its pleasure if Charlie were not along. Moulton of St. Louis ought to be there too. We 3 were Mrs. F.'s cubs in the Quaker City. She took good care that we were at church regularly on Sundays, at the 8 bells prayer meeting every night, and she kept our buttons sewed on and our clothing in order, and in a word was as busy and considerate and as watchful over her family of uncouth and unruly cubs, and as patient and as long-suffering withal as a natural mother. So we expect. August 25th. Didn't finish yesterday. Something called me away. I am most comfortably situated here. This is the pleasantest family I ever knew. I only have one trouble, and that is, they give me too much thought and too much time and invention to the object of making my visit pass delightfully. It needs. Just how and when he left the Langdon home the letters do not record. Early that fall he began a lecture engagement with James Redpath, proprietor of the Boston Lyceum Bureau, and his engagements were often within reach of Elmira. He had a standing invitation now to the Langdon home, and the end of the week often found him there. Yet when at last he proposed for the hand of Livy Langdon, the acceptance was by no means prompt. He was a favorite in the Langdon household, but his suitability as a husband for the frail and gentle daughter was questioned. However, he was carrying everything just then by storm. The largest houses everywhere were crowded to hear him. Papers spoke of him as the coming man of the age. People came to their doors to see him pass. There is but one letter of this period, but it gives us the picture. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Cleveland, November 20, 1868. Dear Folks, I played against the Eastern favorite, Fanny Kemble, in Pittsburgh last night. She had 200 in her house, and I had upwards of 1,500. All the seats were sold, in a driving rain storm 3 days ago, as reserve seats at 25 cents extra, even those in the second and third tiers, and when the last seat was gone the box office had not been open more than 2 hours. When I reached the theater they were turning people away, and the house was crammed. 150 or 200 stood up, all the evening. I go to Elmira tonight. I am simply lecturing for societies, at $100 a pop. Yours, Sam. It would be difficult for any family to refuse relationship with one whose star was so clearly ascending, especially when every inclination was in his favor, and the young lady herself encouraged his suit. A provisional engagement was presently made, but it was not finally ratified until February of the following year. Then, in a letter from one of his lecture points, he tells his people something of his happiness. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Lockport, New York, February 27, 1868. Dear Folks, I enclose $20 for Ma. I thought I was getting ahead of her little assessments of $35 a month, but find I am falling behind with her instead, and have let her go without money. Well, I did not mean to do it. But you see, when people have been getting ready for months in a quiet way to get married, they are bound to grow stingy, and go to saving up money against that awful day when it is sure to be needed. I am particularly anxious to place myself in a position where I can carry on my married life in good shape on my own hook, because I have paddled my own canoe so long that I could not be satisfied now to let anybody help me, and my proposed father in law is naturally so liberal that it would be just like him to want to give us a start in life. But I don't want it that way. I can start myself. I don't want any help. I can run this institution without any outside assistance, and I shall have a wife who will stand by me like a soldier through thick and thin, and never complain. She is only a little body, but she hasn't her peer in Christendom. I gave her only a plain gold engagement ring, when fashion imperatively demands a $200 diamond one, and told her it was typical of a future lot, namely, that she would have to flourish on substantials rather than luxuries. But you see I know the girl, she don't care anything about luxuries. She is a splendid girl. She spends no money but her usual year's allowance, and she spends nearly every cent of that on other people. She will be a good sensible little wife, without any airs about her. I don't make intercession for her beforehand, and ask you to love her, but there isn't any use in that. You couldn't help it if you were to try. I warn you that whoever comes within the fatal influence of her beautiful nature is her willing slave forevermore. I take my affidavit on that statement. Her father and mother and brother embrace and pet her constantly, precisely as if she were a sweetheart, instead of a blood relation. She has unlimited power over her father, and yet she never uses it except to make him help people who stand in need of help. But if I get fairly started on the subject of my bride, I never shall get through, and so I will quit right here. I went to Elmira a little over a week ago and stayed 4 days, and then had to go to New York on business. No further letters have been preserved until June, when he is in Elmira and with his fiancée reading final proofs on the new book. They were having an idyllic good time, of course, but it was a useful time, too, for Olivia Langdon had a keen and refined literary instinct, and The Innocents Abroad, as well as Mark Twain's other books, are better today for her influence. It has been stated that Mark Twain loved the lecture platform, but from his letters we see that even at this early date, when he was at the height of his first great vogue as a public entertainer, he had no love for platform life. Undoubtedly he rejoiced in the brief periods when he was actually before his audience and could play upon it with his master touch, but the dreary intermissions of travel and broken sleep were too heavy a price to pay. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and family, in St. Louis: Elmira, June 4, 1868. Dear folks, Livy sends you her love and loving good wishes, and I send you mine. The last 3 chapters of the book came tonight. We shall read it in the morning, and then, thank goodness, we are done. In 12 months, or rather I believe it is 14, I have earned just $80 by my pen, 2 little magazine squibs and 1 newspaper letter. Altogether the idlest, laziest 14 months I have ever spent in my life. And in that time my absolute and necessary expenses have been scorchingly heavy, for I have now less than $3,600 in bank out of the $8,000 or $9,000 I have made during those months lecturing. My expenses were something frightful during the winter. I feel ashamed of my idleness, and yet I have had really no inclination to do anything but court Livy. I haven't any other inclination yet. I have determined not to work as hard traveling any more as I did last winter, and so I have resolved not to lecture outside of the 6 New England States next winter. My Western course would easily amount to $10,000, but I would rather make $2,000 or $3,000 in New England than submit again to so much wearing travel. I have promised to talk 10 nights for $1,000 in the State of New York, provided the places are close together. But after all, if I get located in a newspaper in a way to suit me in the meantime, I don't want to lecture at all next winter, and probably shan't. I most cordially hate the lecture field, and after all I shudder to think that I may never get out of it. In all conversations with Gough and Anna Dickinson, Nasby, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Wendell Phillips, and the other old stagers, I could not observe that they ever expected or hoped to get out of the business. I don't want to get wedded to it as they are. Livy thinks we can live on a very moderate sum, and that we'll not need to lecture. I know very well that she can live on a small allowance, but I am not so sure about myself. I can't scare her by reminding her that her father's family expenses are $40,000 a year, because she produces the documents at once to show that precious little of this outlay is on her account. But I must not commence writing about Livy, else I shall never stop. There isn't such another little piece of perfection in the world as she is. My time has become so short now that I doubt if I get to California this summer. If I manage to buy into a paper, I think I will visit you a while and not go to California at all. I shall know something about it after my next trip to Hartford. We all go there on the 10th, the whole family, to attend a wedding on the 17th. I am offered an interest in a Cleveland paper which would pay me $2,300 to $2,500 a year, and a salary added of $3,000. The salary is fair enough, but the interest is not large enough, and so I must look a little further. The Cleveland folks say they can be induced to do a little better by me, and urge me to come out and talk business, but it don't strike me. I feel little or no inclination to go. I believe I haven't anything else to write, and it is bedtime. I want to write to Orion, but I keep putting it off. I keep putting everything off. Day after day Livy and I are together all day long and until 10 at night, and then I feel dreadfully sleepy. If Orion will bear with me and forgive me, I will square up with him yet. I will even let him kiss Livy. My love to Mollie and Annie and Sammy and all. Good bye. Affectionately, Sam. It is curious, with his tendency to optimism and general expansion of futures, that he says nothing of the possible sales of the new book, or of his expectations in that line. It was issued in July, and by June the publishers must have had promising advance orders from their canvassers, but apparently he includes none of these chickens in his financial forecast. Even when the book had been out a full month, and was being shipped at the rate of several hundreds a day, he makes no reference to it in a letter to his sister, other than to ask if she has not received a copy. This, however, was a Mark Twain peculiarity. Writing was his trade. The returns from it seldom excited him. It was only when he drifted into strange and untried fields that he began to chase rainbows, to blow iridescent bubbles, and count unmined gold. To Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: Buffalo, August 20, 1869. MY DEAR SISTER, I have only time to write a line. I got your letter this morning and mailed it to Livy. She will be expecting me tonight, and I am sorry to disappoint her so, but then I couldn't well get away. I will go next Saturday. I have bundled up Livy's picture and will try and recollect to mail it tomorrow. It is a porcelain type, and I think you will like it. I am sorry I never got to St. Louis, because I may be too busy to go, for a time. But I have been busy all the time, and St. Louis is clear out of the way, and remote from the world and all ordinary routes of travel. You must not place too much weight upon this idea of moving the capital from Washington. St. Louis is in some respects a better place for it than Washington, though there isn't more than a toss up between the two after all. One is dead and the other in a trance. Washington is in the center of population and business, while St. Louis is far removed from both. And you know there is no geographical center any more. The railroads and telegraph have done away with all that. It is no longer a matter of sufficient importance to be gravely considered by thinking men. The only centers, now, are narrowed down to those of intelligence, capital, and population. As I said before, Washington is the nearest to those, and you don't have to paddle across a river on ferry boats of a pattern popular in the dark ages to get to it, nor have to clamber up vilely paved hills in rascally omnibuses along with a herd of all sorts of people after you're there. Secondly, the removal of the capital is one of those old, regular, reliable dodges that are the bread and meat of back country congressmen. It is agitated every year. It always has been. It always will be. It is not new in any respect. Thirdly, the Capitol has cost $40,000,000 already, and lacks a good deal of being finished yet. There are single stones in the Treasury building, and a good many of them, that cost $27,000 apiece, and millions were spent in the construction of that and the Patent Office and the other great government buildings. To move to St. Louis the country must throw away 100 millions of capital invested in those buildings, and go right to work to spend 100 millions on new buildings in St. Louis. Shall we ever have a Congress, a majority of whose members are hopelessly insane? Probably not. But it is possible. Unquestionably such a thing is possible. Only I don't believe it will happen in our time, and I am satisfied the capital will not be moved until it does happen. But if St. Louis would donate the ground and the buildings, it would be a different matter. No, Pamela, I don't see any good reason to believe you or I will ever see the capital moved. I have twice instructed the publishers to send you a book. It was the first thing I did, long before the proofs were finished. Write me if it is not yet done. Livy says we must have you all at our marriage, and I say we can't. It will be at Christmas or New Year's, when such a trip across the country will be equivalent to murder and arson and everything else, and it would cost $500, an amount of money she don't know the value of now, but will before a year is gone. She grieves over it, poor little rascal, but it can't be helped. She must wait a while, till I am firmly on my legs, and then she shall see you. She says her father and mother will invite you just as soon as the wedding date is definitely fixed, anyway, and she thinks that's bound to settle it. But the ice and snow, and the long hard journey, and the injudiciousness of laying out any money except what we are obliged to part with while we are so much in debt, settles the case differently, for it is a debt. Mr. Langdon is just as good as bound for $25,000 for me, and has already advanced half of it in cash. I wrote and asked whether I had better send him my note, or a due bill, or how he would prefer to have the indebtedness made of record, and he answered every other topic in the letter pleasantly, but never replied to that at all. Still, I shall give my note into the hands of his business agent here, and pay him the interest as it falls due. We must go slow. We are not in the Cleveland Herald. We are 100,000 times better off, but there isn't so much money in it. Remainder missing. In spite of the immediate success of his book, a success the like of which had scarcely been known in America, Mark Twain held himself to be, not a literary man, but a journalist. He had no plans for another book. As a newspaper owner and editor, he expected, with his marriage, to settle down and devote the rest of his life to journalism. The paper was the Buffalo Express. His interest in it was one-third the purchase price, $25,000 of which he had paid a part, Jervis Langdon, his future father-in-law, having furnished cash and security for the remainder. He was already in possession in August, but he was not regularly in Buffalo that autumn, for he had agreed with Redpath to deliver his Quaker City lecture, and the tour would not end until a short time before his wedding day, February 2, 1870. Our next letter hardly belongs in this collection, as it was doubtless written with at least the possibility of publication in view. But it is too amusing, too characteristic of Mark Twain, to be omitted. It was sent in response to an invitation from the New York Society of California Pioneers to attend a banquet given in New York City, October 13, 1869, and was, of course, read to the assembled diners. To the New York Society of California Pioneers, in New York City: Elmira, October 11, 1869. Gentlemen, circumstances render it out of my power to take advantage of the invitation extended to me through Mr. Simonton, and be present at your dinner at New York. I regret this very much, for there are several among you whom I would have a right to join hands with on the score of old friendship. And I suppose I would have a sublime general right to shake hands with the rest of you on the score of kinship in California, ups and downs in search of fortune. If I were to tell some of my experience, you would recognize California blood in me. I fancy the old story would sound familiar, no doubt. I have the usual stock of reminiscences. For instance, I went to Esmeralda early. I purchased largely in the Wide West, Winnemucca, and other fine claims, and was very wealthy. I fared sumptuously on bread when flour was $200 a barrel, and had beans for dinner every Sunday when none but bloated aristocrats could afford such grandeur. But I finished by feeding batteries in a quartz mill at $15 a week, and wishing I was a battery myself and had somebody to feed me. My claims in Esmeralda are there yet. I suppose I could be persuaded to sell. I went to Humboldt district when it was new. I became largely interested in the Alba Nueva and other claims with gorgeous names, and was rich again, in prospect. I owned a vast mining property there. I would not have sold out for less than $400,000 at that time, but I will now. Finally I walked home, 200 miles, partly for exercise, and partly because stage fare was expensive. Next I entered upon an affluent career in Virginia City, and by a judicious investment of labor and the capital of friends became the owner of about all the worthless wildcat mines there were in that part of the country. Assessments did the business for me there. There were 117 assessments to one dividend, and the proportion of income to outlay was a little against me. My financial barometer went down to 32 Fahrenheit, and the subscriber was frozen out. I took up extensions on the main lead, extensions that reached to British America in one direction and to the Isthmus of Panama in the other, and I verily believe I would have been a rich man if I had ever found those infernal extensions. But I didn't. I ran tunnels till I tapped the Arctic Ocean, and I sunk shafts till I broke through the roof of perdition, but those extensions turned up missing every time. I am willing to sell all that property and throw in the improvements. Perhaps you remember that celebrated North Ophir. I bought that mine. It was very rich in pure silver. You could take it out in lumps as large as a filbert, but when it was discovered that those lumps were melted half-dollars, and hardly melted at that, a painful case of salting was apparent, and the undersigned adjourned to the poorhouse again. I paid assessments on Hale and Norcross until they sold me out, and I had to take in washing for a living, and the next month that infamous stock went up to $7,000 a foot. I own millions and millions of feet of affluent silver leads in Nevada, in fact the entire undercrust of that country nearly, and if Congress would move that state off my property so that I could get at it, I would be wealthy yet. But no, there she squats, and here I am. Failing health persuades me to sell. If you know of any one desiring a permanent investment, I can furnish one that will have the virtue of being eternal. I have been through the California mill with all its dips, spurs and angles, variations and sinuosities. I have worked there at all the different trades and professions known to the catalogues. I have been everything from a newspaper editor down to a cow catcher on a locomotive, and I am encouraged to believe that if there had been a few more occupations to experiment on, I might have had a dazzling success at last, and found out what mysterious designs Providence had in creating me. But you perceive that although I am not a pioneer, I've had a sufficiently variegated time of it to enable me to talk pioneer like a native, and feel like a 49er. Therefore I cordially welcome you to your old remembered homes and your long deserted firesides, and close this screed with the sincere hope that your visit here will be a happy one, and not embittered by the sorrowful surprises that absence and lapse of years are wont to prepare for wanderers, surprises which come in the form of old friends missed from their places, silence where familiar voices should be, the young grown old, change and decay everywhere, home a delusion and a disappointment, strangers at hearthstone, sorrow where gladness was, tears for laughter, the melancholy pomp of death where the grace of life has been. With all good wishes for the returned prodigals, and regrets that I cannot partake of a small piece of the fatted calf, rare and no gravy, I am yours cordially, Mark Twain. In the next letter we find him in the midst of a sort of confusion of affairs, which, in one form or another, would follow him throughout the rest of his life. It was the price of his success and popularity, combined with his general gift for being concerned with a number of things, and a natural tendency for getting into hot water, which becomes more evident as the years and letters pass in review. Orion Clemens, in his attempt to save money for the government, had employed methods and agents which the officials at Washington did not understand and refused to recognize. Instead of winning the credit and commendation he had expected, he now found himself pursued by claims of considerable proportions. The land referred to is the Tennessee tract, the heritage which John Clemens had provided for his children. Mark Twain had long since lost faith in it, and was not only willing, but eager to renounce his rights. Nasby is, of course, David R. Locke, of the Toledo Blade, whose popularity at this time, both as a lecturer and writer, was very great. Clemens had met him here and there on their platform tour, and they had become good friends. Clemens, in fact, had once proposed to Nasby a joint trip to the Pacific coast. The California idea had been given up, but both Mark Twain and Nasby found engagements enough and sufficient profit east of the Mississippi. Boston was often their headquarters that winter, '69 and '70, and they were much together. Josh Billings, another of Redpath's lecturers, was likewise often to be found in the Lyceum offices. There is a photograph of Mark Twain, Nasby, and Josh Billings together. Clemens also that winter met William Dean Howells, then in the early days of his association with the Atlantic Monthly. The two men, so widely different, became firm friends at sight, and it was to Howells in the years to come that Mark Twain would write more letters and more characteristic letters than to any other living man. Howells had favorably reviewed The Innocents Abroad, and after the first moment of their introduction had passed, Clemens said, "When I read that review of yours I felt like the woman who said that she was so glad that her baby had come white." It was not the sort of thing that Howells would have said, but it was the sort of thing that he could understand and appreciate from Mark Twain. In company with Nasby, Clemens that season also met Oliver Wendell Holmes. Later he had sent Holmes a copy of his book and received a pleasantly appreciative reply. "I always like," wrote Holmes, "to hear what one of my fellow countrymen, who is not a Hebrew scholar or a reader of hieroglyphics, but a good-humored traveler with a pair of sharp twinkling Yankee, in the broader sense, eyes in his head, has to say about the things that learned travelers often make unintelligible and sentimental ones ridiculous or absurd. I hope your booksellers will sell 100,000 copies of your travels." A wish that was realized in due time, though it is doubtful if Dr. Holmes or any one else at the moment believed that a book of that nature and price (it was $3.50 a copy) would ever reach such a sale. To Mrs. Moffett, in St. Louis: BOSTON, November 9, 1869. MY DEAR SISTER, 3 or 4 letters just received from home. My first impulse was to send Orion a check on my publisher for the money he wants, but a sober second thought suggested that if he has not defrauded the government out of money, why pay, simply because the government chooses to consider him in its debt. No, right is right. The idea don't suit me. Let him write the Treasury the state of the case, and tell them he has no money. If they make his sureties pay, then I will make the sureties whole, but I won't pay a cent of an unjust claim. You talk of disgrace. To my mind it would be just as disgraceful to allow one's self to be bullied into paying that which is unjust. Ma thinks it is hard that Orion's share of the land should be swept away just as it is right on the point, as it always has been, of becoming valuable. Let her rest easy on that point. This letter is his ample authority to sell my share of the land immediately, and appropriate the proceeds, giving no account to me, but repaying the amount to Ma first, or, in case of her death, to you or your heirs, whenever, in the future, he shall be able to do it. Now, I want no hesitation in this matter. I renounce my ownership from this date, for this purpose, provided it is sold just as suddenly as he can sell it. In the next place, Mr. Langdon is old, and is trying hard to withdraw from business and seek repose. I will not burden him with a purchase, but I will ask him to take full possession of a coal tract of the land without paying a cent, simply conditioning that he shall mine and throw the coal into market at his own cost, and pay to you and all of you what he thinks is a fair portion of the profits accruing. You can do as you please with the rest of the land. Therefore send me to Elmira information about the coal deposits so framed that he can comprehend the matter, and can intelligently instruct an agent how to find it and go to work. Tomorrow night I appear for the first time before a Boston audience 4,000 critics, and on the success of this matter depends my future success in New England. But I am not distressed. Nasby is in the same boat. Tonight decides the fate of his brand new lecture. He has just left my room been reading his lecture to me was greatly depressed. I have convinced him that he has little to fear. I get just about 500 more applications to lecture than I can possibly fill, and in the West they say, "Charge all you please, but come." I shan't go West at all. I stop lecturing the 22nd of January, sure, but I shall talk every night up to that time. They flood me with high priced invitations to write for magazines and papers, and publishers besiege me to write books. Can't do any of these things. I am $22,000 in debt, and shall earn the money and pay it within 2 years, and therefore I am not spending any money except when it is necessary. I had my life insured for $10,000 yesterday (whatever became of Mr. Moffett's life insurance?) for the benefit of my natural heirs, the same being my mother, for Livy wouldn't claim it, you may be sure of that. This has taken $200 out of my pocket which I was going to send to Ma, but I will send her some soon. Tell Orion to keep a stiff upper lip. When the worst comes to the worst, I will come forward. Must talk in Providence, Rhode Island, tonight. Must leave now. I thank Mollie and Orion and the rest for your letters, but you see how I am pushed. Ought to have 6 clerks. Affectionately, SAM. By the end of January, 1870, more than 30,000 copies of The Innocents had been sold, and in a letter to his publisher the author expressed his satisfaction. To Elijah Bliss, in Hartford: Elmira, January 28, '70. Friend Bliss, yes, I am satisfied with the way you are running the book. You are running it in staving, tip top, first class style. I never wander into any corner of the country but I find that an agent has been there before me, and many of that community have read the book, and on an average about 10 people a day come and hunt me up to thank me and tell me I'm a benefactor. I guess this is a part of the program we didn't expect in the first place. I think you are rushing this book in a manner to be proud of, and you will make the finest success of it that has ever been made with a subscription book, I believe. What with advertising, establishing agencies, etc., you have got an enormous lot of machinery under way and hard at work in a wonderfully short space of time. It is easy to see, when one travels around, that one must be endowed with a deal of genuine generalship in order to maneuver a publication whose line of battle stretches from end to end of a great continent, and whose foragers and skirmishers invest every hamlet and besiege every village hidden away in all the vast space between. I'll back you against any publisher in America, Bliss or elsewhere. Yours as ever, CLEMENS. There is another letter written just at this time which of all letters must not be omitted here. Only 5 years earlier Mark Twain, poor and comparatively unknown, had been carrying water while Jim Gillis and Dick Stoker washed out the pans of dirt in search of the gold pocket which they did not find. Clemens must have received a letter from Gillis referring to some particular occasion, but it has disappeared. The reply, however, always remained one of James Gillis's treasured possessions. To James Gillis, in his cabin on Jackass Hill, Tuolumne County, California: Elmira, New York, January 26, '70. Dear Jim, I remember that old night just as well, and somewhere among my relics I have your remembrance stored away. It makes my heart ache yet to call to mind some of those days. Still, it shouldn't, for right in the depths of their poverty and their pocket hunting vagabondage lay the germ of my coming good fortune. You remember the one gleam of jollity that shot across our dismal sojourn in the rain and mud of Angel's Camp. I mean that day we sat around the tavern stove and heard that chap tell about the frog and how they filled him with shot. And you remember how we quoted from the yarn and laughed over it, out there on the hillside while you and dear old Stoker panned and washed. I jotted the story down in my note book that day, and would have been glad to get $10 or $15 for it. I was just that blind. But then, we were so hard up. I published that story, and it became widely known in America, India, China, England, and the reputation it made for me has paid me thousands and thousands of dollars since. 4 or 5 months ago I bought into the Express. I have ordered it sent to you as long as you live, and if the bookkeeper sends you any bills, you let me hear of it. I went heavily in debt. Never could have dared to do that, Jim, if we hadn't heard the jumping frog story that day. And wouldn't I love to take old Stoker by the hand, and wouldn't I love to see him in his great specialty, his wonderful rendition of Rinald's In the Burning Shame. Where is Dick, and what is he doing? Give him my fervent love and warm old remembrances. A week from today I shall be married to a girl even better and lovelier than the peerless Chaparral Quails. You can't come so far, Jim, but still I cordially invite you to come, anyhow. And I invite Dick, too. And if you two boys were to land here on that pleasant occasion, we would make you right royally welcome. Truly your friend, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. California plums are good, Jim, particularly when they are stewed. Steve Gillis, who sent a copy of his letter to the writer, added, Dick Stoker, dear, gentle, unselfish old Dick, died over 3 years ago, aged 78. I am sure it will be a melancholy pleasure to Mark to know that Dick lived in comfort all his later life, sincerely loved and respected by all who knew him. He never left Jackass Hill. He struck a pocket years ago containing enough not only to build himself a comfortable house near his old cabin, but to last him, without work, to his painless end. He was a Mason, and was buried by the order in Sonora. The Quails, the beautiful, the innocent, the wild little Quails, lived way out in the chaparral, on a little ranch near the Stanislaus River, with their father and mother. They were famous for their beauty and had many suitors. The mention of California plums refers to some inedible fruit which Gillis once, out of pure goodness of heart, bought of a poor wandering squaw, and then, to conceal his motive, declared that they were something rare and fine, and persisted in eating them, though even when stewed they nearly choked him. End of Section 10. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 11 of The Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain, complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Letters, 1870 to 71. Mark Twain in Buffalo. Marriage. The Buffalo Express. Memoranda. Lectures. A New Book. Samuel L. Clemens and Olivia Langdon were married in the Langdon home at Elmira, February 2, 1870, and took up their residence in Buffalo in a beautiful home, a wedding present from the bride's father. The story of their wedding, and the amusing circumstances connected with their establishment in Buffalo, have been told elsewhere. Mark Twain, A Biography, Chapter 74. Mark Twain now believed that he was through with lecturing. 2 letters to Redpath, his agent, express his comfortable condition. To James Redpath, in Boston: Buffalo, March 22, 1870. Dear Red, I am not going to lecture any more forever. I have got things ciphered down to a fraction now. I know just about what it will cost us to live, and I can make the money without lecturing. Therefore, old man, count me out. Your friend, S. L. Clemens. To James Redpath, in Boston: Elmira, New York, May 10, 1870. Friend Redpath, I guess I'm out of the field permanently. Have got a lovely wife, a lovely house, bewitchingly furnished, a lovely carriage, and a coachman whose style and dignity are simply awe-inspiring, nothing less, and I'm making more money than necessary, by considerable, and therefore why crucify myself nightly on the platform? The subscriber will have to be excused from the present season, at least. Remember me to Nasby, Billings, and Fall. Redpath's partner in the lecture lyceum. Luck to you. I'm going to print your menagerie, parting, and all, and make comments. In Next Galaxy I give Nasby's friend and mine from Philadelphia, John Quill, a literary thief, a heist. Yours always and after, Mark. The reference to the Galaxy in the foregoing letter has to do with a department called Memoranda, which he had undertaken to conduct for the new magazine. This work added substantially to his income, and he believed it would be congenial. He was allowed free hand to write and print what he chose, and some of his best work at this time was published in the new department, which he continued for a year. Mark Twain now seemed to have his affairs well regulated. His mother and sister were no longer far away in St. Louis. Soon after his marriage they had, by his advice, taken up residence at Fredonia, New York, where they could be easily visited from Buffalo. Altogether the outlook seemed bright to Mark Twain and his wife during the first months of their marriage. Then there came a change. In a letter which Clemens wrote to his mother and sister we get the first chapter of disaster. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in Fredonia, New York: Elmira, New York, June 25, 1870. My dear mother and sister, we were called here suddenly by telegram 3 days ago. Mr. Langdon is very low. We have well nigh lost hope, all of us except Livy. Mr. Langdon, whose hope is one of his most prominent characteristics, says himself this morning that his recovery is only a possibility, not a probability. He made his will this morning, that is, appointed executors, nothing else was necessary. The household is sad enough. Charley is in Bavaria. We telegraphed Monroe and Company, Paris, to notify Charley to come home. They sent the message to Munich. Our message left here at 8 in the morning, and Charley's answer arrived less than 8 hours afterward. He sailed immediately. He will reach home 2 weeks from now. The whole city is troubled. As I write, at the office, a dispatch arrives from Charley, who has reached London, and will sail thence on 28th. He wants news. We cannot send him any. Affectionately, Sam. P.S. I sent $300 to Fredonia Bank for Ma. It is in her name. Mrs. Clemens herself was not in the best of health at this time, but devotion to her father took her to his bedside, where she insisted upon standing long, hard watches, the strain of which told upon her severely. Meantime, work must go on. The daily demand of the newspaper and the monthly call of the memoranda could not go unheeded. Also, Bliss wanted a new book, and met Mark Twain at Elmira to arrange for it. In a letter to Orion we learn of this project. To Orion Clemens, in St. Louis: ELMIRA, July 15, 1870. MY DEAR BROTHER, Per contract I must have another 600-page book ready for my publisher January 2, and I only began it today. The subject of it is a secret, because I may possibly change it. But as it stands, I propose to do up Nevada and California, beginning with the trip across the country in the stage. Have you a memorandum of the route we took, or the names of any of the stations we stopped at? Do you remember any of the scenes, names, incidents, or adventures of the coach trip? For I remember next to nothing about the matter. Jot down a foolscap page of items for me. I wish I could have 2 days' talk with you. I suppose I am to get the biggest copyright this time ever paid on a subscription book in this country. Give our love to Mollie. Mr. Langdon is very low. Your brother, Sam. The biggest copyright mentioned in this letter was a royalty of 7.5%, which Bliss had agreed to pay on the retail price of the book. The book was Roughing It, though this title was not decided upon until considerably later. Orion Clemens eagerly furnished a detailed memorandum of the route of their overland journey, which brought this enthusiastic acknowledgment. To Orion Clemens, in St. Louis: Buffalo, 1870. DEAR BROTHER, I find that your little memorandum book is going to be ever so much use to me, and will enable me to make quite a coherent narrative of the Plains journey, instead of slurring it over and jumping 2,000 miles at a stride. The book I am writing will sell. In return for the use of the little memorandum book, I shall take the greatest pleasure in forwarding to you the third $1,000 which the publisher of the forthcoming book sends me, or the first $1,000. I am not particular. They will both be in the first quarterly statement of account from the publisher. In great haste, Your obliged brother, SAM. Love to Mollie. We are all getting along tolerably well. Mr. Langdon died early in August, and Mrs. Clemens returned to Buffalo, exhausted in mind and body. If she hoped for rest now, in the quiet of her own home, she was disappointed, as the 2 brief letters that follow clearly show. To Mrs. Moffett, in Fredonia, New York: Buffalo, August 31, '70. My dear sister, I know I ought to be thrashed for not writing you, but I have kept putting it off. We get heaps of letters every day. It is a comfort to have somebody like you that will let us shirk and be patient over it. We got the book, and I did think I wrote a line thanking you for it, but I suppose I neglected it. We are getting along tolerably well. Mother, Mrs. Langdon, is here, and Miss Emma Nye. Livy cannot sleep since her father's death, but I give her a narcotic every night and make her. I am just as busy as I can be. Am still writing for the Galaxy, and also writing a book like The Innocents in size and style. I have got my work ciphered down to days, and I haven't a single day to spare between this and the date which by written contract I am to deliver the manuscript of the book to the publisher. In a hurry, affectionately, SAM. To Orion Clemens, in St. Louis: Buffalo, September 9th, 1870. MY DEAR BROTHER, Oh, here, I don't want to be consulted at all about Tennessee. I don't want it even mentioned to me. When I make a suggestion, it is for you to act upon it or throw it aside. But I beseech you never to ask my advice, opinion, or consent about that hated property. If it was because I felt the slightest personal interest in the infernal land that I ever made a suggestion, the suggestion would never be made. Do exactly as you please with the land. Always remember this, that so trivial a percentage as 10% will never sell it. It is only a bid for a somnambulist. I have no time to turn round. A young lady visitor, schoolmate of Livy's, is dying in the house of typhoid fever. Parents are in South Carolina, and the premises are full of nurses and doctors, and we are all fagged out. Yours, Sam. Miss Nye, who had come to cheer her old schoolmate, had been prostrated with the deadly fever soon after her arrival. Another period of anxiety and nursing followed. Mrs. Clemens, in spite of her frail health, devoted much time to her dying friend, until by the time the end came she was herself in a precarious condition. This was at the end of September. A little more than a month later, November 7th, her first child, Langdon Clemens, was prematurely born. To the Rev. Joseph H. Twichell and wife, of Hartford, Mark Twain characteristically announced the new arrival. To Rev. Joseph H. Twichell and wife, in Hartford, Connecticut: Buffalo, November 12, '70. Dear Uncle and Aunt, I came into the world on the 7th instant, and consequently am about 5 days old now. I have had wretched health ever since I made my appearance. First one thing and then another has kept me under the weather, and as a general thing I have been chilly and uncomfortable. I am not corpulent, nor am I robust in any way. At birth I only weighed 4 1/2 pounds, with my clothes on, and the clothes were the chief feature of the weight, too, I am obliged to confess. But I am doing finely, all things considered. I was at a standstill for 3 days and a half, but during the last 24 hours I have gained nearly an ounce, avoirdupois. They all say I look very old and venerable, and I am aware myself that I never smile. Life seems a serious thing, what I have seen of it, and my observation teaches me that it is made up mainly of hiccups, unnecessary washings, and colic. But no doubt you who are old have long since grown accustomed and reconciled to what seems to me such a disagreeable novelty. My father said this morning, when my face was in repose and thoughtful, that I looked precisely as young Edward Twichell of Hartford used to look, some months ago: chin, mouth, forehead, expression, everything. My little mother is very bright and cheery, and I guess she is pretty happy, but I don't know what about. She laughs a great deal, notwithstanding she is sick abed, and she eats a great deal, though she says that is because the nurse desires it, and when she has had all the nurse desires her to have, she asks for more. She is getting along very well indeed. My Aunt Susie Crane has been here some 10 days or 2 weeks, but goes home today, and Granny Fairbanks of Cleveland arrives to take her place. Mrs. Fairbanks of the Quaker City Excursion. Very lovingly, Langdon Clemens. P. S. Father said I had better write because you would be more interested in me just now than in the rest of the family. Clemens had made the acquaintance of the Rev. Joseph Hopkins Twichell and his wife during his several sojourns in Hartford, in connection with his book publication, and the two men had immediately become firm friends. Twichell had come to Elmira in February to the wedding to assist Rev. Thomas K. Beecher in the marriage ceremony. Joseph Twichell was a devout Christian, while Mark Twain was a doubter, even a scoffer, where orthodoxy was concerned. Yet the sincerity and humanity of the two men drew them together. Their friendship was lifelong. A second letter to Twichell, something more than a month later, shows a somewhat improved condition in the Clemens household. To Reverend Twichell, in Hartford: Buffalo, December 19th, 1870. Dear J. H., all is well with us, I believe, though for some days the baby was quite ill. We consider him nearly restored to health now, however. Ask my brother about us. You will find him at Bliss's publishing office, where he is gone to edit Bliss's new paper, left here last Monday. Make his and his wife's acquaintance. Take Mrs. T. to see them as soon as they are fixed. Livy is up, and the prince keeps her busy and anxious these latter days and nights, but I am a bachelor upstairs and don't have to jump up and get the soothing syrup, though I would as soon do it as not, I assure you. Livy will be certain to read this letter. Tell Harmony (Mrs. T.) that I do hold the baby, and do it pretty handily, too, although with occasional apprehensions that his loose head will fall off. I don't have to quiet him. He hardly ever utters a cry. He is always thinking about something. He is a patient, good little baby. Smoke? I always smoke, from 3 till 5 Sunday afternoons, and in New York the other day I smoked a week, day and night. But when Livy is well I smoke only those 2 hours on Sunday. I'm boss of the habit now, and shall never let it boss me any more. Originally I quit solely on Livy's account. Not that I believe there was the faintest reason in the matter, but just as I would deprive myself of sugar in my coffee if she wished it, or quit wearing socks if she thought them immoral. And I stick to it yet on Livy's account, and shall always continue to do so, without a pang. But somehow it seems a pity that you quit, for Mrs. T. didn't mind it if I remember rightly. Ah, it is turning one's back upon a kindly Providence to spurn away from us the good creature he sent to make the breath of life a luxury as well as a necessity, enjoyable as well as useful, to go and quit smoking when then ain't any sufficient excuse for it. Why, my old boy, when they used to tell me I would shorten my life 10 years by smoking, they little knew the devotee they were wasting their puerile word upon. They little knew how trivial and valueless I would regard a decade that had no smoking in it. But I won't persuade you, Twichell. I won't until I see you again, but then we'll smoke for a week together, and then shut off again. I would have gone to Hartford from New York last Saturday, but I got so homesick I couldn't. But maybe I'll come soon. No, sir, catch me in the metropolis again to get homesick. I didn't know Warner had a book out. We send oceans and continents of love. I have worked myself down today. Yours always, Mark. With his establishment in Buffalo, Clemens, as already noted, had persuaded his sister, now a widow, and his mother to settle in Fredonia, not far away. Later he had found a position for Orion as editor of a small paper which Bliss had established. What with these several diversions and the sorrows and sicknesses of his own household, we can readily imagine that literary work had been performed under difficulties. Certainly humorous writing under such disturbing conditions could not have been easy, nor could we expect him to accept an invitation to be present and make a comic speech at an agricultural dinner, even though Horace Greeley would preside. However, he sent to the secretary of the association a letter which might be read at the gathering. To A. B. Crandall, in Woodbury Falls, New York, to be read at an agricultural dinner. Buffalo, December 26, 1870. Gentlemen, I thank you very much for your invitation to the agricultural dinner, and would promptly accept it and as promptly be there but for the fact that Mr. Greeley is very busy this month, and has requested me to clandestinely continue for him in the Tribune the articles "What I Know About Farming." Consequently, the necessity of explaining to the readers of that journal why buttermilk cannot be manufactured profitably at 8 cents a quart out of butter that costs 60 cents a pound compels my stay at home until the article is written. With reiterated thanks, I am yours truly, Mark Twain. In this letter Mark Twain made the usual mistake as to the title of the Greeley farming series, "What I Know of Farming" being the correct form. The Buffalo Express, under Mark Twain's management, had become a sort of repository for humorous efforts, often of an indifferent order. Some of these things, signed by nom de plumes, were charged to Mark Twain. When Bret Harte's "Heathen Chinee" devastated the country and was so widely parodied, an imitation of it entitled "Three Aces" and signed Carl Byng was printed in the Express. Thomas Bailey Aldrich, then editor of Every Saturday, had not met Mark Twain, and, noticing the verses printed in the exchanges over his signature, was one of those who accepted them as Mark Twain's work. He wrote rather an uncomplimentary note in Every Saturday concerning the poem and its authorship, characterizing it as a feeble imitation of Bret Harte's "Heathen Chinee." Clemens promptly protested to Aldrich, then as promptly regretted having done so, feeling that he was making too much of a small matter. Hurriedly he sent a second brief note. To Thomas Bailey Aldrich, editor of Every Saturday, Boston, Massachusetts. Buffalo, January 22, 1870. Dear Sir, Please do not publish the note I sent you the other day about High Slocum's plagiarism entitled "Three Aces." It is not important enough for such a long paragraph. Webb writes me that he has put in a paragraph about it, too, and I have requested him to suppress it. If you would simply state, in a line and a half under literary notes, that you mistook one High Slocum no, it was one Carl Byng, I perceive Carl Byng for Mark Twain, and that it was the former who wrote the plagiarism entitled "Three Aces," I think that would do a fair justice without any unseemly display. But it is hard to be accused of plagiarism, a crime I never have committed in my life. Yours truly, Mark Twain. But this came too late. Aldrich replied that he could not be prevented from doing him justice, as 42,000 copies of the first note, with the editor's apology duly appended, were already in press. He would withdraw his apology in the next number of Every Saturday if Mark Twain said so. Mark Twain's response this time assumed the proportions of a letter. To Thomas Bailey Aldrich, in Boston: 472 Delaware Street, Buffalo, January 28. Dear Mr. Aldrich, No, indeed, don't take back the apology. Hang it, I don't want to abuse a man's civility merely because he gives me the chance. I hear a good deal about doing things on the spur of the moment. I invariably regret the things I do on the spur of the moment. That disclaimer of mine was a case in point. I am ashamed every time I think of my bursting out before an unconcerned public with that bombastic powwow about burning publishers' letters, and all that sort of imbecility, and about my not being an imitator, etc. Who would find out that I am a natural fool if I kept always cool and never let nature come to the surface? Nobody. But I did hate to be accused of plagiarizing Bret Harte, who trimmed and trained and schooled me patiently until he changed me from an awkward utterer of coarse grotesquenesses to a writer of paragraphs and chapters that have found a certain favor in the eyes of even some of the very decentest people in the land. And this grateful remembrance of mine ought to be worth its face, seeing that Bret broke our long friendship a year ago without any cause or provocation that I am aware of. Well, it is funny, the reminiscences that glare out from murky corners of one's memory now and then without warning. Just at this moment a picture flits before me. Scene: private room in Barnum's Restaurant, Virginia, Nevada. Present: Artemus Ward, Joseph T. Goodman, editor and proprietor Daily Enterprise, and Dan DeQuille and myself, reporters for same. Remnants of the feast thin and scattering, but such tautology and repetition of empty bottles everywhere visible as to be offensive to the sensitive eye. Time 2:30 a.m. Artemus thickly reciting a poem about a certain infant you wrote of, and interrupting himself and being interrupted every few lines by poundings of the table and shouts of "Splendid" by Shorzy. Finally a long, vociferous, pondiferous, and vitreous jingling of applause announces the conclusion. And then Artemus: "Let every man that loves his fellow man and 'preciates a poet that loves his fellow man, stand up and drink health and long life to Thomas Bailey Aldrich, and drink it standing." On all hands fervent, enthusiastic, and sincerely honest attempts to comply. Then Artemus: "Well, consider it standing, and drink it just as you are," which was done. You must excuse all this stuff from a stranger, for the present, and when I see you I will apologize in full. Do you know the prettiest fancy and the neatest that ever shot through Hart's brain? It was this: when they were trying to decide upon a vignette for the cover of the Overland, a grizzly bear, of the arms of the State of California, was chosen. Nahl Brass carved him, and the page was printed, with him in it, looking thus. Rude sketch of a grizzly bear. As a bear he was a success. He was a good bear. But then it was objected that he was an objectless bear, a bear that meant nothing in particular, signified nothing, simply stood there snarling over his shoulder at nothing, and was painfully and manifestly a boorish and ill-natured intruder upon the fair page. All hands said that. None was satisfied. They hated badly to give him up, and yet they hated as much to have him there when there was no paint to him. But presently Hart took a pencil and drew these two simple lines under his feet, and behold, he was a magnificent success, the ancient symbol of California's savagery snarling at the approaching type of high and progressive civilization, the first overland locomotive. Sketch of a small section of railway track. I just think that was nothing less than inspiration itself. Once more I apologize, and this time I do it standing. Yours truly, Samuel L. Clemens. The two simple lines, of course, were the train rails under the bear's feet, and completed the striking cover design of the Overland Monthly. The brief controversy over the three aces was the beginning of long and happy friendship between Aldrich and Mark Twain. Howells, Aldrich, Twichell, and Charles Dudley Warner, these were Mark Twain's intimates, men that he loved, each for his own special charm and worth. Aldrich he considered the most brilliant of living men. In his reply to Clemens' letter, Aldrich declared that he was glad now that for the sake of such a letter he had accused him falsely, and added: Memorandum: always abuse people. When you come to Boston, if you do not make your presence manifest to me, I'll put in a blank in every Saturday, to the effect that though you are generally known as Mark Twain, your favorite nom de plume is Barry Gray. Clemens did not fail to let Aldrich know when he was in Boston again, and the little coterie of younger writers foregathered to give him welcome. Buffalo agreed with neither Mrs. Clemens nor the baby. What with nursing and anguish of mind, Mark Twain found that he could do nothing on the new book, and that he must give up his magazine department. He had lost interest in his paper and his surroundings in general. Journalism and authorship are poor yoke mates. To Orion Clemens, at this time editing Bliss's paper at Hartford, he explained the situation. To Orion Clemens, in Hartford: Buffalo, 4th, 1871. My dear brother, what I wanted of the Liar sketch was to work it into the California book, which I shall do. But day before yesterday I concluded to go out of the Galaxy on the strength of it, so I have turned it into the last memoranda I shall ever write, and publish it as a specimen chapter of my forthcoming book. I have written the Galaxy people that I will never furnish them another article, long or short, for any price but $500 cash, and have requested them not to ask me for contributions any more, even at that price. I hope that lets them out, for I will stick to that. Now do try and leave me clear out of the publisher for the present, for I am endangering my reputation by writing too much. I want to get out of the public view for a while. I am still nursing Livy night and day, and cannot write anything. I am nearly worn out. We shall go to Elmira 10 days hence, if Livy can travel on a mattress then, and stay there till I finish the California book, say 3 months. But I can't begin work right away when I get there. Must have a week's rest, for I have been through 30 days' terrific siege. That makes it after the middle of March before I can go fairly to work, and then I'll have to hump myself and not lose a moment. You and Bliss just put yourselves in my place and you will see that my hands are full, and more than full. When I told Bliss in New York that I would write something for the publisher, I could not know that I was just about to lose 50 days. Do you see the difference it makes? Just as soon as ever I can I will send some of the book manuscript, but right in the first chapter I have got to alter the whole style of one of my characters and rewrite him clear through to where I am now. It is no fool of a job, I can tell you, but the book will be greatly bettered by it. Hold on a few days, 4 or 5, and I will see if I can get a few chapters fixed to send to Bliss. I have offered this dwelling house and the Express for sale, and when we go to Elmira we leave here for good. I shall not select the new home till the book is finished, but we have little doubt that Hartford will be the place. We are almost certain of that. Ask Bliss how it would be to ship our furniture to Hartford, rent an upper room in a building, and unbox it and store it there where somebody can frequently look after it. Is not the idea good? The furniture is worth $10,000 or $12,000, and must not be jammed into any kind of a place and left unattended to for a year. The first man that offers $25,000 for our house can take it. It costs that. What are taxes there? Here, all bunched together, of all kinds, they are 7 per cent, simply ruin. The things you have written in the publisher are tip top. In haste, your brother Sam. There are no further letters until the end of April, by which time the situation had improved. Clemens had sold his interest in the Express, though at a loss, had severed his magazine connection, and was located at Quarry Farm, on a beautiful hilltop above Elmira, the home of Mrs. Clemens's sister, Mrs. Theodore Crane. The pure air and rest of that happy place, where they were to spend so many idyllic summers, had proved beneficial to the sick ones, and work on the new book progressed in consequence. Then Mark Twain's old editor, Joe Goodman, came from Virginia City for a visit, and his advice and encouragement were of the greatest value. Clemens even offered to engage Goodman on a salary to remain until he had finished his book. Goodman declined the salary, but extended his visit, and Mark Twain, at last, seems to have found himself working under ideal conditions. He jubilantly reported his progress. To Elijah Bliss, in Hartford: Elmira, Monday, May 15th, 1871. Friend Bliss, yours received, Enclosing check for $703.35. The old innocence holds out handsomely. I have manuscript enough on hand, now, to make, allowing for engravings, about 400 pages of the book. Consequently, am two-thirds done. I intended to run up to Hartford about the middle of the week and take it along, because it has chapters in it that ought by all means to be in the prospectus. But I find myself so thoroughly interested in my work, now a thing I have not experienced for months that I can't bear to lose a single moment of the inspiration. So I will stay here and peg away as long as it lasts. My present idea is to write as much more as I have already written, and then cull from the mass the very best chapters and discard the rest. I am not half as well satisfied with the first part of the book as I am with what I am writing now. When I get it done I want to see the man who will begin to read it and not finish it. If it falls short of the Innocents in any respect, I shall lose my guess. When I was writing the Innocents my daily stunt was 30 pages of manuscript, and I hardly ever got beyond it. But I have gone over that nearly every day for the last 10. That shows that I am writing with a red hot interest. Nothing grieves me now, nothing troubles me, nothing bothers me or gets my attention. I don't think of anything but the book, and I don't have an hour's unhappiness about anything, and don't care 2 cents whether school keeps or not. It will be a bully book. If I keep up my present lick 3 weeks more I shall be able and willing to scratch out half of the chapters of the Overland narrative, and shall do it. You do not mention having received my second batch of manuscript, sent a week or 2 ago, about 100 pages. If you want to issue a prospectus and go right to canvassing, say the word and I will forward some more manuscript, or send it by hand, special messenger. Whatever chapters you think are unquestionably good, we will retain, of course, so they can go into a prospectus as well one time as another. The book will be done soon, now. I have 1,200 pages of manuscript already written, and am now writing 200 a week, more than that, in fact. During the past week wrote 23 one day, then 30, 33, 35, 52, and 65. How's that? It will be a starchy book, and should be full of snappy pictures, especially pictures worked in with the letterpress. The dedication will be worth the price of the volume. Thus, "To the late Cain, this book is dedicated." Not on account of respect for his memory, for it merits little respect; not on account of sympathy with him, for his bloody deed placed him without the pale of sympathy, strictly speaking; but out of a mere human commiseration for him that it was his misfortune to live in a dark age that knew not the beneficent insanity plea. I think it will do. Yours, Clemens. P. S. The reaction is beginning, and my stock is looking up. I am getting the bulliest offers for books and almanacs, am flooded with lecture invitations, and one periodical offers me $6,000 cash for 12 articles, of any length and on any subject, treated humorously or otherwise. The suggested dedication to the late Cain may have been the humoristic impulse of the moment. At all events it did not materialize. Clemens' enthusiasm for his work was such that he agreed with Redpath to return to the platform that autumn, and he began at once writing lectures. His disposal of the Buffalo paper had left him considerably in debt, and platforming was a sure and quick method of retrenchment. More than once in the years ahead Mark Twain would return to travel and one-night stands to lift a burden of debt. Brief letters to Redpath of this time have an interest and even a humor of their own. Letters to James Redpath, in Boston: Elmira, June 27, 1871. Dear Red, wrote another lecture, a third one today. It is the one I am going to deliver. I think I shall call it reminiscences of some pleasant characters whom I have met, or should the whom be left out? It covers my whole acquaintance, kings, lunatics, idiots, and all. Suppose you give the item a start in the Boston papers. If I write 50 lectures, I shall only choose one, and talk that one only. No, sir, don't you put that scarecrow portrait from the Galaxy in. I won't stand that nightmare. Yours, Mark. Elmira, July 10, 1871. Dear Redpath, I never made a success of a lecture delivered in a church yet. People are afraid to laugh in a church. They can't be made to do it in any possible way. Success to False Carbuncle, and many happy returns. Yours, Mark. To Mr. Fall, in Boston: Elmira, New York, July 20, 1871. Friend Fall, Redpath tells me to blow up. Here goes. I wanted you to scare Rondout off with a big price. $125 ain't big. I got $100 the first time I ever talked there, and now they have a much larger hall. It is a hard town to get to. I run a chance of getting caught by the ice and missing next engagement. Make the price $150 and let them draw out. Yours, Mark. Letters to James Redpath, in Boston: Hartford, Tuesday, August 8, 1871. Dear Red, I am different from other women. My mind changes oftener. People who have no mind can easily be steadfast and firm, but when a man is loaded down to the guards with it, as I am, every heavy sea of foreboding or inclination, maybe of indolence, shifts the cargo, see? Therefore, if you will notice, one week I am likely to give rigid instructions to confine me to New England, next week send me to Arizona, the next week withdraw my name, the next week give you full untrammeled swing, and the week following modify it. You must try to keep the run of my mind, Redpath. It is your business, being the agent, and it always was too many for me. It appears to me to be one of the finest pieces of mechanism I have ever met with. Now about the West, this week. I am willing that you shall retain all the Western engagements, but what I shall want next week is still with God. Let us not profane the mysteries with soiled hands and prying eyes of sin. Yours, Mark. P.S. Shall be here 2 weeks. Will run up there when Nasby comes. Elmira, New York, September 15, 1871. Dear Redpath, I wish you would get me released from the lecture at Buffalo. I mortally hate that society there, and I don't doubt they hired me. I once gave them a packed house free of charge, and they never even had the common politeness to thank me. They left me to shift for myself, too, a la Bret Harte at Harvard. Get me rid of Buffalo. Otherwise I'll have no recourse left but to get sick the day I lecture there. I can get sick easy enough, by the simple process of saying the word. Well, never mind what word. I'm not going to lecture there. Yours, Mark. Buffalo, September 26, 1871. Dear Redpath, we have thought it all over and decided that we can't possibly talk after February 2. We shall take up our residence in Hartford 6 days from now. Yours, Mark. End of Section 11. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 12 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain Complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Letters 1871 to 72. Removal to Hartford. A Lecture Tour. Roughing It. First Letter to Howells. The house they had taken in Hartford was the Hooker property on Forest Street, a handsome place in a distinctly literary neighborhood. Harriet Beecher Stowe, Charles Dudley Warner, and other well-known writers were within easy walking distance. Twitchell was perhaps half a mile away. It was the proper environment for Mark Twain. He settled his little family there and was presently at Redpath's office in Boston, which was a congenial place, as we have seen before. He did not fail to return to the company of Nasby, Josh Billings, and those others of Redpath's attractions as long and as often as distance would permit. Bret Harte, who by this time had won fame, was also in Boston now, and frequently, with Howells, Aldrich, and Mark Twain, gathered in some quiet restaurant corner for a luncheon that lasted through a dim winter afternoon, a period of anecdote, reminiscence, and mirth. They were all young then, and laughed easily. Howells has written of one such luncheon given by Ralph Keeler, a young Californian, a gathering at which James T. Fields was present. Nothing remains to me of the happy time but a sense of idle and aimless and joyful talk-play, beginning and ending nowhere, of eager laughter, of countless good stories from Fields, of a heat-lightning shimmer of wit from Aldrich, of an occasional concentration of our joint mockeries upon our host, who took it gladly. But the lecture circuit cannot be restricted to the radius of Boston. Clemens was presently writing to Redpath from Washington and points farther west. To James Redpath, in Boston: Washington, Tuesday, October 28, 1871. Dear Red, I have come square out, thrown reminiscences overboard, and taken Artemus Ward, humorist, for my subject. Wrote it here on Friday and Saturday, and read it from manuscript last night to an enormous house. It suits me, and I'll never deliver the nasty, nauseous reminiscences any more. Yours, Mark. The Artemus Ward lecture lasted 11 days. Then he wrote: To Redpath and Fall, in Boston. Buffalo Depot, December 8, 1871. Redpath and Fall, Boston. Notify all hands that from this time I shall talk nothing but selections from my forthcoming book, Roughing It. Tried it last night. Suits me tip-top. Samuel L. Clemens. The Roughing It chapters proved a success, and continued in high favor through the rest of the season. To James Redpath, in Boston: Logansport, Indiana, January 2, 1872. Friend Redpath, had a splendid time with a splendid audience in Indianapolis last night. A perfectly jammed house, just as I have had all the time out here. I like the new lecture, but I hate the Artemus Ward talk, and won't talk it any more. No man ever approved that choice of subject in my hearing, I think. Give me some comfort. If I am to talk in New York, am I going to have a good house? I don't care now to have any appointments canceled. I'll even fetch those Dutch Pennsylvanians with this lecture. Have paid up $4,000 indebtedness. You are the last on my list. Shall begin to pay you in a few days, and then I shall be a free man again. Yours, Mark. With his debts paid, Clemens was anxious to be getting home. 2 weeks following the above, he wrote Redpath that he would accept no more engagements at any price, outside of New England, and added: The few engagements I have from this time forth, the better I shall be pleased. By the end of February he was back in Hartford, refusing an engagement in Boston, and announcing to Redpath, "If I had another engagement, I'd rot before I'd fill it." From which we gather that he was not entirely happy in the lecture field. As a matter of fact, Mark Twain loathed the continuous travel and nightly drudgery of platform life. He was fond of entertaining, and there were moments of triumph that repaid him for a good deal, but the tyranny of a schedule and timetables was a constant exasperation. Meantime, Roughing It had appeared and was selling abundantly. Mark Twain, free of debt, and in pleasant circumstances, felt that the outlook was bright. It became even more so when, in March, the second child, a little girl, Susie, was born, with no attending misfortunes. But then, in the early summer, little Langdon died. It was seldom, during all of Mark Twain's life, that he enjoyed more than a brief period of unmixed happiness. It was in June of that year that Clemens wrote his first letter to William Dean Howells, the first of several hundred that would follow in the years to come, and has in it something that is characteristic of nearly all the Clemens Howells letters, a kind of tender playfulness that answered to something in Howells' make-up, his sense of humor, his wide knowledge of a humanity which he pictured so amusingly to the world. To William Dean Howells, in Boston: HARTFORD, June 15, 1872. Friend Howells, could you tell me how I could get a copy of your portrait as published in Hearth and Home? I hear so much talk about it as being among the finest works of art which have yet appeared in that journal, that I feel a strong desire to see it. Is it suitable for framing? I have written the publishers of H&H time and again, but they say that the demand for the portrait immediately exhausted the edition, and now a copy cannot be had, even for the European demand, which has now begun. Bret Harte has been here, and says his family would not be without that portrait for any consideration. He says his children get up in the night and yell for it. I would give anything for a copy of that portrait to put up in my parlor. I have Oliver Wendell Holmes and Bret Harte's as published in every Saturday, and of all the swarms that come every day to gaze upon them none go away that are not softened and humbled and made more resigned to the will of God. If I had yours to put up alongside of them, I believe the combination would bring more souls to earnest reflection and ultimate conviction of their lost condition than any other kind of warning would. Where in the nation can I get that portrait? Here are heaps of people that want it, that need it. There's my uncle, he wants a copy. He is lying at the point of death. He has been lying at the point of death for 2 years. He wants a copy, and I want him to have a copy. And I want you to send a copy to the man that shot my dog. I want to see if he is dead to every human instinct. Now you send me that portrait. I am sending you mine, in this letter, and am glad to do it, for it has been greatly admired. People who are judges of art find in the execution a grandeur which has not been equaled in this country, and an expression which has not been approached in any. Yours truly, S. L. Clemens. P.S. 62,000 copies of Roughing It sold and delivered in 4 months. The Clemens family did not spend the summer at Quarry Farm that year. The sea air was prescribed for Mrs. Clemens and the baby, and they went to Saybrook, Connecticut, to Fenwick Hall. Clemens wrote very little, though he seems to have planned Tom Sawyer, and perhaps made its earliest beginning, which was in dramatic form. His mind, however, was otherwise active. He was always more or less given to inventions, and in his next letter we find a description of one which he brought to comparative perfection. He had also conceived the idea of another book of travel, and this was his purpose of a projected trip to England. To Orion Clemens, in Hartford: Fenwick Hall, Saybrook, Connecticut, August 11, 1872. MY DEAR BROTHER, I shall sail for England in the Scotia August 21. But what I wish to put on record now is my new invention, hence this note, which you will preserve. It is this: a self pasting scrap book, good enough idea if some juggling tailor does not come along and antedate me a couple of months, as in the case of the elastic vest strap. The nuisance of keeping a scrap book is: 1. One never has paste or gum tragacanth handy. 2. Mucilage won't stick or stay 4 weeks. 3. Mucilage sucks out the ink and makes the scraps unreadable. 4. To daub and paste 3 or 4 pages of scraps is tedious, slow, nasty, and tiresome. My idea is this: make a scrap book with leaves veneered or coated with gum stickum of some kind, wet the page with sponge, brush, rag or tongue, and dab on your scraps like postage stamps. Lay on the gum in columns of stripes. Each stripe of gum the length of, say, 20 ems, small pica, and as broad as your finger. A blank about as broad as your finger between each 2 stripes, so in wetting the paper you need not wet any more of the gum than your scrap or scraps will cover. Then you may shut up the book and the leaves won't stick together. Preserve also the envelope of this letter. Postmark ought to be good evidence of the date of this great humanizing and civilizing invention. I'll put it into Dan Slote's hands and tell him he must send you all over America to urge its use upon stationers and booksellers, so don't buy into a newspaper. The name of this thing is Mark Twain's Self Pasting Scrap Book. All well here. Shall be up a P.M. Tuesday. Send the carriage. Your brother, S. L. Clemens. The Dan Slote of this letter is, of course, his old Quaker City shipmate, who was engaged in the blank book business, the firm being Slote and Woodman, located at 119 and 121 William Street, New York. End of Section 12. Recording by James K. White. Chula Vista. Section 13 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete. By Mark Twain. Volume 2. Chapter 12. Letters, 1872 to 73. Mark Twain in England. London Honors. Acquaintance with Dr. John Brown. A Lecture Triumph. The Gilded Age. Clemens did in fact sail for England on the given date, and was lavishly received there. All literary London joined in giving him a good time. He had not as yet been received seriously by the older American men of letters, but England made no question as to his title to first rank. Already, too, they classified him as one of the human type of Lincoln, and reveled in him without stint. Howells writes, "In England, rank, fashion, and culture rejoiced in him. Lord Mayors, Lord Chief Justices, and magnates of many kinds were his hosts." He was treated so well, and enjoyed it all so much, that he could not write a book, the kind of book he had planned. One could not poke fun at a country or a people that had welcomed him with open arms. He made plenty of notes at first, but presently gave up the book idea, and devoted himself altogether to having a good time. He had one grievance. A publisher by the name of Houghton, a sort of literary harpy, of which there were a great number in those days of defective copyright, not merely content with pilfering his early work, had reprinted, under the name of Mark Twain, the work of a mixed assortment of other humorists, an offensive volume bearing the title Screamers and Eye-Openers by Mark Twain. They besieged him to lecture in London, and promised him overflowing houses. Artemus Ward, during his last days, had earned London by storm with his platform humor, and they promised Mark Twain even greater success. For some reason, however, he did not welcome the idea. Perhaps there was too much gaiety. To Mrs. Clemens he wrote: To Mrs. Clemens, in Hartford: London, September 15, 1872. Livy, darling, everybody says lecture, 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 but I have not the least idea of doing it, certainly not at present. Mr. Dolby, who took Dickens to America, is coming to talk business to me tomorrow, though I have sent him word once before that I can't be hired to talk here, because I have no time to spare. There is too much sociability. I do not get along fast enough with work. Tomorrow I lunch with Mr. Toole and a member of Parliament. Toole is the most able comedian of the day, and then I am done for a while. On Tuesday I mean to hang a card to my key box, inscribed "Gone out of the city for a week," and then I shall go to work and work hard. One can't be caught in a hive of 4,000,000 people like this. I have got such a perfectly delightful razor, I have a notion to buy some for Charlie, Theodore, and Slee, for I know they have no such razors there. I have got a neat little watch chain for Annie, $20. I love you, my darling. My love to all of you. Samuel. That Mark Twain should feel and privately report something of his triumphs we need not wonder at. Certainly he was never one to give himself airs, but to have the world's great literary center paying court to him, who only 10 years before had been penniless and unknown, and who once had been a barefoot Tom Sawyer in Hannibal, was quite startling. It is gratifying to find evidence of human weakness in the following heart-to-heart letter to his publisher, especially in view of the relating circumstances. To Elijah Bliss, in Hartford: London, September 28, 1872. Friend Bliss, I have been received in a sort of tremendous way tonight by the brains of London, assembled at the annual dinner of the Sheriffs of London, mine being, between you and me, a name which was received with a flattering outburst of spontaneous applause when the long list of guests was called. I might have perished on the spot but for the friendly support and assistance of my excellent friend Sir John Bennett, and I want you to paste the enclosed in a couple of the handsomest copies of the Innocents and roughing it and send them to him. His address is Sir John Bennett, Cheapside, London. Yours truly, S. L. Clemens. The relating circumstances were these. At the above-mentioned dinner there had been a roll call of the distinguished guests present, and each name had been duly applauded. Clemens, conversing in a whisper with his neighbor, Sir John Bennett, did not give very close attention to the names, applauding mechanically with the others. Finally, a name was read that brought out a vehement hand-clapping. Mark Twain, not to be outdone in cordiality, joined vigorously, and kept his hands going even after the others finished. Then, remarking the general laughter, he whispered to Sir John, "Whose name was that we were just applauding?" "Mark Twain's." We may believe that the friendly support of Sir John Bennett was welcome for the moment. But the incident could do him no harm. The diners regarded it as one of his jokes, and enjoyed him all the more for it. He was ready to go home by November, but by no means had he had enough of England. He really had some thought of returning there permanently. In a letter to Mrs. Crane, at Quarry Farm, he wrote: "If you and Theodore will come over in the spring with Livy and me, and spend the summer, you will see a country that is so beautiful that you will be obliged to believe in fairyland. And Theodore can browse with me among dusty old dens that look now as they looked 500 years ago, and puzzle over books in the British Museum that were made before Christ was born, and in the customs of their public dinners, and the ceremonies of every official act, and the dresses of 1,000 dignitaries, trace the speech and manners of all the centuries that have dragged their lagging decades over England since the Heptarchy fell asunder. I would a good deal rather live here if I could get the rest of you over." In a letter home to his mother and sister we get a further picture of his enjoyment. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett: London, November 6, 1872. MY DEAR MOTHER and SISTER, I have been so everlasting busy that I couldn't write, and moreover I have been so unceasingly lazy that I couldn't have written anyhow. I came here to take notes for a book, but I haven't done much but attend dinners and make speeches. But have had a jolly good time, and I do hate to go away from these English folks. They make a stranger feel entirely at home, and they laugh so easily that it is a comfort to make after dinner speeches here. I have made hundreds of friends, and last night in the crush of the opening of the new Guildhall Library and Museum I was surprised to meet a familiar face every few steps. Nearly 4,000 people of both sexes came and went during the evening, so I had a good opportunity to make a great many new acquaintances. Livy is willing to come here with me next April and stay several months, so I am going home next Tuesday. I would sail on Saturday, but that is the day of the Lord Mayor's annual Grand State Dinner, when they say 900 of the great men of the city sit down to table, a great many of them in their fine official and court paraphernalia, so I must not miss it. However, I may yet change my mind and sail Saturday. I am looking at a fine magic lantern which will cost a deal of money, and if I buy it, Sammy may come and learn to make the gas and work the machinery, and paint pictures for it on glass. I mean to give exhibitions for charitable purposes in Hartford, and charge $1 a head. In a hurry, yours affectionately, SAM. He sailed November 12th on the Batavia, arriving in New York 2 weeks later. There had been a presidential election in his absence. General Grant had defeated Horace Greeley, a result, in some measure at least, attributed to the amusing and powerful pictures of the cartoonist Thomas Nast. Mark Twain admired Greeley's talents, but he regarded him as poorly qualified for the nation's chief executive. He wrote: To Thomas Nast, in Morristown, New Jersey: Hartford, November, 1872. Nast, you more than any other man have won a prodigious victory for Grant. I mean, rather, for civilization and progress. Those pictures were simply marvelous, and if any man in the land has a right to hold his head up and be honestly proud of his share in this year's vast events, that man is unquestionably yourself. We all do sincerely honor you and are proud of you. Mark Twain. Perhaps Mark Twain was too busy at this time to write letters. His success in England had made him more than ever popular in America, and he could by no means keep up with the demands on him. In January he contributed to the New York Tribune some letters on the Sandwich Islands, but as these were more properly articles they do not seem to belong here. He refused to go on the lecture circuit, though he permitted Redpath to book him for any occasional appearance, and it is due to one of these special engagements that we have the only letter preserved from this time. It is to Howells, and written with that exaggeration with which he was likely to embellish his difficulties. We are not called upon to believe that there were really any such demonstrations as those ascribed to Warner and himself. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, February 27. My dear Howells, I am in a suite and Warner is in another. I told Redpath some time ago I would lecture in Boston any 2 days he might choose, provided they were consecutive days. I never dreamed of his choosing days during Lent, since that was his special horror, but all at once he telegraphs me, and hollers at me in all manner of ways, that I am booked for Boston March 5, of all days in the year, and to make matters just as mixed and uncertain as possible, I can't find out to save my life whether he means to lecture me on the 6th or not. Warner's been in here swearing like a lunatic, and saying he had written you to come on the 4th, and I said, "You leatherhead, If I talk in Boston both afternoon and evening March 5, I'll have to go to Boston the 4th. And then he just kicked up his heels and went off cursing after a fashion I never heard of before. Now let's just leave this thing to Providence for 24 hours. You bet it will come out all right. Yours ever, Mark. He was writing a book with Warner at this time, The Gilded Age, the two authors having been challenged by their wives one night at dinner to write a better book than the current novels they had been discussing with some severity. Clemens already had a story in his mind, and Warner agreed to collaborate in the writing. It was begun without delay. Clemens wrote the first 399 pages and read them aloud to Warner, who took up the story at this point and continued it through 12 chapters, after which they worked alternately and with great enjoyment. They also worked rapidly, and in April the story was completed. For a collaboration by two men so different in temperament and literary method, it was a remarkable performance. Another thing Mark Twain did that winter was to buy some land on Farmington Avenue and begin the building of a home. He had by no means given up returning to England, and made his plans to sail with Mrs. Clemens and Susy in May. Miss Clara Spaulding, of Elmira, later Mrs. John B. Stanchfield, of New York, a girlhood friend of Mrs. Clemens, was to accompany them. The Daily Graphic heard of the proposed journey, and wrote asking for a farewell word. His characteristic reply is the only letter of any kind that has survived from that spring. To the Editor of the Daily Graphic, in New York City: Hartford, April 17, 1873. Editor Graphic, your note is received. If the following two lines which I have cut from it are your natural handwriting, then I understand you to ask me for a farewell letter in the name of the American people. Bless you. The joy of the American people is just a little premature. I haven't gone yet, and what is more, I'm not going to stay when I do go. Yes, it is true. I am only going to remain beyond the sea 6 months. That is all. I love stir and excitement, and so the moment the spring birds begin to sing, and the lagging weariness of summer to threaten, I grow restless. I get the fidgets. I want to pack off somewhere where there's something going on. But you know how that is. You must have felt that way. This very day I saw the signs in the air of the coming dullness, and I said to myself, how glad I am that I have already chartered a steamship. There was absolutely nothing in the morning papers. You can see for yourself what the telegraphic headings were. By telegraph, a father killed by his son, a bloody fight in Kentucky, a courthouse fired, and negroes therein shot while escaping, a Louisiana massacre, an 8-year-old murderer, 200 to 300 men roasted alive, a town in a state of general riot, a lively skirmish in Indiana, and 30 other similar headings. The items under those headings all bear date yesterday, April 16. Refer to your own paper. And I give you my word of honor that that string of commonplace stuff was everything there was in the telegraphic columns that a body could call news. Well, said I to myself, this is getting pretty dull. This is getting pretty dry. There don't appear to be anything going on anywhere. Has this progressive nation gone to sleep? Have I got to stand another month of this torpidity before I can begin to browse among the lively capitals of Europe? But never mind. Things may revive while I'm away. During the last 2 months my next door neighbor, Charles Dudley Warner, has dropped his backlog studies, and he and I have written a bulky novel in partnership. He has worked up the fiction and I have hurled in the facts. I consider it one of the most astonishing novels that ever was written. Night after night I sit up reading it over and over again and crying. It will be published early in the fall, with plenty of pictures. Do you consider this an advertisement? And if so, do you charge for such things when a man is your friend. Yours truly, Samuel L. Clemens. Mark Twain. An amusing, even if annoying, incident happened about the time of Mark Twain's departure. A man named Chew related to Twichell a most entertaining occurrence. Twichell saw great possibilities in it, and suggested that Mark Twain be allowed to make a story of it, sharing the profits with Chew. Chew agreed, and promised to send the facts carefully set down. Twichell, in the meantime, told the story to Clemens, who was delighted with it and strongly tempted to write it at once, while he was in the spirit, without waiting on Chew. Fortunately he did not do so, for when Chew's material came it was in the form of a clipping, the story having been already printed in some newspaper. Chew's knowledge of literary ethics would seem to have been slight. He thought himself entitled to something under the agreement with Twichell. Mark Twain, by this time in London, naturally had a different opinion. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: London, June 9, '73. Dear old Joe, I consider myself wholly at liberty to decline to pay Chew anything, and at the same time strongly tempted to sue him into the bargain for coming so near ruining me. If he hadn't happened to send me that thing in print, I would have used the story like an innocent fool, and would straightway have been hounded to death as a plagiarist. It would have absolutely destroyed me. I cannot conceive of a man being such a hopeless ass, after serving as a legislative reporter, too, as to imagine that I or any other literary man in his senses would consent to chew over old stuff that had already been in print. If that man weren't an infant in swaddling clothes, his only reply to our petition would have been, "It has been in print." It makes me as mad as the very old Harry every time I think of Mr. Chew and the frightfully narrow escape I have had at his hands. Confound Mr. Chew, with all my heart. I'm willing that he should have $10 for his trouble of warming over his cold victuals. Cheerfully willing to that, but no more. If I had had him near when his letter came, I would have got out my tomahawk and gone for him. He didn't tell the story half as well as you did, anyhow. I wish to goodness you were here this moment. Nobody in our parlor but Livy and me, and a very good view of London to the fore. We have a luxuriously ample suite of apartments in the Langham Hotel, third floor, our bedroom looking straight up Portland Place, and our parlor having a noble array of great windows looking out upon both streets, Portland Place and the crook that joins it to Regent Street. 9 p.m. Full twilight. Rich sunset tints lingering in the west. I'm not going to write anything, rather tell it when I get back. I love you and Harmony, and that is all the fresh news I've got, anyway. And I mean to keep that fresh all the time. Lovingly, Mark. P.S. Am luxuriating in glorious old Pepys' diary, and smoking. Letters are exceedingly scarce through all this period. Mark Twain, now on his second visit to London, was literally overwhelmed with honors and entertainment. His rooms at the Langham were like a court. Such men as Robert Browning, Turgenev, Sir John Millais, and Charles Kingsley hastened to call. Kingsley and others gave him dinners. Mrs. Clemens to her sister wrote, "It is perfectly discouraging to try to write you." The continuous excitement presently told on her. In July all further engagements were canceled, and Clemens took his little family to Scotland for quiet and rest. They broke the journey at York, and it was there that Mark Twain wrote the only letter remaining from this time. Fragment of a letter to Mrs. Jervis Langdon, of Elmira, New York. For the present we shall remain in this queer old walled town, with its crooked, narrow lanes that tell us of their old day that knew no wheeled vehicles; its plaster and timber dwellings, with upper stories far overhanging the street, and thus marking their date, say 300 years ago; the stately city walls, the castellated gates, the ivy-grown foliage-sheltered, most noble and picturesque ruin of St. Mary's Abbey, suggesting their date, say 500 years ago, in the heart of crusading times and the glory of English chivalry and romance. The vast Cathedral of York, with its worn carvings and quaintly pictured windows, preaching of still remoter days. The outlandish names of streets and courts and byways that stand as a record and a memorial, all these centuries, of Danish dominion here in still earlier times. The hint here and there of King Arthur and his knights, and their bloody fights with Saxon oppressors round about this old city more than 1,300 years gone by. And, last of all, the melancholy old stone coffins and sculptured inscriptions, a venerable arch and a hoary tower of stone that still remain, and are kissed by the sun and caressed by the shadows every day, just as the sun and the shadows have kissed and caressed them every lagging day since the Roman Emperor's soldiers placed them here in the times when Jesus, the son of Mary, walked the streets of Nazareth a youth, with no more name or fame than the Yorkshire boy who is loitering down this street this moment. Their destination was Edinburgh, where they remained a month. Mrs. Clemens's health gave way on their arrival there, and her husband, knowing the name of no other physician in the place, looked up Dr. John Brown, author of Rab and His Friends, and found in him not only a skillful practitioner, but a lovable companion to whom they all became deeply attached. Little Susie, now 17 months old, became his special favorite. He named her Megalops, because of her great eyes. Mrs. Clemens regained her strength, and they returned to London. Clemens, still urged to lecture, finally agreed with George Dolby to a week's engagement, and added a promise that after taking his wife and daughter back to America, he would return immediately for a more extended course. Dolby announced him to appear at the Queen's Concert Rooms, Hanover Square, for the week of October 13 through 18. His lecture to be the old Sandwich Islands talk that 7 years before had brought him his first success. The great hall, the largest in London, was thronged at each appearance, and the papers declared that Mark Twain had no more than whetted the public appetite for his humor. 3 days later, October 1873, Clemens, with his little party, sailed for home. Halfway across the ocean he wrote the friend they had left in Scotland. To Dr. John Brown, in Edinburgh: Mid-Atlantic, October 30, 1873. Our dear friend the Doctor, we have plowed a long way over the sea, and there's 2,200 miles of restless water between us now, besides the railway stretch, and yet you are so present with us, so close to us, that a span and a whisper would bridge the distance. The first 3 days were stormy, and wife, child, maid, and Miss Spaulding were all seasick 25 hours out of the 24, and I was sorry I ever started. However, it has been smooth and balmy and sunny and altogether lovely for a day or two now, and at night there is a broad luminous highway stretching over the sea to the moon, over which the spirits of the sea are traveling up and down all through the secret night, and having a genuine good time, I make no doubt. Today they discovered a collie on board. I find, as per advertisement which I sent you, that they won't carry dogs in these ships at any price. This one has been concealed up to this time. Now his owner has to pay £10 or heave him overboard. Fortunately, the doggie is a performing doggie, and the money will be paid. So, after all, it was just as well you didn't entrust your collie to us. A poor little child died at midnight and was buried at dawn this morning, sheeted and shotted, and sunk in the middle of the lonely ocean in water 3,000 fathoms deep. Pity the poor mother. With our love, S. L. Clemens. Mark Twain was back in London, lecturing again at the Queen's Concert Rooms after barely a month's absence. Charles Warren Stoddard, whom he had known in California, shared his apartment at the Langham, and acted as his secretary, a very necessary office, for he was besieged by callers and bombarded with letters. He remained in London 2 months, lecturing steadily at Hanover Square to full houses. It is unlikely that there is any other platform record to match it. One letter of this period has been preserved. It is written to Twichell near the end of his engagement. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: London, January 5, 1874. MY DEAR OLD Joe, I knew you would be likely to graduate into an ass if I came away, and so you have, if you have stopped smoking. However, I have a strong faith that it is not too late yet, and that the judiciously managed influence of a bad example will fetch you back again. I wish you had written me some news. Livy tells me precious little. She mainly writes to hurry me home and to tell me how much she respects me, but she's generally pretty slow on news. I had a letter from her along with yours today, but she didn't tell me the book is out. However, it's all right. I hope to be home 20 days from today, and then I'll see her, and that will make up for a whole year's dearth of news. I am right down grateful that she is looking strong and lovelier than ever. I only wish I could see her look her level best, once. I think it would be a vision. I have just spent a good part of this day browsing through the Royal Academy exhibition of Landseer's paintings. They fill 4 or 5 great salons, and must number a good many hundreds. This is the only opportunity ever to see them, because the finest of them belong to the Queen, and she keeps them in her private apartments. Ah, they're wonderfully beautiful. There are such rich moonlights and dusks in the Challenge and the Combat, and in that long flight of birds across a lake in the subdued flush of sunset, or sunrise, for no man can ever tell t'other from which in a picture, except it has the filmy morning mist breathing itself up from the water. And there is such a grave analytical profundity in the faces of the connoisseurs, and such pathos in the picture of the fawn suckling its dead mother on a snowy waste, with only the blood and the footprints to hint that she is not asleep. And the way he makes animals absolute flesh and blood, insomuch that if the room were darkened ever so little, and a motionless living animal placed beside a painted one, no man could tell which was which. I interrupted myself here, to drop a line to Shirley Brooks, and suggest a cartoon for Punch. It was this: in one of the Academy salons, in the suite where these pictures are, a fine bust of Landseer stands on a pedestal in the center of the room. I suggest that some of Landseer's best known animals be represented as having come down out of their frames in the moonlight and grouped themselves about the bust in mourning attitudes. Well, old man, I am powerful glad to hear from you, and shall be powerful glad to see you in harmony. I am not going to the provinces, because I cannot get halls that are large enough. I always felt cramped in Hanover Square rooms, but I find that everybody here speaks with awe and respect of that prodigious place, and wonder that I could fill it so long. I am hoping to be back in 20 days, but I have so much to go home to and enjoy with a jubilant joy, that it seems hardly possible that it can ever come to pass in so uncertain a world as this. I have read the novel, The Gilded Age, published during his absence, December, 1873, here, and I like it. I have made no inquiries about it, though. My interest in a book ceases with the printing of it. With a world of love, Samuel. End of section 13. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 14 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 13. Letters, 1874. Hartford and Elmira. A New Study. Beginning Tom Sawyer. The Sellers Play. Naturally, Redpath would not give him any peace now. His London success must not be wasted. At first his victim refused point blank, and with great brevity. But he was overborne and persuaded, and made occasional appearances, wiring at last this final defiant word: Telegram to James Redpath, in Boston: Hartford, March 3, 1874. James Redpath, why don't you congratulate me? I never expect to stand on a lecture platform again after Thursday night. Mark. That he was glad to be home again we may gather from a letter sent at this time to Dr. Brown of Edinburgh. To Dr. John Brown, in Edinburgh: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, February 28, 1874. My dear friend, we are all delighted with your commendations of the Gilded Age, and the more so because some of our newspapers have set forth the opinion that Warner really wrote the book, and I only added my name to the title page in order to give it a larger sale. I wrote the first 11 chapters, every word and every line. I also wrote chapters 24, 25, 27, 28, 30, 32, 33, 34, 36, 37, 21, 42, 43, 45, 51, 52, 53, 57, 59, 60, 61, 62, and portions of 35, 49, and 56. So I wrote 32 of the 63 chapters entirely, and part of 3 others beside. The fearful financial panic hit the book heavily, for we published it in the midst of it. But nevertheless, in the 8 weeks that have now elapsed since the day we published, we have sold 40,000 copies, which gives £3,000 royalty to be divided between the authors. This is really the largest 2 months' sale which any American book has ever achieved, unless one accepts the cheaper editions of Uncle Tom's Cabin. The average price of our book is 16 shillings a copy. Uncle Tom was 2 shillings a copy. But for the panic our sale would have been doubled, I verily believe. I do not believe the sale will ultimately go over 100,000 copies. I ship to you from Liverpool Barley's illustrations of Judd's Margaret, the waiter at the Adelphi Hotel agreeing to ship it securely per parcel delivery. And I do hope it did not miscarry, for we in America think a deal of Barley's work. Felix Octavius Carr Barley, 1822 to 1888, illustrator of the works of Irving, Cooper, etc., probably the most distinguished American illustrator of his time. I shipped the novel Margaret to you from here a week ago. Indeed, I am thankful for the wife and the child, and if there is one individual creature on all this footstool who is more thoroughly and uniformly and unceasingly happy than I am, I defy the world to produce him and prove him. In my opinion he doesn't exist. I was a mighty rough, coarse, unpromising subject when Livy took charge of me 4 years ago, and I may still be, to the rest of the world, but not to her. She has made a very creditable job of me. Success to the Mark Twain Club, and the novel Shibboleth of the Whistle. Of course, any member rising to speak would be required to preface his remark with a keen, respectful whistle at the chair recognizing the speaker with an answering shriek, and then as the speech proceeded its gravity and force would be emphasized, and its impressiveness augmented by the continual interjection of whistles in place of punctuation pauses. And the applause of the audience would be manifested in the same way. They've gone to luncheon, and I must follow. With strong love from us both, your friend, Samuel L. Clemens. These were the days when the Howells and Clemens families began visiting back and forth between Boston and Hartford, and sometimes Aldrich came, though less frequently, and the gatherings at the homes of Warner and Clemens were full of never to be forgotten happiness. Of one such visit Howells wrote: "In the good fellowship of that cordial neighborhood we had two such days as the aging sun no longer shines on in his round. There was constant running in and out of friendly houses, where the lively hosts and guests called one another by their Christian names or nicknames, and no such vain ceremony as knocking or ringing at doors. Clemens was then building the stately mansion in which he satisfied his love of magnificence as if it had been another sealskin coat, and he was at the crest of the prosperity which enabled him to humor every whim or extravagance. It was the delight of such a visit that kept Clemens constantly urging its repetition. One cannot but feel the genuine affection of these letters." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: March 1, 1876. MY DEAR HOWELLS, Now you will find us the most reasonable people in the world. We had thought of precipitating upon you, George Warner and wife one day, Twichell and his jewel of a wife another day, and Charles Perkins and wife another. Only those, simply members of our family, they are. But I'll close the door against them all, which will fix all of the lot except Twichell, who will no more hesitate to climb in at the back window than nothing. And you shall go to bed when you please, get up when you please, talk when you please, read when you please. Mrs. Howells may even go to New York Saturday if she feels that she must, but if some gentle unannoying coaxing can beguile her into putting that off a few days, we shall be more than glad, for I do wish she and Mrs. Clemens could have a good square chance to get acquainted with each other. But first and last and all the time, we want you to feel untrammeled and wholly free from restraint here. The date suits. All dates suit. Yours ever, MARK. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, March 20, 1876. DEAR HOWELLS, You or Aldrich, or both of you, must come to Hartford to live. Mr. Hall, who lives in the house next to Mrs. Stowe's, just where we drive in to go to our new house, will sell for $16,000 or $17,000. The lot is 85 feet front and 150 deep. Long time and easy payments on the purchase? You can do your work just as well here as in Cambridge, can't you? Come, will one of you boys buy that house? Now say yes. Mrs. Clemens is an invalid yet, but is getting along pretty fairly. We send best regards, MARK. April found the Clemens family in Elmira. Mrs. Clemens was not over strong, and the cares of house building were many. They went early, therefore, remaining at the Langdon home in the city until Quarry Farm should feel a touch of warmer sun. Clemens wrote the news to Dr. Brown. To Dr. John Brown, in Edinburgh: Elmira, New York, April 27, '86. DEAR Doctor, This town is in the interior of the State of New York, and was my wife's birthplace. We are here to spend the whole summer. Although it is so near summer, we had a great snowstorm yesterday, and one the day before. This is rather breaking in upon our plans, as it may keep us down here in the valley a trifle longer than we desired. It gets fearfully hot here in the summer, so we spend our summers on top of a hill 600 or 700 feet high, about 2 or 3 miles from here. It never gets hot up there. Mrs. Clemens is pretty strong, and so is the little wifey. Barring a desperate cold in the head, the child grows in grace and beauty marvelously. I wish the nations of the earth would combine in a baby show and give us a chance to compete. I must try to find one of her latest photographs to enclose in this. And this reminds me that Mrs. Clemens keeps urging me to ask you for your photograph, and last night she said, "And be sure to ask him for a photograph of his sister and Jock." but say Master Jock. Do not be headless and forget that courtesy. He is Jock in our memories and our talk, but he has a right to his title when a body uses his name in a letter. Now I have got it all in. I can't have made any mistake this time. Miss Clara Spaulding looked in a moment yesterday morning, as bright and good as ever. She would like to lay her love at your feet if she knew I was writing, as would also 50 friends of ours whom you have never seen, and whose homage is as fervent as if the cold and clouds and darkness of a mighty sea did not lie between their hearts and you. Poor old Rab had not many friends at first, but if all his friends of today could gather to his grave from the 4 corners of the earth, what a procession there would be. And Rab's friends are your friends. I am going to work when we get on the hill. Till then I've got to lie fallow, albeit against my will. We join in love to you and yours. Your friend ever, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. I enclose a specimen of villainy. A man pretends to be my brother and my lecture agent, gathers a great audience together in a city more than 1,000 miles from here, and then pockets the money and elopes, leaving the audience to wait for the imaginary lecturer. I am after him with the law. It was a historic summer at the farm. A new baby arrived in June. A new study was built for Mark Twain by Mrs. Crane on the hillside near the old quarry. A new book was begun in it, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, and a play, the first that Mark Twain had really attempted, was completed, the dramatization of The Gilded Age. An early word went to Hartford of conditions at the farm. To Reverend and Mrs. Twichell, in Hartford: Elmira, June 11, 1874. My dear old Joe and Harmony, the baby is here, and is the great American giantess, weighing 7 3/4 pounds. We had to wait a good long time for her, but she was full of compensation when she did come. The Modoc was delighted with it, and gave it her doll at once. There is nothing selfish about the Modoc. She is fascinated with the new baby. The Modoc rips and tears around outdoors most of the time, and consequently is as hard as a pine knot and as brown as an Indian. She is bosom friend to all the ducks, chickens, turkeys, and guinea hens on the place. Yesterday, as she marched along the winding path that leads up the hill through the red clover beds to the summer house, there was a long procession of these fowls stringing contentedly after her, led by a stately rooster who can look over the Modoc's head. The devotion of these vassals has been purchased with daily largesse of Indian meal, and so the Modoc, attended by her bodyguard, moves in state wherever she goes. Susie Crane has built the loveliest study for me you ever saw. It is octagonal, with a peaked roof, each octagon filled with a spacious window, and it sits perched in complete isolation on top of an elevation that commands leagues of valley and city and retreating ranges of distant blue hills. It is a cozy nest, with just room in it for a sofa and a table and 3 or 4 chairs, and when the storms sweep down the remote valley, and the lightning flashes above the hills beyond, and the rain beats upon the roof over my head, imagine the luxury of it. It stands 500 feet above the valley, and 2½ miles from it. However, one must not write all day. We send continents of love to you and yours. Affectionately, Mark. We have mentioned before that Clemens had settled his mother and sister at Fredonia, New York, and when Mrs. Clemens was in condition to travel, he concluded to pay them a visit. It proved an unfortunate journey. The hot weather was hard on Mrs. Clemens, and harder still, perhaps, on Mark Twain's temper. At any period of his life, a bore exasperated him, and in these earlier days he was far more likely to explode than in his mellower age. Remorse always followed, the price he paid was always costly. We cannot know now who was the unfortunate that invited the storm, but in the next letter we get the echoes of it and realize something of its damage. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett, in Fredonia, Elmira, August 15. My dear mother and sister, I came away from Fredonia ashamed of myself, almost too much humiliated to hold up my head and say good bye. For I began to comprehend how much harm my conduct might do you socially in your village. I would have gone to that detestable oyster brained bore and apologized for my inexcusable rudeness to him, but that I was satisfied he was of too small a caliber to know how to receive an apology with magnanimity. Pamela appalled me by saying people had hinted that they wished to visit Livy when she came, but that she had given them no encouragement. I feared that those people would merely comprehend that their courtesies were not wanted, and yet not know exactly why they were not wanted. I came away feeling that in return for your constant and tireless efforts to secure our bodily comfort and make our visit enjoyable, I had basely repaid you by making you sad and sore-hearted and leaving you so. And the natural result has fallen to me likewise, for a guilty conscience has harassed me ever since, and I have not had one short quarter of an hour of peace to this moment. You spoke of Middletown. Why not go there and live? Mr. Crane says it is only about 100 miles this side of New York on the Erie road. The fact that one or two of you might prefer to live somewhere else is not a valid objection. There are no 4 people who would all choose the same place. So it will be vain to wait for the day when your taste shall be a unit. I seriously fear that our visit has damaged you in Fredonia, and so I wish you were out of it. The baby is fat and strong, and Susie the same. Susie was charmed with the donkey and the doll. Yours affectionately, SAMUEL. P.S. Dear Ma and Pamela, I am mainly grieved because I have been rude to a man who has been kind to you, and if you ever feel a desire to apologize to him for me, you may be sure that I will endorse the apology, no matter how strong it may be. I went to his bank to apologize to him, but my conviction was strong that he was not man enough to know how to take an apology, and so I did not make it. William Dean Howells was in those days writing those vividly realistic, indeed photographic stories which fixed his place among American men of letters. He had already written Their Wedding Journey and A Chance Acquaintance when A Foregone Conclusion appeared. For the reason that his own work was so different, and perhaps because of his fondness for the author, Clemens always greatly admired the books of Howells. Howells's exact observation and his gift for human detail seemed marvelous to Mark Twain, who, with a bigger brush, was inclined to record the larger rather than the minute aspects of life. The sincerity of his appreciation of Howells, however, need not be questioned, nor, for that matter, his detestation of Scott. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 22, 1874. Dear Howells, I have just finished reading The Foregone Conclusion to Mrs. Clemens, and we think you have even outdone yourself. I should think that this must be the daintiest, truest, most admirable workmanship that was ever put on a story. The creatures of God do not act out their natures more unerringly than yours do. If your genuine stories can die, I wonder by what right old Walter Scott's artificialities shall continue to live. I brought Mrs. Clemens back from her trip in a dreadfully broken down condition, so by the doctor's orders we unpacked the trunk sorrowfully to lie idle here another month instead of going at once to Hartford and proceeding to furnish the new house which is now finished. We hate to have it go longer desolate and tenantless, but cannot help it. By and by, if the madam gets strong again, we are hoping to have the Grays there, and you and the Aldrich households and Osgood down to engage in an orgy with them. Yours ever, MARK. Howells was editor of the Atlantic by this time, and had been urging Clemens to write something suitable for that magazine. He had done nothing, however, until this summer at Quarry Farm. There, one night in the moonlight, Mrs. Crane's colored cook, who had been a slave, was induced to tell him her story. It was exactly the story to appeal to Mark Twain, and the kind of thing he could write. He set it down next morning, as nearly in her own words and manner as possible, without departing too far from literary requirements. He decided to send this to Howells. He did not regard it very highly, but he would take the chance. An earlier offering to the magazine had been returned. He sent the true story, with a brief note. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, September 2, '74. My dear Howells, I enclose also a true story, which has no humor in it. You can pay as lightly as you choose for that, if you want it, for it is rather out of my line. I have not altered the old colored woman's story except to begin at the beginning instead of the middle, as she did, and travel both ways. Yours ever, MARK. But Howells was delighted with it. He referred to its realist kind of black talk, and in another place added, "This little story delights me more and more. I wish you had about 40 of them." Along with the true story, Mark Twain had sent The Fable for Good Old Boys and Girls. But this Howells returned, not, as he said, because he didn't like it, but because the Atlantic, on matters of religion, was just in that good Lord, good devil condition when a little fable like yours wouldn't leave it a single Presbyterian, Baptist, Unitarian, Episcopalian, Methodist, or Millerite paying subscriber, while all the deadheads would stick to it and abuse it in the denominational newspapers. But the shorter manuscript had been only a brief diversion. Mark Twain was bowling along at a book and a play. The book was Tom Sawyer, as already mentioned, and the play a dramatization from the Gilded Age. Clemens had all along intended to dramatize the story of Colonel Sellers, and was one day thunderstruck to receive word from California that a San Francisco dramatist had appropriated his character in a play written for John T. Raymond. Clemens had taken out dramatic copyright on the book, and immediately stopped the performance by telegraph. A correspondence between the author and the dramatist followed, leading to a friendly arrangement by which the latter agreed to dispose of his version to Mark Twain. A good deal of discussion from time to time having arisen over the authorship of the Sellers play, as presented by Raymond, certain among the letters that follow may be found of special interest. Meanwhile, we find Clemens writing to Dr. John Brown, of Edinburgh, on these matters and events in general. The book manuscript, which he mentions as having put aside, was not touched again for nearly a year. To Dr. John Brown, in Edinburgh: Quarry Farm, near Elmira, New York, September 4, 1874. Dear Friend, I have been writing 50 pages of manuscript a day, on an average, for some time now, on a book a story, and consequently have been so wrapped up in it, and so dead to anything else, that I have fallen mighty short in letter writing. But night before last I discovered that that day's chapter was a failure, in conception, moral truth to nature, and execution, enough blemish to impair the excellence of almost any chapter, and so I must burn up the day's work and do it all over again. It was plain that I had worked myself out, pumped myself dry. So I knocked off and went to playing billiards for a change. I haven't had an idea or a fancy for 2 days now, an excellent time to write to friends who have plenty of ideas and fancies of their own, and so will prefer the offerings of the heart before those of the head. Day after tomorrow I go to a neighboring city to see a 5-act drama of mine brought out, and suggest amendments in it, and would about as soon spend a night in the Spanish Inquisition as sit there and be tortured with all the adverse criticisms I can contrive to imagine the audience is indulging in. But whether the play be successful or not, I hope I shall never feel obliged to see it performed a second time. My interest in my work dies a sudden and violent death when the work is done. I have invented and patented a pretty good sort of scrapbook, I think, but I have backed down from letting it be known as mine just at present, for I can't stand being under discussion on a play and a scrapbook at the same time. I shall be away 2 days, and then return to take our tribe to New York, where we shall remain 5 days buying furniture for the new house, and then go to Hartford and settle solidly down for the winter. After all that fallow time I ought to be able to go to work again on the book. We shall reach Hartford about the middle of September, I judge. We have spent the past 4 months up here on top of a breezy hill 600 feet high, some few miles from Elmira, New York, and overlooking that town. Elmira is my wife's birthplace, and that of Susie and the new baby. This little summer house on the hilltop, named Quarry Farm because there's a quarry on it, belongs to my wife's sister, Mrs. Crane. A photographer came up the other day and wanted to make some views, and I shall send you the result per this mail. My study is a snug little octagonal den with a coal grate, 6 big windows, 1 little one, and a wide doorway, the latter opening upon the distant town. On hot days I spread the study wide open, anchor my papers down with brickbats, and write in the midst of the hurricanes, clothed in the same thin linen we make shirts of. The study is nearly on the peak of the hill. It is right in front of the little perpendicular wall of rock left where they used to quarry stones. On the peak of the hill is an old arbor, roofed with bark and covered with the vine you call the American creeper. Its green is almost blooded with red. The study is 30 yards below the old arbor and 200 yards above the dwelling house. It is remote from all noises. Now isn't the whole thing pleasantly situated? In the picture of me in the study, you glimpse, through the left-hand window, the little rock bluff that rises behind the pond, and the bases of the little trees on top of it. The small square window is over the fireplace. The chimney divides to make room for it. Without the stereoscope it looks like a framed picture. All the study windows have Venetian blinds. They long ago went out of fashion in America, but they have not been replaced with anything half as good yet. The study is built on top of a tumbled rock heap that has morning glories climbing about it, and a stone stairway leading down through and dividing it. There now, if you have not time to read all this, turn it over to Jock and drag in the judge to help. Mrs. Clemens must put in a late picture of Susie, a picture which she maintains is good, but which I think is slander on the child. We revisit the Rutland Street home many a time in fancy, for we hold every individual in it in happy and grateful memory. Goodbye, your friend, Samuel L. Clemens. P.S. I gave the Post Office Department a blast in the papers about sending misdirected letters of mine back to the writers for reshipment, and got a blast in return through a New York daily from the New York postmaster. But I notice that misdirected letters find me now without any unnecessary fooling around. The new house in Hartford was now ready to be occupied, and in a letter to Howells, written a little more than a fortnight after the foregoing, we find them located in part of it. But what seems more interesting is that paragraph of the letter which speaks of close friendly relations still existing with the Warners, in that it refutes a report current at this time that there was a break between Clemens and Warner over the rights in the Sellers play. There was, in fact, no such rupture. Warner, realizing that he had no hand in the character of Sellers and no share in the work of dramatization, generously yielded all claim to any part of the returns. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, September 20, 1876. My dear Howells, all right, my boy, send proof sheets here. I amend dialect stuff by talking and talking and talking it till it sounds right, and I had difficulty with this negro talk because a negro sometimes rarely says going and sometimes gone, and they make just such discrepancies in other words, and when you come to reproduce them on paper they look as if the variation resulted from the writer's carelessness. But I want to work at the proofs and get the dialect as nearly right as possible. We are in part of the new house. Goodness knows when we'll get in the rest of it. Full of workmen yet. I worked a month at my play and launched it in New York last Wednesday. I believe it will go. The newspapers have been complimentary. It is simply a setting for the one character, Colonel Sellers. As a play, I guess it will not bear a critical assault in force. The Warners are as charming as ever. They go shortly to the devil for a year, which is but a poetical way of saying they are going to afflict themselves with the unsurpassable bad word of travel for a spell. I believe they mean to go and see you first, so they mean to start from heaven to the other place, not from earth. How is that? I think that is no slouch of a compliment, kind of a dim religious light about it. I enjoy that sort of thing. Yours ever, Mark. Raymond, in a letter to the Sun, stated that not one line of the California dramatization had been used by Mark Twain, except that which was taken bodily from the Gilded Age. Clemens himself, in a statement that he wrote for the Hartford Post, but suppressed probably at the request of his wife, gave a full history of the play's origin, a matter of slight interest today. Sellers on the stage proved a great success. The play had no special merit as a literary composition, but the character of Sellers delighted the public, and both author and actor were richly repaid for their entertainment. End of Section 14. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 15 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 14. Letters, 1874. Mississippi Chapters. Visits to Boston. A Joke on Aldrich. Couldn't you send me some such story as that colored one for our January number, that is, within a month? Wrote Howells at the end of September. And during the week following, Mark Twain struggled hard to comply, but without result. When the month was nearly up, he wrote: To W. D. Howells, in Boston, Hartford, October 23, 1874. My dear Howells, I have delayed thus long, hoping I might do something for the January number, and Mrs. Clemens has diligently persecuted me day by day with urgings to go to work and do that something, but it's no use, I find I can't. We are in such a state of weary and endless confusion that my head won't go. So I give it up. Yours ever, Mark. But 2 hours later, when he had returned from one of the long walks which he and Twichell so frequently took together, he told a different story. Later P.M. Home, 24th, 74. My dear Howells, I take back the remark that I can't write for the January number, for Twichell and I have had a long walk in the woods, and I got to telling him about old Mississippi days of steamboating glory and grandeur as I saw them during 5 years, from the pilot house. He said, what a virgin subject to hurl into a magazine. I hadn't thought of that before. Would you like a series of papers to run through 3 months, or 6, or 9, or about 4 months, say? Yours ever, Mark. Howells himself had come from a family of pilots and rejoiced in the idea. A few days later Mark Twain forwarded the first installment of the new series, those wonderful chapters that begin now with Chapter 4 in the Mississippi book. Apparently he was not without doubt concerning the manuscript, and accompanied it with a brief line. To W. D. Howells, in Boston. Dear Howells, cut it, scarify it, reject it, handle it with entire freedom. Yours ever, Mark. But Howells had no doubts as to the quality of the new find. He declared that the piece about the Mississippi was capital, that it almost made the water in their ice pitcher turn muddy as he read it. The sketch of the low-lived little town was so good that I could have wished that there was more of it. I want the sketches, if you can make them, every month. The low-lived little town was Hannibal, and the reader can turn to the vivid description of it in the chapter already mentioned. In the same letter Howells refers to a letter from Limerick, which he declares he shall keep until he has shown it around, especially to Aldrich and Osgood. The letter from Limerick has to do with a special episode. Mention has just been made of Mark Twain's walk with Twichell. Frequently their walks were extended tramps, and once in a daring moment one or the other of them proposed to walk to Boston. The time was November, and the bracing air made the proposition seem attractive. They were off one morning early, Twichell carrying a little bag, and Clemens a basket of luncheon. A few days before, Clemens had written Redpath that the Rev. J. H. Twichell and he expected to start at 8 o'clock Thursday morning, to walk to Boston in 24 hours or more. We shall telegraph Young's Hotel for rooms Saturday night, in order to allow for a low average of pedestrianism. They did not get quite to Boston. In fact, they got only a little farther than the 28 miles they made the first day. Clemens could hardly walk next morning, but they managed to get to North Ashford, where they took a carriage for the nearest railway station. There they telegraphed to Redpath and Howells that they would be in Boston that evening. Howells, of course, had a good supper and good company awaiting them at his home, and the pedestrians spent 2 happy days visiting and recounting their adventures. It was one morning at his hotel that Mark Twain wrote the Limerick letter. It was addressed to Mrs. Clemens, but was really intended for Howells and Twichell, and the others whom it mentions. It was an amusing fancy, rather than a letter, but it deserves place here. To Mrs. Clemens, intended for Howells, Aldrich, etc. Boston, November 16, 1874. Dear Livy, you observe I still call this beloved old place by the name it had when I was young. Limerick. It is enough to make a body sick. The gentlemen in waiting stare to see me sit here telegraphing this letter to you, and no doubt they are smiling in their sleeves. But let them. The slow old fashions are good enough for me, thank God, and I will none other. When I see one of these modern fools sit absorbed holding the end of a telegraph wire in his hand, and reflect that 1,000 miles away there is another fool hitched to the other end of it, it makes me frantic with rage. And then am I more implacably fixed and resolved than ever to continue taking 20 minutes to telegraph you what I communicate in 10 seconds by the new way, if I would so debase myself. And when I see a whole silent, solemn drawing room full of idiots sitting with their hands on each other's foreheads communing, I tug the white hairs from my head and curse till my asthma brings me the blessed relief of suffocation. In our old day such a gathering talked pure drivel and rot, mostly, but better that, 1,000 times, than these dreary conversational funerals that oppress our spirits in this mad generation. It is 60 years since I was here before. I walked hither, then, with my precious old friend. It seems incredible, now, that we did it in 2 days, but such is my recollection. I no longer mention that we walked back in a single day. It makes me so furious to see doubt in the face of the hearer. Men were men in those old times. Think of one of the puerile organisms in this effeminate age attempting such a feat. My airship was delayed by a collision with a fellow from China loaded with the usual cargo of jabbering copper colored missionaries, and so I was nearly an hour on my journey. But by the goodness of God 13 of the missionaries were crippled and several killed, so I was content to lose the time. I love to lose time, anyway, because it brings soothing reminiscences of the creeping railroad days of old, now lost to us forever. Our game was neatly played and successfully. None expected us, of course. You should have seen the guards at the ducal palace stare when I said, "Announce his Grace the Archbishop of Dublin and the Right Honorable the Earl of Hertford." Arrived within, we were all eyes to see the Duke of Cambridge and his Duchess, wondering if we might remember their faces and they ours. In a moment they came tottering in, he bent and withered and bald, she blooming with wholesome old age. He peered through his glasses a moment, then screeched in a reedy voice, "Come to my arms, away with titles, I'll know ye by no names but Twain and Twitcher." Then fell he on our necks and jammed his trumpet in his ear, the which we filled with shoutings to this effect, "God bless you, old Howells, what is left of you." We talked late that night, none of your silent idiot communings for us, of the olden time. We rolled a stream of ancient anecdotes over our tongues, and drank till the Lord Archbishop grew so mellow in the mellow past that Dublin ceased to be Dublin to him and resumed its sweeter forgotten name of New York. In truth, he almost got back into his ancient religion, too, good Jesuit, as he has always been, since O'Mulligan I established that faith in the empire. And we canvassed everybody. Bailey Aldrich, Marquis of Ponkapog, came in, got nobly drunk, and told us all about how poor Osgood lost his earldom and was hanged for conspiring against the second emperor. But he didn't mention how near he himself came to being hanged, too, for engaging in the same enterprise. He was as chaffy as he was 60 years ago, too, and swore the Archbishop and I never walked to Boston, but there was never a day that Ponkapog wouldn't lie, so be it by the grace of God he got the opportunity. The Lord High Admiral came in, a hale gentleman, close upon 70 and bronzed by the suns and storms of many climes, and scarred with the wounds got in many battles, and I told him how I had seen him sit in a high chair and eat fruit and cakes, and answer to the name of Johnny. His granddaughter, the eldest, is but lately wedded to the youngest of the Grand Dukes, and so who knows but a day may come when the blood of the Howells may reign in the land. I must not forget to say, while I think of it, that your new false teeth are done, my dear, and your wig. Keep your head well bundled with a shawl till the latter comes, and so cheat your persecuting neuralgias and rheumatisms. Would you believe it, the Duchess of Cambridge is deafer than you, deafer than her husband. They call her to breakfast with a salvo of artillery, and usually, when it thunders, she looks up expectantly and says, "Come in." The monument to the author of Gloverson and his silent partners is finished. It is the stateliest and the costliest ever erected to the memory of any man. This noble classic has now been translated into all the languages of the earth, and is adored by all nations and known to all creatures. Yet I have conversed as familiarly with the author of it as I do with my own great grandchildren. I wish you could see old Cambridge and Ponkapog. I love them as dearly as ever. But privately, my dear, they are not much improvement on idiots. It is melancholy to hear them jabber over the same pointless anecdotes 3 and 4 times of an evening, forgetting that they had jabbered them over 3 or 4 times the evening before. Ponkapog still writes poetry, but the old time fire has mostly gone out of it. Perhaps his best effort of late years is this: "O soul, soul, soul of mine, soul, soul, soul of thine, thy soul, my soul, 2 souls entwine, and sing thy lauds in crystal wine." This he goes about repeating to everybody, daily and nightly, insomuch that he is become a sore affliction to all that know him. But I must desist. There are drafts here, everywhere, and my gout is something frightful. My left foot hath resemblance to a snuff bladder. God be with you. Hartford. These to Lady Hartford, in the Earldom of Hartford, in the upper portion of the city of Dublin. One may imagine the joy of Howells and the others in this ludicrous extravaganza, which could have been written by no one but Mark Twain. It will hardly take rank as prophecy, though certainly true forecast in it is not wholly lacking. Clemens was now pretty well satisfied with his piloting story, but he began to have doubts as to its title, Old Times on the Mississippi. It seemed to commit him to too large an undertaking. To W. D. Howells, in Boston, December 3, 1874. My dear Howells, let us change the heading to Piloting on the Mississippi in the Old Times, or to Steamboating on the Mississippi in Old Times, or to Personal Old Times on the Mississippi. We could change it for February, if now too late for January. I suggest it because the present heading is too pretentious, too broad and general. It seems to command me to deliver a second book of Revelation to the world, and cover all the old times the Mississippi dang that word, it is worse than type or Egypt ever saw, whereas here I have finished article number 3 and am about to start on number 4, and yet I have spoken of nothing but of piloting as a science so far, and I doubt if I ever get beyond that portion of my subject, and I don't care to. Any muggins can write about old times on the Mississippi of 500 different kinds, but I am the only man alive that can scribble about the piloting of that day, and no man ever has tried to scribble about it yet. Its newness pleases me all the time, and it is about the only new subject I know of. If I were to write 50 articles, they would all be about pilots and piloting. Therefore, let's get the word piloting into the heading. There's a sort of freshness about that, too. Yours ever, Mark. But Howells thought the title satisfactory, and indeed it was the best that could have been selected for the series. He wrote every few days of his delight in the papers, and cautioned the author not to make an attempt to please any supposed Atlantic audience, adding, "Yarn it off into my sympathetic ear." Clemens replied, To W. D. Howells, in Boston, Hartford, December 8, 1874. My dear Howells, it isn't the Atlantic audience that distresses me, for it is the only audience that I sit down before in perfect serenity, for the simple reason that it doesn't require a humorist to paint himself striped and stand on his head every 15 minutes. The trouble was that I was only bent on working up an atmosphere, and that is to me a most fidgety and irksome thing, sometimes. I avoid it, usually, but in this case it was absolutely necessary, else every reader would be applying the atmosphere of his own or sea experiences, and that shirt wouldn't fit, you know. I could have sent this article, too, a week ago, or more, but I couldn't bring myself to the drudgery of revising and correcting it. I have been at that tedious work 3 hours now, and by George, but I am glad it is over. Say, I am as prompt as a clock, if I only know the day a thing is wanted. Otherwise I am a natural procrastinaturalist. Tell me what day and date you want numbers 3 and 4, and I will tackle and revise them, and they'll be there to the minute. I could wind up with number 4, but there are some things more which I am powerfully moved to write, which is natural enough, since I am a person who would quit authorizing in a minute to go to piloting, if the madam would stand it. I would rather sink a steamboat than eat, any time. My wife was afraid to write you, so I said with simplicity, I will give you the language and ideas. Through the infinite grace of God there has not been such another insurrection in the family before as followed this. However, the letter was written, and promptly, too, whereas heretofore she has remained afraid to do such things. With kind regards to Mrs. Howells, yours ever, Mark. The Old Times papers appeared each month in the Atlantic until July, 1875, and take rank today with Mark Twain's best work. When the first number appeared, John Hay wrote, "It is perfect, no more, no less. I don't see how you do it," which was reported to Howells, who said, "What business has Hay, I should like to know, praising a favorite of mine? It's interfering." These were the days when the typewriter was new. Clemens and Twichell, during their stay in Boston, had seen the marvel in operation, and Clemens had been unable to resist owning one. It was far from being the perfect machine of today. The letters were all capitals, and one was never quite certain even of those. Mark Twain, however, began with enthusiasm and practiced faithfully. On the day of its arrival he wrote 2 letters that have survived, the first to his brother, the other to Howells. Typewritten letter to W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, December 9, 1874. My dear Howells, I want to add a short paragraph to article No. 1 when the proof comes. Merely a line or two, however. I don't know whether I'm going to make this typewriting machine go or NTO. That last word was intended for not, but I guess I shall make some sort of a success of it before I run it very long. I am so thick fingered that I miss the keys. You needn't answer this. I am only practicing to get 3. Another slip up there. Only practicing to get the hang of the thing. I notice I miss fire and get in a good many unnecessary letters and punctuation marks. I am simply using you for a target to bang at. Blame my cats, but this thing requires genius in order to work it just right. Yours ever, M, ARC. Knowing Mark Twain, Howells wrote, "When you get tired of the machine, send it to me." Clemens naturally did get tired of the machine. It was ruining his morals, he said. He presently offered it to Howells, who by this time hesitated, but eventually yielded and accepted it. If he was blasted by its influence, the fact has not been recorded. One of the famous Atlantic dinners came along in December. "Don't you dare to refuse that invitation," wrote Howells, "to meet Emerson, Aldrich, and all those boys at the Parker House at 6 o'clock, Tuesday, December 15th. Come." Clemens had no desire to refuse. He sent word that he would come, and followed it with a characteristic line: To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, Sunday. My dear Howells, I want you to ask Mrs. Howells to let you stay all night at the Parker House and tell lies and have an improving time, and take breakfast with me in the morning. I will have a good room for you, and a fire. Can't you tell her it always makes you sick to go home late at night, or something like that? That sort of thing rouses Mrs. Clemens's sympathies easily. The only trouble is to keep them up. Twichell and I talked till 2 or 3 in the morning the night we supped at your house, and it restored his health, on account of his being drooping for some time, and made him much more robuster than what he was before. Will Mrs. Howells let you? Yours ever, S. L. C. Aldrich had issued that year a volume of poems, and he presented Clemens with a copy of it during this Boston visit. The letter of appreciation which follows contains also reference to an amusing incident, but we shall come to that presently. To T. B. Aldrich, in Ponkapog, Massachusetts: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, December 18, 1874. My dear Aldrich, I read The Cloth of Gold through, coming down in the cars, and it is just lightning poetry, a thing which it gravels me to say because my own efforts in that line have remained so persistently unrecognized, in consequence of the envy and jealousy of this generation. Baby Bell always seemed perfection, before, but now that I have children it has got even beyond that. About the hour that I was reading it in the cars, Twichell was reading it at home, and forthwith fell upon me with a burst of enthusiasm about it when I saw him. This was pleasant, because he has long been a lover of it. Thomas Bailey Aldrich responded, etc., in one of the brightest speeches of the evening. That is what the Tribune correspondent says, and that is what everybody that heard it said. Therefore, you keep still. Don't ever be so unwise as to go on trying to unconvince those people. I've been skating around the place all day with some girls, with Mrs. Clemens in the window to do the applause. There would be a power of fun in skating if you could do it with somebody else's muscles. There are about 20 boys booming by the house now, and it is mighty good to look at. I'm keeping you in mind, you see, in the matter of photographs. I have a couple to enclose in this letter, and I want you to say you got them, and then I shall know I have been a good, truthful child. I am going to send more as I ferret them out about the place, and I won't forget that you are a subscriber. The wife and I unite in warm regards to you and Mrs. Aldrich. Yours ever, S. L. Clemens. A letter bearing the same date as the above went back to Howells, we find, in reference to still another incident, which perhaps should come first. Mark Twain up to this time had worn the black string necktie of the West, a decoration which disturbed Mrs. Clemens and invited remarks from his friends. He had persisted in it, however, up to the date of the Atlantic dinner, when Howells and Aldrich decided that something must be done about it. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, December 18, 1874. My dear Howells, I left No. 3 Mississippi chapter in my eldest's reach, and it may have gone to the postman, and it likewise may have gone into the fire. I confess to a dread that the latter is the case, and that that stack of manuscript will have to be written over again. If so, oh, for the return of the lamented Herod. You and Aldrich have made one woman deeply and sincerely grateful, Mrs. Clemens. For months, I may even say years, she had shown unaccountable animosity toward my necktie, even getting up in the night to take it with the tongs and blackguard it, sometimes also going so far as to threaten it. When I said you and Aldrich had given me 2 new neckties, and that they were in a paper in my overcoat pocket, she was in a fever of happiness until she found I was going to frame them. Then all the venom in her nature gathered itself together, insomuch that I, being near to a door, went without, perceiving danger. Now I wear one of the new neckties, nothing being sacred in Mrs. Clemens' eyes that can be perverted to a gaud that shall make the person of her husband more alluring than it was aforetime. Joe Twichell was the delightedest old boy I ever saw when he read the words you had written in that book. He and I went to the concert of the Yale students last night and had a good time. Mrs. Clemens dreads our going to New Orleans, but I tell her she'll have to give her consent this time. With kindest regards unto you both, yours ever, S. L. Clemens. The reference to New Orleans at the end of this letter grew naturally out of the enthusiasm aroused by the Mississippi papers. The more Clemens wrote about the river, the more he wished to revisit it and take Howells with him. Howells was willing enough to go, and they eventually arranged to take their wives on the excursion. This seemed all very well and possible, so long as the time was set for some date in the future still unfixed. But Howells was a busy editor, and it was much more easy for him to promise good-naturedly than to agree on a definite time of departure. He explained at length why he could not make the journey, and added, "Forgive me having led you on to fix a time. I never thought it would come to that. I supposed you would die or something. I am really more sorry and ashamed than I can make it appear." So the beautiful plan was put aside, though it was not entirely abandoned for a long time. We now come to the incident mentioned in Mark Twain's letter to Aldrich of December the 18th. It had its beginning at the Atlantic dinner, where Aldrich had abused Clemens for never sending him any photographs of himself. It was suggested by one or the other that his name be put down as a regular subscriber for all Mark Twain photographs as they came out. Clemens returned home and hunted up 52 different specimens, put each into an envelope, and began mailing them to him, one each morning. When a few of them had arrived, Aldrich wrote, protesting. "The police," he said, "have a way of swooping down on that kind of publication. The other day they gobbled up an entire edition of the Life in New York." Whereupon Clemens bundled up the remaining collection, 45 envelopes of photographs and prints, and mailed them together. Aldrich wrote now, violently declaring the perpetrator of the outrage to be known to the police, that a sprawling yellow figure against a green background had been recognized as an admirable likeness of Mark Twain, alias the Jumping Frog, a well-known Californian desperado, formerly the chief of Henry Plummer's band of road agents in Montana. The letter was signed T. Bailey, Chief of Police. On the back of the envelope, T. Bailey had also written that it was no use for the person to send any more letters, as the post office at that point was to be blown up. 48 hogshead of nitroglycerin had been surreptitiously introduced into the cellar of the building, and more was expected. R.W.E., H.W.L., O.W.H., and other conspirators in masks have been seen flitting about the town for some days past. The greatest excitement combined with the most intense quietness reigns at Ponkapog. End of Section 15. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 16 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 2, Chapter 15. Letters from Hartford, 1875. Much correspondence with Howells. Orion Clemens had kept his job with Bliss only a short time. His mental make-up was such that it was difficult for him to hold any position long. He meant to do well, but he was unfortunate in his efforts. His ideas were seldom practical. His nature was yielding and fickle. He had returned to Keokuk presently, and being convinced there was a fortune in chickens, had prevailed upon his brother to purchase for him a little farm not far from the town. But the chicken business was not lively, and Orion kept the mail hot with manuscripts and propositions of every sort, which he wanted his brother to take under advisement. Certainly to Mark Twain, Orion Clemens was a trial. The letters of the latter show that scarcely one of them but contains the outline of some rainbow-chasing scheme, full of wild optimism, and the certainty that somewhere just ahead lies the pot of gold. Only now and then there is a letter of abject humiliation and complete surrender, when some golden vision, some iridescent soap bubble, had vanished at his touch. Such depression did not last. By sunrise he was ready with a new dream, new enthusiasm, and with a new letter inviting his brother Sam's interest and investment. Yet his fear of incurring his brother's displeasure was pitiful, regardless of the fact that he constantly employed the very means to ensure that result. At one time Clemens made him sign a sworn agreement that he would not suggest any plan or scheme of investment for the period of 12 months. Orion must have kept this agreement. He would have gone to the stake before he would have violated an oath, but the stake would have probably been no greater punishment than his sufferings that year. On the whole, Samuel Clemens was surprisingly patient and considerate with Orion, and there was never a time that he was not willing to help. Yet there were bound to be moments of exasperation, and once, when his mother or sister had written, suggesting that he encourage his brother's efforts, he felt moved to write at considerable freedom. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett in Fredonia, New York: Hartford, Sunday, 1875. My dear Mother and Sister, I saw Governor Newell today, and he said he was still moving in the matter of Sammy's appointment as a West Point cadet, and would stick to it till he got a result of a positive nature one way or the other, but thus far he did not know whether to expect success or defeat. Ma, whenever you need money, I hope you won't be backward about saying so. You can always have it. We stint ourselves in some ways, but we have no desire to stint you, and we don't intend to, either. I can't encourage Orion. Nobody can do that, conscientiously, for the reason that before one's letter has time to reach him, he is off on some new wild goose chase. Would you encourage in literature a man who, the older he grows, the worse he writes? Would you encourage Orion in the glaring insanity of studying law? If he were packed and crammed full of law, it would be worthless lumber to him, for his is such a capricious and ill regulated mind that he would apply the principles of the law with no more judgment than a child of 10 years. I know what I'm saying. I laid one of the plainest and simplest of legal questions before Orion once, and the helpless and hopeless mess he made of it was absolutely astonishing. Nothing aggravates me so much as to have Orion mention law or literature to me. Well, I cannot encourage him to try the ministry, because he would change his religion so fast that he would have to keep a traveling agent under wages to go ahead of him to engage pulpits and board for him. I cannot conscientiously encourage him to do anything but potter around his little farm and put in his odd hours contriving new and impossible projects at the rate of $365 a year, which is his customary average. He says he did well in Hannibal. Now there's a man who ought to be entirely satisfied with the grandeurs, emoluments, and activities of a hen farm. If you ask me to pity Orion, I can do that. I can do it every day and all day long, but one can't encourage quicksilver, because the instant you put your finger on it, it isn't there. No, I am saying too much. He does stick to his literary and legal aspirations, and he naturally would select the very two things which he is wholly and preposterously unfitted for. If I ever become able, I mean to put Orion on a regular pension without revealing the fact that it is a pension. That is best for him. Let him consider it a periodical loan, and pay interest out of the principal. Within a year's time he would be looking upon himself as a benefactor of mine, in the way of furnishing me a good permanent investment for money, and that would make him happy and satisfied with himself. If he had money he would share with me in a moment, and I have no disposition to be stingy with him. Affectionately, Sam. Livy sends love. The New Orleans plan was not wholly dead at this time. Howells wrote near the end of January that the matter was still being debated now and then, but was far from being decided upon. He hoped to go somewhere with Mrs. Howells for a brief time in March, he said. Clemens, in haste, replied: To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, January 26, 1875. My dear Howells, when Mrs. Clemens read your letter she said, "Well, then, wherever they go in March the direction will be southward, and so they must give us a visit on the way." I do not know what sort of control you may be under, but when my wife speaks as positively as that, I am not in the habit of talking back and getting into trouble. Situated as I am, I would not be able to understand now how you could pass by this town without feeling that you were running a wanton risk and doing a daredevil thing. I consider it settled that you are to come in March, and I would be sincerely sorry to learn that you and Mrs. Howells feel differently about it. The piloting material has been uncovering itself by degrees, until it has exposed such a huge hoard to my view that a whole book will be required to contain it if I use it. So I have agreed to write the book for Bliss. The book idea was later given up for the time being. I won't be able to run the articles in the Atlantic later than the September number, for the reason that a subscription book issued in the fall has a much larger sale than if issued at any other season of the year. It is funny when I reflect that when I originally wrote you and proposed to do from 6 to 9 articles for the magazine, the vague thought in my mind was that 6 might exhaust the material and 9 would be pretty sure to do it. Or rather it seems to me that that was my thought. Can't tell at this distance. But in truth 9 chapters don't now seem to more than open up the subject fairly and start the yarn to wagging. I have been sick abed several days, for the first time in 21 years. How little confirmed invalids appreciate their advantages. I was able to read the English edition of the Greville Memoirs through without interruption, take my meals in bed, neglect all business without a pang, and smoke 18 cigars a day. I try not to look back upon these 21 years with a feeling of resentment, and yet the partialities of Providence do seem to me to be slathered around, as one may say, without that gravity and attention to detail which the real importance of the matter would seem to suggest. Yours ever, Mark. The New Orleans idea continued to haunt the letters. The thought of drifting down the Mississippi so attracted both Clemens and Howells that they talked of it when they met, and wrote of it when they were separated. Howells, beset by uncertainties, playfully tried to put the responsibility upon his wife. Once he wrote, "She says in the noblest way, 'Well, go to New Orleans if you want to so much.' You know the tone. I suppose it will do if I let you know about the middle of February." But they had to give it up in the end. Howells wrote that he had been under the weather and on half work the whole winter. He did not feel that he had earned his salary, he said, or that he was warranted in taking a 3 weeks' pleasure trip. Clemens offered to pay all the expenses of the trip, but only indefinite postponement followed. It would be 7 years more before Mark Twain would return to the river, and then not with Howells. In a former chapter mention has been made of Charles Warren Stoddard, whom Mark Twain had known in his California days. He was fond of Stoddard, who was a facile and pleasing writer of poems and descriptive articles. During the period that he had been acting as Mark Twain's secretary in London, he had taken pleasure in collecting for him the news reports of the celebrated Tichborne Claimant case, then in the English courts. Clemens thought of founding a story on it, and did, in fact, use the idea, though The American Claimant, which he wrote years later, had little or no connection with the Tichborne episode. To C. W. Stoddard, Hartford, February 1, 1875. Dear Charlie, all right about the Tichborne scrapbooks. Send them along when convenient. I mean to have the Beecher Tilton trial scrapbook as a companion. I am writing a series of 7-page articles for the Atlantic at $20 a page, but as they do not pay anybody else as much as that, I do not complain, though at the same time I do swear that I am not content. However, the awful respectability of the magazine makes up. I have cut your articles about San Marco out of a New York paper. Joe Twichell saw it and brought it home to me with loud admiration, and sent it to Howells. It is too bad to fool away such good literature in a perishable daily journal. Do remember us kindly to Lady Hardy and all that rare family. My wife and I so often have pleasant talks about them. Ever your friend, Samuel L. Clemens. The price received by Mark Twain for the Mississippi papers, as quoted in this letter, furnishes us with a realizing sense of the improvement in the literary market, with the advent of a flood of cheap magazines and the Sunday newspaper. The Atlantic page probably contained about 1,000 words, which would make his price average, say 2 cents per word. 30 years later, when his fame was not much more extended, his pay for the same matter would have been 15 times as great. that is to say, at the rate of 30 cents per word. But in that early time there were no Sunday magazines, no literary magazines at all except the Atlantic and Harper's, and a few fashion periodicals. Probably there were newsstands, but it is hard to imagine what they must have looked like without the gay pictorial cover femininity that today pleases and elevates the public and makes author and artist affluent. Clemens worked steadily on the river chapters, and Howells was always praising him and urging him to go on. At the end of January he wrote, "You're doing the science of piloting splendidly. Every word's interesting, and don't you drop the series till you've got every bit of anecdote and reminiscence into it." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, February 10, 1875. My dear Howells, your praises of my literature gave me the solidest gratification, but I never did have the fullest confidence in my critical penetration, and now your verdict on S has knocked what little I did have gully west. I didn't enjoy his gush, but I thought a lot of his similes were ever so vivid and good. But it's just my luck. Every time I go into convulsions of admiration over a picture and want to buy it right away before I've lost the chance, some wretch who really understands art comes along and damns it. But I don't mind. I would rather have my ignorance than another man's knowledge, because I have got so much more of it. I send you No. 5 today. I have written and rewritten the first half of it 3 different times, yesterday and today, and at last Mrs. Clemens says it will do. I never saw a woman so hard to please about things she doesn't know anything about. Yours ever, Mark. Of course the reference to his wife's criticism in this is tenderly playful, as always, of a pattern with the severity which he pretends for her in the next. To Mrs. W. D. Howells, in Boston: 1875. Dear Mrs. Howells, Mrs. Clemens is delighted to get the pictures, and so am I. I can perceive in the group that Mr. Howells is feeling as I so often feel, viz: well, no doubt I'm in the wrong, though I do not know how or where or why, but anyway it will be safest to look meek and walk circumspectly for a while and not discuss the thing. And you look exactly as Mrs. Clemens does after she has said, "Indeed I do not wonder that you can frame no reply, for you know only too well that your conduct admits of no excuse, palliation, or argument, none." I shall just delight in that group on account of the good old human domestic spirit that pervades it. Bother these family groups that put on a state aspect to get their pictures taken in. We want a heliotype made of our eldest daughter. How soft and rich and lovely the picture is. Mr. Howells must tell me how to proceed in the matter. Truly yours, Samuel L. Clemens. In the next letter we have a picture of Susie Clemens's 3rd birthday, certainly a pretty picture, and as sweet and luminous and tender today as it was 40 years ago, as it will be 100 years hence, if these lines should survive that long. Footnote: this spelling of the name, Susy, was adopted somewhat later and much preferred. It appears as Susie in most of the earlier letters. End of footnote. The letter is to her uncle Charles Langdon, the Charlie of the Quaker City. Atwater was associated with the Langdon coal interests in Elmira. The play is, of course, The Gilded Age. To Charles Langdon, in Elmira: March 19, 1875. Dear Charlie, Livy, after reading your letter, used her severest form of expression about Mr. Atwater, to wit, she did not approve of his conduct. This made me shudder, for it was equivalent to Alice Spaulding's saying Mr. Atwater is a mean thing, or Reverend Thomas Beecher's saying, "Damn that Atwater," or my saying, "I wish Atwater was 300,000,000 miles in blank." However, Livy does not often get into one of these furies, God be thanked. In Brooklyn, Baltimore, Washington, Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Chicago, the play paid me an average of $900 a week. In smaller towns the average is $400 to $500. This is Susie's birthday. Lizzie brought her in at 8:30 this morning, before we were up, hooded with a blanket, red curl papers in her hair, a great red japonica in one hand for Livy, and a yellow rosebud nestled in violets for my buttonhole in the other, and she looked wonderfully pretty. She delivered her memorials and received her birthday kisses. Livy laid her japonica down to get a better holt for kissing, which Susie presently perceived and became thoughtful, then said sorrowfully, turning the great deeps of her eyes upon her mother, "Don't you care for you now?" Right after breakfast we got up a rousing wood fire in the main hall (it is a cold morning), illuminated the place with a rich glow from all the globes of the Newell chandelier, spread a bright rug before the fire, set a circling row of chairs, pink ones and dove colored, and in the midst a low invalid table covered with a fanciful cloth and laden with the presents, a pink azalea in lavish bloom from Rosa, a gold inscribed Russia leather Bible from Patrick and Mary, a gold ring inscribed from Maggie Cook, a silver thimble inscribed with motto and initials from Lizzie, a rattling mob of Sunday clad dolls from Livy and Annie, and a Noah's Ark from me, containing 200 wooden animals such as only a human being could create and only God could call by name without referring to the passenger list. Then the family and the 7 servants assembled there, and Susie and the Bay arrived in state from above, the Bay's head being fearfully and wonderfully decorated with a profusion of blazing red flowers and overflowing cataracts of lycopodium. We congratulatory notes accompanied the presence of the servants. I tell you it was a great occasion, and a striking and cheery group, taking all the surroundings into account and the wintry aspect outside. Remainder missing. There was to be a centennial celebration that year of the battles of Lexington and Concord, and Howells wrote urging Clemens and his wife to visit them and attend it. Mrs. Clemens did not go, and Clemens and Howells did not go either, to the celebration. They had their own ideas about getting there, but found themselves unable to board the thronged train at Concord, and went tramping about in the cold and mud, hunting a conveyance, only to return at length to the cheer of the home, defeated and rather low in spirits. Twichell, who went on his own hook, had no such difficulties. To Howells, Mark Twain wrote the adventures of this athletic and strenuous exponent of the gospel. The Winnie mentioned in this letter was Howells's daughter Winifred. She had unusual gifts, but did not live to develop them. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, April 23, 1875. MY DEAR HOWELLS, I've got Mrs. Clemens' picture before me, and hope I shall not forget to send it with this. Joe Twichell preached morning and evening here last Sunday, took midnight train for Boston, got an early breakfast, and started by rail at 7:30 A.M. for Concord, swelled around there until 1 P.M., seeing everything, then traveled on top of a train to Lexington, saw everything there, traveled on top of a train to Boston, with hundreds in company, deluged with dust, smoke and cinders, yelled and hurrahed all the way like a schoolboy, lay flat down to dodge numerous bridges, and sailed into the depot, howling with excitement and as black as a chimney sweep, got to Young's Hotel at 7 P.M., sat down in reading room, and immediately fell asleep, was promptly awakened by a porter who supposed he was drunk, wandered around an hour and a half, then took 9 P.M. train, sat down in smoking car, and remembered nothing more until awakened by conductor as the train came into Hartford at 1:30 A.M. Thinks he had simply a glorious time, and wouldn't have missed the centennial for the world. He would have run out to see us a moment at Cambridge, but was too dirty. I wouldn't have wanted him there. His appalling energy would have been an insufferable reproach to mild adventurers like you and me. Well, he is welcome to the good time he had. I had a deal better one. My narrative has made Mrs. Clemens wish she could have been there. When I think over what a splendid good sociable time I had in your house, I feel ever so thankful to the wise Providence that thwarted our several ably planned and ingenious attempts to get to Lexington. I am coming again before long, and then she shall be of the party. Now, you said that you and Mrs. Howells could run down here nearly any Saturday. Very well, then, let us call it next Saturday, for a starter. Can you do that? By that time it will really be spring, and you won't freeze. The birds are already out. A small one paid us a visit yesterday. We entertained it and let it go again, Susie protesting. The spring laziness is already upon me, insomuch that the spirit begins to move me to cease from Mississippi articles and everything else and give myself over to idleness until we go to New Orleans. I have one article already finished, but somehow it doesn't seem as proper a chapter to close with as the one already in your hands. I hope to get in a mood and rattle off a good one to finish with, but just now all my moods are lazy ones. Winnie's literature sings through me yet. Surely that child has one of these futures before her. Now try to come, will you? With the warmest regards of the two of us, yours ever, S. L. Clemens. Mrs. Clemens sent a note to Mrs. Howells, which will serve as a pendant to the foregoing. From Mrs. Clemens to Mrs. Howells in Boston. My dear Mrs. Howells, don't dream for one instant that my not getting a letter from you kept me from Boston. I am too anxious to go to let such a thing as that keep me. Mr. Clemens did have such a good time with you and Mr. Howells. He evidently has no regret that he did not get to the Centennial. I was driven nearly distracted by his long account of Mr. Howells and his wanderings. I would keep asking if they ever got there. He would never answer, but made me listen to a very minute account of everything that they did. At last I found them back where they started from. If you find misspelled words in this note, you will remember my infirmity, and not hold me responsible. Affectionately yours, Livy L. Clemens. In spite of his success with the Sellers play and his itch to follow it up, Mark Twain realized what he believed to be his literary limitations. All his life he was inclined to consider himself wanting in the finer gifts of character shading and delicate portrayal. Remembering Huck Finn and the rare presentation of Joan of Arc, we may not altogether agree with him. Certainly he was never qualified to delineate those fine artificialities of life which we are likely to associate with culture, and perhaps it was something of this sort that caused the hesitation confessed in the letter that follows. Whether the plan suggested interested Howells or not, we do not know. In later years Howells wrote a novel called The Story of a Play. This may have been its beginning. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, April 26, 1875. My dear Howells, an actor named D. H. Harkins has been here to ask me to put upon paper a 5-act play which he has been mapping out in his mind for 3 or 4 years. He sat down and told me his plot all through, in a clear, bright way, and I was a deal taken with it, but it is a line of characters whose fine shading and artistic development requires an abler hand than mine, so I easily perceived that I must not make the attempt. But I liked the man, and thought there was a good deal of stuff in him, and therefore I wanted his play to be written, and by a capable hand, too. So I suggested you, and said I would write and see if you would be willing to undertake it. If you like the idea, he will call upon you in the course of 2 or 3 weeks and describe his plot and his characters. Then, if it doesn't strike you favorably, of course you can simply decline, but it seems to me well worth while that you should hear what he has to say. You could also average him while he talks, and judge whether he could play your priest, though I doubt if any man can do that justice. Shan't I write him and say he may call? If you wish to communicate directly with him instead, his address is Larchmont Manor, Westchester County, New York. Do you know, the chill of that 19th of April seems to be in my bones yet. I am inert and drowsy all the time. That was villainous weather for a couple of wandering children to be out in. Yours ever, Mark. The sinister typewriter did not find its way to Howells for nearly a year. Meantime, Mark Twain had refused to allow the manufacturers to advertise his ownership. He wrote to them. Hartford, March 19, 1875. Please do not use my name in any way. Please do not even divulge the fact that I own a machine. I have entirely stopped using the typewriter, for the reason that I never could write a letter with it to anybody without receiving a request by return mail that I would not only describe the machine, but state what progress I had made in the use of it, etc., etc. I don't like to write letters, and so I don't want people to know I own this curiosity-breeding little joker. 3 months later the machine was still in his possession. Bliss had traded a $12 saddle for it, but apparently showed little enthusiasm in his new possession. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: June 25, 1875. MY DEAR HOWELLS, I told Patrick to get some carpenters and box the machine and send it to you, and found that Bliss had sent for the machine and earned it off. I have been talking to you and writing to you as if you were present when I traded the machine to Bliss for a $12 saddle worth $25, cheating him outrageously, of course, but conscience got the upper hand again, and I told him before I left the premises that I'd pay for the saddle if he didn't like the machine, on condition that he donate said machine to a charity. This was a little over 5 weeks ago, so I had long ago concluded that Bliss didn't want the machine and did want the saddle, wherefore I jumped at the chance of shoving the machine off onto you, saddle or no saddle, so I got the blamed thing out of my sight. The saddle hangs on Tara's walls down below in the stable, and the machine is at Bliss's, grimly pursuing its appointed mission, slowly and implacably rotting away another man's chances for salvation. I have sent Bliss word not to donate it to a charity, though it is a pity to fool away a chance to do a charity an ill turn, but to let me know when he has got his dose, because I've got another candidate for damnation. You just wait a couple of weeks, and if you don't see the typewriter come tilting along toward Cambridge with an unsatisfied appetite in its eye, I lose my guess. Don't you be mad about this blunder, Howells. It only comes of a bad memory, and the stupidity which is inseparable from true genius. Nothing intentionally criminal in it. Yours ever, Mark. It was November when Howells finally fell under the baleful influence of the machine. He wrote: The typewriter came Wednesday night, and is already beginning to have its effect on me. Of course it doesn't work. If I can persuade some of the letters to get up against the ribbon, they won't get down again without digital assistance. The treadle refuses to have any part or parcel in the performance, and I don't know how to get the roller to turn with the paper. Nevertheless, I have begun several letters to my D.A.R. Lemons, as it prefers to spell your respected name, and I don't despair yet of sending you something in its beautiful handwriting, after I've had a man out from the agent's to put it in order. It's fascinating in the meantime, and it wastes my time like an old friend. The Clemens family remained in Hartford that summer, with the exception of a brief season at Bateman's Point, Rhode Island, near Newport. By this time Mark Twain had taken up and finished the Tom Sawyer story begun 2 years before. Naturally he wished Howells to consider the manuscript. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, July 5th, 1875. My dear Howells, I have finished the story, and didn't take the chap beyond boyhood. I believe it would be fatal to do it in any shape but autobiographically, like Gil Blas. I perhaps made a mistake in not writing it in the first person. If I went on now and took him into manhood, he would be just like all the one horse men in literature, and the reader would conceive a hearty contempt for him. It is not a boy's book at all. It will only be read by adults. It is only written for adults. Moreover, the book is plenty long enough as it stands. It is about 900 pages of manuscript, and may be 1,000 when I shall have finished working up vague places, so it would make from 130 to 150 pages of the Atlantic, about what the foregone conclusion made, isn't it? I would dearly like to see it in the Atlantic, but I doubt if it would pay the publishers to buy the privilege, or me to sell it. Bret Harte has sold his novel same size as mine, I should say, to Scribner's Monthly for $6,500, publication to begin in September, I think, and he gets a royalty of 7.5 per cent from Bliss in book form afterwards. He gets a royalty of 10 per cent on it in England, issued in serial numbers, and the same royalty on it in book form afterwards, and is to receive an advance payment of £500 the day the first number of the serial appears. If I could do as well here and there with mine it might possibly pay me, but I seriously doubt it, though it is likely I could do better in England than Bret, who is not widely known there. You see, I take a vile, mercenary view of things, but then my household expenses are something almost ghastly. By and by I shall take a boy of 12 and run him on through life, in the first person, but not Tom Sawyer. He would not be a good character for it. I wish you would promise to read the manuscript of Tom Sawyer some time, and see if you don't really decide that I am right in closing with him as a boy, and point out the most glaring defects for me. It is a tremendous favor to ask, and I expect you to refuse, and would be ashamed to expect you to do otherwise. But the thing has been so many months in my mind that it seems a relief to snake it out. I don't know any other person whose judgment I could venture to take fully and entirely. Don't hesitate about saying no, for I know how your time is taxed, and I would have honest need to blush if you said yes. Osgood and I are going for the Puppy G on infringement of trademark. To win one or two suits of this kind will set literary folks on a firmer bottom. I wish Osgood would sue for stealing Holmes's poem. Wouldn't it be gorgeous to sue R. for petty larceny? I will promise to go into court and swear I think him capable of stealing peanuts from a blind peddler. Yours ever, Clemens. Of course Howells promptly replied that he would read the story, adding, "You've no idea what I may ask you to do for me some day. I'm sorry that you can't do it for the Atlantic, but I succumb. Perhaps you will do boy number 2 for us." Clemens, conscience-stricken, meantime hastily put the manuscript out of reach of temptation. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: July 13, 1875. My dear Howells, just as soon as you consented, I realized all the atrocity of my request, and straightway blushed and weakened. I telegraphed my theatrical agent to come here and carry off the manuscript and copy it. But I will gladly send it to you if you will do as follows: dramatize it, if you perceive that you can, and take, for your remuneration, half of the first $6,000 which I receive for its representation on the stage. You could alter the plot entirely if you chose. I could help in the work, most cheerfully, after you had arranged the plot. I have my eye upon 2 young girls who can play Tom and Hook. I believe a good deal of a drama can be made of it. Come, Can't you tackle this in the odd hours of your vacation, or later if you prefer? I do wish you could come down once more before your holiday. I'd give anything. Yours ever, Mark. Howells wrote that he had no time for the dramatization and urged Clemens to undertake it himself. He was ready to read the story whenever it should arrive. Clemens did not hurry, however. The publication of Tom Sawyer could wait. He already had a book in press, the volume of sketches new and old, which he had prepared for Bliss several years before. Sketches was issued that autumn, and Howells gave it a good notice, possibly better than it deserved. Considered among Mark Twain's books today, the collection of sketches does not seem especially important. With the exception of the Frog Story and the True Story, most of those included might be spared. Clemens himself confessed to Howells that he wished, when it was too late, that he had destroyed a number of them. The book, however, was distinguished in a special way. It contains Mark Twain's first utterance in print on the subject of copyright, a matter in which he never again lost interest. The absurdity and injustice of the copyright laws both amused and irritated him, and in the course of time he would be largely instrumental in their improvement. In the book, his open petition to Congress that all property rights, as well as literary ownership, should be put on the copyright basis and limited to a beneficent term of 42 years, was more or less of a joke, but, like so many of Mark Twain's jokes, it was founded on reason and justice. He had another idea that was not a joke, an early plan in the direction of international copyright. It was to be a petition signed by the leading American authors, asking the United States to declare itself to be the first to stand for right and justice by enacting laws against the piracy of foreign books. It was a rather utopian scheme, as most schemes for moral progress are in their beginning. It would not be likely ever to reach Congress, but it would appeal to Howells and his Cambridge friends. Clemens wrote, outlining his plan of action. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, September 18, 1875. My dear Howells, my plan is this. You are to get Mr. Lowell and Mr. Longfellow to be the first signers of my copyright petition. You must sign it yourself and get Mr. Whittier to do likewise. Then Holmes will sign. He said he would if he didn't have to stand at the head. Then I'm fixed. I will then put a gentlemanly chap under wages and send him personally to every author of distinction in the country, and corral the rest of the signatures. Then I'll have the whole thing lithographed, about 1,000 copies, and move upon the President and Congress in person, but in the subordinate capacity of a party who is merely the agent of better and wiser men, men whom the country cannot venture to laugh at. I will ask the President to recommend the thing in his message, and if he should ask me to sit down and frame the paragraph for him, I should blush, but still I would frame it. Next, I would get a prime leader in Congress. I would also see that votes enough to carry the measure were privately secured before the bill was offered. This I would try through my leader and my friends there. And then, if Europe chose to go on stealing from us, we would say, with noble enthusiasm, American lawmakers do steal, but not from foreign authors, not from foreign authors. You see, what I want to drive into the Congressional mind is the simple fact that the moral law is, "Thou shalt not steal," no matter what Europe may do. I swear I can't see any use in robbing European authors for the benefit of American booksellers, anyway. If we can ever get this thing through Congress, we can try making copyright perpetual, some day. There would be no sort of use in it, since only one book in 100 millions outlives the present copyright term. No sort of use except that the writer of that one book have his rights, which is something. If we only had some God in the country's laws, instead of being in such a sweat to get him into the Constitution. it would be better all around. The only man who ever signed my petition with alacrity and said that the fact that a thing was right was all sufficient was Rev. Dr. Bushnell. I have lost my old petition, which was brief, but will draft and enclose another, not in the words it ought to be, but in the substance. I want Mr. Lowell to furnish the words, and the ideas, too, if he will do it. Say, Redpath beseeches me to lecture in Boston in November. Telegraphs that Beecher's and Nast's withdrawal has put him in the tightest kind of a place. So I guess I'll do that old Roughing It lecture over again in November and repeat it 2 or 3 times in New York while I'm at it. Can I take a carriage after the lecture and go out and stay with you that night, provided you find at that distant time that it will not inconvenience you? Is Aldrich home yet? With love to you all, yours ever, S. L. C. Of course the petition never reached Congress. Holmes' comment that governments were not in the habit of setting themselves up as high moral examples except for revenue was shared by too many others. The petition was tabled, but Clemens never abandoned his purpose and lived to see most of his dream fulfilled. Meantime, Howells's notice of the sketches appeared in the Atlantic and brought grateful acknowledgment from the author. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, October 19, 1875. My dear Howells, that is a perfectly superb notice. You can easily believe that nothing ever gratified me so much before. The newspaper praises bestowed upon the Innocents Abroad were large and generous, but somehow I hadn't confidence in the critical judgment of the parties who furnished them. You know how that is, yourself, from reading the newspaper notices of your own books. They gratify a body, but they always leave a small pang behind in the shape of a fear that the critic's good words could not safely be depended upon as authority. Yours is the recognized critical court of last resort in this country. From its decision there is no appeal. And so, to have gained this decree of yours before I am 40 years old, I regard as a thing to be right down proud of. Mrs. Clemens says, "Tell him I am just as grateful to him as I can be." It sounds as if she were grateful to you for heroically trampling the truth under foot in order to praise me, but in reality it means that she is grateful to you for being bold enough to utter a truth which she fully believes all competent people know, but which none has heretofore been brave enough to utter. You see, the thing that gravels her is that I am so persistently glorified as a mere buffoon, as if that entirely covered my case, which she denies with venom. The other day Mrs. Clemens was planning a visit to you, and so I am waiting with a pleasurable hope for the result of her deliberations. We are expecting visitors every day now from New York, and afterward some are to come from Elmira. I judge that we shall then be free to go Bostonward. I should be just delighted, because we could visit in comfort, since we shouldn't have to do any shopping. Did it all in New York last week, and a tremendous pull it was, too. Mrs. C. said the other day, "We will go to Cambridge if we have to walk, for I don't believe we can ever get the Howellses to come here again until we have been there." I was gratified to see that there was one string, anyway, that could take her to Cambridge. But I will do her the justice to say that she is always wanting to go to Cambridge, independent of the selfish desire to get a visit out of you by it. I want her to get started now, before children's diseases are fashionable again, because they always play such hob with visiting arrangements. With love to you all, yours ever, S. L. Clemens. Mark Twain's trips to Boston were usually made alone. Women require more preparation to go visiting, and Mrs. Clemens and Mrs. Howells seem to have exchanged visits infrequently. For Mark Twain, perhaps, it was just as well that his wife did not always go with him. His absent-mindedness and boyish ingenuousness often led him into difficulties which Mrs. Clemens sometimes found embarrassing. In the foregoing letter they were planning a visit to Cambridge. In the one that follows they seem to have made it, with certain results, perhaps, not altogether amusing at the moment. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: October 4, '75. MY DEAR HOWELLS, we had a royal good time at your house, and have had a royal good time ever since, talking about it, both privately and with the neighbors. Mrs. Clemens's bodily strength came up handsomely under that cheery respite from household and nursery cares. I do hope that Mrs. Howells's didn't go correspondingly down, under the added burden to her cares and responsibilities. Of course I didn't expect to get through without committing some crimes and hearing of them afterwards, so I have taken the inevitable lashings and been able to hum a tune while the punishment went on. I caught it for letting Mrs. Howells bother and bother about her coffee when it was a good deal better than we get at home. I caught it for interrupting Mrs. C. at the last moment and losing her the opportunity to urge you not to forget to send her that manuscript when the printers are done with it. I caught it, once more, for personating that drunken Colonel James. I caught it for mentioning that Mr. Longfellow's picture was slightly damaged, and when, after a lull in the storm, I confessed, shamefacedly, that I had privately suggested to you that we hadn't any frames, and that if you wouldn't mind hinting to Mr. Houghton, etc., 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 the madam was simply speechless for the space of a minute. Then she said, "How could you, youth? The idea of sending Mr. Howells, with his sensitive nature, upon such a repulsive air! Oh, Howells won't mind it. You don't know Howells. Howells is a man who—" She was gone. But George was the first person she stumbled on in the hall, so she took it out on George. I was glad of that, because it saved the babies. I've got another rattling good character for my novel. That great work is mulling itself into shape gradually. Mrs. Clemens sends love to Mrs. Howells. Meantime she is diligently laying up material for a letter to her. Yours ever, MARK. The George of this letter was Mark Twain's colored butler, a valued and even beloved member of the household, a most picturesque character, who one day came to wash windows, as Clemens used to say, and remained 18 years. The fiction of Mrs. Clemens's severity he always found amusing, because of its entire contrast with the reality of her gentle heart. Clemens carried the Tom Sawyer manuscript to Boston himself, and placed it in Howells's hands. Howells had begged to be allowed to see the story, and Mrs. Clemens was especially anxious that he should do so. She had doubts as to certain portions of it, and had the fullest faith in Howells's opinion. It was a gratifying one when it came. Howells wrote, "I finished reading Tom Sawyer a week ago, sitting up till 1 a.m. to get to the end, simply because it was impossible to leave off. It's altogether the best boy's story I ever read. It will be an immense success, but I think you ought to treat it explicitly as a boy's story. Grown-ups will enjoy it just as much if you do, and if you should put it forth as a study of boy character from the grown-up point of view, you give the wrong key to it. The adventures are enchanting. I wish I had been on that island. The treasure hunting, the loss in the cave, it's all exciting and splendid. I shouldn't think of publishing this story serially. Give me a hint when it's to be out, and I'll start the sheep to jumping in the right places," meaning that he would have an advance review ready for publication in the Atlantic, which was a leader of criticism in America. Mark Twain was writing a great deal at this time. Howells was always urging him to send something to the Atlantic, declaring a willingness to have his name appear every month in their pages, and Clemens was generally contributing some story or sketch. The proof, referred to in the next letter, was one of these articles. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, November 23, '75. My dear Howells, herewith is the proof. In spite of myself, how awkwardly I do jumble words together, and how often I do use 3 words where one would answer, a thing I am always trying to guard against. I shall become as slovenly a writer as Charles Francis Adams, if I don't look out. That is said in jest, because of course I do not seriously fear getting so bad as that. I never shall drop so far toward his and Bret Harte's level as to catch myself saying, "It must have been wiser to have believed that he might have accomplished it if he could have felt that he would have been supported by those who should have," etc., etc., etc. The reference to Bret Harte reminds me that I often accuse him of being a deliberate imitator of Dickens, and this, in turn, reminds me that I have charged unconscious plagiarism upon Charley Warner. And this, in turn, reminds me that I have been delighting my soul for 2 weeks over a brand new and ingenious way of beginning a novel, and behold, all at once it flashes upon me that Charley Warner originated the idea 3 years ago and told me about it. Aha! So much for self righteousness. I am well repaid. Here are 108 pages of manuscript, new and clean, lying disgraced in the waste paper basket, and I am beginning the novel over again in an unstolen way. I would not wonder if I am the worst literary thief in the world, without knowing it. It is glorious news that you like Tom Sawyer so well. I mean to see to it that your review of it shall have plenty of time to appear before the other notices. Mrs. Clemens decides with you that the book should issue as a book for boys, pure and simple, and so do I. It is surely the correct idea. As to that last chapter, I think of just leaving it off and adding nothing in its place. Something told me that the book was done when I got to that point, and so the strong temptation to put Huck's life at the widow's into detail, instead of generalizing it in a paragraph, was resisted. Just send Sawyer to me by express. I enclose money for it. If it should get lost, it will be no great matter. Company interfered last night, and so Private Theatricals goes over till this evening, to be read aloud. Mrs. Clemens is mad, but the story will take that all out. This is going to be a splendid winter night for fireside reading anyway. I am almost at a dead standstill with my new story, on account of the misery of having to do it all over again. We all send love to you all. Yours ever, Mark. The story referred to may have been any one of several begun by him at this time. His head was full of ideas for literature of every sort. Many of his beginnings came to nothing for the reason that he started wrong or with no definitely formed plan. Others of his literary enterprises were condemned by his wife for their grotesqueness or for the offense they might give in one way or another, however worthy the intention behind them. Once he wrote a burlesque on family history, the Autobiography of a Damned Fool. "Livy wouldn't have it," he said later, "so I gave it up." The world is indebted to Mark Twain's wife for the check she put upon his fantastic or violent impulses. She was his public, his best public, clear-headed and wise. That he realized this and was willing to yield was by no means the least of his good fortunes. We may believe that he did not always yield easily, and perhaps sometimes only out of love for her. In the letter which he wrote her on her 30th birthday we realize something of what she had come to mean in his life. To Mrs. Clemens on her 30th birthday. Hartford, November 27, 1875. Livy, darling, 6 years have gone by since I made my first great success in life and won you, and 30 years have passed since Providence made preparation for that happy success by sending you into the world. Every day we live together adds to the security of my confidence that we can never any more wish to be separated than that we can ever imagine a regret that we were ever joined. You are dearer to me today, my child, than you were upon the last anniversary of this birthday. You were dearer then than you were a year before. You have grown more and more dear from the first of those anniversaries, and I do not doubt that this precious progression will continue on to the end. Let us look forward to the coming anniversaries, with their age and their gray hairs, without fear and without depression, trusting and believing that the love we bear each other will be sufficient to make them blessed. So, with abounding affection for you and our babies, I hail this day that brings you the matronly grace and dignity of 3 decades. Always yours, S.L.C. End of section 16. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 17 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 16. Letters, 1876, chiefly to W. D. Howells, Literature and Politics, planning a play with Bret Harte. The Monday Evening Club of Hartford was an association of most of the literary talent of that city, and it included a number of very distinguished members. The writers, the editors, the lawyers, and the ministers of the gospel who composed it were more often than not men of national or international distinction. There was but one paper at each meeting, and it was likely to be a paper that would later find its way into some magazine. Naturally, Mark Twain was one of its favorite members, and his contributions never failed to arouse interest and discussion. A Mark Twain night brought out every member. In the next letter we find the first mention of one of his most memorable contributions, a story of one of life's moral aspects. The tale now included in his collected works is, for some reason, little read today. Yet the curious allegory, so vivid in its seeming reality, is well worth consideration. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, January 11, '76. My dear Howells, indeed we haven't forgotten the Howellses, nor scored up a grudge of any kind against them. But the fact is, I was under the doctor's hands for 4 weeks on a stretch, and have been disabled from working for a week or so beside. I thought I was well about 10 days ago, so I sent for a shorthand writer and dictated answers to a bushel or so of letters that had been accumulating during my illness. Getting everything shipshape and cleared up, I went to work next day upon an Atlantic article, which ought to be worth $20 per page, which is the price they usually pay for my work, I believe. For although it is only 70 pages manuscript, less than 2 days' work, counting by bulk, I have spent 3 more days trimming, altering, and working at it. I shall put in 1 more day's polishing on it, and then read it before our club, which is to meet at our house Monday evening, the 24th instant. I think it will bring out considerable discussion among the gentlemen of the club, though the title of the article will not give them much notion of what is to follow, this title being "The Facts Concerning the Recent Carnival of Crime in Connecticut," which reminds me that today's Tribune says there will be a startling article in the current Atlantic, in which a being which is tangible but invisible will figure exactly the case with the sketch of mine which I am talking about. However, mine can lie unpublished a year or 2 as well as not, though I wish that contributor of yours had not interfered with his coincidence of heroes. But what I am coming at is this: won't you and Mrs. Howells come down Saturday, the 22nd, and remain to the club on Monday night? We always have a rattling good time at the club, and we do want you to come, ever so much. Will you? Now say you will. Mrs. Clemens and I are persuading ourselves that you twain will come. My volume of sketches is doing very well, considering the times. Received my quarterly statement today from Bliss, by which I perceive that 20,000 copies have been sold, or rather 20,000 had been sold 3 weeks ago, a lot more by this time, no doubt. I am on the sick list again, and was, day before yesterday, but on the whole I am getting along. Yours ever, MARK. Howells wrote that he could not come down to the club meeting, adding that sickness was quite out of character for Mark Twain, and hardly fair on a man who had made so many other people feel well. He closed by urging that Bliss hurry out Tom Sawyer. "That boy is going to make a prodigious hit." Clemens answered. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, January 18, '76. MY DEAR HOWELLS, Thanks, and ever so many, for the good opinion of Tom Sawyer. Williams has made about 300 rattling pictures for it, some of them very dainty. Poor devil, what a genius he has, and how he does murder it with rum. He takes a book of mine, and without suggestion from anybody builds no end of pictures just from his reading of it. There was never a man in the world so grateful to another as I was to you day before yesterday, when I sat down, in still rather wretched health, to set myself to the dreary and hateful task of making final revision of Tom Sawyer, and discovered upon opening the package of manuscript that your pencil marks were scattered all along. This was splendid, and swept away all labor. Instead of reading the manuscript, I simply hunted out the pencil marks and made the emendations which they suggested. I reduced the Boer battle to a curt paragraph. I finally concluded to cut the Sunday school speech down to the first 2 sentences, leaving no suggestion of satire, since the book is to be for boys and girls. I tamed the various obscenities until I judged that they no longer carried offense. So, at a single sitting I began and finished a revision which I had supposed would occupy 3 or 4 days, and leave me mentally and physically fagged out at the end. I was careful not to inflict the manuscript upon you until I had thoroughly and painstakingly revised it. Therefore, the only faults left were those that would discover themselves to others, not me, and these you had pointed out. There was one expression which perhaps you overlooked. When Huck is complaining to Tom of the rigorous system in vogue at the widow's, he says the servants harass him with all manner of compulsory decencies, and he winds up saying, "And they comb me all to hell." No exclamation point. Long ago, when I read that to Mrs. Clemens, she made no comment. Another time I created occasion to read that chapter to her aunt and her mother, both sensitive and loyal subjects of the kingdom of heaven, so to speak, and they let it pass. I was glad, for it was the most natural remark in the world for that boy to make, and he had been allowed few privileges of speech in the book. When I saw that you too had let it go without protest, I was glad, and afraid, too afraid you hadn't observed it. Did you? And did you question the propriety of it? Since the book is now professedly and confessedly a boys' and girls' book, that darn word bothers me some nights, but it never did until I had ceased to regard the volume as being for adults. Don't bother to answer now, for you've writing enough to do without allowing me to add to the burden, but tell me when you see me again, which we do hope will be next Saturday or Sunday or Monday. Couldn't you come now and mull over the alterations which you are going to make in your manuscript, and make them after you go back? Wouldn't it assist the work if you dropped out of harness and routine for a day or two, and have that sort of revivification which comes of a holiday forgetfulness of the workshop? I can always work after I've been to your house, and if you will come to mine now, and hear the club toot their various horns over the exasperating metaphysical question which I mean to lay before them in the disguise of a literary extravaganza, it would just brace you up like a cordial. I feel sort of mean trying to persuade a man to put down a critical piece of work at a critical time, but yet I am honest in thinking it would not hurt the work nor impair your interest in it to come under the circumstances. Mrs. Clemens says maybe the Howellses could come Monday if they cannot come Saturday. Ask them. It is worth trying. Well, how's that? Could you? It would be splendid if you could. Drop me a postal card. I should have a twinge of conscience if I forced you to write a letter. I am honest about that. And if you find you can't make out to come, tell me that you bodies will come the next Saturday, if the thing is possible, and stay over Sunday. Yours ever, Mark. Howells, however, did not come to the club meeting, but promised to come soon when they could have a quiet time to themselves together. As to Huck's language, he declared, "I'd have that swearing out in an instant. I suppose I didn't notice it because the locution was so familiar to my Western sense, and so exactly the thing that Huck would say." Clemens changed the phrase to, "They comb me all to thunder," and it stands today. The Carnival of Crime, having served its purpose at the club, found quick acceptance by Howells for the Atlantic. He was so pleased with it, in fact, that somewhat later he wrote, urging that its author allow it to be printed in a dainty book by Osgood, who made a specialty of fine publishing. Meantime Howells had written his Atlantic notice of Tom Sawyer, and now enclosed Clemens a proof of it. We may judge from the reply that it was satisfactory. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: April 3, '76. MY DEAR HOWELLS, It is a splendid notice, and will embolden weak-kneed journalistic admirers to speak out, and will modify or shut up the unfriendly. To fear God and dread the Sunday school exactly described that old feeling which I used to have, but I couldn't have formulated it. I want to enclose one of the illustrations in this letter, if I do not forget it. Of course the book is to be elaborately illustrated, and I think that many of the pictures are considerably above the American average in conception, if not in execution. I do not re enclose your review to you, for you have evidently read and corrected it, and so I judge you do not need it. About 2 days after the Atlantic issues, I mean to begin to send books to principal journals and magazines. I read the Carnival of Crime proof in New York, when worn and witless, and so left some things unamended which I might possibly have altered had I been at home. For instance, I shall always address you in your own sniveling drawl, baby. I saw that you objected to something there, but I did not understand what. Was it that it was too personal? Should the language be altered, or the hyphens taken out? Won't you please fix it the way it ought to be, altering the language as you choose, only making it bitter and contemptuous? Deuced was not strong enough, so I met you halfway with devilish. Mrs. Clemens has returned from New York with dreadful sore throat and bones racked with rheumatism. She keeps her bed. Aloha nui, as the Kanakas say. Mark. Henry Irving once said to Mark Twain, "You made a mistake by not adopting the stage as a profession. You would have made even a greater actor than a writer." Mark Twain would have made an actor, certainly, but not a very tractable one. His appearance in Hartford, in The Loan of a Lover, was a distinguished event, and his success complete, though he made so many extemporaneous improvements on the lines of thick-headed Peter Spuck that he kept the other actors guessing as to their cues, and nearly broke up the performance. It was, of course, an amateur benefit, though Augustine Daly promptly wrote offering to put it on for a long run. The skeleton novelette mentioned in the next letter refers to a plan concocted by Howells and Clemens, by which each of 12 authors was to write a story using the same plot, blindfolded as to what the others had written. It was a regular Mark Twain notion, and it is hard today to imagine Howells' continued enthusiasm in it. Neither he nor Clemens gave up the idea for a long time. It appears in their letters again and again, though perhaps it was just as well for literature that it was never carried out. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: April 22, 1876. My dear Howells, you'll see per enclosed slip that I appear for the first time on the stage next Wednesday. You and Mrs. H. come down and you shall skip in free. I wrote my skeleton novelette yesterday and today. It will make a little under 12 pages. Please tell Aldrich I have got a photographer engaged, and Tri-Weekly issue is about to begin. Show him the canvas and specimens, and beseech him to subscribe. Ever yours, S. L. C. In his next letter Mark Twain explains why Tom Sawyer is not to appear as soon as planned. The reference to the literary nightmare refers to the Punch Conductor, Punch with Care sketch, which had recently appeared in the Atlantic. Many other versifiers had had their turn at horse-car poetry, and now a publisher was anxious to collect it in a book, provided he could use the Atlantic sketch. Clemens does not tell us here the nature of Carleton's insult, forgiveness of which he was not yet qualified to grant, but there are at least two stories about it, or two halves of the same incident, as related afterward by Clemens and Canton. Clemens said that when he took the Jumping Frog book to Carleton in 1867, the latter, pointing to his stock, said, rather scornfully, "Books? I don't want your book. My shelves are full of books now." Though the reader may remember that it was Carleton himself who had given the frog story to the Saturday press, and had seen it become famous. Carleton's half of the story was that he did not accept Mark Twain's book because the author looked so disreputable. Long afterward, when the two men met in Europe, the publisher said to the now rich and famous author, "Mr. Clemens, my one claim on immortality is that I declined your first book." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, April 25, 1876. My dear Howells, thanks for giving me the place of honor. Bliss made a failure in the matter of getting Tom Sawyer ready on time, the engravers assisting as usual. I went down to see how much of a delay there was going to be, and found that the man had not even put a canvasser on, or issued an advertisement yet. In fact, that the electrotypes would not all be done for a month. But of course the main fact was that no canvassing had been done, because a subscription harvest is before publication, not after, when people have discovered how bad one's book is. Well, yesterday I put in the Current an editorial paragraph stating that Tom Sawyer is ready to issue, but publication is put off in order to secure English copyright by simultaneous publication there and here. The English edition is unavoidably delayed. You see, part of that is true, very well. When I observed that my sketches had dropped from a sale of 6,000 or 7,000 a month down to 1,200 a month, I said this ain't no time to be publishing books. Therefore, let Tom lie still till autumn, Mr. Bliss, and make a holiday book of him to beguile the young people withal. I shall print items occasionally, still further delaying Tom till I ease him down to autumn without shock to the waiting world. As to that literary nightmare proposition, I am obliged to withhold consent, for what seems a good reason, to wit, a single page of horse-car poetry is all that the average reader can stand, without nausea. Now, to stack together all of it that has been written, and then add it to my article, would be to enrage and disgust each and every reader and win the deathless enmity of the lot. Even if that reason were insufficient, there would still be a sufficient reason left in the fact that Mr. Carleton seems to be the publisher of the magazine in which it is proposed to publish this horse-car matter. Carleton insulted me in February, 1867, and so when the day arrives that sees me doing him a civility, I shall feel that I am ready for paradise, since my list of possible and impossible forgivenesses will then be complete. Mrs. Clemens says my version of the blindfold novelette, A Murder and a Marriage, is good. Pretty strong language for her. The Fieldses are coming down to the play tomorrow, and they promised to get you and Mrs. Howells to come too, but I hope you'll do nothing of the kind if it will inconvenience you, for I'm not going to play either strikingly bad enough or well enough to make the journey pay you. My wife and I think of going to Boston May 7th to see Anna Dickinson's debut on the 8th. If I find we can go, I'll try to get a stage box, and then you and Mrs. Howells must come to Parker's and go with us to the Crucifixion. Is that spelt right? Somehow it doesn't look right. With our very kindest regards to the whole family, yours ever, Mark. The mention of Anna Dickinson at the end of this letter recalls a prominent reformer and lecturer of the Civil War period. She had begun her crusades against temperance and slavery in 1857, when she was but 15 years old, when her success as a speaker had been immediate and extraordinary. Now, in this later period, at the age of 34, she aspired to the stage, unfortunately for her, as her gifts lay elsewhere. Clemens and Howells knew Miss Dickinson, and were anxious for the success which they hardly dared hope for. Clemens arranged a box party. To W. D. Howells, in Boston, May 4, '76. My dear Howells, I shall reach Boston on Monday, the 8th, either at 4:30 p.m. or 6 p.m., which is best, and go straight to Parker's. If you and Mrs. Howells cannot be there by half past 4, I'll not plan to arrive till the later train time, 6, because I don't want to be there alone, even a minute. Still, Joe Twichell will doubtless go with me. Forgot that. He is going to try hard to. Mrs. Clemens has given up going because Susie is just recovering from about the savagest assault of diphtheria a child ever did recover from, and therefore will not be entirely her healthy self again by the 8th. Would you and Mrs. Howells like to invite Mr. and Mrs. Aldrich? I have a large proscenium box, plenty of room. Use your own pleasure about it. I mainly, that is honest, suggested because I am seeking to make matters pleasant for you and Mrs. Howells. I invited Twichell because I thought I knew you'd like that. I want you to fix it so that you and the madam can remain in Boston all night, for I leave next day and we can't have a talk otherwise. I am going to get 2 rooms and a parlor, and would like to know what you decide about the Aldriches, so as to know whether to apply for an additional bedroom or not. Don't dine that evening, for I shall arrive dinnerless and need your help. I'll bring my blindfold novelette, but shan't exhibit it unless you exhibit yours. You would simply go to work and write a novelette that would make mine sick, because you would know all about where my weak points lay. No, sir, I'm one of these old wary birds. Don't bother to write a letter. 3 lines on a postal card is all that I can permit from a busy man. Yours ever, Mark. P.S. Good. You'll not have to feel any call to mention that debut in the Atlantic. They've made me pay the grand cash for my box, a thing which most managers would be too worldly wise to do with journalistic folks. But I'm most honestly glad, for I'd rather pay 3 prices, any time, than to have my tongue half paralyzed with a deadhead ticket. Hang that Anna Dickinson! A body can never depend upon her debuts. She has made 5 or 6 false starts already. If she fails to debut this time, I will never bet on her again. In his book, My Mark Twain, Howells refers to the tragedy of Miss Dickinson's appearance. She was the author of numerous plays, some of which were successful, but her career as an actress was never brilliant. At Elmira that summer the Clemenses heard from their good friend Dr. Brown of Edinburgh, and sent eager replies. To Dr. John Brown, in Edinburgh: Elmira, New York, U. S. June 22, 1876. Dear friend the Doctor, it was a perfect delight to see the well known handwriting again, but we so grieve to know that you are feeling miserable. It must not last. It cannot last. The regal summer is come, and it will smile you into high good cheer. It will charm away your pains. It will banish your distresses. I wish you were here to spend the summer with us. We are perched on a hilltop that overlooks a little world of green valleys, shining rivers, sumptuous forests and billowy uplands veiled in the haze of distance. We have no neighbors. It is the quietest of all quiet places, and we are hermits that eschew caves and live in the sun. Doctor, if you'd only come. I will carry your letter to Mrs. C. now, and there will be a glad woman, I tell you. And she shall find one of those pictures to put in this for Mrs. Barclay's, and if there isn't one here we'll send right away to Hartford and get one. Come over, Dr. John, and bring the Barclays, the Nicholsons, and the Browns, one and all. Affectionately, Samuel L. Clemens. From May until August no letters appear to have passed between Clemens and Howells. The latter finally wrote, complaining of the lack of news. He was in the midst of campaign activities, he said, writing a Life of Hayes, and gaily added, "You know I wrote the Life of Lincoln, which elected him." He further reported a comedy he had completed and gave Clemens a general stirring up as to his own work. Mark Twain, in his hillside study, was busy enough. Summer was his time for work, and he had tried his hand in various directions. His mention of Huck Finn in his reply to Howells is interesting in that it shows the measure of his enthusiasm, or lack of it, as a gauge of his ultimate achievement. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 9, 1876. MY DEAR HOWELLS, I was just about to write you when your letter came, and not one of those obscene postal cards either, but reverently upon paper. I shall read that biography, though the letter of acceptance was amply sufficient to corral my vote without any further knowledge of the man. Which reminds me that a campaign club in Jersey City wrote a few days ago and invited me to be present at the raising of a Tilden and Hendricks flag there, and to take the stand and give them some counsel. Well, I could not go, but gave them counsel and advice by letter, and in the kindliest terms as to the raising of the flag, advised them not to raise it. Get your book out quick, for this is a momentous time. If Tilden is elected, I think the entire country will go pretty straight to Mrs. Howells's bad place. I am infringing on your patent. I started a record of our children's sayings last night, which reminds me that last week I sent down and got Susie a vast pair of shoes of a most villainous pattern, for I discovered that her feet were being twisted and cramped out of shape by a smaller and prettier article. She did not complain, but looked degraded and injured. At night her mamma gave her the usual admonition when she was about to say her prayers, to wit, "Now, Susie, think about God." "Mamma, I can't, with those shoes." The farm is perfectly delightful this season. It is as quiet and peaceful as a South Sea island. Some of the sunsets which we have witnessed from this commanding eminence were marvelous. One evening a rainbow spanned an entire range of hills with its mighty arch, and from a black hub resting upon the hilltop in the exact center, black rays diverged upward in perfect regularity to the rainbow's arch, and created a very strongly defined and altogether the most majestic, magnificent and startling half-sunk wagon wheel you can imagine. After that a world of tumbling and prodigious clouds came drifting up out of the west and took to themselves a wonderfully rich and brilliant green color, the decided green of new spring foliage. Close by them we saw the intense blue of the skies, through rents in the cloud rack, and away off in another quarter were drifting clouds of a delicate pink color. In one place hung a pile of dense black clouds like compacted pitch smoke, and the stupendous wagon wheel was still in the supremacy of its unspeakable grandeur. So you see The colors present in the sky at once and the same time were blue, green, pink, black, and the vari-colored splendors of the rainbow. All strong and decided colors, too. I don't know whether this weird and astounding spectacle most suggested heaven or hell. The wonder, with its constant, stately, and always surprising changes, lasted upwards of 2 hours, and we all stood on the top of the hill by my study till the final miracle was complete and the greatest day ended that we ever saw. Our farmer, who is a grave man, watched that spectacle to the end, and then observed that it was damn funny. The double-barreled novel lies torpid. I found I could not go on with it. The chapters I had written were still too new and familiar to me. I may take it up next winter, but cannot tell yet. I waited and waited to see if my interest in it would not revive, but gave it up a month ago and began another boy's book, more to be at work than anything else. I have written 400 pages on it, therefore it is very nearly half done. It is Huck Finn's Autobiography. I like it only tolerably well, as far as I have got, and may possibly pigeonhole or burn the manuscript when it is done. So the comedy is done, and with a fair degree of satisfaction. That rejoices me and makes me mad, too, for I can't plan a comedy, and what have you done that God should be so good to you? I have racked myself bald-headed trying to plan a comedy harness for some promising characters of mine to work in, and had to give it up. It is a noble lot of blooded stock and worth no end of money, but they must stand in the stable and be profitless. I want to be present when the comedy is produced and help enjoy the success. Warner's book is mighty readable, I think. Love to yous. Yours ever, Mark. Howells promptly wrote again, urging him to enter the campaign for Hayes. There is not another man in this country, he said, who could help him so much as you. The farce which Clemens refers to in his reply was The Parlor Car, which seems to have been about the first venture of Howells in that field. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 23, 1876. My dear Howells, I am glad you think I could do Hayes any good, for I have been wanting to write a letter or make a speech to that end. I'll be careful not to do either, however, until the opportunity comes in a natural, justifiable, and unlugged way, and shall not then do anything unless I have got it all digested and worded just right, in which case I might do some good, in any other I should do harm. When a humorist ventures upon the grave concerns of life, he must do his job better than another man or he works harm to his cause. The farce is wonderfully bright and delicious, and must make a hit. You read it to me, and it was mighty good. I read it last night, and it was better. I read it aloud to the household this morning, and it was better than ever. So it would be worth going a long way to see it well played, for without any question an actor of genius always adds a subtle something to any man's work that none but the writer knew was there before, even if he knew it. I have heard of readers convulsing audiences with my Aurelia's unfortunate young man. If there is anything really funny in the piece, the author is not aware of it. All right. Advertise me for the new volume. I send you herewith a sketch which will make 3 pages of the Atlantic. If you like it and accept it, you should get it into the December number, because I shall read it in public in Boston the 13th and 14th of November. If it went in a month earlier, it would be too old for me to read except as old matter, and if it went in a month later, it would be too old for the Atlantic. Do you see? And if you wish to use it, will you set it up now and send me 3 proofs, 1 to correct for Atlantic, 1 to send to Temple Bar? Shall I tell them to use it not earlier than their November number? And 1 to use in practicing for my Boston readings. We must get up a less elaborate and a much better skeleton plan for the blindfold novels, and make a success of that idea. David Gray spent Sunday here, and said we could but little comprehend what a rattling stir that thing would make in the country. He thought it would make a mighty strike. So do I, but with only 8 pages to tell the tale in, the plot must be less elaborate, doubtless. What do you think? When we exchange visits, I'll show you an unfinished sketch of Elizabeth's time which shook David Gray's system up pretty exhaustively. Yours ever, Mark. The manuscript sketch mentioned in the foregoing letter was The Canvasser's Tale, later included in the volume Tom Sawyer Abroad and Other Stories. It is far from being Mark Twain's best work, but was accepted and printed in the Atlantic. David Gray was an able journalist and editor whom Mark Twain had known in Buffalo. The sketch of Elizabeth's time is a brilliant piece of writing, an imaginary record of conversation and court manners in the good old days of free speech and performance, phrased in the language of the period. Gray, John Hay, Twichell, and others, who had a chance to see it, thought highly of it, and Hay had it set in type and a few proofs taken for private circulation. Some years afterward, a West Point officer had a special font of antique type made for it and printed 100 copies. But the present-day reader would hardly be willing to include fireside conversation in the time of Queen Elizabeth in Mark Twain's collected works. Clemens was a strong Republican in those days, as his letters of this period show. His mention of the caves in the next is another reference to The Canvasser's Tale. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: September 14, 1876. My dear Howells, yes, the collection of caves was the origin of it. I changed it to echoes because these, being invisible and intangible, constituted a still more absurd species of property, and yet a man could really own an echo, and sell it, too, for a high figure, such an echo as that at the Villa Simonetti, 2 miles from Milan, for instance. My first purpose was to have the man make a collection of caves and afterwards of echoes, but perceived that the element of absurdity and impracticability was so nearly identical as to amount to a repetition of an idea. I will not and do not believe that there is a possibility of Hayes's defeat, but I want the victory to be sweeping. It seems odd to find myself interested in an election. I never was before, and I can't seem to get over my repugnance to reading or thinking about politics yet. But in truth I care little about any party's politics. The man behind it is the important thing. You may well know that Mrs. Clemens liked the parlor car, enjoyed it ever so much, and was indignant at you all through, and kept exploding into rages at you for pretending that such a woman ever existed, closing each and every explosion with, "But it is just what such a woman would do. It is just what such a woman would say." They all voted the parlor car perfection except me. I said they wouldn't have been allowed to court and quarrel there so long, uninterrupted. But at each critical moment the odious train boy would come in and pile foul literature all over them 4 or 5 inches deep, and the lover would turn his head aside and curse, and presently that train boy would be back again, as on all those Western roads, to take up the literature and leave prize candy. Of course the thing is perfect, in the magazine, without the train boy, but I was thinking of the stage and the groundlings. If the dainty touches went over their heads, the train boy and other possible interruptions would fetch them every time. Would it mar the flow of the thing too much to insert that devil? I thought it over a couple of hours, and concluded it wouldn't, and that he ought to be in for the sake of the groundlings, and to get new copyright on the piece. And it seemed to me that now that the 4th act is so successfully written, why not go ahead and write the 3 preceding acts? And then after it is finished, let me put into it a low comedy character, the girl's or the lover's father or uncle, and gobble a big pecuniary interest in your work for myself. Do not let this generous proposition disturb your rest, but do write the other 3 acts, and then it will be valuable to managers,
And don't go and sell it to anybody, like Hart, but keep it for yourself. Hart's play can be doctored till it will be entirely acceptable, and then it will clear a great sum every year. I am out of all patience with Hart for selling it. The play entertained me hugely, even in its present crude state. Love to you all. Yours ever, Mark.
Following the Seller's success, Clemens had made many attempts at dramatic writing. Such undertakings had uniformly failed, but he had always been willing to try again. In the next letter we get the beginning of what proved his first and last direct literary association, that is to say, collaboration, with Bret Harte. Clemens had great admiration for Harte's ability and believed that between them they could turn out a successful play. Whether or not this belief was justified will appear later. Howells's biography of Hayes, meanwhile, had not gone well. He reported that only 2,000 copies had been sold in what was now the height of the campaign. "There's success for you," he said. "It makes me despair of the Republic." Clemens, on his part, had made a speech for Hayes that Howells declared had put civil service reform in a nutshell. He added, "You are the only Republican orator quoted without distinction of party by all the newspapers." To W. D. Howells, in Boston: HARTFORD, October 11, 1876. MY DEAR HOWELLS, This is a secret, to be known to nobody but you. Of course I comprehend that Mrs. Howells is part of you. That Bret Harte came up here the other day and asked me to help him write a play and divide the swag, and I agreed. I am to put in Scotty Briggs, see Buck Fanshaw's funeral, in Roughing It. And he is to put in a Chinaman, a wonderfully funny creature, as Bret presents him, for 5 minutes, in his Sandy Bar play. This Chinaman is to be the character of the play, and both of us will work on him and develop him. Bret is to draw a plot, and I am to do the same. We shall use the best of the two, or gouge from both and build a third. My plot is built. Finished it yesterday. 6 days' work, 8 or 9 hours a day, and has nearly killed me. Now the favor I ask of you is that you will have the words "I Sin," a drama, printed in the middle of a note paper page, and send the same to me with bill. We don't want anybody to know that we are building this play. I can't get this title page printed here without having to lie so much that the thought of it is disagreeable to one reared as I have been, and yet the title of the play must be printed. The rest of the application for copyright is allowable in penmanship. We have got the very best gang of servants in America now. When George first came he was one of the most religious of men. He had but one fault, young George Washington's. But I have trained him, and now it fairly breaks Mrs. Clemens' heart to hear George stand at that front door and lie to the unwelcome visitor. But your time is valuable. I must not dwell upon these things. I'll ask Warner and Hart if they'll do blindfold novelettes. Sometime I'll simplify that plot. All it needs is that the hanging and the marriage shall not be appointed for the same day. I got over that difficulty, but it required too much manuscript to reconcile the thing, so the movement of the story was clogged. I came near agreeing to make political speeches with our candidate for Governor the 16th and 23d instant, but I had to give up the idea, for Hart and I will be here at work then. Yours ever, MARK. Mark Twain was writing few letters these days to anyone but Howells, yet in November he sent one to an old friend of his youth, Burrough, the literary chairmaker who had roomed with him in the days when he had been setting type for the St. Louis Evening News. To Mr. Burrough, of St. Louis: HARTFORD, November 1, 1876. MY DEAR Burroughs, as you describe me I can picture myself as I was 20 years ago. The portrait is correct. You think I've grown some. Upon my word there was room for it.
You have described a callow fool, a self sufficient ass, a mere human tumble-bug, imagining that he is remodeling the world and is entirely capable of doing it right. Ignorance, intolerance, egotism, self assertion, opaque perception, dense and pitiful chuckle-headedness, and an almost pathetic unconsciousness of it all. That is what I was at 19 and 20, and that is what the average Southerner is at 60 today. Northerners, too, of a certain grade. It is of children like this that voters are made, and such is the primal source of our government. A man hardly knows whether to swear or cry over it. I think I comprehend the position there, perfect freedom to vote just as you choose, provided you choose to vote as other people think, social ostracism otherwise. The same thing exists here among the Irish. An Irish Republican is a pariah among his people. Yet that race finds fault with the same spirit in know-nothingism. Fortunately, a good deal of experience of men enabled me to choose my residence wisely. I live in the freest corner of the country. There are no social disabilities between me and my democratic personal friends. We break the bread and eat the salt of hospitality freely together, and never dream of such a thing as offering impertinent interference in each other's political opinions. Don't you ever come to New York again and not run up here to see me. I suppose we were away for the summer when you were East, but no matter, you could have telegraphed and found out. We were at Elmira, New York, and right on your road, and could have given you a good time if you had allowed us the chance. Yes, Will Bowen and I have exchanged letters now and then for several years, but I suspect that I made him mad with my last, shortly after you saw him in St. Louis, I judge. There is one thing which I can't stand and won't stand from many people. That is, sham sentimentality, the kind a schoolgirl puts into a graduating composition, the sort that makes up the original poetry column of a country newspaper, the rot that deals in the happy days of yore, the sweet yet melancholy past, with its blighted hopes and its vanished dreams, and all that sort of drivel. Will's were always of this stamp. I stood it years. When I get a letter like that from a grown man, and he a widower with a family, it gives me the stomach ache. And I just told Will Bowen so last summer. I told him to stop being 16 at 40. Told him to stop drooling about the sweet yet melancholy past, and take a pill. I said there was but one solitary thing about the past worth remembering, and that was the fact that it is the past, can't be restored. Well, I exaggerated some of these truths a little, but only a little. But my idea was to kill his sham sentimentality once and forever, and so make a good fellow of him again. I went to the unheard of trouble of rewriting the letter and saying the same harsh things softly, so as to sugar coat the anguish and make it a little more endurable, and I asked him to write and thank me honestly for doing him the best and kindliest favor that any friend ever had done him. But he hasn't done it yet. Maybe he will sometime. I am grateful to God that I got that letter off before he was married. I get that news from you. Elsie would just have slobbered all over me and drowned me when that event happened. I enclose photograph for the young ladies. I will remark that I do not wear sealskin for grandeur, but because I found, when I used to lecture in the winter, that nothing else was able to keep a man warm sometimes in these high latitudes. I wish you had sent pictures of yourself and family. I'll trade picture for picture with you, straight through, if you are commercially inclined. Your old friend, Samuel L. Clemens. End of section 17. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 18 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain Complete by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 17. Letters 1877. To Bermuda with Twichell. Proposition to Thomas Nast. The Whittier Dinner. Mark Twain must have been too busy to write letters that winter. Those that have survived are few and unimportant. As a matter of fact, he was writing the play Ah Sin with Bret Harte, and getting it ready for production. Harte was a guest in the Clemens home while the play was being written, and not always a pleasant one. He was full of requirements, critical as to the ménage, to the point of sarcasm. The long friendship between Clemens and Harte weakened under the strain of collaboration and intimate daily intercourse, never to renew its old fiber. It was an unhappy outcome of an enterprise which in itself was to prove of little profit. The play, Ah Sin, had many good features, and with Charles T. Parsloe in an amusing Chinese part, might have been made a success if the two authors could have harmoniously undertaken the needed repairs. It opened in Washington in May, and a letter from Parsloe, written at the moment, gives a hint of the situation. From Charles T. Parsloe to S. L. Clemens, Washington, D.C., May 11, 1877. Mr. Clemens, I forgot whether I acknowledged receipt of check by telegram. Harte has been here since Monday last, and done little or nothing yet, but promises to have something fixed by tomorrow morning. We have been making some improvements among ourselves. The last act is weak at the end, and I do hope Mr. Harte will have something for a good finish to the piece. The other acts, I think, are all right now. Hope you have entirely recovered. I am not very well myself. The excitement of a first night is bad enough, but to have the annoyance with Harte that I have is too much for a beginner. I ain't used to it. The houses have been picking up since Tuesday. Mr. Ford has worked well and hard for us. Yours in haste, Charles Thomas Parsloe. The play drew some good houses in Washington, but it could not hold them for a run. Never mind what was the matter with it. Perhaps a very small change at the right point would have turned it into a fine success. We have seen in a former letter the obligation which Mark Twain confessed to Harte, a debt he had tried in many ways to repay, obtaining for him a liberal book contract with Bliss, advancing him frequent and large sums of money which Harte could not, or did not, repay, seeking to advance his fortunes in many directions. The mistake came when he introduced another genius into the intricacies of his daily life. Clemens went down to Washington during the early rehearsals of Ah Sin. Meantime, Rutherford B. Hayes had been elected president, and Clemens one day called with a letter of introduction from Howells, thinking to meet the chief executive. His own letter to Howells later probably does not give the real reason of his failure, but it will be amusing to those who recall the erratic personality of George Francis Train. Train and Twain were sometimes confused by the very unlettered, or pretendedly by Mark Twain's friends. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Baltimore, May 1, '77. My dear Howells, found I was not absolutely needed in Washington, so I only stayed 24 hours, and am on my way home now. I called at the White House and got admission to Colonel Rogers, because I wanted to inquire what was the right hour to go and infest the President. It was my luck to strike the place in the dead waste and middle of the day, the very busiest time. I perceived that Mr. Rogers took me for George Francis Train, and had made up his mind not to let me get at the President. So at the end of half an hour I took my letter of introduction from the table and went away. It was a great pity all round, and a great loss to the nation, for I was brimful of the Eastern question. I didn't get to see the President or the Chief Magistrate either.
though I had sort of a glimpse of a lady at a window who resembled her portraits. Yours ever, Mark.
Howells condoled with him on his failure to see the President.
"But," he added, "if you and I had both been there, our combined skill would have no doubt procured us to be expelled from the White House by Fred Douglass. But the thing seems to be a complete failure as it was."
Douglass, at this time being the Marshal of Columbia, gives special point to Howells's suggestion. Later, in May, Clemens took Twichell for an excursion to Bermuda. He had begged Howells to go with them, but Howells, as usual, was full of literary affairs. Twichell and Clemens spent 4 glorious days tramping the length and breadth of the beautiful island, and remembered it always as one of their happiest adventures. "Put it down as an oasis," wrote Twichell on his return. "I'm afraid I shall not see as green a spot again soon." And it was your invention and your gift, and your company was the best of it. Indeed, I never took more comfort in being with you than on this journey, which, my boy, is saying a great deal. To Howells, Clemens triumphantly reported the success of the excursion.
To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, May 29, 1877. Confound you! Joe Twichell and I roamed about Bermuda day and night, and never ceased to gabble and enjoy. About half the talk was, "It is a burning shame that Howells isn't here." Nobody could get at the very meat and marrow of this pervading charm and deliciousness like Howells. How Howells would revel in the quaintness and simplicity of this people and the Sabbath repose of this land. What an imperishable sketch Howells would make of Captain West, the whaler, and Captain Hope, with the patient, pathetic face, wander in all the oceans for 42 years, lucky in none, coming home defeated once more, now, minus his ship, resigned, uncomplaining, being used to this. What a rattling chapter Howells would make out of the small boy Alfred, with his alert eye and military brevity and exactness of speech, and out of the old landlady and her sacred onions, and her daughter, and the visiting clergyman, and the ancient pianos of Hamilton, and the venerable music in vogue there, and 40 other things which we shall leave untouched, or touched but lightly upon, we not being worthy. Damn Howells for not being here. This usually from me, not Twichell. Oh, your insufferable pride which will have a fall some day. If you had gone with us and let me pay the $50 which the trip and the board and the various knickknacks and mementos would cost, I would have picked up enough droppings from your conversation to pay me 500% profit in the way of the several magazine articles which I could have written, whereas I can now write only 1 or 2, and am therefore largely out of pocket by your proud ways. Ponder these things. Lord, what a perfectly bewitching excursion it was! I traveled under an assumed name, and was never molested with a polite attention from anybody. Love to you all. Yours ever, Mark.
Aldrich, meantime, had invited the Clemenses to Ponkapog during the Bermuda absence, and Clemens hastened to send him a line expressing regrets. At the close he said: To T. B. Aldrich, in Ponkapog, Massachusetts: Farmington Avenue, Hartford, June 3, 1877. Day after tomorrow we leave for the hills beyond Elmira, New York, for the summer, when I shall hope to write a book of some sort or other to beat the people with. A work similar to your new one in the Atlantic is what I mean, though I have not heard what the nature of that one is. Immoral, I suppose. Well, you are right. Such books sell best, Howells says. Howells says he is going to make his next book indelicate. He says he thinks there is money in it. He says there's a large class of the young in schools and seminaries who but you let him tell you.
he has ciphered it all down to a demonstration. With the warmest remembrances to the pair of you, ever yours, Samuel L. Clemens.
Clemens would naturally write something about Bermuda, and began at once Random Notes of an Idle Excursion, and presently completed 4 papers which Howells eagerly accepted for the Atlantic. Then we find him plunging into another play, this time alone.
To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, June 27, 1877. My dear Howells, if you should not like the first 2 chapters, send them to me and begin with Chapter 3, or Part 3, I believe you call these things in the magazine. I have finished No. 4, which closes the series, and will mail it tomorrow if I think of it. I like this one. I like the preceding one, already mailed to you some time ago, but I had my doubts about 1 and 2. Do not hesitate to squelch them, even with derision and insult. Today I am deep in a comedy which I began this morning. Principal character, that old detective. I skeletoned the first act and wrote the second today, and am dog-tired now. 54 close pages of manuscript in 7 hours. Once I wrote 55 pages at a sitting. That was on the opening chapters of the Gilded Age novel. When I cool down, an hour from now, I shall go to 0, I judge. Yours ever, Mark.
Clemens had doubts as to the quality of the Bermuda papers, and with some reason. They did not represent him at his best. Nevertheless, they were pleasantly entertaining, and Howells expressed full approval of them for Atlantic use. The author remained troubled.
To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, July 4, 1877. My dear Howells, it is splendid of you to say those pleasant things, but I am still plagued with doubts about Parts 1 and 2. If you have any, don't print. If otherwise, please make some cold villain like Lathrop read and pass sentence on them. Mind, I thought they were good, at first. It was the second reading that accomplished its hellish purpose on me. Put them up for a new verdict. Part 4 has lain in my pigeonhole a good while, and when I put it there I had a Christian's confidence in 4 aces in it, and you can be sure it will skip toward Connecticut tomorrow before any fatal fresh reading makes me draw my bet. I've piled up 151 manuscript pages on my comedy. The first, second, and fourth acts are done, and done to my satisfaction, too. Tomorrow and next day we'll finish the third act and the play. I have not written less than 30 pages any day since I began. Never had so much fun over anything in my life, never such consuming interest and delight. But Lord bless you, the second reading will fetch it. And just think, I had Saul Smith Russell in my mind's eye for the old detective's part, and hang it, he has gone off pottering with Oliver Optic, or else the papers lie. I read everything about the President's doings there with exultation. I wish that old ass of a private secretary hadn't taken me for George Francis Train. If ignorance were a means of grace, I wouldn't trade that gorilla's chances for the Archbishop of Canterbury's. I shall call on the President again by and by. I shall go in my war paint, and if I am obstructed, the nation will have the unusual spectacle of a private secretary with a pen over one ear, a tomahawk over the other. I read the entire Atlantic this time. Wonderful number. Mrs. Rose Terry Cook's story was a 10 strike. I wish she would write 12 old time New England tales a year. Good times to you all. Mind, if you don't run here for a few days, you will go to hence without having had a foreglimpse of heaven. Mark.
The play Ah Sin, that had done little enough in Washington, was that summer given another trial by Augustine Daly at the Fifth Avenue Theater, New York, with a fine company. Clemens had undertaken to doctor the play, and it would seem to have had an enthusiastic reception on the opening night, but it was a summer audience, unspoiled by many attractions. Ah Sin was never a success in the New York season, never a money-maker on the road. The reference in the first paragraph of the letter that follows is to the Bermuda chapters which Mark Twain was publishing simultaneously in England and America. Elmira, August 3, 1877. MY DEAR Howells, I have mailed one set of the slips to London and told Bentley you would print September 15 in October Atlantic, and he must not print earlier in Temple Bar. Have I got the dates and things right? I am powerful glad to see that No. 1 reads a nation's sight better in print than it did in manuscript. I told Bentley we'd send him the slips, each time, 6 weeks before day of publication. We can do that, can't we? 2 months ahead will be still better, I suppose, but I don't know. Ah Sin went a-booming at the Fifth Avenue. The reception of Colonel Sellers was calm compared to it. The criticisms were just. The criticisms of the great New York dailies are always just, intelligent, and square, and honest. Notwithstanding by a blunder which nobody was seriously to blame for, I was made to say exactly the opposite of this in a newspaper some time ago. Never said it at all, and moreover I never thought it. I could not publicly correct it before the play appeared in New York, because that would look as if I had really said that thing, and then was moved by fears for my pocket and my reputation to take it back. But I can correct it now, and shall do it, for now my motives cannot be impugned. When I began this letter it had not occurred to me to use you in this connection, but it occurs to me now. Your opinion and mine, uttered a year ago, and repeated more than once since, that the candor and ability of the New York critics were beyond question, is a matter which makes it proper enough that I should speak through you at this time. Therefore, if you will print this paragraph somewhere, it may remove the impression that I say unjust things which I do not think, merely for the pleasure of talking. There now. Can't you say. In a letter to Mr. Howells of the Atlantic Monthly, Mark Twain describes the reception of the new comedy Ah Sin, and then goes on to say, etc. Beginning at the Star with the words, "The criticisms were just." Mrs. Clemens says, "Don't ask that of Mr. Howells, it will be disagreeable to him." I hadn't thought of it, but I will bet 2 to 1 on the correctness of her instinct. We shall see. Will you cut that paragraph out of this letter and precede it with the remarks suggested, or with better ones, and send it to the Globe or some other paper? You can't do me a bigger favor, and yet if it is in the least disagreeable, you mustn't think of it. But let me know right away, for I want to correct this thing before it grows stale again. I explained myself to only one critic, the World. The consequence was a noble notice of the play. This one called on me, else I shouldn't have explained myself to him. I have been putting in a deal of hard work on that play in New York, but it is full of incurable defects. My old Plunkett family seemed wonderfully coarse and vulgar on the stage, but it was because they were played in such an outrageously and inexcusably coarse way. The Chinaman is killingly funny. I don't know when I have enjoyed anything as much as I did him. The people say there isn't enough of him in the piece. That's a triumph. There'll never be any more of him in it. John Broham said, "Read the list of things which the critics have condemned in the piece, and you have unassailable proofs that the play contains all the requirements of success and a long life." That is true. Nearly every time the audience roared I knew it was over something that would be condemned in the morning, justly too, but must be left in, for low comedies are written for the drawing room, the kitchen, and the stable, and if you cut out the kitchen and the stable, the drawing room can't support the play by itself.
There was as much money in the house the first 2 nights as in the first 10 of Sellers. Haven't heard from the third. I came away. Yours ever, MARK. In a former letter we have seen how Mark Twain, working on a story that was to stand as an example of his best work and become one of his surest claims to immortality, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, displayed little enthusiasm in his undertaking. In the following letter, which relates the conclusion of his detective comedy, we find him at the other extreme, on very tiptoe with enthusiasm over something wholly without literary value or dramatic possibility. One of the hallmarks of genius is the inability to discriminate as to the value of its output. Simon Wheeler, Amateur Detective, was a dreary, absurd, impossible performance, as wild and unconvincing in incident and dialogue as anything out of an asylum could be. The title which he first chose for it, Balaam's Ass, was properly in keeping with the general scheme. Yet Mark Twain, still warm with the creative fever, had the fullest faith in it as a work of art and a winner of fortune. It would never see the light of production, of course. We shall see presently that the distinguished playwright Dion Boucicault good-naturedly complimented it as being better than Arsène. One must wonder what that skilled artist really thought, and how he could do even this violence to his conscience. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, Wednesday, P.M., 1877. My dear Howells, it's finished. I was misled by hurried mispaging. There were 10 pages of notes and over 300 pages of manuscript when the play was done. Did it in 42 hours by the clock. 40 pages of the Atlantic, but then of course it's very fat. Those are the figures, but I don't believe them myself, because the thing's impossible. But let that pass. All day long and every day since I finished in the rough, I have been diligently altering, amending, rewriting, cutting down. I finished finally today. Can't think of anything else in the way of an improvement. I thought I would stick to it while the interest was hot, and I am mighty glad I did. A week from now it will be frozen. Then revising would be drudgery. You see, I learned something from the fatal blunder of putting Arsène aside before it was finished. She's all right now. She reads in 2 hours and 20 minutes, and will play not longer than 2 3/4 hours. 19 characters, 3 acts. I bunched 2 into 1. Tomorrow I will draw up an exhaustive synopsis to insert in the printed title page for copywriting, and then on Friday or Saturday I go to New York to remain a week or 10 days and lay for an actor. Wish you could run down there and have a holiday. 'Twould be fun. My wife won't have Balaam's Ass. Therefore I call the piece Captain Simon Wheeler, the Amateur Detective. Yours, Mark. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Elmira, August 29, 1877. My dear Howells, just got your letter last night. No, darn that article. One of the Bermuda chapters. It made me cry when I read it in proof. It was so oppressively and ostentatiously poor. Skim your eye over it again, and you will think as I do. If Isaac and the prophets of Baal can be doctored gently and made permissible, it will redeem the thing. But if it can't, let's burn all of the articles except the tail end of it, and use that as an introduction to the next article, as I suggested in my letter to you of day before yesterday. I had this proof from Cambridge before yours came. Boucicault says my new play is ever so much better than Arsène. Says the Amateur Detective is a bully character, too. An actor is chawing over the play in New York to see if the old detective is suited to his abilities. Haven't heard from him yet. If you've got that paragraph by you yet, and if in your judgment it would be good to publish it, and if you absolutely would not mind doing it, then I think I'd like to have you do it, or else put some other words in my mouth that will be proper and publish them. But mind, don't think of it for a moment if it is distasteful, and doubtless it is. I value your judgment more than my own as to the wisdom of saying anything at all in this matter. To say nothing leaves me in an injurious position, and yet maybe I might do better to speak to the men themselves when I go to New York. This was my latest idea, and it looked wise. We expect to leave here for home September 4, reaching there the 8th, but we may be delayed a week. Curious thing, I read passages from my play, and a full synopsis to Boucicault, who was rewriting a play which he wrote and laid aside 3 or 4 years ago. My detective is about that age, you know. Then he read a passage from his play, where a real detective does some things that are as idiotic as some of my old Wheeler's performances. Showed me the passages, and behold, his man's name is Wheeler. However, his Wheeler is not a prominent character, so we'll not alter the names. My Wheeler's name is taken from the old Jumping Frog sketch. I am rereading Ticknor's diary, and am charmed with it, though I still say he refers to too many good things when he could just as well have told them. Think of the man traveling 8 days in convoy and familiar intercourse with a band of outlaws through the mountain fastnesses of Spain, he the 4th stranger they had encountered in 30 years, and compressing this priceless experience into a single colorless paragraph of his diary. They spun yarns to this unworthy devil, too. I wrote you a very long letter a day or 2 ago, but Susie Crane wanted to make a copy of it to keep, so it has not gone yet. It may go today, possibly. We unite in warm regards to you and yours. Yours ever, Mark. The Ticknor referred to in a former letter was Professor George Ticknor of Harvard College, a history writer of distinction. On the margin of the diary, Mark Twain once wrote, "Ticknor is a millet who makes all men fall in love with him," and adds, "Millet was the cause of lovable qualities in people, and then he admired and loved those persons for the very qualities which he, without knowing it, had created in them." Perhaps it would be strictly truer of these 2 men to say that they bore within them the divine something in whose presence the evil in people fled away and hid itself, while all that was good in them came spontaneously forward out of the forgotten walls and corners in their systems where it was accustomed to hide. It is Frank Millet, the artist, he is speaking of, a knightly soul whom all the Clemens household loved, and who would one day meet his knightly end with those other brave men that found death together when the Titanic went down. The Clemens family was still at Quarry Farm at the end of August, and one afternoon there occurred a startling incident which Mark Twain thought worth setting down in practically duplicate letters to Howells and to Dr. John Brown. It may be of interest to the reader to know that John T. Lewis, the colored man mentioned, lived to a good old age, a pensioner of the Clemens family, and in the course of time of H. H. Rogers. Howells's letter follows. It is the very long letter referred to in the foregoing. To W. D. Howells and wife, in Boston: Elmira, August 25, '77. My dear Howellses, I thought I ought to make a sort of record of it for further reference. The pleasantest way to do that would be to write it to somebody, but that somebody would let it leak into print, and that we wish to avoid. The Howelses would be safe, so let us tell the Howelses about it. Day before yesterday was a fine summer day away up here on the summit. Aunt Marsh and Cousin May Marsh were here visiting Susie Crane and Livy at our farmhouse. By and by Mother Langdon came up the hill in the high carriage with Nora, the nurse, and little Jervis, Charlie Langdon's little boy, Timothy, the coachman, driving. Behind these came Charlie's wife and little girl in the buggy, with the new, young, spry, gray horse, a high stepper. Theodore Crane arrived a little later. The Bay and Susie were on hand with their nurse Rosa. I was on hand, too. Susie Crane's trio of colored servants ditto, these being Josie, housemaid, Auntie Cord, cook, age 62, turbaned, very tall, very broad, very fine every way. See her portrait in A True Story just as I heard it, in my sketches. Chocolate, the laundress, as the Bay calls her, she can't say Charlotte, still taller, still more majestic of proportions, turbaned, very black, straight as an Indian, age 24. Then there was the farmer's wife, colored, and her little girl Susie. Wasn't it a good audience to get up an excitement before? Good, excitable, inflammable material? Lewis was still downtown 3 miles away with his 2-horse wagon to get a load of manure. Lewis is the farmer, colored. He is of mighty frame and muscle, stocky, stooping, ungainly, has a good manly face and a clear eye. Age about 45, and the most picturesque of men when he sits in his fluttering workday rags, humped forward into a bunch, with his aged slouch hat mashed down over his ears and neck. It is a spectacle to make the broken-hearted smile. Lewis has worked mighty hard and remained mighty poor. At the end of each whole year's toil he can't show a gain of $50. He had borrowed money of the Cranes till he owed them $700, and he being conscientious and honest. Imagine what it was to him to have to carry this stubborn, helpless load year in and year out. Well, sunset came, and Ida, the young and comely Charlie Langdon's wife, and her little Julia and the nurse Nora drove out at the gate behind the new gray horse and started down the long hill, the high carriage receiving its load under the porte cochere. Ida was seen to turn her face toward us across the fence and intervening lawn. Theodore waved good bye to her, for he did not know that her sign was a speechless appeal for help. The next moment Livy said, "Ida's driving too fast down here." She followed it with a sort of scream. "Her horse is running away." We could see 200 yards down that descent. The buggy seemed to fly. It would strike obstructions and apparently spring the height of a man from the ground. Theodore and I left the shrieking crowd behind and ran down the hill bareheaded and shouting. A neighbor appeared at his gate a tenth of a second too late. The buggy vanished past him like a thought. My last glimpse showed it for one instant, far down the descent, springing high in the air out of a cloud of dust, and then it disappeared. As I flew down the road my impulse was to shut my eyes as I turned them to the right or left, and so delay for a moment the ghastly spectacle of mutilation and death I was expecting. I ran on and on, still spared this spectacle, but saying to myself, I shall see it at the turn of the road. They never can pass that turn alive. When I came in sight of that turn I saw 2 wagons there bunched together, one of them full of people. I said, "Just so, they are staring petrified at the remains." But when I got amongst that bunch, there sat Ida in her buggy, and nobody hurt, not even the horse or the vehicle. Ida was pale but serene. As I came tearing down she smiled back over her shoulder at me and said, "Well, we're alive yet, aren't we?" A miracle had been performed, nothing else. You see, Lewis, the prodigious, humped upon his front seat, had been toiling up on his load of manure. He saw the frantic horse plunging down the hill toward him, on a full gallop, throwing his heels as high as a man's head at every jump. So Lewis turned his team diagonally across the road just at the turn, thus making a V with the fence. The running horse could not escape that, but must enter it. Then Lewis sprang to the ground and stood in this V. He gathered his vast strength, and with a perfect Creedmoor aim he seized the gray horse's bit as it plunged by, and fetched him up standing. It was down hill, mind you. 10 feet further down here neither Lewis nor any other man could have saved them, for they would have been on the abrupt turn then. But how this miracle was ever accomplished at all by human strength, generalship, and accuracy, is clean beyond my comprehension, and grows more so the more I go and examine the ground and try to believe it was actually done. I know one thing well: if Lewis had missed his aim, he would have been killed on the spot in the trap he had made for himself, and we should have found the rest of the remains away down at the bottom of the steep ravine. 10 minutes later Theodore and I arrived opposite the house, with the servants straggling after us, and shouted to the distracted group on the porch, "Everybody safe!" Believe it? Why, how could they? They knew the road perfectly. We might as well have said it to people who had seen their friends go over Niagara. However, we convinced them, and then, instead of saying something or going on crying, they grew very still. Words could not express it, I suppose. Nobody could do anything that night, or sleep either, but there was a deal of moving talk, with long pauses between pictures of that flying carriage these pauses represented. This picture intruded itself all the time, and disjointed the talk. But yesterday evening late, when Lewis arrived from downtown, he found his supper spread, and some presents of books there, with very complimentary writings on the fly leaves, and certain very complimentary letters, and more or less greenbacks of dignified denomination pinned to these letters and fly leaves. And one said, among other things, signed by the Cranes, "We cancel $400 of your indebtedness to us," etc., etc. The end thereof is not yet, of course, for Charlie Langdon is West and will arrive ignorant of all these things today. The supper room had been kept locked and imposingly secret and mysterious until Lewis should arrive. But around that part of the house were gathered Lewis's wife and child, Chocolate, Josie, Auntie Cord, and Alrosa, canvassing things and waiting impatiently. They were all on hand when the curtain rose. Now Auntie Cord is a violent Methodist, and Lewis an implacable Dunker Baptist. Those two are inveterate religious disputants. The revealments having been made, Auntie Cord said with effusion, "Now let folks go on saying they ain't no God. Lewis, the Lord sent you there to stop that horse." Says Lewis, "Then who sent the horse there in sich a shape?" But I want to call your attention to one thing. When Lewis arrived the other evening, after saving those lives by a feat which I think is the most marvelous of any I can call to mind, when he arrived, hunched up on his manure wagon, and as grotesquely picturesque as usual, everybody wanted to go and see how he looked. They came back and said he was beautiful. It was so, too, and yet he would have photographed exactly as he would have done any day these past 7 years that he has occupied this farm. August 27. P. S. Our little romance in real life is happily and satisfactorily completed. Charlie has come, listened, acted, and now John T. Lewis has ceased to consider himself as belonging to that class called the poor. It has been known, during some years, that it was Lewis's purpose to buy a $30 silver watch some day, if he ever got where he could afford it. Today Ida has given him a new sumptuous gold Swiss stem winding stop watch, and if any scoffer shall say, "Behold, this thing is out of character," there is an inscription within which will silence him, for it will teach him that this wearer aggrandizes the watch, not the watch the wearer. I was asked beforehand if this would be a wise gift, and I said yes, the very wisest of all. I know the colored race, and I know that in Lewis's eyes this fine toy will throw the other more valuable testimonials far away into the shade. If he lived in England, the Humane Society would give him a gold medal as costly as this watch, and nobody would say it is out of character. If Lewis chose to wear a town clock, who would become it better? Lewis has sound common sense, and is not going to be spoiled. The instant he found himself possessed of money, he forgot himself in a plan to make his old father comfortable, who is wretchedly poor and lives down in Maryland. His next act, on the spot, was the proffer to the Cranes of the $300 of his remaining indebtedness to them. This was put off by them to the indefinite future, for he is not going to be allowed to pay that at all, though he doesn't know it. A letter of acknowledgment from Lewis contains a sentence which raises it to the dignity of literature. But I beg to say humbly that inasmuch as divine providence saw fit to use me as an instrument for the saving of those precious lives, the honor conferred upon me was greater than the feat performed. That is well said. Yours ever, Mark. Howells was moved to use the story in the Contributors Club, and warned Clemens against letting it get into the newspapers. He declared he thought it one of the most impressive things he had ever read, but Clemens seems never to have allowed it to be used in any form. In its entirety, therefore, it is quite new matter. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, September 19, 1877. My dear Howells, I don't really see how the story of the runaway horse could read well with the little details of names and places and things left out. They are the true life of all narrative. It wouldn't quite do to print them at this time. We'll talk about it when you come. Delicacy, a sad, sad false delicacy, robs literature of the best two things among its belongings: family circle narrative and obscene stories. But no matter. In that better world which I trust we are all going to, I have the hope and belief that they will not be denied us. Say, Twichell and I had an adventure at sea 4 months ago which I did not put in my Bermuda articles, because there was not enough to it. But the press dispatches bring the sequel today, and now there's plenty to it. A sailless, wasteless, chartless, compassless, grubless old condemned tub that has been drifting helpless about the ocean for 4 months and a half, begging bread and water like any other tramp, flying a signal of distress permanently, and with 13 innocent, marveling, chuckle-headed Bermuda niggers on board, taking a pleasure excursion. Our ship fed the poor devils on the 25th of last May, far out at sea, and left them to bullyrag their way to New York. And now they ain't as near New York as they were then by 250 miles. They have drifted 750 miles and are still drifting in the relentless Gulf Stream. What a delicious magazine chapter it would make! But I had to deny myself. I had to come right out in the papers at once, with my details, so as to try to raise the government's sympathy sufficiently to have better succor sent them than the cutter Colfax, which went a little way in search of them the other day and then struck a fog and gave it up. If the President were in Washington I would telegraph him. When I hear that the Jonas Smith has been found again, I mean to send for one of those darkies to come to Hartford and give me his adventures for an Atlantic article. Likely you will see my today's article in the newspapers. Yours ever, Mark. The revenue cutter Colfax went after the Jonas Smith, thinking there was mutiny or other crime on board. It occurs to me now that since there is only mere suffering and misery, and nobody to punish, it ceases to be a matter which a republican form of government will feel authorized to interfere in further. Damn a Republican form of government.
Clemens thought he had given up lecturing for good. He was prosperous, and he had no love for the platform. But one day an idea popped into his head. Thomas Nast, the father of the American cartoon, had delivered a successful series of illustrated lectures, talks for which he made the drawings as he went along. Mark Twain's idea was to make a combination with Nast. His letter gives us the plan in full. To Thomas Nast, Morristown, New Jersey. Hartford, Connecticut, 1877. My dear Nast, I did not think I should ever stand on a platform again until the time was come for me to say I die innocent. But the same old offers keep arriving. I have declined them all, just as usual, though sorely tempted as usual. Now, I do not decline because I mind talking to an audience, but because 1, traveling alone is so heartbreakingly dreary, and 2, shouldering the whole show is such a cheer-killing responsibility. Therefore, I now propose to you what you proposed to me in 1867, 10 years ago, when I was unknown, viz., that you stand on the platform and make pictures, and I stand by you and blackguard the audience. I should enormously enjoy meandering around to big towns, don't want to go to the little ones, with you for company. My idea is not to fatten the lecture agents and lyceums on the spoils, but put all the ducats religiously into 2 equal piles, and say to the artist and lecturer, absorb these. For instance, here follows a plan and a possible list of cities to be visited. The letter continues: Call the gross receipts $100,000 for 4 months and a half, and the profit from $60,000 to $75,000. I try to make the figures large enough and leave it to the public to reduce them. I did not put in Philadelphia because Pugh owns that town, and last winter, when I made a little reading trip, he only paid me $300 and pretended his concert I read 15 minutes in the midst of a concert cost him a vast sum, and so he couldn't afford any more. I could get up a better concert with a barrel of cats. I have imagined 2 or 3 pictures and concocted the accompanying remarks to see how the thing would go. I was charmed. Well, you think it over, Nast, and drop me a line. We should have some fun. Yours truly, Samuel L. Clemens. The plan came to nothing. Nast, like Clemens, had no special taste for platforming, and while undoubtedly there would have been large profits in the combination, the promise of the venture did not compel his acceptance. In spite of his distaste for the platform, Mark Twain was always giving readings and lectures, without charge, for some worthy Hartford cause. He was ready to do what he could to help an entertainment along, if he could do it in his own way, an original way sometimes, and not always gratifying to the committee whose plans were likely to be prearranged. For one thing, Clemens, supersensitive in the matter of putting himself forward in his own town, often objected to any special exploitation of his name. This always distressed the committee, who saw a large profit to their venture in the prestige of his fame. The following characteristic letter was written in self-defense when, on one such occasion, a committee had become sufficiently peevish to abandon a worthy enterprise. To an Entertainment Committee, in Hartford, November 9. E. S. Sykes, Esq. Dear Sir, Mr. Burton's note puts upon me all the blame of the destruction of an enterprise which had for its object the succor of the Hartford poor. That is to say, this enterprise has been dropped because of the dissatisfaction with Mr. Clemens's stipulations. Therefore, I must be allowed to say a word in my defense. There were 2 stipulations, exactly 2. I made one of them. If the other was made at all, it was a joint one,
from the choir and me. My individual stipulation was that my name should be kept out of the newspapers. The joint one was that sufficient tickets to insure a good sum should be sold before the date of the performance should be set. Understand, we wanted a good sum. I do not think any of us bothered about a good house. It was money we were after. Now, you perceive that my concern is simply with my individual stipulation. Did that break up the enterprise? Eugene Burton said he would sell $300 worth of the tickets himself. Mr. Smith said he would sell $200 or $300 worth himself. My plan for Asylum Hill Church would have insured $150 from that quarter. All this in the face of my stipulation. It was proposed to raise $1,000. Did my stipulation render the raising of $400 or $500 in a dozen churches impossible? My stipulation is easily defensible. When a mere reader or lecturer has appeared 3 or 4 times in a town of Hartford's size, he is a good deal more than likely to get a very unpleasant snub if he shoves himself forward about once or twice more. Therefore, I long ago made up my mind that whenever I again appeared here, it should be only in a minor capacity, and not as a chief attraction. Now, I placed that harmless and very justifiable stipulation before the committee the other day. They carried it to headquarters, and it was accepted there. I am not informed that any objection was made to it, or that it was regarded as an offense. It seems late in the day now, after a good deal of trouble has been taken and a good deal of thankless work done by the committees, to suddenly tear up the contract and then turn and bowl me down from long range as being the destroyer of it. If the enterprise has failed because of my individual stipulation, here you have my proper and reasonable reasons for making that stipulation. If it has failed because of the joint stipulation, put the blame there and let us share it collectively. I think our plan was a good one. I do not doubt that Mr. Burton still approves of it, too. I believe the objections come from other quarters, and not from him. Mr. Twichell used the following words in last Sunday's sermon, if I remember correctly: My hearers, the prophet Deuteronomy says this wise thing: Though ye plan a goodly house for the poor, and plan it with wisdom, and do take off your coats and set to build it with high courage, yet shall the croaker presently come, and lift up his voice, having his coat on, and say, Verily this plan is not well planned, and he will go his way. And the obstructionist will come, and lift up his voice, having his coat on, and say, Behold, this is but a sick plan, and he will go his way. And the man that knows it all will come and lift up his voice, having his coat on, and say, Lo, call they this a plan? Then will he go his way, and the places which knew him once shall know him no more forever, because he was not, for God took him. Now therefore I say unto you, Verily that house will not be budded. And I say this also: He that waiteth for all men to be satisfied with his plan, let him seek eternal life, for he shall need it. This portion of Mr. Twichell's sermon made a great impression upon me, and I was grieved that some one had not wakened me earlier so that I might have heard what went before. S. L. Clemens. Mr. Sykes, of the firm of Sykes and Newton, the Allen House Pharmacy, replied that he had read the letter to the committee and that it had set those gentlemen right who had not before understood the situation. If others were as ready to do their part as yourself, our poor would not want assistance, he said in closing. We come now to an incident which assumes the proportions of an episode, even of a catastrophe, in Mark Twain's career. The disaster was due to a condition noted a few pages earlier, the inability of genius to judge its own efforts. The story has now become history, printed history.
it having been sympathetically told by Howells in My Mark Twain, and more exhaustively with a report of the speech that invited the lightning in a former work by the present writer. The speech was made at John Greenleaf Whittier's 70th birthday dinner, given by the Atlantic staff on the evening of December 17, 1877. It was intended as a huge joke, a joke that would shake the sides of these venerable Boston deities, Longfellow, Emerson, Holmes, and the rest of that venerated group. Clemens had been a favorite at the Atlantic lunches and dinners, a speech by him always an event. This time he decided to outdo himself. He did that, but not in the way he had intended. To use one of his own metaphors, he stepped out to meet the rainbow and got struck by lightning. His joke was not of the Boston kind or size. When its full nature burst upon the company, when the ears of the assembled diners heard the sacred names of Longfellow, Emerson, and Holmes lightly associated with human aspects removed, oh, very far removed, from Cambridge and Concord, a chill fell upon the diners that presently became amazement, and then creeping paralysis. Nobody knew afterward whether the great speech that he had so gaily planned ever came to a natural end or not. Somebody, the next on the program, attempted to follow him, but presently the company melted out of the doors and crept away into the night. It seemed to Mark Twain that his career had come to an end. Back in Hartford, sweating and suffering through sleepless nights, he wrote Howells his anguish. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Sunday night, 1877. My dear Howells, my sense of disgrace does not abate, it grows. I see that it is going to add itself to my list of permanencies, a list of humiliations that extends back to when I was 7 years old, and which keep on persecuting me regardless of my repentancies. I feel that my misfortune has injured me all over the country. Therefore, it will be best that I retire from before the public at present. It will hurt the Atlantic for me to appear in its pages now, so it is my opinion, and my wife's, that the telephone story had better be suppressed. Will you return those proofs or revises to me so that I can use the same on some future occasion? It seems as if I must have been insane when I wrote that speech and saw no harm in it, no disrespect toward those men whom I reverence so much. And what shame I brought upon you, after what you said in introducing me. It burns me like fire to think of it. The whole matter is a dreadful subject. Let me drop it here, at least on paper. Penitently yours, Mark. Howells sent back a comforting letter. I have no idea of dropping you out of the Atlantic, he wrote, and Mr. Houghton has still less, if possible. You are going to help and not hurt us many a year yet, if you will. You are not going to be floored by it. There is more justice than that, even in this world. Howells added that Charles Eliot Norton had expressed just the right feeling concerning the whole affair, and that many who had not heard the speech but read the newspaper reports of it had found it without offense. Clemens wrote contrite letters to Holmes, Emerson, and Longfellow, and received most gracious acknowledgments. Emerson, indeed, had not heard the speech. His faculties were already blurred by the mental mists that would eventually shut him in. Clemens wrote again to Howells, this time with less anguish. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Hartford, Friday, 1877. My dear Howells, your letter was a godsend, and perhaps the welcomest part of it was your consent that I write to those gentlemen, for you discouraged my hints in that direction that morning in Boston, rightly too, for my offense was yet too new then. Warner has tried to hold up our hands like the good fellow he is, but poor Twichell could not say a word, and confessed that he would rather take nearly any punishment than face Livy and me. He hasn't been here since. It is curious,
but I pitched early upon Mr. Norton as the very man who would think some generous thing about that matter, whether he said it or not. It is splendid to be a man like that, but it is given to few to be. I wrote a letter yesterday and sent a copy to each of the three. I wanted to send a copy to Mr. Whittier also, since the offense was done also against him, being committed in his presence, and he the guest of the occasion, besides holding the well nigh sacred place he does in his people's estimation. But I didn't know whether to venture or not, and so ended by doing nothing. It seemed an intrusion to approach him, and even Livy seemed to have her doubts as to the best and properest way to do in the case. I do not reverence Mr. Emerson less, but somehow I could approach him easier. Send me those proofs, if you have got them handy. I want to submit them to Wiley. He won't show them to anybody. Had a very pleasant and considerate letter from Mr. Houghton today, and was very glad to receive it. You can't imagine how brilliant and beautiful that new brass fender is, and how perfectly naturally it takes its place under the carved oak. How they did scour it up before they sent it. I lied a good deal about it when I came home, so for once I kept a secret and surprised Livy on a Christmas morning. I haven't done a stroke of work since the Atlantic dinner, have only moped around. But I'm going to try tomorrow. How could I ever have? Ah, well, I am a great and sublime fool. But then I am God's fool, and all his works must be contemplated with respect. Livy and I join in the warmest regards to you and yours. Yours ever, Mark. Longfellow, in his reply, said, I do not believe anybody was much hurt. Certainly I was not, and Holmes tells me he was not. So I think you may dismiss the matter from your mind without further remorse. Holmes wrote, It never occurred to me for a moment to take offense or feel wounded by your playful use of my name. Miss Ellen Emerson replied for her father, in a letter to Mrs. Clemens, that the speech had made no impression upon him, giving at considerable length the impression it had made on herself and other members of the family. Clearly it was not the principals who were hurt, but only those who held them in awe, though one can realize that this would not make it much easier for Mark Twain. End of Section 18. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 19 of the Letters of Mark Twain complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain complete, by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 18. Letters from Europe, 1878–79, Tramping with Twichell, Writing a New Travel Book, Life in Munich. Whether the unhappy occurrence at the Whittier dinner had anything to do with Mark Twain's resolve to spend a year or two in Europe cannot be known now. There were other good reasons for going, one in particular being a demand for another book of travel. It was also true, as he explains in a letter to his mother, that his days were full of annoyances, making it difficult for him to work. He had a tendency to invest money in almost any glittering enterprise that came along, and at this time he was involved in the promotion of a variety of patent rights that brought him no return other than assessment and vexation. Clemens' mother was by this time living with her son Orion and his wife in Iowa. To Mrs. Jane Clemens, in Keokuk, Iowa: Hartford, February 17, 1878. My dear Mother, I suppose I am the worst correspondent in the whole world, and yet I grow worse and worse all the time. My conscience blisters me for not writing you, but it has ceased to abuse me for not writing other folks. Life has come to be a very serious matter with me. I have a badgered, harassed feeling a good part of my time. It comes mainly of business responsibilities and annoyances, and the persecution of kindly letters from well meaning strangers, to whom I must be rudely silent or else put in the biggest half of my time bothering over answers. There are other things, also, that help to consume my time and defeat my projects. Well, the consequence is, I cannot write a book at home. This cuts my income down. Therefore, I have about made up my mind to take my tribe and fly to some little corner of Europe and budge no more until I shall have completed one of the half dozen books that lie begun upstairs. Please say nothing about this at present. We propose to sail the 11th of April. I shall go to Fredonia to meet you, but it would not be well for Livy to make that trip, I am afraid. However, we shall see. I will hope she can go. Mr. Twichell has just come in, so I must go to him. We are all well, and send love to you all. Affectionately, Sam.
He was writing few letters at this time and doing but little work. There were always many social events during the winter, and what with his European plans and a diligent study of the German language which the entire family undertook, his days and evenings were full enough. Howells wrote protesting against the European travel and berating him for his silence. I never was in Berlin and don't know any family hotel there. I should be glad I didn't, if it would keep you from going. You deserve to put up at the Sign of the Savage in Vienna. Really, it's a great blow to me to hear of that prospected sojourn. It's a shame. I must see you somehow before you go. I'm in dreadfully low spirits about it. I was afraid your silence meant something wicked. Clemens replied promptly, urging a visit to Hartford, adding a postscript for Mrs. Howells, characteristic enough to warrant preservation. P.S. To Mrs. Howells, in Boston, February, '78. Dear Mrs. Howells, Mrs. Clemens wrote you a letter and handed it to me half an hour ago, while I was folding mine to Mr. Howells. I laid that letter on this table before me while I added the paragraph about R.'s application. Since then I have been hunting and swearing and hunting, but I can't find a sign of that letter. It is the most astonishing disappearance I ever heard of. Mrs. Clemens has gone off driving, so I will have to try and give you an idea of her communication from memory. Mainly it consisted of an urgent desire that you come to see us next week, if you can possibly manage it, for that will be a reposeful time, the turmoil of breaking up beginning the week after. She wants you to tell her about Italy and advise her in that connection, if you will. Then she spoke of her plans, hers, mind you, for I never have anything quite so definite as a plan. She proposes to stop a fortnight in confound the place, I've forgotten what it was. Then go and live in Dresden till sometime in the summer, then retire to Switzerland for the hottest season, then stay a while in Venice and put in the winter in Munich. This program subject to modifications according to circumstances. She said something about some little by trips here and there, but they didn't stick in my memory because the idea didn't charm me. They have just telephoned me from the Current office that Bayard Taylor and family have taken rooms in our ship, the Holsatia, for the 11th April. Do come if you possibly can, and remember and don't forget to avoid letting Mrs. Clemens find out I lost her letter. Just answer her the same as if you had got it. Sincerely yours, S. L. Clemens. The Howellses came, as invited, for a final reunion before the breaking up. This was in the early half of March. The Clemenses were to sail on the 11th of the following month. Orion Clemens, meantime, had conceived a new literary idea and was piling in his manuscript as fast as possible to get his brother's judgment on it before the sailing date. It was not a very good time to send manuscript, but Mark Twain seems to have read it and given it some consideration. The Journey in Heaven, of his own, which he mentions, was the story published so many years later under the title of Captain Stormfield's Visit to Heaven. He had began it in 1868 on his voyage to San Francisco, it having been suggested by conversations with Captain Ned Wakeman of one of the Pacific steamers. Wakeman also appears in Roughing It, Chapter 50, as Captain Ned Blakely, and again in one of the rambling notes of an idle excursion as Captain Hurricane Jones. To Orion Clemens, in Keokuk, Hartford, March 23, 1878. My dear brother, every man must learn his trade, not pick it up. God requires that he learn it by slow and painful processes. The apprentice hand, in blacksmithing, in medicine, in literature, in everything, is a thing that can't be hidden. It always shows. But happily there is a market for apprentice work, else the Innocents Abroad would have had no sale. Happily, too, there's a wider market for some sorts of apprentice literature than there is for the very best of journey work. This work of yours is exceedingly crude, but I am free to say it is less crude than I expected it to be, and considerably better work than I believed you could do. It is too crude to offer to any prominent periodical, so I shall speak to the New York Weekly people. To publish it there will be to bury it. Why could not same good genius have sent me to the New York Weekly with my apprentice sketches? You should not publish it in book form at all, for this reason: it is only an imitation of Verne. It is not a burlesque, but I think it may be regarded as proof that Verne cannot be burlesqued. In accompanying notes I have suggested that you vastly modify the first visit to hell and leave out the second visit altogether. Nobody would or ought to print those things. You are not advanced enough in literature to venture upon a matter requiring so much practice. Let me show you what a man has got to go through. 9 years ago I mapped out my Journey in Heaven. I discussed it with literary friends whom I could trust to keep it to themselves. I gave it a deal of thought, from time to time. After a year or more I wrote it up. It was not a success. 5 years ago I wrote it again, altering the plan. That manuscript is at my elbow now. It was a considerable improvement on the first attempt, but still it wouldn't do. Last year, and the year before, I talked frequently with Howells about the subject, and he kept urging me to do it again. So I thought and thought, at odd moments, and at last I struck what I considered to be the right plan. Mind, I have never altered the ideas from the first. The plan was the difficulty. When Howells was here last, I laid before him the whole story without referring to my manuscript, and he said, "You have got it sure this time, but drop the idea of making mere magazine stuff of it. Don't waste it. Print it by itself. Publish it first in England. Ask Dean Stanley to endorse it, which will draw some of the teeth of the religious press, and then reprint in America. I doubt my ability to get Dean Stanley to do anything of the sort, but I shall do the rest, and this is all a secret which you must not divulge. Now look here, I have tried all these years to think of some way of doing hell too, and have always had to give it up. Hell, in my book, will not occupy 5 pages of manuscript, I judge. It will be only covert hints, I suppose, and quickly dropped. I may end by not even referring to it. And mind you, in my opinion, you will find that you can't write up hell so it will stand printing. Neither Howells nor I believe in hell or the divinity of the Savior, but no matter,
the Savior is none the less a sacred personage, and a man should have no desire or disposition to refer to him lightly, profanely, or otherwise than with the profoundest reverence. The only safe thing is not to introduce him, or refer to him at all, I suspect. I have entirely rewritten one book 3, perhaps 4 times, changing the plan every time. 1,200 pages of manuscript, wasted and burned, and shall tackle it again, one of these years, and maybe succeed at last. Therefore, you need not expect to get your book right the first time. Go to work and revamp or rewrite it. God only exhibits his thunder and lightning at intervals, and so they always command attention. These are God's adjectives. You thunder and lightning too much, the reader ceases to get under the bed by and by. Mr. Perkins will send you and Ma your checks when we are gone, but don't write him ever, except a single line in case he forgets the checks, for the man is driven to death with work. I see you are half promising yourself a monthly return for your book. In my experience, previously counted chickens never do hatch. How many of mine I have counted and never a one of them but failed. It is much better to hedge disappointment by not counting. Unexpected money is a delight. The same sum is a bitterness when you expected more. My time in America is growing mighty short. Perhaps we can manage in this way. I promise if the New York weekly people know that you are my brother, they will turn that fact into an advertisement, a thing of value to them, but not to you and me. This must be prevented. I will write them a note to say you have a friend near Keokuk, Charles S. Miller, who has a manuscript for sale which you think is a pretty clever travesty on Verne, and if they want it they might write to him in your care. Then, if any correspondence ensues between you and them, let Molly write for you and sign your name, your own handwriting representing Miller's. Keep yourself out of sight till you make a strike on your own merits. There is no other way to get a fair verdict upon your merits. Later I've written the note to Smith, and with nothing in it which he can use as an advertisement. I'm called. Good bye. Love to you both. We leave here next Wednesday for Elmira. We leave there April 9 or 10 and sail 11th. Your brother Sam. In the letter that follows, the mention of Annie and Sam refers, of course, to the children of Mrs. Moffett, who had been Pamela Clemens. They were grown now, and Annie Moffett was married to Charles L. Webster, who later was to become Mark Twain's business partner. The Moffetts and Websters were living in Fredonia at this time, and Clemens had been to pay them a good-bye visit. The Taylor dinner mentioned was a farewell banquet given to Bayard Taylor, who had been appointed minister to Germany and was to sail on the ship with Mark Twain. Mark Twain's mother was visiting in Fredonia when this letter was written. To Mrs. Jane Clemens, in Fredonia, April 7, '78. My dear Mother, I have told Livy all about Annie's beautiful house, and about Sam and Charley, and about Charley's ingenious manufactures and his strong manhood and good promise, and how glad I am that he and Annie married. And I have told her about Annie's excellent housekeeping, also about the great Bacon conflict. I told you it was 100 to 1 that neither Livy nor the European powers had heard of that desolating struggle. And I have told her how beautiful you are in your age, and how bright your mind is with its old-time brightness, and how she and the children would enjoy you. And I have told her how singularly young Pamela is looking, and what a fine large fellow Sam is, and how ill the lingering syllable "my" to his name fits his port and figure. Well, Pamela, after thinking it over for a day or so, I came near inquiring about a stateroom in our ship for Sam, to please you, but my wiser former resolution came back to me. It is not for his good that he have friends in the ship. His conduct in the bacon business shows that he will develop rapidly into a manly man as soon as he is cast loose from your apron strings. You don't teach him to push ahead and do and dare things for himself, but you do just the reverse. You are assisted in your damaging work by the tyrannous ways of a village. Villagers watch each other and so make cowards of each other. After Sam shall have voyaged to Europe by himself, and rubbed against the world, and taken and returned its cuffs, do you think he will hesitate to escort a guest into any whiskey mill in Fredonia, when he himself has no sinful business to transact there? No, he will smile at the idea. If he avoids this courtesy now from principle, of course I find no fault with it at all, only, if he thinks it is principle, he may be mistaken. A close examination may show it is only a bowing to the tyranny of public opinion. I only say it may. I cannot venture to say it will. Hartford is not a large place, but it is broader than to have ways of that sort. 3 or 4 weeks ago, at a Moody and Sankey meeting, the preacher read a letter from somebody exposing the fact that a prominent clergyman had gone from one of those meetings, bought a bottle of lager beer, and drank it on the premises, a drug store. A tempest of indignation swept the town. Our clergyman and everybody else said the culprit had not only done an innocent thing, but had done it in an open, manly way, and it was nobody's right or business to find fault with it. Perhaps this dangerous latitude comes of the fact that we never have any temperance rot going on in Hartford. I find here a letter from Orion, submitting some new matter in his story for criticism. When you write him, please tell him to do the best he can, and bang away. I can do nothing further in this matter, for I have but 3 days left in which to settle a deal of important business and answer a bushel and a half of letters. I am very nearly tired to death. I was so jaded and worn at the Taylor dinner that I found I could not remember 3 sentences of the speech I had memorized, and therefore got up and said so and excused myself from speaking. I arrived here at 3 o'clock this morning. I think the next 3 days will finish me. The idea of sitting down to a job of literary criticism is simply ludicrous. A young lady passenger in our ship has been placed under Livy's charge. Livy couldn't easily get out of it, and did not want to, on her own account, but fully expected I would make trouble when I heard of it. But I didn't. A girl can't well travel alone, so I offered no objection. She leaves us at Hamburg, so I've got 6 people in my care now, which is just 6 too many for a man of my unexecutive capacity. I expect nothing else but to lose some of them overboard. We send our loving good byes to all the household, and hope to see you again after a spell. Affectionately yours, Sam.
There are no other American letters of this period. The Clemens party, which included Miss Clara Spaulding of Elmira, sailed as planned on the Holsatia, April 11, 1878. As before stated, Bayard Taylor was on the ship. Also Murat Halstead and family. On the eve of departure, Clemens sent to Howells this farewell word: "And that reminds me, ungrateful dog that I am, that I owe as much to your training as the rude country job printer owes to the city boss who takes him in hand and teaches him the right way to handle his art. I was talking to Mrs. Clemens about this the other day, and grieving because I never mentioned it to you, thereby seeming to ignore it, or to be unaware of it. Nothing that has passed under your eye needs any revision before going into a volume, while all my other stuff does need so much." A characteristic tribute, and from the heart. The first European letter came from Frankfort, a rest on their way to Heidelberg. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Frankfort on the Main, May 4, 1878. MY DEAR HOWELLS,
I only propose to write a single line to say we are still around. I have such a deep, grateful, unutterable sense of being out of it all. I think I foretaste some of the advantages of being dead, some of the joy of it. I don't read any newspapers or care for them. When people tell me England has declared war, I drop the subject, feeling that it is none of my business. When they tell me Mrs. Tilton has confessed and Mr. B. denied, I say both of them have done that before. Therefore, let the worn stub of the Plymouth whitewash brush be brought out once more, and let the faithful spit on their hands and get to work again, regardless of me, for I am out of it all. We had 2 almost devilish weeks at sea, and I tell you Bayard Taylor is a really lovable man, which you already knew. Then we stayed a week in the beautiful, the very beautiful city of Hamburg, and since then we have been fooling along 4 hours per day by rail, with a courier, spending the other 20 in hotels whose enormous bedchambers and private parlors are an overpowering marvel to me. Day before yesterday, in Cassel, we had a love of a bedroom, 31 feet long, and a parlor with 2 sofas, 12 chairs, a writing desk, and 4 tables scattered around here and there in it. Made of red silk, too, by George. The times and times I wish you were along. You could throw some fun into the journey, whereas I go on day by day in a smileless state of solemn admiration. What a paradise this is! What clean clothes, what good faces, what tranquil contentment, what prosperity, what genuine freedom, what superb government. And I am so happy, for I am responsible for none of it. I am only here to enjoy. How charmed I am when I overhear a German word which I understand. With love from us two, to you too, Mark. P.S. We are not taking 6 days to go from Hamburg to Heidelberg because we prefer it. Quite on the contrary. Mrs. Clemens picked up a dreadful cold and sore throat on board ship and still keeps them in stock, so she could only travel 4 hours a day. She wanted to dive straight through, but I had different notions about the wisdom of it. I found that 4 hours a day was the best she could do. Before I forget it, our permanent address is Care Messrs. Kester and Company, Backers, Heidelberg. We go there tomorrow. Poor Susie! From the day we reached German soil, we have required Rosa to speak German to the children, which they hate with all their souls. The other morning in Hanover, Susie came to us, from Rosa in the nursery, and said in halting syllables, "Papa, wie viel Uhr ist es?" Then turned with pathos in her big eyes and said, "Mama, I wish Rosa was made in English." Unfinished. Frankfort was a brief halting place, their destination being Heidelberg. They were presently located there in the beautiful Schloss Hotel, which overlooks the old castle with its forest setting, the flowing Neckar, and the distant valley of the Rhine. Clemens, who had discovered the location and loved it, toward the end of May reported to Howells his felicities. Fragment of a letter to W. D. Howells in Boston. Schloss Hotel, Heidelberg, Sunday, A.M., May 26, 1878. My dear Howells, divinely located. From this airy porch among the shining groves we look down upon Heidelberg Castle, and upon the swift Neckar and the town, and out over the wide green level of the Rhine valley, a marvelous prospect. We are in a cul-de-sac formed of hill ranges and river. We are on the side of a steep mountain. The river at our feet is walled, on its other side, yes, on both sides, by a steep and wooded mountain range, which rises abruptly aloft from the water's edge. Portions of these mountains are densely wooded. The plain of the Rhine, seen through the mouth of this pocket, has many and peculiar charms for the eye. Our bedroom has two great glass bird cages, enclosed balconies, one looking toward the Rhine Valley and sunset, the other looking up the Neckar cul de sac, and naturally we spend nearly all our time in these. When one is sunny, the other is shady. We have tables and chairs in them. We do our reading, writing, studying, smoking, and suppering in them. The view from these bird cages is my despair. The pictures change from one enchanting aspect to another in ceaseless procession, never keeping one form half an hour, and never taking on an unlovely one. And then Heidelberg on a dark night. It is massed away down there, almost right under us, you know, and stretches off toward the valley. Its curved and interlacing streets are cobweb, beaded thick with lights, a wonderful thing to see. Then the rows of lights on the arched bridges, and their glinting reflections in the water, and away at the far end the Eisenbahnhof, with its 20 solid acres of glittering gas jets, a huge garden, as one may say, whose every plant is aflame. These balconies are the darlingest things. I have spent all the morning in this north one. Counting big and little, it has 256 panes of glass in it, so one is in effect right out in the free sunshine, and yet sheltered from wind and rain, and likewise doored and curtained from whatever may be going on in the bedroom. It must have been a noble genius who devised this hotel. Lord, how blessed is the repose, the tranquillity of this place! Only two sounds, the happy clamor of the birds in the groves, and the muffled music of the Neckar tumbling over the opposing dikes. It is no hardship to lie awake a while nights, for this subdued roar has exactly the sound of a steady rain beating upon a roof. It is so healing to the spirit, and it bears up the thread of one's imaginings as the accompaniment bears up a song. While Livy and Miss Spaulding have been writing at this table, I have sat tilted back near by with a pipe and the last Atlantic, and read Charley Warner's article with prodigious enjoyment. I think it is exquisite. I think it must be the roundest and broadest and completest short essay he has ever written. It is clear and compact, and charmingly done. The hotel grounds join and communicate with the castle grounds, so we and the children loaf in the winding paths of those leafy vastnesses a great deal, and drink beer and listen to excellent music. When we first came to this hotel a couple of weeks ago, I pointed to a house across the river and said I meant to rent the center room on the third floor for a work room. Jokingly we got to speaking of it as my office, and amused ourselves with watching my people daily in their small grounds and trying to make out what we could of their dress, etc., without a glass. Well, I loafed along there one day and found on that house the only sign of the kind on that side of the river: Moblerte Wohnung zu vermiethen. I went in and rented that very room which I had long ago selected. There was only one other room in the whole double house unrented. It occurs to me that I made a great mistake in not thinking to deliver a very bad German speech, every other sentence pieced out with English, at the Bayard Taylor banquet in New York. I think I could have made it one of the features of the occasion. He used this plan at a gathering of the American students in Heidelberg on July 4th with great effect, so his idea was not wasted. We left Hartford before the end of March, and I have been idle ever since. I have waited for a call to go to work. I knew it would come. Well, it began to come a week ago. My notebook comes out more and more frequently every day since. 3 days ago I concluded to move my manuscript over to my den. Now the call is loud and decided at last. So tomorrow I shall begin regular steady work, and stick to it till middle of July or 1st August, when I look for Twichell. We will then walk about Germany 2 or 3 weeks, and then I'll go to work again, perhaps in Munich. We both send a power of love to the Houses, and we do wish you were here. Are you in the new house? Tell us about it. Yours ever, Mark.
There has been no former mention in the letters of the coming of Twichell, yet this had been a part of the European plan. Mark Twain had invited his walking companion to make a tramp with him through Europe as his guest. Material for the new book would grow faster with Twichell as a companion, and these two, in spite of their widely opposed views concerning Providence and the general scheme of creation, were wholly congenial comrades. Twichell, in Hartford, expecting to receive the final summons to start, wrote, "Oh my! Do you realize, Mark, what a symposium it is to be? I do. To begin with, I am thoroughly tired, and the rest will be worth everything. To walk with you and talk with you for weeks together, why, it's my dream of luxury." August 1st brought Twichell, and the friends set out without delay on a tramp through the Black Forest, making short excursions at first, but presently extending them in the direction of Switzerland. Mrs. Clemens and the others remained in Heidelberg to follow at their leisure. To Mrs. Clemens her husband sent frequent reports of their wanderings. It will be seen that their tramp did not confine itself to pedestrianism, though they did in fact walk a great deal, and Mark Twain in a note to his mother declared, "I loathe all travel, except on foot." The reports to Mrs. Clemens follow. Letters to Mrs. Clemens in Heidelberg. Allerheiligen, August 5, 1878, 8:30 p.m. Livy, darling, we had a rattling good time today, but we came very near to being left at Baden-Baden, for instead of waiting in the waiting room we sat down on the platform to wait where the trains come in from the other direction. We sat there a full 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden it occurred to me that that was not the right place. On the train, the principal of the big English school at Nauheim, of which Mr. Scheiding was a teacher, introduced himself to me, and then he mapped out our day for us, for today and tomorrow, and also drew a map and gave us directions how to proceed through Switzerland. He had his entire school with him, taking them on a prodigious trip through Switzerland, tickets for the round trip $10 apiece. He has done this annually for 10 years. We took a post carriage from Aachen to Otterhofen for 7 marks, stopped at the Flug to drink beer, and saw that pretty girl again at a distance. Her father, mother, and 2 brothers received me like an ancient customer, and sat down and talked as long as I had any German left. The big room was full of red-vested farmers, the Gemeindrath of the district, with the Burgermeister at the head, drinking beer and talking public business. They had held an election and chosen a new member, and had been drinking beer at his expense for several hours. It was intensely Black Forestry. There was an Australian there, a student from Stuttgart or somewhere, and Joe told him who I was, and he laid himself out to make our course plain for us, so I am certain we can't get lost between here and Heidelberg. We walked a carriage road till we came to that place where one sees the footpath on the other side of the ravine. Then we crossed over and took that. For a good while we were in a dense forest and judged we were lost, but met a native woman who said we were all right. We fooled along and got there at 6 p.m., ate supper, then followed down the ravine to the foot of the falls, then struck into a blind path to see where it would go, and just about dark we fetched up at the Devil's Pulpit on top of the hills. Then home. And now to bed. Pretty sleepy. Joe sends love, and I send 1,000 times as much, my darling. S.L.C. Hotel Ginnon. Livy, darling, we had a lovely day, jogged right along with a good horse and sensible driver. The last 2 hours right behind an open carriage filled with a pleasant German family, old gentlemen and 3 pretty daughters.
At table d'hote tonight 3 dishes were enough for me, and then I bored along tediously through the bill of fare, with a backache, not daring to get up and bow to the German family and leave. I meant to sit it through and make them get up and do the bowing, but at last Joe took pity on me and said he would get up and drop them a curtsy and put me out of my misery. I was grateful. He got up and delivered a succession of frank and hearty bows, accompanying them with an atmosphere of good fellowship which would have made even an English family surrender. Of course the Germans responded. Then I got right up and they had to respond to my salams, too. So that was done. We walked up a gorge and saw a tumbling waterfall which was nothing to Giesbach, but it made me resolve to drop you a line and urge you to go and see Giesbach illuminated. Don't fail, but take a long day's rest first. I love you, sweetheart. Samuel. Over the Gimme Pass, 4:30 p.m., Saturday, August 24, 1878. Livy, darling, Joe and I have had a most noble day. Started to climb, on foot, at 8:30 this morning among the grandest peaks. Every half hour carried us back a month in the season. We left them harvesting second crop of hay. At 9 we were in July and found ripe strawberries. At 9:30 we were in June and gathered flowers belonging to that month. At 10 we were in May and gathered a flower which appeared in Heidelberg the 17th of that month. Also forget-me-nots, which disappeared from Heidelberg about mid-May. At 11:30 we were in April, by the flowers. At noon we had rain and hail, mixed, and wind and enveloping fogs, and considered it March. At 12:30 we had snowbanks above us and snowbanks below us, and considered it February. Not good February, though, because in the midst of the wild desolation the forget-me-not still bloomed, lovely as ever. What a flower garden the Gimme Pass is! After I had got my hands full, Joe made me a paper bag, which I pinned to my lapel, and filled with choice specimens. I gathered no flowers which I had ever gathered before, except 4 or 5 kinds. We took it leisurely, and I picked all I wanted to. I mailed my harvest to you a while ago. Don't send it to Mrs. Brooks until you have looked it over, flower by flower. It will pay. Among the clouds and everlasting snows I found a brave and bright little forget-me-not growing in the very midst of a smashed and tumbled stone debris, just as cheerful as if the barren and awful domes and ramparts that towered around were the blessed walls of heaven. I thought how Lily Warner would be touched by such a gracious surprise if she, instead of I, had seen it. So I plucked it, and have mailed it to her with a note. Our walk was 7 hours, the last 2 down a path as steep as a ladder, almost, cut in the face of a mighty precipice. People are not allowed to ride down it. This part of the day's work taxed our knees, I tell you. We have been loafing about this village, Leukerbad, for an hour now. We stay here over Sunday. Not tired at all. Joe's hat fell over the precipice, so he came here bareheaded. I love you, my darling. Samuel. St. Nicholas, August 26, '78. Livy, darling, we came through a whooping today. 6 hours tramp up steep hills and down steep hills, in mud and water shoe deep, and in a steady pouring rain which never moderated a moment. I was as chipper and fresh as a lark all the way, and arrived without the slightest sense of fatigue. But we were soaked and my shoes full of water, so we ate at once, stripped, and went to bed for 2½ hours while our traps were thoroughly dried, and our boots greased in addition. Then we put our clothes on hot and went to table d'hote. Made some nice English friends and shall see them at Zermatt tomorrow. Gathered a small bouquet of new flowers, but they got spoiled. I sent you a safety match box full of flowers last night from Leukerbad. I have just telegraphed you to wire the family news to me at Raphel tomorrow. I do hope you are all well and having as jolly a time as we are, for I love you, sweetheart, and also, in a measure, the bays. Little Susie's word for babies. Give my love to Clara Spaulding, and also to the cubs. Samuel. This, as far as it goes, is a truer and better account of the excursion than Mark Twain gave in the book that he wrote later. A Tramp Abroad has a quality of burlesque in it, which did not belong to the journey at all, but was invented to satisfy the craving for what the public conceived to be Mark Twain's humor. The serious portions of the book are much more pleasing, more like himself. The entire journey, as will be seen, lasted 1 week more than a month. Twichell also made his reports home, some of which give us interesting pictures of his walking partner. In one place he wrote, "Mark is a queer fellow. There is nothing he so delights in as a swift, strong stream. You can hardly get him to leave one when once he is within the influence of its fascinations." Twichell tells how at Kandersteg they were together one evening, where a brook comes plunging down from Gasternthal, and how he pushed in adrift to see it go racing along the current. "When I got back to the path, Mark was running downstream after it as hard as he could go, throwing up his hands and shouting in the wildest ecstasy, and when a piece went over a fall and emerged to view in the foam below, he would jump up and down and yell. He said afterward that he had not been so excited in 3 months." In other places Twichell refers to his companion's consideration for the feeling of others and for animals. "When we are driving, his concern is all about the horse. He can't bear to see the whip used, or to see a horse pull hard." After the walk over Gemmi Pass he wrote, "Mark today was immensely absorbed in flowers. He scrambled around and gathered a great variety and manifested the intensest pleasure in them. He crowded a pocket of his note book with his specimens and wanted more room." Whereupon Twichell got out his needle and thread and some stiff paper he had and contrived the little paper bag to hang to the front of his vest. The tramp really ended at Lucerne, where Clemens joined his party, but a short excursion to Chillon and Chamonix followed, the travelers finally separating at Geneva. Twichell to set out for home by way of England, Clemens to remain and try to write the story of their travels. He hurried a good-bye letter after his comrade. To Rev. J. H. Twichell. No date. Dear old Joe, it is actually all over. I was so low-spirited at the station yesterday and this morning. When I woke I couldn't seem to accept the dismal truth that you were really gone, and the pleasant tramping and talking at an end. Ah, my boy, it has been such a rich holiday to me, and I feel under such deep and honest obligations to you for coming. I am putting out of my mind all memory of the times when I misbehaved towards you and hurt you. I am resolved to consider it forgiven, and to store up and remember only the charming hours of the journeys and the times when I was not unworthy to be with you and share a companionship which to me stands first after Livy's. It is justifiable to do this, for why should I let my small infirmities of disposition live and grovel among my mental pictures of the eternal sublimities of the Alps? Livy can't accept or endure the fact that you are gone. But you are, and we cannot get around it. So take our love with you, and bear it also over the sea to Harmony, and God bless you both. Mark. From Switzerland the Clemens party worked down into Italy, sightseeing, a diversion in which Mark Twain found little enough of interest. He had seen most of the sights 10 years before, when his mind was fresh. He unburdened himself to Twichell and to Howells after a period of suffering. To J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Rome, November 3, '78. Dear Joe, I have received your several letters, and we have prodigiously enjoyed them. How I do admire a man who can sit down and whale away with a pen just the same as if it was fishing or something else as full of pleasure and as void of labor. I can't do it, else in common decency I would when I write to you. Joe, if I can make a book out of the matter gathered in your company over here, the book is safe. But I don't think I have gathered any matter before or since your visit worth writing up. I do wish you were in Rome to do my sightseeing for me. Rome interests me as much as East Hartford could, and no more. That is, the Rome which the average tourist feels an interest in. But there are other things here which stir me enough to make life worth living. Livy and Clara Spaulding are having a royal time worshiping the old masters, and I as good a time gritting my ineffectual teeth over them. A friend waits for me. A power of love to you all. Amen. Mark. In his letter to Howells, he said, I wish I could give those sharp satires on European life which you mention, but of course a man can't write successful satire except he be in a calm, judicial good humor. Whereas I hate travel, and I hate hotels, and I hate the opera, and I hate the old masters. In truth, I don't ever seem to be in a good enough humor with anything to satirize it. No, I want to stand up before it and curse it and foam at the mouth, or take a club and pound it to rags and pulp. I have got in 2 or 3 chapters about Wagner's operas, and managed to do it without showing temper, but the strain of another such effort would burst me. From Italy, the Clemens party went to Munich, where they had arranged in advance for winter quarters. Clemens claims, in his report of the matter to Howells, that he took the party through without the aid of a courier, though 30 years later, in some comment which he set down on being shown the letter, he wrote concerning this paragraph, "Probably a lie." He wrote also that they acquired a great affection for Fraulein Dahlweiner. Acquired it at once, and it outlasted the winter we spent in her house. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: No. 1A Karlstrasse, 2E, Stockholm. Care Fraulein Dahlweiner. Munich, November 17, 1878. My dear Mr. Howells, we arrived here night before last, pretty well fagged. An 8-hour pull from Rome to Florence, a rest there of a day and 2 nights, then 5½ hours to Bologna, 1 night's rest, then from noon to 10:30 p.m. carried us to Trent, in the Austrian Tyrol, where the confounded hotel had not received our message, and so at that miserable hour, in that snowy region, the tribe had to shiver together in fireless rooms while beds were prepared and warmed, then up at 6 in the morning, and a noble view of snow peaks glittering in the rich light of a full moon, while the hotel devils lazily deranged a breakfast for us in the dreary gloom of blinking candles. Then a solid 12 hours pull through the loveliest snow ranges and snow draped forest, and at 7 p.m. we hauled up, in drizzle and fog, at the domicile which had been engaged for us 10 months before. Munich did seem the horriblest place, the most desolate place, the most unendurable place, and the rooms were so small, the conveniences so meager, and the porcelain stove so grim, ghastly, dismal, intolerable. So Livy and Clara Spaulding sat down forlorn and cried, and I retired to a private place to pray. By and by we all retired to our narrow German beds, and when Livy and I finished talking across the room, it was all decided that we would rest 24 hours, then pay whatever damages were required, and straightway fly to the south of France. But you see, that was simply fatigue. Next morning the tribe fell in love with the rooms, with the weather, with Munich, and head over heels in love with Fraulein Dahlweiner. We got a larger parlor, an ample one, threw 2 communicating bedrooms into one, for the children, and now we are entirely comfortable. The only apprehension, at present, is that the climate may not be just right for the children, in which case we shall have to go to France, but it will be with the sincerest regret. Now I brought the tribe through Rome myself. We never had so little trouble before. The next time anybody has a courier to put out to nurse, I shall not be in the market. Last night the forlornities had all disappeared, so we gathered around the lamp after supper, with our beer and my pipe, and in a condition of grateful snugness tackled the new magazines. I read your new story aloud, amid thunders of applause, and we all agreed that Captain Jennis and the old man with the accordion hat are lovely people and most skillfully drawn, and that cabin boy, too, we like. Of course we are all glad the girl is gone to Venice, for there is no place like Venice. Now I easily understand that the old man couldn't go, because you have a purpose in sending Liddy by herself. But you could send the old man over in another ship, and we particularly want him along. Suppose you don't need him there, what of that? Can't you let him feed the doves? Can't you let him fall in the canal occasionally? Can't you let his good-natured purse be a daily prey to guides and beggar boys? Can't you let him find peace and rest and fellowship under Pere Jacopo's kindly wing? However, you are writing the book, not I. Still, I am one of the people you are writing it for. You understand. I only want to insist, in a friendly way, that the old man shall shed his sweet influence frequently upon the page. That is all. The first time we called at the convent, Pere Jacopo was absent. The next time he was there, and gave us preserved rose leaves to eat, and talked about you and Mrs. Howells and Winnie, and brought out his photographs and showed us a picture of the library of your new house. But not so. It was the study in your Cambridge house.
Footnote. Just at this moment Miss Spaulding spoke up and said something about Pere Jacopo. There is more in this acting of one mind upon another than people think. End of footnote. He was very sweet and good. He called on us next day. The day after that we left Venice, after a pleasant sojourn of 3 or 4 weeks. He expects to spend this winter in Munich, and will see us often, he said. Pretty soon I am going to write something, and when I finish it I shall know whether to put it to itself or in the Contributors Club. That Contributors Club was a most happy idea. By the way, I think that the man who wrote the paragraph beginning at the bottom of page 643 has said a mighty sound and sensible thing. I wish his suggestion could be adopted. It is lovely of you to keep that old pipe in such a place of honor. While it occurs to me, I must tell you Susie's last. She is sorely badgered with dreams, and her stock dream is that she is being eaten up by bears. She is a grave and thoughtful child, as you will remember. Last night she had the usual dream. This morning she stood apart, after telling it, for some time, looking vacantly at the floor and absorbed in meditation. At last she looked up, and with the pathos of one who feels he has not been dealt by with even-handed fairness, said, "But, Mama, the trouble is that I am never the bear, but always the person." It would not have occurred to me that there might be an advantage, even in a dream, in occasionally being the eater instead of always the party eaten, but I easily perceived that her point was well taken. I'm sending to Heidelberg for your letter and Winnie's, and I do hope they haven't been lost. My wife and I send love to you all. Yours, Mark. The Howells story, running at this time in the Atlantic, and so much enjoyed by the Clemens party, was The Lady of the Aroostook. The suggestions made for enlarging the part of the old man are eminently characteristic. Mark Twain's 43rd birthday came in Munich, and in his letter conveying this fact to his mother we get a brief added outline of the daily life in that old Bavarian city. Certainly it would seem to have been a quieter and more profitable existence than he had known amid the confusion of things left behind in America. To Mrs. Jane Clemens and Mrs. Moffett in America: No. 1A Karlstrasse, December 1, Munich,
1878. My dear Mother and Sister, I broke the back of life yesterday and started downhill toward old age. This fact has not produced any effect upon me that I can detect. I suppose we are located here for the winter. I have a pleasant work room a mile from here where I do my writing. The walk to and from that place gives me what exercise I need, and all I take. We stayed 3 weeks in Venice, a week in Florence, a fortnight in Rome, and arrived here a couple of weeks ago. Livy and Miss Spaulding are studying drawing and German, and the children have a German day governess. I cannot see but that the children speak German as well as they do English. Susie often translates Livy's orders to the servants. I cannot work and study German at the same time, so I have dropped the latter, and do not even read the language, except in the morning paper to get the news. We have all pretty good health, latterly, and have seldom had to call the doctor. The children have been in the open air pretty constantly for months now. In Venice they were on the water in the gondola most of the time, and were great friends with our gondolier, and in Rome and Florence they had long daily tramps, for Rosa is a famous hand to smell out the sights of a strange place. Here they wander less extensively. The family all join in love to you all, and to Orion and Mollie. Affectionately your son, Sam. End of Section 19. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Section 20 of the Letters of Mark Twain, complete. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White. The Letters of Mark Twain Complete by Mark Twain. Volume 3, Chapter 19, Part 1. Letters, 1879. Return to America. The Great Grant Reunion. Life went on very well in Munich. Each day the family fell more in love with Fraulein Dahlweiner and her house. Mark Twain, however, did not settle down to his work readily. His pleasant work-room provided exercise, but no inspiration. When he discovered he could not find his Swiss notebook, he was ready to give up his travel writing altogether. In the letter that follows we find him much less enthusiastic concerning his own performances than over the story by Howells, which he was following in the Atlantic. The detective chapter mentioned in this letter was not included in A Tramp Abroad. It was published separately as The Stolen White Elephant, in a volume bearing that title. The play, which he had now found dreadfully witless and flat, was no other than Simon Wheeler, Detective, which he had once regarded so highly. The Stewart referred to was the millionaire merchant A. T. Stewart, whose body was stolen in the expectation of reward. To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Munich, January 21, 1879. MY DEAR HOWELLS, It's no use. Your letter miscarried in some way, and is lost. The Consul has made a thorough search, and says he has not been able to trace it. It is unaccountable, for all the letters I did not want arrived without a single grateful failure. Well, I have read up now, as far as you have got, that is, to where there's a storm at sea approaching, and we three think you are clear out Howells. If your literature has not struck perfection now, we are not able to see what is lacking. It is all such truth to the life. Everywhere your pen falls it leaves a photograph. I did imagine that everything had been said about life at sea that could be said. But no matter, it was all a failure, and lies, nothing but lies with a thin varnish of fact. Only you have stated it as it absolutely is, and only you see people in their ways, in their insides and outsides as they are, and make them talk as they do talk. I think you are the very greatest artist in these tremendous mysteries that ever lived. There doesn't seem to be anything that can be concealed from your awful, all-seeing eye. It must be a cheerful thing for one to live with you and be aware that you are going up and down in him like another conscience all the time. Possibly you will not be a fully accepted classic until you have been dead 100 years. It is the fate of the Shakespeares and of all genuine prophets. But then your books will be as common as Bibles, I believe. You are not a weed, but an oak; not a summer house, but a cathedral. In that day I shall still be in the cyclopedias, too. Thus, Mark Twain, history and occupation unknown, but he was personally acquainted with Howells. There, I could sing your praises all day, and feel and believe every bit of it. My book is half finished. I wish to heaven it was done. I have given up writing a detective novel, can't write a novel, for I lack the faculty. But when the detectives were nosing around after Stewart's loud remains, I threw a chapter into my present book in which I have very extravagantly burlesqued the detective business, if it is possible to burlesque that business extravagantly. You know I was going to send you that detective play so that you could rewrite it. Well, I didn't do it because I couldn't find a single idea in it that could be useful to you. It was dreadfully witless and flat. I knew it would sadden you and unfit you for work. I have always been sorry we threw up that play embodying Orion which you began. It was a mistake to do that. Do keep that manuscript and tackle it again. It will work out all right. You will see. I don't believe that that character exists in literature in so well developed a condition as it exists in Orion's person. Now won't you put Orion in a story? Then he will go handsomely into a play afterwards. How deliciously you could paint him! It would make fascinating reading. The sort that makes a reader laugh and cry at the same time, for Orion is as good and ridiculous a soul as ever was. Ah, to think of Bayard Taylor! It is too sad to talk about. I was so glad there was not a single sting and so many good praiseful words in the Atlantic's criticism of Deucalion. Love to you all. Yours ever, MARK. We remain here till middle of March. In A Tramp Abroad there is an incident in which the author describes himself as hunting for a lost sock in the dark, in a vast hotel bedroom at Heilbronn. The account of the real incident, as written to Twichell, seems even more amusing. The yarn about the Limburger cheese and the box of guns, like the stolen white elephant, did not find place in the travel book, but was published in the same volume with the elephant story, added to the rambling notes of An Idle Excursion. With the discovery of the Swiss note book, work with Mark Twain was going better. His letter reflects his enthusiasm. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Munich, January 26, '79. DEAR OLD Joe, Sunday. Your delicious letter arrived exactly at the right time. It was laid by my plate as I was finishing breakfast, at 12 noon. Livy and Clara (Spaulding) arrived from church 5 minutes later. I took a pipe and spread myself out on the sofa, and Livy sat by and read, and I warmed to that butcher the moment he began to swear. There's more than one way of praying, and I like the butcher's way because the petitioner is so apt to be in earnest. I was peculiarly alive to his performance just at this time, for another reason, to wit: last night I awoke at 3 this morning, and after raging to myself for 2 interminable hours I gave it up. I rose, assumed a cat like stealthiness, to keep from waking Livy, and proceeded to dress in the pitch dark. Slowly but surely I got on garment after garment, all down to one sock. I had one slipper on and the other in my hand. Well, On my hands and knees I crept softly around, pawing and feeling and scooping along the carpet, and among chair legs for that missing sock. I kept that up, and still kept it up and kept it up. At first I only said to myself, "Blame that sock," but that soon ceased to answer. My expletives grew steadily stronger and stronger, and at last, when I found I was lost, I had to sit flat down on the floor and take hold of something to keep from lifting the roof off with the profane explosion that was trying to get out of me. I could see the dim blur of the window, but of course it was in the wrong place and could give me no information as to where I was. But I had one comfort: I had not waked Livy. I believed I could find that sock in silence if the night lasted long enough, so I started again and softly pawed all over the place, and sure enough at the end of half an hour I laid my hand on the missing article. I rose joyfully up and butted the wash bowl and pitcher off the stand and simply raised, so to speak. Livy screamed, then said, "Who is that? What is the matter?" I said, "There ain't anything the matter. I'm hunting for my sock." She said, "Are you hunting for it with a club?" I went in the parlor and lit the lamp, and gradually the fury subsided and the ridiculous features of the thing began to suggest themselves. So I lay on the sofa with note book and pencil, and transferred the adventure to our big room in the hotel at Heilbronn, and got it on paper a good deal to my satisfaction. I found the Swiss note book some time ago. When it was first lost I was glad of it, for I was getting an idea that I had lost my faculty of writing sketches of travel. Therefore the loss of that note book would render the writing of this one simply impossible, and let me gracefully out. I was about to write to Bliss and propose some other book, when the confounded thing turned up, and down went my heart into my boots. But there was now no excuse, so I went solidly to work, tore up a great part of the manuscript written in Heidelberg, wrote and tore up, continued to write and tear up, and at last, reward of patient and noble persistence, my pen got the old swing again. Since then I'm glad Providence knew better what to do with the Swiss note book than I did, for I like my work now exceedingly, and often turn out over 30 manuscript pages a day, and then quit, sorry that Heaven makes the days so short. One of my discouragements had been the belief that my interest in this tour had been so slender that I couldn't gouge matter enough out of it to make a book. What a mistake. I've got 900 pages written, not a word in it about the sea voyage, yet I stepped my foot out of Heidelberg for the first time yesterday, and then only to take our party of 4 on our first pedestrian tour to Heilbronn. I've got them dressed elaborately in walking costume, knapsacks, canteens, field glasses, leather leggins, patent walking shoes, muslin folds around their hats, with long tails hanging down behind, sun umbrellas, and alpenstocks. They go all the way to Wimpfen by rail, thence to Heilbronn in a chance vegetable cart drawn by a donkey and a cow. I shall fetch them home on a raft, and if other people shall perceive that that was no pedestrian excursion, they themselves shall not be conscious of it. This trip will take 100 pages or more, oh, goodness knows how many, for the mood is everything, not the material, and I already seem to see 300 pages rising before me on that trip. Then I propose to leave Heidelberg for good. Don't you see, the book, 1,800 manuscript pages, may really be finished before I ever get to Switzerland. But there's one thing I want to tell Frank Bliss and his father to be charitable toward me in, that is, let me tear up all the manuscript I want to, and give me time to write more. I shan't waste the time. I haven't the slightest desire to loaf, but a consuming desire to work, ever since I got back my swing. And you see this book is either going to be compared with The Innocents Abroad, or contrasted with it, to my disadvantage. I think I can make a book that will be no dead corpse of a thing, and I mean to do my level best to accomplish that. My crude plans are crystallizing. As the thing stands now, I went to Europe for three purposes. The first you know, and must keep secret, even from the Blisses. The second is to study art, and the third to acquire a critical knowledge of the German language. My manuscript already shows that the two latter objects are accomplished. It shows that I am moving about as an artist and a philologist, and unaware that there is any immodesty in assuming these titles. Having three definite objects has had the effect of seeming to enlarge my domain and give me the freedom of a loose costume. It is three strings to my bow, too. Well, your butcher is magnificent. He won't stay out of my mind. I keep trying to think of some way of getting your account of him into my book without his being offended, and yet confound him, there isn't anything you have said which he would see any offense in. I'm only thinking of his friends. They are the parties who busy themselves with seeing things for people. But I'm bound to have 'em in. I'm putting in the yarn about the Limburger cheese and the box of guns, too. Mighty glad Howells declined it. It seems to gather richness and flavor with age. I have very nearly killed several companies with that narrative. The American Artists Club here, for instance, and Smith and wife and Miss Griffith. They were here in this house a week or two. I've got other chapters that pretty nearly destroyed the same parties, too. Oh, Switzerland! The further it recedes into the enriching haze of time, the more intolerably delicious the charm of it and the cheer of it, and the glory and majesty and solemnity and pathos of it grow. Those mountains had a soul. They thought, they spoke. One couldn't hear it with the ears of the body, but what a voice it was, and how real! Deep down in my memory it is sounding yet. Alp calleth unto Alp. That stately old scriptural wording is the right one for God's Alps and God's ocean. How puny we were in that awful presence, and how painless it was to be so. How fitting and right it seemed, and how stingless was the sense of our unspeakable insignificance. And Lord, how pervading were the repose and peace and blessedness that poured out of the heart of the invisible Great Spirit of the mountains. Now, what is it? There are mountains and mountains and mountains in this world, but only these take you by the heartstrings. I wonder what the secret of it is. Well, time and time again it has seemed to me that I must drop everything and flee to Switzerland once more. It is a longing, a deep, strong, tugging longing. That is the word. We must go again, Joe. October days, let us get up at dawn and breakfast at the Tower. I should like that first rate. Livy and all of us send deluges of love to you and Harmony and all the children. I dreamed last night that I woke up in the library at home, and your children were frolicking around me, and Julia was sitting in my lap. You and Harmony and both families of Warners had finished their welcomes and were filing out through the conservatory door, wrecking Patrick's flower pots with their dress skirts as they went. Peace and plenty abide with you all. Mark. I want the Blisses to know their part of this letter, if possible. They will see that my delay was not from choice. Following the life of Mark Twain, whether through his letters or along the sequence of detailed occurrence, we are never more than a little while, or a little distance, from his brother Orion. In one form or another, Orion is ever present. His inquiries, his proposals, his suggestions, his plans for improving his own fortunes, command our attention. He was one of the most human creatures that ever lived. Indeed, his humanity excluded every form of artificiality, everything that needs to be acquired. Talented, trusting, childlike, carried away by the impulse of the moment, despite a keen sense of humor, he was never able to see that his latest plan or project was not bound to succeed. Mark Twain loved him, pitied him, also enjoyed him, especially with Howells. Orion's new plan to lecture in the interest of religion found its way to Munich, with the following result: To W. D. Howells, in Boston: Munich, February 9, 1879. MY DEAR HOWELLS, I have just received this letter from Orion. Take care of it, for it is worth preserving. I got as far as 9 pages in my answer to it, when Mrs. Clemens shut down on it and said it was cruel, and made me send the money and simply wish his lecture success. I said I couldn't lose my 9 pages, so she said send them to you. But I will acknowledge that I thought I was writing a very kind letter. Now just look at this letter of Orion's. Did you ever see the grotesquely absurd and the heart-breakingly pathetic more closely joined together? Mrs. Clemens said, raise his monthly pension. So I wrote to Perkins to raise it a trifle. Now only think of it. He still has 100 pages to write on his lecture, yet in one inking of his pen he has already swooped around the United States and invested the result. You must put him in a book or a play right away. You are the only man capable of doing it. You might die at any moment, and your very greatest work would be lost to the world. I could write Orion's simple biography, and make it effective, too, by merely stating the bald facts, and this I will do if he dies before I do. But you must put him into romance. This was the understanding you and I had the day I sailed. Observe Orion's career, that is, a little of it. 1. He has belonged to as many as 5 different religious denominations. Last March he withdrew from the deaconship in a Congregational church and the superintendency of its Sunday school, in a speech in which he said that for many months (it runs in my mind that he said 13 years) he had been a confirmed infidel, and so felt it to be his duty to retire from the flock. 2. After being a Republican for years, he wanted me to buy him a Democratic newspaper. A few days before the Presidential election he came out in a speech and publicly went over to the Democrats. He prudently hedged by voting for 6 State Republicans also. The new convert was made one of the secretaries of the Democratic meeting and placed in the list of speakers. He wrote me jubilantly of what a 10 strike he was going to make with that speech. All right, but think of his innocent and pathetic candor in writing me something like this a week later. I was more diffident than I had expected to be, and this was increased by the silence with which I was received when I came forward. So I seemed unable to get the fire into my speech which I had calculated upon, and presently they began to get up and go out, and in a few minutes they all rose up and went away. How could a man uncover such a sore as that and show it to another? Not a word of complaint, you see, only a patient, sad surprise. 3. His next project was to write a burlesque upon Paradise Lost. 4. Then, learning that the Times was paying Hart $100 a column for stories, he concluded to write some for the same price. I read his first one and persuaded him not to write any more. 5. Then he read proof on the New York Evening Post at $10 a week and meekly observed that the foreman swore at him and ordered him around like a steamboat mate. 6. Being discharged from that post, he wanted to try agriculture. Was sure he could make a fortune out of a chicken farm. I gave him $900 and he went to a 10-house village a mile above Keokuk on the river bank. This place was a railway station. He soon asked for money to buy a horse and light wagon, because the trains did not run at church time on Sunday, and his wife found it rather far to walk. For a long time I answered demands for loans, and by next mail always received his check for the interest due me to date. In the most guileless way he let it leak out that he did not underestimate the value of his custom to me, since it was not likely that any other customer of mine paid his interest quarterly, and this enabled me to use my capital twice in 6 months instead of only once. But alas, when the debt at last reached $1,800 or $2,500 (I have forgotten which), the interest ate too formidably into his borrowings, and so he quietly ceased to pay it or speak of it. At the end of 2 years I found that the chicken farm had long ago been abandoned, and he had moved into Keokuk. Later, in one of his casual moments, he observed that there was no money in fattening a chicken on 65 cents worth of corn and then selling it for 50. 7. Finally, if I would lend him $500 a year for 2 years (this was 4 or 5 years ago), he knew he could make a success as a lawyer, and would prove it. This is the pension which we have just increased to $600. The first year his legal business brought him $5. It also brought him an unremunerative case where some villains were trying to chouse some negro orphans out of $700. He still has this case. He has waggled it around through various courts and made some booming speeches on it. The negro children have grown up and married off, now, I believe, and their litigated town lot has been dug up and carted off by somebody, but Orion still infests the courts with his documents and makes the welkin ring with his venerable case. The second year he didn't make anything. The third he made $6, and I made Bliss put a case in his hands, about half an hour's work. Orion charged $50 for it. Bliss paid him $15. Thus 4 or 5 years of slaving has brought him $26, but this will doubtless be increased when he gets done lecturing and buys that law library. Meantime his office rent has been $60 a year, and he has stuck to that lair day by day as patiently as a spider. 8. Then he by and by conceived the idea of lecturing around America as Mark Twain's brother, that to be on the bills. Subject of proposed lecture, On the Formation of Character. 9. I protested, and he got on his war paint, couched his lance, and ran a bold tilt against total abstinence and the red ribbon fanatics. It raised a fine row among the virtuous Keokukians. 10. I wrote to encourage him in his good work, but I had let a mail intervene, so by the time my letter reached him he was already winning laurels as a red ribbon howler. 11. Afterward he took a rabid part in a prayer meeting epidemic, dropped that to travesty Jules Verne, dropped that in the middle of the last chapter, last March, to digest the matter of an infidel book which he proposed to write, and now he comes to the surface to rescue our noble and beautiful religion from the sacrilegious talons of Bob Ingersoll. Now come, don't fool away this treasure which Providence has laid at your feet, but take it up and use it. One can let his imagination run riot in portraying Orion, for there is nothing so extravagant as to be out of character with him. Well, good bye, and a short life and a merry one be yours. Poor old Methuselah, how did he manage to stand it so long? Yours ever, Mark. To Orion Clemens, unsent and enclosed with the foregoing, to W. D. Howells: Munich, February 9, 1879. My dear brother, yours has just arrived. I enclose a draft on Hartford for $25. You will have abandoned the project you wanted it for by the time it arrives, but no matter, apply it to your newer and present project, whatever it is. You see, I have an ineradicable faith in your unsteadfastness, but mind you, I didn't invent that faith, you conferred it on me yourself. But fire away, fire away. I don't see why a changeable man shouldn't get as much enjoyment out of his changes, and transformations, and transfigurations, as a steadfast man gets out of standing still and pegging at the same old monotonous thing all the time. That is to say, I don't see why a kaleidoscope shouldn't enjoy itself as much as a telescope, nor a grindstone have as good a time as a whetstone, nor a barometer as good a time as a yardstick. I don't feel like girding at you any more about fickleness of purpose, because I recognize and realize at last that it is incurable. But before I learned to accept this truth, each new weekly project of yours possessed the power of throwing me into the most exhausting and helpless convulsions of profanity. But fire away now. Your magic has lost its might. I am able to view your inspirations dispassionately and judicially now, and say this one or that one or the other one is not up to your average flight, or is above it or below it. And so, without passion or prejudice or bias of any kind, I sit in judgment upon your lecture project and say it was up to your average. It was indeed above it, for it had possibilities in it, and even practical ones. While I was not sorry you abandoned it, I should not be sorry if you had stuck to it and given it a trial. But on the whole you did the wise thing to lay it aside, I think, because a lecture is a most easy thing to fail in, and at your time of life and in your own town such a failure would make a deep and cruel wound in your heart and in your pride. It was decidedly unwise in you to think for a moment of coming before a community who knew you, with such a course of lectures, because Keokuk is not unaware that you have been a Swedenborgian, a Presbyterian, a Congregationalist, and a Methodist on probation, and that just a year ago you were an infidel. If Keokuk had gone to your lecture course, it would have gone to be amused, not instructed. For when a man is known to have no settled convictions of his own, he can't convince other people. They would have gone to be amused, and that would have been a deep humiliation to you. It could have been safe for you to appear only where you were unknown. Then many of your hearers would think you were in earnest, and they would be right. You are in earnest, while your convictions are new. But taking it by and large, you probably did best to discard that project altogether. But I leave you to judge of that, for you are the worst judge I know of. Unfinished. That Mark Twain in many ways was hardly less childlike than his brother is now and again revealed in his letters. He was of steadfast purpose, and he possessed the driving power which Orion Clemens lacked. But the importance to him of some of the smaller matters of life, as shown in a letter like the following, bespeaks a certain simplicity of nature which he never outgrew. To Rev. J. H. Twichell, in Hartford: Munich, Feb. 24, 1879. DEAR OLD Joe, it was a mighty good letter, Joe, and that idea of yours is a rattling good one. But I have not sot down here to answer your letter, for it is down at my study, but only to impart some information. For a month I had not shaved without crying. I had spent 3/4 of an hour wetting away on my hand. No use. Couldn't get an edge. Tried a razor strop, same result. So I sat down and put in an hour thinking out the mystery. Then it seemed plain, to wit, my hand can't give a razor an edge. It can only smooth and refine an edge that has already been given. I judged that a razor fresh from the hone is this shape V, the long point being the continuation of the edge, and that after much use the shape is this V, the attenuated edge all worn off and gone. By George, I knew that was the explanation. And I knew that a freshly honed and freshly strapped razor won't cut, but after strapping on the hand as a final operation it will cut. So I sent out for an oil stone, none to be had, but messenger brought back a little piece of rock the size of a safety match box. It was bought in a shoemaker's shop. Bad flaw in the middle of it, too. But I put 4 drops of fine olive oil on it. Picked out the razor marked Thursday because it was never any account and would be no loss if I spoiled it, gave it a brisk and reckless honing for 10 minutes, then tried it on a hair. It wouldn't cut. Then I trotted it through a vigorous 20-minute course on a razor strap and tried it on a hair. It wouldn't cut. Tried it on my face. It made me cry. Gave it a 5-minute stropping on my hand, and my land, what an edge she had. We thought we knew what sharp razors were when we were tramping in Switzerland, but it was a mistake. They were dull beside this old Thursday razor of mine, which I mean to name Thursday October Christian in gratitude. I took my whetstone, and in 20 minutes I put 2 more of my razors in splendid condition. But I leave them in the box. I never use any but Thursday October Christian, and shan't till its edge is gone, and then I'll know how to restore it without any delay. We all go to Paris next Thursday. Address, Monroe and Company, Bankers. With love, yours ever, Mark.
End of Section 20. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.